The story starts with me, Xiaobai, watching the sky, where a hawk clutches a red box as it flies northwest. Suddenly, the box's handle breaks and the box falls into the river, creating a huge splash. The hawk, realizing the box is gone, turns back, but the box has already floated downstream. Far from the city of Yanjing, near Wolf Mountain, which locals believe is guarded by a wolf spirit, there's a river called Sang River. At dusk, a silver-white wolf drinks from the river when it hears faint cries coming from the water. Alarmed, the wolf crouches low, watching as a red box drifts closer. The cries are from the box. The wolf's tension fades as curiosity takes over. The box finally reaches the riverbank, and the wolf cautiously approaches. Inside, there's a tiny baby crying loudly. The wolf feels an unexpected pang of sympathy, as if this baby is its own pup. It sniffs the baby, sensing a strangely familiar scent. When the baby opens its eyes, it instinctively grabs the wolf's fur, crying even louder but with less fear and more need. The wolf gently pulls the baby from the box, keeping it warm against its belly. The baby soon falls asleep, comforted and safe. The wolf doesn't move, watching over the baby with unusual tenderness. As night falls and distant wolf howls grow louder, the wolf becomes anxious. It has its own pups waiting in the den. Reluctantly, it tries to put the baby back in the box, but the baby doesn't wake, even as the wolf nudges her inside. Before the wolf can carry the box away, it hears approaching footsteps. It grabs the box, but the bottom breaks and the baby tumbles out, crying loudly. The footsteps quicken, and soon, a hunter arrives. The wolf recognizes him as a skilled archer feared by all animals. Panicking, the wolf flees but watches from a distance. The hunter finds the crying baby, surprised by her fine clothes. He mutters about how some families abandon baby girls due to poverty or preference for boys. Holding the baby, the hunter is moved by her big, bright eyes and decides to care for her. The baby gives him a toothless smile, melting his heart completely. He gathers the broken box and other belongings before taking her to his small home on the mountain. The wolf watches as the hunter carries the baby away, then howls a few times before returning to its own den. Meanwhile, a black hawk with golden eyes lands by the river, searching for something. Finding a piece of fabric, it grabs it and flies away, determined to continue its search. It all started when the old hunter brought me home. He was talking to himself about the strange howling of wolves in the mountains that night. I knew the reason, but how could I tell him? He gently placed me on a soft bed and covered me lightly with a blanket. It wasn't cold, but I felt safe under his care. As I lay there, I couldn't help but stare at him with my big, round eyes. I tried to greet him, though my little body could only wiggle and my tiny mouth couldn't form words. But in my heart, I kept calling him Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Hoping he could understand. He inspected me thoroughly and marveled at how I had no injuries, even though I had rolled across the rocky riverbank. That's because I'm no ordinary baby, Grandpa, I thought to myself. But then he didn't pick me up again, so I had to cry to get his attention. My cries were louder now, maybe because of the wolf milk I had earlier. Finally, he picked me up and I clung tightly to his clothes, refusing to let go. He laughed and promised to hold me, his warm voice soothing me. Grandpa was so kind. Even as he cooked himself some porridge, he held me close. I watched him intently, feeling a joy I couldn't explain. He thought I wasn't hungry, but when he said that, I got upset. Of course, I wasn't hungry right now, but what about later? He noticed my pout and realized his mistake, worrying about how he would feed me. Babies like me needed milk, but where would he find any in these mountains full of wolves? As he paced outside, holding me, he decided to visit a village south of the mountains the next day. He would trade his hunted game for milk, he said. I smiled inwardly, knowing he wouldn't let me go hungry. He even cleaned me up after I made a mess, using his own clothes to make a makeshift diaper. Grandpa seemed puzzled by the fine fabric of my clothes and diaper, wondering how a child from such a wealthy family ended up abandoned in the wilderness. He suspected some dark family secrets, and I could see his heart softening with pity for me. As he washed my diaper under the moonlight, I could feel his care and concern growing stronger. That night, he held me close as we both fell asleep. He was already planning to hunt early the next morning to trade for milk. But I wasn't worried. This was Wolf Mountain, my wolf family was here, and they wouldn't let their little princess go hungry. Grandpa didn't know it yet, but I was already surrounded by protectors. I was sound asleep in Grandpa's arms, but far away in the northwest, something was happening that I couldn't yet understand. A hawk, Grandpa called them golden-eyed hawks, landed on the windowsill of a grand residence, tapping urgently on the window. Inside, a man, sharp and commanding yet kind in his manner, opened the window. The hawk flew straight to him, clutching a small piece of green fabric in its claws. The man, called General Chung, recognized the hawk as his trusted messenger from his family far away. He carefully removed the torn fabric from its claws, and his face darkened as he studied it. He realized it belonged to the swaddling clothes his wife had lovingly embroidered, meant for their unborn child, a green one if it was a girl. Anxiety consumed him. Why was this hawk here ahead of schedule? Was something wrong with his wife or the baby? Despite his fears, General Chung couldn't leave his post at the border. He gave orders to his most trusted servant, Dongyang, to rush to the capital and check on his wife. The servant left immediately, riding hard through the night, determined to reach the city as quickly as possible. As I slept peacefully in Grandpa's arms, surrounded by the safety of Wolf Mountain, events were unfolding far away, events that I somehow felt would lead back to me. That morning, Grandpa decided to give me a name, Jiang Xiaobai. He said I was as white as jade, and that the name suited me perfectly. I liked it. It felt familiar, like it belonged to me all along. After his morning hunt, Grandpa brought home 3 fat wild chickens and was about to head to the village to trade them for milk. He worried about me being hungry, but I wasn't upset. I thought we were going on a fun trip. Even as a baby, my curious nature from my past life hadn't changed. I loved a good adventure. As Grandpa carried me and the chickens down the mountain, a group of sparrows spotted us. They chirped furiously, calling Grandpa a bad man for selling their kind. One sparrow, however, recognized me and flew straight to the wolves' den to alert them. Before long, 2 silver wolves, a she-wolf and her mate, caught up with us on the mountain path. Grandpa froze but stayed calm. He knew these wolves, the guardians of Wolf Mountain, rarely attacked humans unless provoked. Still, when the she-wolf pointed her paw directly at me and whimpered, Grandpa looked shocked. It was as if she wanted me back. Hearing the wolves' familiar howls, I felt a wave of comfort. I stretched my tiny hands toward the she-wolf, signaling that I wanted her. Her face softened with unmistakable affection. Grandpa was completely baffled. What could he do against wolves that seemed to recognize me? Then, the she-wolf did something even more surprising. She lay down, exposing her belly, offering milk. Grandpa looked between me, the she-wolf, and the other wolf, who guarded her protectively. He was utterly stunned, unable to make sense of it all. I, on the other hand, understood perfectly. The wolves were my family in this new life, and they weren't going to let me go hungry or lose me. Grandpa, the old hunter, looked at the 2 wolves nervously and asked if the she-wolf wanted to feed me milk. To his surprise, she nodded, not once but 3 times, as if to make sure he understood. Then, she even nudged the bigger wolf, my wolf dad, out of the way, glaring at him for scaring Grandpa. Grandpa hesitated, unsure what to do. He clutched me tighter, afraid to let go. I, being too young to explain and too hungry to wait, did the only thing I could. I cried loudly. My wails startled everyone, especially the she-wolf. She leapt forward, trying to take me from Grandpa, but instead of scaring me, I smiled through my tears and reached out for her. Grandpa finally seemed to understand. With a deep breath, he gently placed me next to the she-wolf. She lay down, exposing her milk, and I latched on eagerly. I was so hungry that I ate like a storm, with all the focus and determination of someone who hadn't eaten in days. The she-wolf looked at me with such tender eyes, like I was her own pup. My wolf dad watched, confused at first, but then he sniffed me and seemed to understand something too. His big green eyes softened, and he nudged me gently with his nose. I patted him with my tiny hand, and he looked so happy that it made me giggle. Once I'd eaten my fill, I got sleepy. My wolf dad didn't hesitate. He pulled me close to his soft belly, letting me rest there like I belonged. Grandpa watched the whole thing in stunned silence, unable to believe what he was seeing. Two wolves treating a human baby like their own? It was unbelievable. But for me, it all felt natural. I didn't fully understand why yet, but these wolves and Grandpa felt so familiar and safe. Deep down, I knew why. I was reborn, and these three had been my family in my past life. Grandpa had taught me how to survive, and my wolf parents had given me love and protection. Now, in this new life, I was back with them. I didn't have a royal title, but I was the true princess of Wolf Mountain, cherished by all its creatures. On the way, the Wolf King and his wife stopped him and forced him to feed Jiang Shaobai. Seeing that the Wolf King and his wife loved Jiang Shaobai more than he did, the old hunter's heart finally fell back. Looking at this situation, the old hunter no longer had to worry about his little white having no milk to eat. The old hunter immediately gave the 3 pheasants in his hand to the Wolf King and his wife as a thank you gift. The Wolf King and his wife were not polite and let the old hunter take Jiang Shaobai away, and the 2 wolves started eating immediately. Because they were in a hurry to go down the mountain to save the baby, the 2 wolves ran all the way and were hungry now. The Wolf King is a man who loves his wife. It obviously has a huge appetite and can eat at least 3 pheasants in one meal, but it only ate 1 and stopped eating. Push the other 2 in front of the Wolf Queen. His wife wants to feed the cub, so she has to eat more. Because he was afraid that he would be greedy, the Wolf King deliberately turned his back to his wife and didn't watch her eat. The old hunter saw that the Wolf King had only eaten 1 chicken, and the Wolf Queen was eating it sweetly with big mouthfuls. In a short while, she had eaten both chickens clean. Then, she looked at Jiang Shaobai's bulging belly in her arms and made a decision in her heart. From then on, the old hunter would hunt a lot of pheasants, hares, roe deer, wild boars, and other prey every day and send them to the mountainside, almost contracting the food for the Wolf King's family. Because he heard people at the market that fish soup can increase milk production, the old hunter even went to the Sang River to catch fish, cooked it into a snow-white and thick fish soup, and gave it to the Wolf Queen, but the Wolf Queen didn't like it at all, and didn't even eat a bite, so the old hunter stopped stewing fish soup. The Wolf King doesn't have to go out hunting at all now. Every morning, there must be enough prey outside the cave for the Wolf King's family for a day. The Wolf King and the Wolf Queen are only responsible for feeding Jiang Shaobai and the 5 little wolf cubs. The Wolf King thought that this was not okay. He couldn't always eat for free, but he couldn't spare the time, so he chased his younger brother to help the old hunter. After several runs in, the man and the wolf worked together seamlessly, and the game they hunted became more abundant. In addition to leaving enough food for the Wolf King's family of 9, the old hunter could also sell a lot of game at the market every day. The income has doubled compared to before, and he can earn 2 or 3 taels of silver almost every day. This makes hunters from other places very jealous. In fact, each hunter has his own agreed hunting range, but the income of the old hunter is really enviable, so some hunters sneak into Wolf Mountain to hunt without following the rules. Those hunters who sneaked into Wolf Mountain felt that they were no worse than the old hunters, and they were even younger and stronger. The old hunters could hunt so many prey, so why couldn't they? Imagination is full, but reality is very skinny. All the hunters who crossed the border would run into a pack of at least 20 or 30 wolves as soon as they entered Wolf Mountain. A silver-white giant wolf, more than twice the size of an ordinary wolf, stood on a boulder, staring at the hunter who invaded the territory with its dark green eyes. Around the silver giant wolf, 20 or 30 strong wild wolves all showed a posture of rushing to the death at the command of the Wolf King. The hunters who sneaked into Wolf Mountain were all scared to their knees. You know, hunters may not be afraid of tigers and leopards, but they are definitely afraid of wolves. The combined siege of 3 or 5 wolves is enough to tear a hunter alive, not to mention 20 or 30 wild wolves in their prime. The hunters who sneaked into Wolf Mountain no longer had any idea of hunting at this time, and they only thought that it was a blessing from their ancestors that they could escape. As people who have been hunting for a long time, the hunters also knew that they could not turn around and run, otherwise they would die. They did not dare to stare at the Wolf King. They could only lower their eyes, secretly stare at the wolf pack with the corner of their eyes, and then move back very carefully step by step. The key point is that the movement must not be big, so as not to let the wolf pack feel dangerous. Seeing that the Wolf King did not order a pursuit, the hunters carefully increased their steps and retreated until they could no longer see the wolf pack. Then they turned around and ran, and dared not stop until they ran more than 10 miles in one breath. From then on, everyone knew that Wolf Mountain was really protected by the mountain god, and no one dared to sneak into Wolf Mountain to hunt. They could only watch the old hunter Jiang Chung sell prey every day, and they dared not have any crooked thoughts. After driving away other hunters, a unique scene that no one could see in Wolf Mountain appeared. Every day, the Wolf King and his wife went to the house at the foot of the mountain every hour to feed Jiang Xiaobai, use her as a meat pad, and play with her. After playing for half an hour and coaxing the little guy to sleep, the Wolf Queen and his wife went home to feed their 5 cubs. After feeding, the couple threw the cub to the new wife of the Wolf King's brother. The couple went down the mountain to look at the baby, without looking back. It was as if Jiang Xiaobai was their own child, and the 5 cubs in the cave were picked up. In order to make the Wolf King and his wife feel completely at ease, the old hunter never stayed at home during the day. He was either hunting in the mountains or selling and buying things in the market. Jiang Xiaobai's clothes and toys gradually increased. Even the wolf cubs of the Wolf King's family were given a lot of toys by the old hunter. Once, the old hunter saw someone buying goats at the market, and he bought 2 for the Wolf King as a snack. The mutton was tender and plump. The 5 wolf cubs who had just been weaned used their little milk teeth to tear the mutton, and they ate it happily. The Wolf King and his wife's cubs stopped drinking milk when Jiang Xiaobai was 3 months old, and used their little milk teeth to tear the prey to eat. Now the Wolf Queen became Jiang Xiaobai's exclusive wet nurse. The Wolf King and his wife simply took the 5 cubs down the mountain to feed them. The whole day was spent in the yard of the old hunter at the foot of the mountain, and he went back to the cave to sleep at night. Jiang Xiaobai finally saw the 3 wolf brothers and 2 wolf sisters he had not seen for a long time, and he was almost crazy with joy. Jiang Xiaobai hugged the neck of the wolf brother and refused to let go. His little face was tightly pressed against the wolf brother, and his saliva was all over the wolf brother's face. The stickiness was simply unbearable to watch. In the previous life, when Jiang Xiaobai was in Wolf Mountain, in addition to learning skills from the old hunter, she almost grew on the back of the wolf brother, and the wolf brother carried her to every corner of Wolf Mountain. The wolf brother was just like his parents, and he even spoiled Jiang Xiaobai more than them. Jiang Xiaobai wanted to hug the neck, and hugged casually because he was afraid that the little guy would be tired of hugging. He also learned to hold the child with his 2 front legs without a teacher, and he could even hold the child and bounce a few times from time to time, which made Jiang Xiaobai very happy. It depends on that the 2 brothers of the wolf are flexible like a human arm. Holding Jiang Xiaobai, it is called a stable and comfortable. After the Wolf King and wolf, the wolf cubs are envious of the jealousy. Especially the Wolf King. Its brother joined forces to beat his eldest son. There is no such a happy day. In the city, the North Hofu, the head of the North, took a break from a horse, and Duan Yang, who had been rushing for 3 days and 3 nights, finally rushed back. He was very clever. He did not go directly into the mansion, but went to a house in the alley outside the back door of the mansion. Lingya, go to the mansion and quietly call your mother back. Don't disturb others. Duan Yang ordered hurriedly, without even drinking water. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old agreed crisply, "Okay, uncle, wait, I'll go and call my mother." Then she ran out. It turned out that this was Duan Yang's sister's house. His sister is now the manager of the kitchen in the courtyard of the prince's wife. If you want to inquire about the situation of the lady, it is naturally more appropriate to ask her. Only 2/4 of an hour later, a capable woman in her 30s came back in a hurry. Yangzi, why are you back? But what does the prince have to say? This capable woman is Duan Yang's sister. Her original name is Lu Yun. She is one of the maids of the prince's wife. She married the prince's original long-term servant, now the second housekeeper in the mansion, He-Man, and is called Man Yangzi. Man Yangzi's shouting woke up Duan Yang, who was dozing on the table on the Kong. After 3 days and 3 nights without closing his eyes, Duan Yang was really a little exhausted. Sister, is Madam okay? Has she given birth? Duan Yang, who was awakened, did not answer immediately. He first picked up the residual tea on the table and splashed it on his face. After waking up, he asked anxiously, "Hey, what are you doing?" Madam gave birth 5 days ago. It's really a girl. Madam has been taken back to the Imperial College by our old lady to recuperate after the baby is born. The 3 young men and young ladies are also in the Imperial College. They are all fine. Man Yangzi sighed distressfully, took out the handkerchief tucked in her collar, and wiped the water off her brother's face while talking quickly. Madam really gave birth. Isn't it more than a month before she gives birth? Why is she giving birth now? Duan Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. His general would calculate the madam's due date when he had nothing to do. Duan Yang remembered it after hearing it many times. You know it well. Lingya, go play outside the door and shout when someone comes. Madam Man first sent her daughter, who was standing aside with her big eyes blinking, away, and then lowered her voice and said, "Brother, you are the person the prince trusts the most. I tell you, you must report to the prince when you go back." Madam was harmed and gave birth prematurely. Someone spilled oil on the way where Madam took her daily walk, and Madam fell and had a miscarriage, which led to premature birth. Who is it? Who harmed Madam? Are Madam and the girl okay? Duan Yang was shocked when he heard it, and his voice trembled when he asked. Duan Yang followed his general every day, so he naturally knew how much the general valued his wife, and how much the general was looking forward to the birth of the girl. Alas, the Marquis's wife is in charge now. Do you still expect to find out? The young lady is fine, and although the madam was in danger, she was lucky to save her life and should be fine now.
Madame unsight helplessly.
Think about it. When the madam was still alive 4 years ago, there would be no such thing as murdering the wife of the prince in the mansion.
Sister.
Hurry up and continue. Duan Yang saw that his sister only said half of her words, and couldn't help but urge her anxiously. Madam Man sighed and whispered, although the madam gave birth prematurely, she gave birth to a girl safely. But who would have thought that less than half an hour after the girl was born, the madam suddenly had a hemorrhage, and the mansion did not invite the imperial physician, but the palace physician had taken leave for something a day earlier. The Marquis's wife sent someone to take the Marquis's letter to invite the imperial physician, but the one who was invited was the imperial physician Liu, who specialized in orthopedics, and said that the imperial physician's son, who specialized in gynecology and pediatrics, was summoned to the palace. Old hag. Duan Yang's face turned blue with anger when he heard this, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and cursed. Brother, don't talk nonsense. After all, she is the Marquis's wife. We can't scold the master. Madam Man said with a stern face. Bah, what kind of master is she? Our masters are only the Grand Madam, the Marquis, the Consort, the Crown Prince, and the Madam. Duan Yang said in a low voice angrily. Madam Man sighed again and said in a low voice, Brother, we can think so in our hearts, but we dare not say it openly. No matter what, the Marquis married her properly. Although she is a stepwife, the Marquis also asked for a title for her. She is now the legitimate wife of the Marquis of Jinbei, and she dare not commit crimes against her superiors. Humph. Sister, go on and tell me, who saved the madam, and how was the madam taken away by the old lady? Duan Yang snorted in dissatisfaction, and then asked. Thinking of the situation that day, Madam Man laughed again. It is said that all the young masters in our family are smart and clever. When the second young master heard that the madam was about to give birth, he asked the two brothers Ayong and Ali to take care of the third young master, and he secretly ran to find the eldest young master. The eldest young master immediately asked for leave from school and rushed back to take care of the madam. The eldest son had just arrived at the gate of the mansion when he met the invited imperial physician Liu. I don't know how the eldest son knew that imperial physician Liu was not an expert in gynecology. He didn't even ask and immediately turned around to rush to the Imperial Academy's residence to ask the old lady. The old lady immediately went to the palace to ask the queen. The queen ordered Imperial Physician's son to come to our house, and only then did he the lady back from the hands of the king of Hades. Madame Man now only said a few words, but when she thought of the situation on that day, she still has lingering fears.
It was so dangerous at that time.
If the second son hadn't gone to find the eldest son would have immediately asked the old lady, who was in law, when he saw that the situation was not right. The old lady immediately went to the palace to ask the queen, and the queen immediately ordered the guards to send Imperial Physician's son on horseback. If any one of these links was slow, the lady's life would really be in danger. Since the lady and the young lady are all at the residence of the master-in-law, then I will go to pay my respects to the lady, Duan Yang said, and was about to get off the Kong and put on his shoes. Don't worry, I have something important to tell you. You take a nap first. I'll go cook a bowl of noodles, and we'll talk while we eat. Madame Man pushed her brother back onto the Kong and glared at him unhappily. Duan Yang's eyes were full of blood and red, and his lips were cracked and bleeding. Madame Man had only this one brother. Their mother passed away early, and Duan Yang was raised by Madame Man. How could she not feel distressed?
Sister. Oh.
Duan Yang wanted to resist, but he was suppressed by his natural blood. Madame Man glared at him, and he couldn't help but back off. It's still early. Madame is in confinement. How can you get up so early? You can't disturb Madame's rest. You sleep for a while, and then go over after dinner. It will be just the right time, and you won't wake Madame up. Mrs. Man explained unhappily, then pushed her brother down on the Kong and pulled a thin quilt over him. After a short while, Duan Yang began to snore. He was really too tired. About half an hour later, Mrs. Man came back with a bowl of refreshing Yangchun noodles. Duan Yang couldn't sleep well because something was on his mind. As soon as Mrs. Man came in, he sat up. He rubbed his eyes and said with a smile, "The noodles made by sister are so delicious." Duan Yang ate the noodles with big mouthfuls. Mrs. Man sat beside him and asked in a low voice, "Brother, on the day when Madame gave birth to Miss Nanny Wang, who was beside Madame Ho, was attacked in the back garden. Most of her hair and scalp were torn off. I heard that her white skull was exposed, and one of her eyes was pecked blind. The injury looked like it was done by Xianer. Xianer is also missing. I wonder if he flew to Yongning Pass?" Madame Ho was furious and said she wanted to kill Xianer. Yes, Xianer flew to Yongning Pass before dawn 4 days ago. That's why the prince asked me to come back to see what happened in the mansion. Sister, what happened? Duan Yang finished his noodles quickly, pushed the bowl aside, and asked anxiously. Madame Man frowned, shook her head and said, "I don't know what happened. When Madame was giving birth, Madame Ho brought people to guard the outer room. There were only 2 midwives, Madame Liu, Madame Chen, Ruiyun, and Rui Xue, 6 people around our Madame. The others were blocked in the yard by Madame Ho. By the way, that Madame Wang was with Madame Ho at that time." She was with Madame Ho? Then when was she scratched? Xianu understands human nature the most. If there is no special reason, she will never attack people actively. Duan Yang frowned and whispered. Madame Wang's injury was too obvious. It could only be done by Xianer. Duan Yang couldn't deny this for Xianer.
Well,
I heard that it was not long after the young lady was born. Madame didn't seem to have hemorrhage at that time. Mrs. Man thought about the news she had secretly inquired about in the past few days and said uncertainly, "What happened?" Nanny Wang was with the Marquis's wife, so how could she suddenly run to the back garden? The Marquis's yard is not close to the back garden. Duan Yang frowned and asked, "Who said it wasn't?" The strangest thing is that after Nanny Wang was injured, The Marquis's wife was furious and wanted to kill Xianer, and then suddenly issued a gag order, not allowing anyone to mention the matter again. It took me a lot of effort to find out this little bit of news. Madame Man also frowned. Duan Yang pondered for a moment and whispered, "Sister, if you secretly inquire about the news and the Marquis's wife knows about it, I'm afraid you will suffer the consequences. Otherwise." Madame Man waved her hand indifferently and said with a smile, "It's okay, my father-in-law and your brother-in-law are supporting me. As long as she can't find any fault with me, she can't do anything to me. I can't leave. I have to help the madam look after the mansion. Otherwise it will become more and more difficult for the madam to come back." He-Man's father, He-Goer, was a personal soldier of the old Marquis. He had made great contributions in saving his master on the battlefield in his early years. Later, he stopped serving in the army because one of his arms was cut off by the Hu people. Now he has been raised in the Jinbei Marquis mansion. He-Man has been raised in the Marquis mansion since he was born. There is nothing in the mansion that he is not familiar with. Although he is only the second housekeeper, his words are often more effective than those of the chief housekeeper appointed by the Marquis's wife. The reason why the Marquis's wife has never dared to touch Madame Man is that, on the one hand, Madame Man is extremely cautious and never lets anyone catch her, and on the other hand, she is concerned about He-Goer and his son. After listening to his sister's description of the situation in the mansion, Duan Yang hurried to the Imperial Academy's mansion. On the day when the lady gave birth, his sister was isolated outside the courtyard. After all, she knew very little, so she had to ask the lady and the maids who served in the room that day. The Imperial Academy's mansion is not far from the Jinbei Marquis mansion. They are both in Luanfang, and the two mansions are separated by 4 streets. An adult can get there in about half an hour on foot. It would only take 1 or 2/4 of an hour if they took a carriage or a horse. Duan Yang was in a hurry because he had something on his mind, so he arrived at the Imperial Academy's residence in just over 2/4 of an hour. The doormen at the Imperial Academy's residence all knew him, so Duan Yang didn't need to wait outside the door, but went straight in, waiting outside the second gate as if he was familiar with the place. In the boudoir before she got married, the prince's wife, Ning, who was in confinement after childbirth, had tears in her eyes and a frown on her face, and her mother, old Lady Cui, was trying to comfort her with kind words. But these kind words of comfort didn't work, and Ning was still in a bad mood. Old Lady Cui was coaxing her daughter softly when she suddenly heard a little maid report outside the door, replying to the old lady, "Annie, Duan Yang is asking to see you at the second gate." Hearing the little maid's words, Ning's eyes brightened up a little, and she hurriedly said, "Mother, it must be Zixio who ordered Duan Yang to come back. Please arrange for Duan Yang to come over quickly. I have something important to do." After hearing this, Cui, the wife of the Imperial College's chief academic officer, sighed softly. "Okay, Mother will arrange it right away. But Xianer, you can't tell Duan Yang that the little girl is not yours." Ning's eyes flashed with stubbornness and pain, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Mother, it is said that mother and daughter are connected by heart. If she is really my biological daughter, how could I not recognize her?" Old Madame Cui sighed helplessly and whispered this. "We have to verify it first. Mother came to your side less than 2 hours after you gave birth to the child, and the maids stared at you with their eyes wide open. How could?"
Alas.
Now it's unclear. If you tell your son-in-law, wouldn't it distract him? Listen to Mother. Tell Duan Yang that everything is fine, and don't let your son-in-law worry. He is a man who is going to fight on the battlefield, and he must not be worried about 2 places. Your father and your brothers are all concerned about this matter, and have sent people to investigate. Can we wait until we get the results before we talk about it? Ning lowered her head and thought for a while before she replied in a low voice, "I'll listen to Mother and not say anything yet." Only then did old Madame Cui feel relieved, and ordered someone to arrange for Duan Yang to come in and answer the call. Ning was in confinement, so naturally she couldn't see Duan Yang, so she could only ask Duan Yang to answer the call outside the window. Duan Yang bowed and greeted outside the window, and Ning asked a few questions about her husband's situation. During this time, old Madame Cui had been holding her daughter's hand, not letting her say that very unreliable idea. Ning was a person of her word. Since she had promised her mother, she didn't say anything like the little girl was not her own. She just asked why Duanyang suddenly returned to Beijing. But what did the prince say? Duanyang then told her about Xian Air flying to Yongning Pass overnight. She said that the prince was worried about the mansion, so he specially ordered him to come back to pay his respects. Ning had just escaped death these few days, and she didn't take care of Xian Air at all. She thought Xian Air was still in the Marquis' mansion being served by a special person. When she heard that Xian Air suddenly flew to Yongning Pass, she couldn't help but be surprised. She immediately asked in surprise, why did Xian Air suddenly go to Yongning Pass?
Did it
take anything with it? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cui frowned helplessly and called softly, Xianer, don't think too much, or you'll get upset. When Duanyang heard the lady's question, he told her in detail about Xianer flying in at dawn 4 days ago. When Mrs. Ning heard that Xianer was holding a piece of green brocade embroidered with lotus on his feet, she immediately became excited. Mother, I embroidered the swaddling clothes myself, and I used green for my little girl. Because she was too excited, Ning gasped rapidly before she finished speaking. Xianer, don't worry. Relax. Mrs. Cui said anxiously, while stroking her daughter's back to relieve her breath.
Who?
Mother.
Fine.
Ning said intermittently, trying to calm herself down. Mrs. Cui looked at her pale daughter with heartache, shook her head helplessly, and ordered in a deep voice, go and ask the master to come over and all the servants in the yard should leave. Today is a day off. Ning Jingyan, the chief academician of the Imperial College, went to meet with Master Huitong, the abbot of Xian Temple, early in the morning. Ning's eldest brother, Ning Yuanda, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, is at home. He is very good at reasoning and solving cases. Before, Ning always said that the little girl was not her own child. Mrs. Cui thought she was absent-minded and did not take it seriously, so she did not mention it in front of her family, but just dealt with it perfunctorily in front of her daughter. Now, after hearing what Duanyang said, Mrs. Cui also felt that something was wrong, so she took it seriously. Not long after, the servants in the yard retreated, and the master Ning Yuanda also hurried over. Duanyang stepped forward quickly and saluted. Ning Yuanda casually raised his hand and said, Get up, Duanyang. Why are you back? Is there something wrong with your general? Before Duanyang could reply, Mrs. Cui's voice came from the room. Boss, don't ask first. Listen to what your sister and Duanyang say. Ning Yuanda bowed slightly towards the direction of the house and responded, then sat down on the chair that the servants had already moved. Brother, after I gave birth that day, the Marquis' wife asked us to take the little girl out to see her. The one who was taken out was my little girl, but the one who was brought back is not the same girl. Ning cried and shouted. Ning Yuanda was shocked, stood up suddenly, leaned close to the window, and asked in a deep voice, What do you mean? Ah, Xian, what happened? Weren't there trustworthy people around you at that time? How could the little girl be switched? Did the little girl have any birthmark when she was born? Did you see it with your own eyes? Ning shook her head, her face full of tears, and said sadly, Brother, I didn't see the little girl at that time, but Ruishua told me that the little girl was not like other babies. Her body was as white as snow, and there was not a single birthmark on her body. Although that baby was also born fair, she was just average fair. Then how did you know the little girl was switched? Ning Yuanda asked puzzledly. If it was because of the bond between mother and child, it was a bit too mysterious and could not be used as evidence. Ning cried, I had personally embroidered 2 swaddling clothes, one red and one green. I used red for a boy and green for a girl. I gave birth to a girl, and Ruiyun personally wrapped the little girl in a green satin swaddling cloth. But. When the Marquis' wife saw the little girl and sent her back, the swaddling cloth was also green, but it was not made by me. Before she could finish her words, Ning fainted in her mother's arms because she was too emotional. Madame Cui was shocked and kept calling for the imperial physician. Ruiyun, who stayed in the room to serve, ran out to find the housekeeper. while Ruishue quickly took the refreshing ointment and smeared a little on Ning's philtrum. Sure enough, the cool stimulation that went straight to the top of the head made Ning wake up slowly. Ah, Xian, you are too emotional now. I won't ask any more questions.
Take it easy.
Big Brother is responsible for the little girl's problem. Don't worry, Big Brother is here. Big Brother will check it out right away. Ning Yuanda thought for a moment and said loudly to the inside of the house. Ning held her mother's hand tightly and said in tears, Mom, please believe me. Old Lady Chui nodded seriously and said, Xianer, Mother believes in you. You should take good care of yourself and stop crying. Don't worry, your big brother will check this matter clearly for you. Ning nodded weakly and said softly to the outside of the window, Duanyang, don't rush back to Yongning Pass. Wait until you have found out clearly before going back to report. Duanyang bowed quickly in response, then looked up at Ning Yuanda and made a mouth shape. Master, I have something to report. Ning Yuanda nodded and lowered his voice very low. Follow me. Duanyang bowed and reported to the inside of the house. Madam, please take care of yourself. I will leave first. A soft hum came from the room, and Duanyang hurriedly left with Ning Yuanda. Duanyang followed the master of the Ning mansion to the study in the front yard. Ning Yuanda ordered all the servants to retreat outside the yard, and opened all the windows of the study to ensure that no one would eavesdrop, and then said in a deep voice, Duanyang, please tell me in detail and don't miss any details. Duanyang bowed and responded, To answer your question, I rushed to the capital this morning. I didn't dare to alarm the people in the Marquis mansion, and I just went to my elder sister's house quietly. My sister told me the news she had heard in the past few days. Ning Yuan denoted. He knew that Duanyang's elder sister was Liyun. Liyun was smart but loyal and honest. She was the most trustworthy person around his sister. The reason she didn't come back with him this time was that she stayed in the mansion to look after the yard and storehouse for his sister. The sister said that the lady was taking a walk in the garden as usual that day. Unexpectedly, oil was spilled on the road and covered with very fine sand. It was impossible to see it without bending over and looking carefully. That's why the lady slipped and had a premature birth. The sister said that it's still unclear who was behind it. After hearing what Duanyang said, Ning Yuanda nodded and said in a cold voice, It turned out that she was assassinated. It's a pity that the old hag kept it secret. With the old hag protecting her, it will be difficult to find out the culprit. Ning Mansion naturally would ask questions when their aunt suddenly gave birth prematurely. But the people in Jinbei Marquis Mansion insisted that the wife of the prince accidentally fell down, but they kept silent about the oil and sand on the road. Any other news? Ning Yuanda asked. Also, Nanny Wang, who was beside the Marquis wife, was originally in the ladies' courtyard, but not long after the Marquis wife ordered someone to bring the young lady out to sea, Nanny Wang was scalped and blinded in one eye by Xianer in the back garden. The Marquis wife was furious at first and ordered the arrest and killing of Xianer, and then she sealed her mouth and did not allow anyone to mention the matter. If the old woman who carried Nanny Wang at that time had not received the favor of the prince, it would be difficult to ask about this matter. Duanyang said angrily. Ning Yuanda's face froze when he heard this, and he frowned and pondered. After thinking for a while, he asked, Did your sister find out anything about the scene of Nanny Wang's injury? Duanyang hesitated before saying, My sister got the chance to secretly go to the back garden yesterday. She said that there was nothing special and unusual in the back garden. The ground was swept very clean. Only the ground next to an old plum tree showed signs of being turned over.
What? No.
Ning Yuanda stood up suddenly and exclaimed. An extremely terrifying thought suddenly flooded his mind. Duanyang was startled and asked hurriedly, Master, no?
No.
Duanyang, you find a way to sneak back to the Marquis mansion tonight and dig up the turned ground next to the plum tree in the back garden to see if there is anything. Ning Yuanda whispered solemnly. Duanyang was stunned for a moment. He seemed to understand something. He immediately gritted his teeth and responded, No need to wait until night, I'll go now. After that, he turned and left. No, don't alert the snake. Go at 3 o'clock. Ning Yuanda grabbed Duanyang and shouted in a deep voice. Now that the Marquis of Jinbei and the prince are not at home, the Marquis wife is in control of everything in the mansion. If Duanyang rashly goes there, he might be accused of theft or assassination, and Duanyang would have a hard time defending himself. Duanyang was startled when he was grabbed. Then he clenched his fists and squeezed out a yes from between his teeth. Duanyang, ask your sister to find out privately whether there is a girl born within 10 days in the Marquis wife's family. Ning Yuanda thought for a moment and then gave another order. He had tried many cases in the Ministry of Justice, and his mind became very sharp. Ning Yuanda quickly thought of several possibilities, one of which was that the Marquis's wife replaced his little niece with her mother's little girl. As for the reason for the child exchange, Ning Yuanda could tell it without thinking too much. The Junbei Marquis' stepmother had always regarded his sister and brother-in-law as a thorn in her side, and naturally couldn't bear to see his sister and brother-in-law have both sons and daughters and live a happy life. As long as she could trip up her brother-in-law and sister, the old hag would have no bottom line and would do anything. But this is not the main reason. The most important reason. Ning Yuanda couldn't help but sigh when he thought of it. Power and wealth can confuse people's hearts. His brother-in-law is the current emperor's companion, and the two grew up together. This friendship since childhood is not ordinary. His sister is the best friend of the current queen. The two had an engagement long ago. This engagement was even approved by the emperor. All the civil and military officials in the court knew about this. It can be said that all the people in the capital are paying attention to Ning's belly. As long as she gives birth to a girl, she will be the crown princess for sure. Ning gave birth to 3 sons in a row. Just when those families with daughters of the same age as the crown prince were secretly relieved, who would have thought that Ning, who was already in her early 30s, would be pregnant again? When most people hoped that Ning would give birth to a son, there must be someone who had a different idea. As long as Ning gave birth to a daughter, this daughter would be the crown princess. As long as he used his own daughter to replace Ning's daughter without anyone knowing, wouldn't he be rich and powerful? The more Ning Yuanda thought about it, the more he frowned. The future crown princess could only be the daughter of his sister and brother-in-law. Even if they switched the daughters, the person who made the switch dared not, and could not recognize their daughters. Then what did the huge wealth have to do with them? Why risk the punishment of the entire clan to do such a thankless thing? This doesn't make sense?
Duanyang.
Forget it. You have been at the border for a long time and rarely in the mansion. You won't know even if I ask you. You go down and have a rest. I will send someone to visit the mansion with you at night. Ning Yuanda wanted to ask something, but then he remembered that Duanyang had spent very little time in the capital over the years, and it was impossible for him to know anything. So he didn't ask. Master, I'll take my leave. Duanyang bowed and left. But he didn't go to rest, but went to the East Courtyard, as he knew the way. The East Courtyard in the front yard of the Imperial College's mansion is the yard where the young masters of the mansion study. The family school is set up in the main room in the yard, with 3 small study rooms on the east and west wings. Duanyang guessed that the 3 young masters of his family should all be in the East Courtyard at this moment. Second master, Uncle Duanyang is back. A little servant boy quickly ran into the first study in the west wing, ran to the boy who was practicing calligraphy, and reported happily. The boy frowned and his face was slightly gloomy. He did not speak, but finished the words he was writing first, then gently put the pen on the pen holder, then turned his head to look out the window, and sure enough, he saw Duanyang standing in front of the window with a smile on his face. This calm boy who did not look like a child was Chung Sai's and Ning's second son, Ching Jinju. This child is a little genius with the ability to remember everything he saw. He started to learn at the age of 3. Now he is less than 7 years old and has read the 4 books and 5 classics. Chung Jinju walked out of the room quickly and asked softly, Uncle Duanyang, did my father order you to come back? Duanyang saluted with a smile and replied, Hello, second young master. To answer the second young master, it was the prince who ordered me to come back. How is the second young master? How are the eldest young master and the third young master? Chung Jinju asked Duanyang to come into the house, told the servant to pour tea, and said with his hands behind his back like a little adult, Brother is fine. He is practicing martial arts in Pingnan Marquis' mansion now. Third uncle will pick him up at noon. My brother is taking a nap.
We are all fine.
Every time Duan Yang faced his second son, he felt like he was being checked on his homework by a teacher in school. His second son was obviously very cute, just like the golden boy in front of the seat of Guanyin Bodhisattva. But he just doesn't like to laugh, always with a stern face, which makes people feel uneasy. Uncle Duanyang, you're back at the right time. My father is not in the capital now, and my mother is in labor and cannot be disturbed. I want you to help me check something. Without waiting for Duanyang to speak, Qing Jinju said very seriously. Duanyang's face was stern, and he immediately said, Please give orders, second young master. Uncle Duanyang, I suspect that my sister has been switched. The one in the mansion now is not my biological sister. Please go and check it out. Chung Jinju gave the order with a stern face, which shocked Duanyang's eyes. Sure enough, there is something strange here. Uncle Duanyang, do you know something? Also, why did you suddenly return to the capital? Did Xianer go to Yongning Pass? Chung Jinju's series of questions shocked Duanyang, and he couldn't help but gasp. His second young master is less than 7 years old. What's wrong with his brain? He hasn't said a word yet. How come every sentence he says hits the point? Replying to the second young master, Xianu arrived at Yongning Pass in the early morning 4 days ago. Duanyang reported all the information he knew to his second young master, without reservation. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the crescent moon was like a hook, and the stars were dim. Under the night, Duanyang and a guard beside Ning Yuenda climbed over the more than 10-foot high wall from the backyard of Junbei Marquis Mansion and landed on the ground quietly, like a cat. Duanyang and the guard were close to the backyard wall. The two listened attentively for a moment. After confirming that there were no servants on night patrol, the two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Duanyang led the way in front, and the guard followed behind. The two jumped 3 times and 2 times behind the flower tree, and touched the old plum tree without anyone noticing. It's here. Duanyang carefully searched for a long time at the foot of the old plum tree, and finally found the place where his sister said the ground was loose under the extremely dim moonlight. The guard nodded upon hearing the voice, untied a leather bag the size of an adult's palm from his back, and poured out 2 short sticks and a small shovel from it. There were hooks on the shovel handle and the short stick. With 2 soft crisp sounds of click, a small shovel half the length of an arm was assembled. Duanyang saw that the area with traces of turning over was not large, only 2 feet square, so he gave up the idea of assembling another small iron shovel to dig with the guard, and only lowered his voice and said, Be careful, don't dig too much. The guard nodded and dug very carefully. Duanyang listened to the movements around him while staring at the ground. The soil that had been turned over was dug out, but nothing was dug out. Duanyang couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief and whispered briskly, Fortunately, there is nothing. The guard was stunned when he heard this. He used to dig the ground in the hope of digging something, but why did Duanyang do the opposite and not want to dig anything? He couldn't help but look at Duanyang in confusion. Duanyang didn't have time to explain to the guard at this moment. He just took the small iron shovel in his hand and quickly shoveled the soil to fill the hole. After filling it, he walked back and forth on it several times to make the ground more solid. Brother Liu, we are here now, why don't we go and get some more information? Duanyang suddenly had an idea in his mind and said in a low voice. Guard Liu nodded. He was told before he went out that he had to follow Duanyang's arrangements this time, and he had no objection. Duanyang thought about it and walked forward with the guards. It took a quarter of an hour to walk to the back wall of the east courtyard of the 3 courtyards. Along the way, they did not meet any patrol guards. Duanyang was both relieved and angry. When the old lady was in charge of the family, the night guards never dared to be so lazy. It was a rule set by the deceased old marquis that the guards patrol the mansion every hour after nightfall. Now that the stepmother is in charge, even this rule has been abolished. What rules can there be in the mansion? Brother Liu, let's go to the roof of the back house? Duanyang looked around and found the room his elder sister mentioned, and asked the guard in a low voice. The guard nodded and jumped onto the wall with Duanyang, and then jumped from the wall to the roof of the back house. Duan-yang carefully lifted a tile and looked inside. Fortunately, the room was not completely dark, and there was a small flame emitting a grayish-yellow light. A little maid was sitting on the footstool, dozing off on the edge of the bed. There was a banana leaf fan beside her, and she might have fallen asleep because she was so tired from fanning herself. On the bed, an old woman with a thick cloth wrapped around her head was lying straight. Her chest was almost flat, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. She was probably the scratched Nanny Wang. "Brother Liu, this is the evil old woman. How about we catch her and hand her over to the master for trial?" Duan-yang asked in a low voice. After hearing this, the guard thought about it and shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Even if we can successfully capture the person, it can't be used as evidence." The guard Ning Yuan sent out today was a little stubborn and a little shrewd. His thinking was still stuck on the procedures of handling cases with his master. Duan-yang frowned and whispered, "What evidence do you want? We are now looking for the truth, not solving the case." The guard was stunned by Duan-yang's retort and then shook his head and said, "It's not appropriate. The master has ordered not to alert the enemy." Just as the two were arguing in a low voice on the roof, the little maid who was dozing off beside the bed slipped and fell on the footstool and immediately woke up. She quickly sat up and grabbed the fan and started shaking it. After shaking it a few times, she saw that the old woman on the bed didn't move at all, even though she had been humming non-stop in the first half of the night. The maid quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Madam Wang. Madam Wang." She called several times, but there was no movement from Madam Wang. The maid was so scared that she trembled. She trembled and tried to feel Madam Wang's breath, but she didn't feel any breath. She pushed Madam Wang again, but she felt a little cold. The maid was so scared that she fell backwards and screamed "Ah." The scream was so shrill that the lights in the rooms in the yard were turned on. A disheveled woman rushed out from the next room and rushed into Madam Wang's room. On the roof, the guard pulled Duan-yang to run, but Duan-yang grabbed him and pressed him against the roof, whispering, "You can't run now, or you'll be discovered. Hide first and wait until there is no one around before going out." After the screams, an angry and sharp female voice suddenly rang out from the upper room of the east courtyard. What happened? After a while, a maid ran out of the main room quickly and bumped into a 50-year-old woman. The maid was knocked back several steps, rubbing her shoulder with her hands and cursing angrily. "Mrs. Chen, you are going to die. You are so flustered. Hurry up and reincarnate." The maid cursed angrily.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
"It's all my fault, Miss Jinfeng. Don't be angry. It's really something wrong. Nanny Wang just passed away." "I'm not in a hurry to reply," and then Mrs. Chen was eloquent and explained the matter clearly in one sentence. "What? You said my aunt is dead. How is that possible? The doctor said she was fine yesterday." The maid named Jinfeng was stunned and grabbed Chen Posey to ask, obviously not believing her words. "Oh my good girl. How dare I, an old woman, lie about such a thing? It's true that Nanny Wang is dead. Her body is cold." Chen Posey looked panicked and sad, but there was a hint of gloating in her eyes. Jinfeng pushed Chen Posey away and ran to Nanny Wang's room like a fly. Chen Posey sneered behind her and walked quickly to the upper room. As soon as Chen Posey was called into the room, Jinfeng ran back in a panic. Madam, Nanny Wang is gone." A beautiful middle-aged woman sitting by the red-carved bed, waiting for the maid to help her dress, heard the call, frowned tightly, and asked in a deep voice, "Yesterday she said she was getting better. How come she is gone all of a sudden?" When the maids and servants in the upper room heard that Nanny Wang was gone, some of them were secretly shocked, and they were very few who knew the inside story. Some of them were secretly happy. Without Nanny Wang blocking the way, it would be much easier for them to get promoted. But no one was really sad for Nanny Wang, who told her to always take advantage of the power of the Marquis's wife to bully other servants and not have a good relationship with people. A maid came over with a silver-red dress, ready to help the Marquis wife put it on. Nanny Wang was the most capable person, and if she was gone, The Marquis wife would definitely go over to take a look. Lady Li, the wife of the Marquis of Jinbei, waved her hand and said calmly, "Forget it. All of you go down and send a maid to watch over. Tomorrow morning, ask Aunt Wang Dong to come in and carry the body back. Jin Feng, go home with your mother tomorrow. Yulu, give Jin Feng 20 taels of silver for burial. The weather is hot now, so you can't stay any longer. Bury him tomorrow." Wang Dong is Jin Feng's biological father and Nanny Wang's nephew. Nanny Wang was divorced and sent back to her parents' home because she couldn't have children. She worked hard to support her family, and all she wanted was someone to take care of her in her old age and see her to the end of her life. All the maids in the room bowed and said they would leave. Only Jin Feng and the big maid holding the clothes did not leave. The maid quickly put away her clothes, opened the small box, and took out 2 silver ingots. She walked briskly to Jin Feng and said in a good tone, "Jin Feng, I'm afraid there will be a lot of things to do tomorrow. I'll give you the silver now so that you won't be delayed tomorrow." Jin Feng was very annoyed, but she didn't dare to show it. She just took the silver and knelt down to thank her. She knew the old rules in the mansion. When a servant of her aunt's status died, the reward for burial was only 10 taels. Li hummed lightly and sighed faintly. "Go home tomorrow and burn more gold ingots and paper money. Alas, your aunt is also unlucky. She has only lived a good life for a few years." As she said this, Li pressed the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, revealing a trace of sadness. Jin Feng retreated respectfully. She didn't see a flash of relief on the face of the Marquis's wife. But Yu Lu, who was serving on the side, saw it. She couldn't help but feel a sense of grief for the rabbit's death. Yu Lu was one of the few people who knew about this. She knew very well that Nanny Wang died for Madame. Although the lives of servants like them were originally controlled by the master, she felt bad that Madame dismissed the matter so nonchalantly. Thinking of the old people in the mansion talking about how Madame Xianho treated servants, Yu Lu couldn't help but sigh in her heart that she had a bad fate. Why didn't she meet a master as good as Madame Xianho? Duan Yang and the guards lying on the roof saw that the courtyard soon became quiet and the lights in each room were turned off one after another. The guard frowned and shook his head, but Duan Yang sneered. He knew that the stepmother Li was a cold-hearted person who only had eyes for herself. Duan Yang and the guards left the mansion quickly. When they returned to the Imperial Academy's residence, it was already dawn and the servants in the mansion had already started sweeping the yard. It was known that the masters of the mansion had gone to court or were on errands, and they were all out. Duan Yang and the guards went back to sleep. Especially Duan Yang. He hadn't slept for 4 nights in a row, and he was already exhausted.
Untle Duan Yang.
"Get up and have lunch." A boy's voice sounded outside the door, but no one in the room responded. The servant quickly opened the door and walked in with a food box. On the bed, Duan Yang was sleeping on his back. The servant chuckled, walked over and pushed Duan Yang's body, and called again.
"Ah."
Duan Yang sat up in a daze. Seeing who was coming, he frowned and said, "Yin Fu, what are you doing here? Your uncle is sleeping soundly." Yin Fu said with a smile, "Uncle Duan Yang, I'm not disturbing you. It's the second young master who ordered me to bring you lunch." Duan Yang couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's noon already? How come I slept for so long?" Duan Yang jumped up while saying this. After putting on his clothes in 2 or 3 steps, he was about to rush out. Yin Fu held Duan Yang and said with a smile, "Uncle Duan Yang, don't panic. The master sent someone to tell you not to wake you up. The second young master saw that you hadn't gotten up after noon and was afraid that you were hungry and hurt your stomach, so he asked me to bring you lunch. The second young master said that you should eat before going to sleep." Duan Yang shook his head and smiled. He knew what the second young master was thinking. He was waiting anxiously. After eating quickly, Duan Yang and Yin Fu went to the East Cross courtyard in front. Seeing Duan Yang coming, the second son Chung Jinju smiled awkwardly, and this smile made him lose his usual sense of maturity and steadiness. Finally, he had some childishness. "Uncle Duan Yang, I disturbed your sweet dream. Jinju apologizes to you here." Chung Jinju crossed his hands and saluted embarrassedly. Duan Yang quickly dodged to the side. No matter how young the second son was, he was still the master. It was a blessing for him, a servant, to be called Uncle Duanyang. How could he dare to accept the courtesy of the young master? Second son, please don't say that. I should have gotten up a long time ago. Duanyang said while looking at Yin Fu, who didn't understand anything. Chung Jinju immediately said, Yin Fu, my brother just asked you, go over quickly. Yin Fu responded and ran out. Uncle Duanyang, did you find anything? Chung Jinju asked anxiously as soon as Yin Fu left. Duanyang smiled and said, Second young master, fortunately nothing was dug out. Chung Jinju heaved a sigh of relief. A smile rose on his little face and murmured, It's good that nothing was dug out. It's good that nothing was dug out. Second young master, Nanny Wang died last night.
Duanyang whispered.
Oh, she's dead. If she's dead, we can't get a confession. Chung Jinju frowned and said with regret, Uncle Duanyang, I thought about it for a long time yesterday. Do you think it's possible that Xian Er found out that Nanny Wang was going to kill my little sister, so he scratched Nanny Wang and rescued my little sister? Xian Er wanted to send my little sister to her father, but something happened on the way, and my little sister fell down. Xian Er only grabbed a small piece of swaddling clothes. Chung Jinju looked at Duanyang with hopeful eyes. Duanyang's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he nodded, saying, It's very likely. After Duanyang finished speaking, his eyes suddenly darkened again. Chung Jinju had been staring at Duanyang, and when he saw his eyes darken, his heart tightened and his bright eyes dimmed. They both thought of another possibility. Xianer is a goshawk. It flies so high and falls from such a high altitude. How could such a small baby still be alive? Second young master, I will look for it along the way now, Duanyang said, and was about to go out. Chung Jinju grabbed Duanyang and whispered, No, Uncle Duanyang, you have to take Xianer with you to look for it. Duanyang nodded and said, Okay, I will go back to Yongning Pass to find Xianer. Chung Jinju shook his head again and said calmly, Father will not let Xianer stay in Yongning Pass for too long. It will fly back soon. Uncle Duanyang, you just wait for Xianer to come back in the capital. Duanyang thought about it and nodded in agreement and said, Second young master, do you want to talk to your uncle? Chung Jinju thought for a while and nodded, I'll go talk to my uncle. Uncle Duanyang, you go and have a rest and conserve your energy. You'll be busy when Xianer comes back. Sighs, your mother wrote to you saying that your wife gave birth to a daughter for you. Did Xianer send a letter? In Yongning Pass, Chung Fuhu, Marquis of Jinbei, said to his son Chung Size with a smile while holding a letter. Chung Size frowned, showing displeasure. Even though his father married Li, he never admitted in his heart that she was his mother. At most, he just called her stepmother. Xianer came a few days ago, but didn't bring any news. Chung Size said unhappily. Hey, haven't you always been looking forward to having a little girl? Why are you so gloomy now that you have a little girl? You already have 3 boys, it's just right to have a little girl. Chung Fuhu knew why his son was unhappy, but deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. Father, I'm not unhappy. It's just that I haven't received any news yet. Chung Size replied stiffly. Since his biological mother passed away less than 3 months ago and his father married Li as his second wife, Chung Size has never spoken to his father in a gentle voice again. Size, your mother didn't let you down. When you had a daughter, she immediately sent a letter happily and you. Chung Fuhu stared at him with a pair of copper bell-like tiger eyes and said angrily. He always knew that his son didn't like Li, whom he remarried, but he couldn't be a widower after his wife died. What's more, Li's brother Li Chong died on the battlefield because he saved him. Li Chong's last wish was for him to marry his sister. How could he not agree? What's more, he and Li had long been. Naturally, Chung Fuhu would never say the last point even if he was beaten to death. Father, my mother passed away 20 years ago. Chung Size couldn't help it and coldly said to his father, You rebellious son. Chung Fuhu's old face was blocked and purple, but he could only shout in his heart, I'm talking about Li, who's talking about that woman. After all, on the surface, his son's words were flawless. Chung Fuhu's original wife, Jiang, the biological mother of Chung Size, was the eldest daughter of the old Taifu mansion and the mother of Qingfuhu. Mrs. Su had to beg for her face many times before she could marry a famous lady for Qingfuhu. Speaking of Jiang, her appearance and talent are all first class, and she is more than qualified to be the queen in the palace. If it weren't for the fact that the old Taifu couple loved their daughter so much and were reluctant to let their daughter suffer grievances. And because Mrs. Su promised that as long as the Jiang mansion agreed to the marriage, Qingfuhu would definitely not take a concubine, the Taifu mansion agreed to the marriage. Mrs. Su kept her word. Even when Jiang married into the Marquis mansion and gave birth to 3 daughters in a row, she forced her son not to take a concubine. Later, Jiang finally gave birth to Qingxi's a son. Even though she was injured and could not have children again, Mrs. Su did not let go and allow her son to take a concubine. It was not until Jiang became seriously ill and passed away that Madame Su agreed to her son's remarriage. However, because the person she married did not suit her taste, she did not mention anything about not allowing a concubine. Madame Su originally asked her son to observe mourning for his wife for a full year, but she never expected that her son and Li had already had an affair. In order to avoid a scandal, Madame Su had to allow her son to marry Li 3 months after his wife's death. In order to protect her grandchildren, Madame Su raised all 3 daughters and 1 son born by Jiang by her side, and even before Li came to the door, she set a ban on Li's being the head of the family. When Li entered the mansion, she was still thinking about marrying into the Marquis' mansion, and she would be the superior person from then on, but she did not expect that she had not touched the edge of the power of the mansion for a full 17 years. For this reason, Li had long been a laughingstock in the circle of noble ladies in the capital. Madame Su fell seriously ill 4 years ago, and she handed over the power of the family to her grandson's wife, Ning. Ning's housekeeper was also a good hand. With Madame Su in control, she managed the household very smoothly. The family of Zhenbei Marquis was well known in the capital for its upright style. 3 years ago, Madame Su passed away, and there was no one in the mansion who could suppress Li. She finally got the chance to come forward and jumped out to make a big fuss. She was desperate to grab the right to manage the household. Li was the wife of the Marquis, who was granted the title. She was the elder, and the big hat of filial piety was put on her, and Ning was helpless. The stepmother-in-law wanted to seize power, and Ning, as a daughter-in-law, really had no choice but to give it. In the end, she could only compromise. But Ning still kept the power to manage her own small family. In this way, the Zhenbei Marquis mansion seemed to be divided into 2 halves. One half was the affairs of the mansion managed by the wife of the Marquis, and the other half was the management of the prince's courtyard. Otherwise, Ning would not be able to protect her 3 sons when her husband was guarding the border for a long time. If Ning had not been pregnant this time and was in a very bad mood, she would not have let her stepmother-in-law take advantage of the opportunity and suffer such a big loss. Originally, Ning had given birth to a little girl safely, and there was no hemorrhage. But when she saw that the little girl who had been seen by Li had changed her swaddling clothes, she was so angry and anxious that she had a hemorrhage and almost lost her life. "Father, do you have anything else?" Qingxi saw that his father's face was purple and he didn't speak, so he asked coldly. Qingfuhu felt even more upset when he heard the cold question. He said unhappily, "I have a legitimate granddaughter, and I just named her Qinghan." Qingxi raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at his father in astonishment. Although it is said that a son should not talk about his father, how could his father, who only knew a few words, come up with such a delicate name as Qinghan? It's not that he looks down on his father, but his father's naming skills, like Dinyo and Nyo, are already the best. Qinghan, does he know what Qinghan means? "Father, is this really the name you gave it to me?" Qingxi couldn't help asking. Qingfuhu's old face turned red, but because of his dark skin, it couldn't be seen even if his face was red. "Yes, why didn't I give it the name?" Qingfuhu roared angrily. "Thank you for your kindness, father. No, this son has already been named. If it's a boy, he will be called Jinbai, and if it's a girl, he will be called Jinxin." Qingxi said firmly. You rebellious son, you don't obey your father just for a name." Do you still have your father in your eyes? Chung Fuhu shouted angrily. Chung Sai's ignored his father's yelling and said calmly, Father, the character Jean was given by my grandmother. All my sons are named after me. I only have one daughter. She is very precious in my heart and should be named after me. Humph. Since you use the father-son relationship to pressure me, I will give you a taste of your own medicine and use my grandmother to pressure you. Chung Sai's thought secretly. Chung Fuhu was speechless again. His father died in the battlefield when he was 6 years old, and he was raised by his widowed mother. Chung Fuhu respected and feared his mother. Except for the fact that he went against his mother's wishes in marrying Li, his mother, Madame Su, had the final say in everything else. Chung Fuhu never said no again.
This.
Size. How about your full name, Bi Ching Jinxin, and your nickname, Bi Qinghan? Chung Fuhu forced a smile and said to his son. Seeing his father's soft words, Chung Sai's thought that the nickname was unimportant. At most, she would just be called casually at home. The official documents had to use the name Chung Jinxin. He nodded and said, Okay, father, it has settled. It's just a nickname. Chung Fuhu saw his son was relieved and nodded repeatedly, Okay, it's a nickname. After 7 or 8 days, Xian'er flew back to the capital from Yongning Pass with a letter. It first went to the Junbei Marquis mansion, but didn't find the hostess, so it turned around and flew to the Imperial Academy's Jijiu mansion. After reading the letter brought back by Xian'er, Ning said coldly, since the old Marquis asked for the name Qinghan, let's call her that, so as not to tarnish the word Jinxin. She doesn't deserve it. Ning was now more and more certain that her biological daughter had been swapped by Li. Jinxin was her biological daughter's name, so how could she give it to a wild girl whose origins were unknown? Xian'er, what did your son-in-law say? Mrs. Cui, who was standing by, saw that her daughter's face became much gloomier after reading her son-in-law's letter, and she asked hurriedly with concern. Ning shook her head and said softly, He didn't say anything. He just said that the Marquis gave it a name. In addition, he told his daughter to rest assured and take care of herself, and he would take care of everything. After hearing this, Mrs. Cui couldn't help but sigh secretly, but she still smiled and said, Son-in-law is right. The most important thing for you now is to take care of yourself. Only by taking care of yourself can you protect your children. Ning nodded and said firmly, Mother is right. My daughter thought wrong before. If my daughter never recovers from this, wouldn't it be a pity for her relatives and a joy for her enemies? Song'er, Zhu'er, Feng'er, and Xian'er are not grown up yet, and my daughter can't be in trouble. After hearing this, Mrs. Cui finally let out a long sigh and said with a smile, You silly girl finally figured it out. Ning lowered her head and said ashamedly, Mother, I'm sorry for worrying you. Mrs. Cui patted her daughter's hand, smiled, and comforted her. You're just talking nonsense, child. You are also a mother. How can you not know the heart of a mother? As long as the child is well, a mother will do anything without regrets. Seeing her daughter nodding repeatedly, Mrs. Cui said again, Good child, now that you have figured it out, then take medicine well, take good care of yourself, and don't let your mind wander. Everything depends on your father, your brothers, and your husband. You should take good care of your body. In the future, you will have to protect the property of the Marquis for Song'er and others. You see, and let those black-hearted and rotten things take it away. Ning nodded in agreement, and from then on she had a strong will to survive. She took medicine seriously and rested seriously, and her body gradually improved. Ning was convinced that the baby in the wing room was not her own daughter, and she never let the maids and wet nurses hold her to her side, nor did she ask about her situation. To be honest, Ning was kind enough not to send this child of unknown origin away. Seeing her daughter take the medicine and lie down, Mrs. Cui left the room. She stood outside the door and looked at the west wing, frowning. In fact, she had been secretly confused in her heart before. When her daughter gave birth to 3 grandchildren, she liked them from the bottom of her heart as soon as she saw the 3 little grandchildren, but this time, Mrs. Cui shook her head. As soon as she saw her, she felt annoyed. Mrs. Cui was not the kind of person who favored boys over girls. On the contrary, she was particularly fond of little girls. You have to know that the Ning family has a long history of male dominance and female dominance, and they only had Ning Yuanxian, a girl, in 3 lifetimes. When Ning Yuanxian was born, her father was so happy that he set up a buffet for 3 days. Mrs. Cui gave birth to 3 sons, and the 3 sons gave her 8 grandsons, but no granddaughter. Earlier, she heard that Ning Yuanxian might be a girl, which made the old couple very happy. They had already thought about how to spoil their granddaughter in the future. But who would have thought that seeing a granddaughter would make her feel not even a little happy, but only annoyed, and even unexplained hatred? Old Madame Cui didn't know what was wrong with her. She hated a newborn baby. Now that she thought about it, maybe this was the power of blood connection. How could she be happy if this baby wasn't her granddaughter? Xian'er flew back to the capital and rested for a day in the Imperial Academy. Duanyang took it out of the capital and searched for the little girl who was not even a month old. There were still 7 or 8 days until the full moon of the granddaughter of the Jinbei Marquis mansion. All the civil and military officials and their wives were staring at the Jinbei Marquis mansion and the Imperial Academy. Why hadn't anyone sent a letter to them yet? On that day, when old Madame Cui went to the palace to seek medical treatment, she almost went to the Jinbei Marquis mansion to the wife of the prince back to her parents' home for confinement. It can be said that everyone in the court knew about it. Since the successor to the Marquis' wife Li, the Jinbei Marquis mansion has been leaking like a sieve. As long as you spend a little money, there is no news that you can't find out. Therefore, everyone knows that the wife of the prince of the Jinbei Marquis mansion gave birth to a daughter this time, and the future crown princess was born. The full moon banquet for the future crown princess is no small matter. The dignitaries in the capital are all waiting to see which mansion will send the invitation and where they will go to celebrate the full moon banquet. Especially those officials who are at odds with the Jinbei Marquis mansion and are jealous of the fact that the Crown Prince Chengxi's is valued by the emperor, have long been ready to see the joke and have been spreading all kinds of rumors. Reporting to the old lady and the first lady, 2 maids have come to the Jinbei Marquis mansion and said they want to take Our Lady back home. A beautiful and eloquent maid reported with anger on her face. Mrs. Sun, the eldest lady who was discussing family affairs with her mother-in-law, could not help but raise her eyebrows when she heard the maid's report and said angrily, 2 maids want to take my aunt home. Bah, you black-hearted, rotten-livered, blind things, dream on. Turning to look at her mother-in-law, Mrs. Sun said angrily, Mother, you can't let my sister go back like this. Why should they treat our pampered aunt like this? Mrs. Cui patted her eldest daughter-in-law's hand gently, smiled, and said, Don't be angry. That Li is famous for her unruly behavior. Why bother with her? Madam Chin, you go to see those 2 maids and tell them that our aunt is really unwell this time. The imperial physician said that she must sit for 2 full months of confinement before she can move. Mrs. Cui looked at a maid standing below and said lightly. Madam Chin bowed and responded, retreated to the door before turning around and walking out. Mother, can we keep Xian'er in the house forever? What if someone impeaches father for this? Sun frowned slightly and said worriedly. She knew in her heart that it was unreasonable for her family to force her married daughter to stay. Madame Cui smiled faintly and said, Of course, we won't keep Xian'er at home forever. But the Marquis mansion should not think of sending 2 maids to take Xian'er away. Xian'er was ambushed that day, and we can't just let it go. It's not our fault that our own daughter spent the full moon in her mother's home. Upon hearing this, Sun smiled and said, What you said is right, Mother. Everyone in the capital knows that we love our daughter the most. How could we watch Xian'er suffer any injustice? After Sun finished speaking, she looked at the servants standing in the room and waved her hand, saying, You all leave. The servants filed out, and Sun asked in a low voice, Mother, there is something I don't understand. I heard from Qing'er that you and Dad, as well as Xian'er and even the 3 brothers Song'er, just looked at Xiao Qinghan once and never responded again? Cui sighed and said softly, Originally, Xian'er's daughter is our legitimate granddaughter. How can we not like such a blood relative? But when I saw that child, I felt an inexplicable disgust in my heart, even hatred. Not only me but also your father-in-law. Song'er and Zhu'er didn't like it either. Fomer cried when he saw the child, saying that it was not his sister. Sun's eyes widened in surprise. She had returned to her parents' home to visit relatives before. Sun's parents' home was in Jua County, more than 200 miles away from the capital. She just came back yesterday, so she didn't know much about the inside story. How is this possible?
Could it be that
The child was switched? Being the eldest daughter-in-law of the Imperial College, Sun is not a brainless person. She is just straightforward. Old Lady Chui nodded, frowned, and said, "We all guess so, but there is no evidence at all. Now your husband is secretly investigating. Without evidence, doesn't that mean this? Why would Sienna raise a wild girl whose origins are unknown?" Sun said angrily. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking when they heard footsteps outside, followed by the crisp voice of a little maid. "Master is back." Ning Yuanda walked in from outside and saluted his mother. Seeing his gloomy face, Mrs. Chui asked softly, "Yuanda, is the investigation not going well?" Ning Yuanda said solemnly, "Mother, my son found out that Li's niece-in-law gave birth to a girl some time ago, who was born 10 days earlier than Sienna's child." Mrs. Chui's heart tightened, and she immediately leaned forward and said, "Is the child still there? What's the situation?" "The child is there, but the child has a birthmark as big as a copper coin on his hand."
It can't be.
Ning Yuanda shook his head as he spoke, feeling very uncomfortable.
Alas, no.
Mrs. Chui sighed in disappointment and sat back. "Didn't they switch the babies?" Mrs. Chui murmured to herself. "Mom, don't worry, your son is still investigating." Alas, if Sienna could speak, it would be great.
Ning Yuanda saidangrili.
Sun was shocked when she heard it, and asked hurriedly, "Why is there Sienna here?" Ning Yuanda told her about Sienna. After listening, Sun thought for a while and said, "Mother, husband, do you think it is possible that Nanny Wang wanted to kill the child, was discovered by Sienna, and Sienna took the child away, and wanted to send the child to the son-in-law?" Ning Yuanda said, "We also guessed that Duan Yang has taken Sienna all the way to find it. I don't know if it is possible. When I thought of the baby who was just born and didn't even have a bite of milk, lost in the wild, it has been nearly 20 days, I am afraid it is dead." Sadness appeared on the faces of the three people. In the Jinbei Marquis mansion, the two maids who were driven back were kneeling in front of the Marquis's wifely, exaggerating how unreasonable the Imperial College Jijio mansion was, and how the master of the mansion drove them out without even seeing them. Since Li became the third-rank Marquis's wife, she felt that she was superior to others. Now, seeing that the wife of the Imperial College's chief academic officer, who was also of the third rank, dared to not give her face like this, she was so angry that her face flushed and her eyebrows stood up, and she just yelled, "You evil woman who doesn't know the difference between high and low. How dare you bully the people in my mansion like this?" She was about to say some more cruel words to vent her anger, and a maid standing beside her hurriedly stepped forward to persuade her. "Madam, calm down. The most important thing now is to bring back the prince's wife and the young lady. It will be the full moon in a few days." "If..." The maid said half and left the other, but everyone could understand what she didn't say. Do you want me, a mother-in-law, to go and pick them up myself?"
Li shou tangrili.
No maid in the room dared to speak, but everyone had the same idea in their mind. If you hadn't done something so ugly that day and angered the old lady, how could she have taken the crown prince's wife, 3 little sons, and the newborn daughter back to the mansion in a rage? If a wife is in danger during childbirth, would the family ask an orthopedic doctor to save her life? Even a fool can't do such a thing. After all, the wife of the successor Marquis is from a small family, and she doesn't even have the most basic face. Doesn't she know how much the Imperial Academy loves the Crown Prince's wife? Don't say that this is the servant's own decision. Everyone knows that the one who asked for the Imperial physician was the lady's confidant. All the servants secretly criticized it. The servants who witnessed the situation at that time thought even more. They knew clearly that the wife of the successor Marquis wanted the Crown Prince's wife to bleed to death. If it weren't for the fact that Dr. Sun had the Empress's Phoenix Order and the Imperial Guards escorting her, she wouldn't have even been able to enter the mansion. Li was furious, but she had no way out. If she dared to use filial piety to pressure others, the Imperial College would go to the Golden Palace to ask the Emperor to make the decision. The Imperial College doted on their daughter without limit, and everyone in the capital knew it. The Emperor and that thing had been friends since childhood. Order the housekeeper to post a message and hold a full moon banquet in our mansion on July 26th. Li snorted and ordered. She thought that as long as she made a fait accompli first, Ning wouldn't dare to trample on the face of the Marquis mansion and see if she dared to come back obediently. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Madam, what if the prince's wife really doesn't come back? A nanny asked with a bitter face. If she doesn't come back, I'll go to the palace to complain to the Empress Dowager. Don't think you can do whatever you want with the Empress's protection. There is still the Empress Dowager above the Empress.
Li showed angrily.
Madam, you must not do that. It is said that when one prospers, all prosper, and when one suffers, all suffer. If the Queen Mother punishes the Crown Prince's wife, it will be a disgrace to our mansion. A nanny in her 50s, with a bitter face and frowning brows, fell to her knees and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Nanny Hu, you are too much. Does our madam have to endure the anger of her daughter-in-law? There is no reason in the world for a daughter-in-law to bring the whole family to bully her mother-in-law. Jin Feng raised his eyebrows, raised his thin lips, and said the heart-piercing words. Jin Feng, stop talking nonsense. Nanny Hu glared at Jin Feng and shouted coldly. Madam, I am wholeheartedly doing this for you, and you see Nanny Hu's scolding me again. Jin Feng twisted his body aggrievedly and acted coquettishly to Li. Li looked at Madame Hu, who was kneeling on the ground with a cold face, and was very angry. But this Madame Hu was specially invited by the Marquis. Although she was not in the name of a teaching nanny, she was in fact one. Li knew in her heart that she was born in a humble family. Without Madame Hu's help, she could not manage the Marquis mansion at all and could not handle the relationship with other mansions. So she could not send her away like other disobedient servants. What do you say? Li stared coldly at Madame Hu, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked in a deep voice. Madame Hu sighed secretly in her heart, and once again had the idea of retreating. It was not that she did not try her best, but the successor to the Marquis's wife was stupid, vicious and stubborn, and she could not teach her at all. After 4 years in the Marquis mansion, Madame Hu felt that she had aged 20 years. When she entered the mansion, she only had a few white hairs, but now it was half white. Don't be upset, madam. Why don't you let this old servant go to pay respects to the prince's wife? Madame Hu said helplessly. What the Hades is a greeting, Li said angrily. Madame Hu was really furious. Paying respects was just a euphemism for her to persuade the crown prince's wife. This wife of the Marquis always reached new heights of stupidity. She couldn't even understand the implicit meaning that anyone could understand. Madam, let me go and persuade the crown prince's wife first. Madame, who had a look of despair on her face. She said to herself again in her heart, I resign. I must resign. I won't do this job for any money. Okay, go. Li waved her hand angrily, feeling even more unhappy. Madame Hu quickly arrived at the residence of the Imperial Academy's chief academic officer. She made it clear on the door that she came to pay respects to the crown prince's wife. It was difficult to stop her at the door, so she had to enter the residence. Madam, do you think we can let that madam pay respects to my aunt? A nanny came to Sun and asked in a low voice. Sun frowned and said, if you are not allowed to see her, it would be unreasonable for our mansion. Forget it, this lady will go there. Sun took people to Jinxiu Courtyard, where Ning's boudoir was located. Siener, the nanny who in your mansion is coming to pay her respects to you. She has a special status, and it is not easy to stop her. Do you think you should let her pay her respects outside? Sun held her sister-in-law's hand and softened her voice deliberately. A sister-in-law, just let her in. Ning responded with a faint smile, but her face turned a little paler. Sun sighed lightly, held her sister-in-law's hand in her palm to warm it, and said distressfully, Siener, don't think too much. Just take care of yourself. Look at this hand. It's so cold. It's really distressing. Not long after, Madam, who was led in by a maid. When she saw the prince's wife leaning on a large dark green pillow with pine and crane patterns, Madam, who couldn't help but gasp. Is this the prince's wife? Her face was so thin that there was no flesh on it, only skin and bones. Her eyes, which were not small to begin with, were now even more frighteningly large, dark as two black holes. There was not a trace of blood on her face, and her face was so white that it was almost transparent, just like an ice cube in winter. Madam, who couldn't help but shed tears, kneeling on the ground and crying, I just came back the other day and heard that. How could you? How could you be like this? Madam, you still. Thinking of the graceful prince's wife she had seen before, Madam, who really couldn't go on. Madam, who, get up and talk. Ning said weakly, her voice was almost inaudible. Sun glanced at Madam, who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, Our aunt asked you to get up and answer. Madam, who was also over 50 years old and had problems with her waist and legs, so she stood up as well. She wiped her tears and asked, Excuse me, Madam, is the medicine that our young lady is taking from the imperial physician still effective? Sun said coldly, She is taking the medicine from imperial physician Sun now. Madam, whose heart stagnated, and she thought to herself, It's hard to say. Imperial physician Sun is the best gynecologist in the world. No one is better than him in treating women's diseases. But it has been more than 20 days. Why is there no improvement in the young lady? Seeing her like this, it is indeed inconvenient for her to move. How should I persuade her? Madam, who? Now you have also paid your respects to your son's wife. She needs to rest well now. Sun said lightly. Madam, who thought for a while, and said hesitantly, Madam is right. It's just. Now that the third young lady is almost 1 month old, I wonder if there will be a full month banquet. Li didn't give birth to a son, so she could only register the illegitimate son Qingxi under her own name. Qingxi now has 2 daughters, so the third young lady was born by Ning. Our aunt is struggling to make a living here. How can she have the mind to hold a banquet? Our old lady has already ordered that the money for the full month banquet should be used to set up a porridge stall and pray for our aunt. I guess your family is also hoping that our aunt is well, isn't she? Sun raised her eyebrows, glanced at Madam Hu, and asked in a cold voice. Madam Hu didn't dare to say no, so she could only say yes repeatedly. She looked at the prince's wife who had her eyes closed and knew that her trip was in vain, so she could only bow and take her leave. After Madam Hu left, Ning opened her eyes, looked at her eldest sister-in-law, and said guiltily, Sister-in-law, I have embarrassed the family. Sun smiled and said, Silly sister, what are you talking about? You are the treasure of our family. For you, we can do anything. It's just to spend some money to set up a porridge stall. It's nothing. As long as you can get better soon. We are willing to spend any amount of money. Ning knew that her sister-in-law knew what she meant, but deliberately misinterpreted it just to comfort herself. So she leaned her head on her sister-in-law's shoulder and whispered, Sister-in-law is so nice. When Sun married into the mansion, Ning was only 3 years old. At that time, Mrs. Cui was pregnant with her third son, so she was inevitably in low spirits. For a while, Ning was almost raised by her eldest sister-in-law. They were called sisters-in-law, but they were as close as mother and daughter. Gently stroking Ning's hair, Sun smiled and said, You're already a mother, but you still talk nonsense. Siener, listen to your eldest sister-in-law. We don't want to think about anything else. We just want to take good care of ourselves. After we take good care of ourselves, what can't we do? This time when I went back to my parents' home, I went to Bagua Temple to draw a fortune for you. The fortune says a blessing in disguise, and I think it will happen to our little girl. Master Liao Yuan interpreted the fortune himself, so don't worry, our little girl is safe and sound. She is very blessed. Really? Sister-in-law, did Master Liao Yuan really say that? You didn't lie to me? Ning's eyes were filled with surprise. Look, can your sister-in-law still lie to you? Here, this is written by the master himself. You can see for yourself. After saying that, Sun took out a small yellow note. Ning snatched it and took a closer look, then closed her eyes and murmured, Amit Ba Buddha bless you. Amit Ba Buddha bless you. As long as my exiner returns safely, I will definitely rebuild the golden body of the Bodhisattva. When Madame, who returned to the Marquis of Jinbei's mansion, she not only reported to Li truthfully, but also deliberately exaggerated the illness of the prince's wife. When Li heard that the Imperial Academy's Jijiu mansion did not plan to hold a full-month wine banquet, she immediately glared and shouted angrily, "Qing Han is the legitimate granddaughter of our Marquis mansion. What right does he, a poor family, have to say that he will not hold a full-month wine banquet?" Madame, who had to explain again, "Madame, it's not that we won't do it, but we will change the full-month wine banquet to setting up a porridge stall to provide porridge and pray for the prince's wife." "Humph, she is worthy." Li snorted coldly and muttered vaguely. Reporting to Madame, the condition of the crown prince's wife is very bad. She has become very thin. If she is not well taken care of, I am afraid she will. Madame, who frowned slightly and said heavily. After hearing this, Li laughed heartily and sneered, "Haha, isn't it said that she is blessed? Now it seems that this blessing is really not that good. How can she compare with our Xiang'er?" The Xiang'er that Li mentioned was her niece. When the prince was discussing marriage, Li wanted Cheng Sais to marry her niece. The Marquis of Jinbei was also willing for his son to marry the daughter of his savior, and he went to report to the Lady Dowager. After hearing this, the Lady Dowager Su was so angry that she almost died. She slapped her son mercilessly and scolded him. As mentioned earlier, the Marquis of Jinbei was a man who listened to his mother very much. Seeing that his mother was angry, he naturally did not dare to insist on his son marrying Li's niece, Li Lianxiang. Cheng Sais then let the lady do the bidding and successfully married Ning Yuanxian, the eldest daughter of the Imperial College. When the two families were matching their horoscopes, the master commented that Ning Yuanxian had an excellent destiny that would bring prosperity to her husband and benefit her son. From then on, Li secretly hated her in her heart, so she said those sour words that could not be more sour. Although Mammy, who had only been in the mansion for 4 years, she had often seen Li Lianxiang come to the mansion in the name of visiting her aunt. Every time, it was very coincidental. As long as the Prince Cheng Sais returned to the mansion, Li Lianxiang would definitely go. Her behavior and the resentment in her words made everyone know what her intentions were. Mammy, who only had to ask around secretly, and there was nothing she couldn't find out. "Madam, in my humble opinion, why don't we use the money from the full moon banquet in our mansion to make porridge and pray for the prince's wife? In this way, the prince and his wife will not be able to say anything, and the Marquis will be very happy." Mammy, who was afraid that Li would do something stupid again, so she quickly persuaded her. "What porridge? I can do anything with that money. It will make a sound even if I throw it into the water." Li didn't understand Madame, whose intention at all. She just said it in a bad mood. Madame, who knew that Li had always been stubborn, the more she tried to persuade her, the more she became stubborn. If she could persuade Li to stop insisting on holding a full-month banquet this time, she would be satisfied. Setting up a porridge stall was actually just Madame whose way of making Li listen to her advice. Madame, who knew it very well in her heart, with Li's money-loving nature, asking her to take out money to set up a porridge stall would be more difficult than killing her, so it would be better to settle for the next best thing. Coincidentally, just after Madame, who finished persuading her, the housekeeper came in to ask whether to send out an invitation for a drink. Li thought about the letter she had just received from the Marquis, in which she repeatedly reminded her not to conflict with Ning. Li waved her hands in annoyance and said angrily, "Wine."
No.
Madame, who frowned, thinking to herself, "Hold on, I won't argue with such a person. I'll write a letter to the Marquis to resign, and if I don't want to be a foster nanny, I can live a few more years." The full moon banquet of the granddaughter of the Jinbei Marquis' mansion, who was secretly watched by the dignitaries in the capital, had been silent. So before long, under the spread of ulterior motives, the news that the granddaughter of the Jinbei Marquis' mansion had a bad fate, was born to kill her mother, and the wife of the prince was seriously ill and bedridden gradually spread, and even reached the ears of the Empress Dowager, the Emperor and the Empress. The Emperor and the Empress discussed it, And the next day the Empress ordered her most trusted female official to go to the Imperial Academy's Jijio mansion privately to visit Ning on her behalf. Ning had a secret talk with the female official. The female official returned to the palace and reported the truth. After hearing it, the queen gave up the idea of asking the prince to visit the Ning mother and daughter on her behalf, making everyone think that she didn't care about the granddaughter of the Jinbei Marquis mansion, who was not even a month old. The inaction of the emperor and the empress rekindled the ambitions of many noble ladies and made many ministers see the hope of overthrowing Chungsai's and replacing him as the emperor's favorite. The capital was calm on the surface, but there was an undercurrent in private. Before this undercurrent had time to develop and grow, it was interrupted by a shocking news. On the Shuabe grassland outside Yongning Pass, the three originally scattered tribes of Naiman, Tatar, and Hyoer formed an alliance, assembled an army of 100,000, and pointed their troops directly at Yongning Pass. Yongning Pass had only 50,000 garrisons, facing 100,000 invading enemies, while leading the army to fight the enemy. The Jinbei Marquis sent an 800-mile urgent report to the capital, requesting the court to send troops to reinforce Yongning Pass. Duan Yang met the officer delivering the report at Yongning Pass on the way to find his little lady with Xianer. When the lieutenant saw Duan Yang, he didn't even get off his horse. He just shouted on his horse, "Duan Yang, the Hu army of 100,000 invaded the border, hurry back," and then flew straight to the capital. Duan Yang had already found the outskirts of Langshan in the middle reaches of the Sang River along the lower reaches. There has been no news about the young lady, and Duan Yang has been a little discouraged at this time. It has been more than a month since the young lady was born. How could a newborn baby live so long alone? I'm afraid the young lady has already met with an accident. Hearing the lieutenant say that the Hu army of 100,000 invaded the border, Duan Yang immediately became anxious. He knew his family's son's style too well. When the Hu people invaded the border, his family's son always led the charge. If he didn't follow the son's side, who would protect his general who only cared about killing the enemy and not himself? Duan Yang immediately wrote an urgent letter, sealed it in the letter tube on Xianer's leg, and asked Xianer to fly back to the capital to report the news, while he himself flew to Yongning Pass. For Duan Yang, the crown prince, whom he was concerned about, was more important than the young lady whom he had never met. In the capital, Ning Yuanda intercepted the letter brought back by Xianer and did not give it to his sister. After reading the letter, he immediately sent 4 confidants with 6 men each to replace Duan Yang in the secret search. Ning Yuanda's order was to find the person alive or the body dead. This order really made the guards very embarrassed. "Yuanda, this news can't be kept secret from Xianer forever." Ning Jingyan, the chief academician of the Imperial College, frowned and said disapprovingly, "Father, I won't keep it secret from my sister forever, but her body can't stand the stimulation now. When my sister recovers, I will tell her. Now, just say that Duan Yang is looking for her and let Xianer fly to Yongning Pass so that my sister won't see it. In this way, it is better for my sister to have a wish in her heart." Ning Yuanda replied in a low voice. Ning Jingyan thought about it, nodded helplessly, and whispered, "I thought Xianer would have a smooth life, but I never expected that she would not be able to avoid this disaster in her life. I hope that it is true as Master Li Yuan said, Xiao Xiner will be safe and sound and return safely in the end." Just when Jiang Xiaobai was happily passing by without knowing the time was passing and was spoiled by the old hunter grandfather and the wolf father, wolf mother, wolf uncle, wolf aunt, wolf brothers and wolf sisters, the 3 tribes of Shuabe united to attack Yongning Pass. The Hu coalition's invasion this time was fierce, and Cheng Fuhu and Chungsai's, father and son, led the army to resist, and the battle was extremely difficult. Although the 3 tribes of Shuabe are intermarried, they also have hatred for killing their fathers, seizing their wives, and exterminating their sons. It is impossible for them to cooperate to attack Dechu. What happened between them that they could even let go of such a deep blood feud? Chung Sais was puzzled and muttered to himself, "Father, I want to send a team of people to sneak into Shuabe and secretly find out the inside story of the alliance of the 3 tribes." After repelling the first attack of the Shuabe coalition, Chung Sai's whispered a suggestion to his livid father. It's surrounded like an iron barrel outside. How can we get out? Chung Fuhu frowned and said bitterly, we must find a way to give it a try. Only by finding out the inside story of the three tribes' combined forces can we defeat them one by one. Otherwise, the Hu people are fierce and brutal. In the past, it was very difficult for us to win with 50,000 against 30,000 or 40,000. Now the other side has an army of 100,000, and we only have 50,000 soldiers. Even if we fight desperately, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold on for long. Chung Sai said worriedly. Chung Fuhu said helplessly, then give it a try. Just don't give away the lives of the soldiers in vain. Chung Sai nodded and went down to arrange it personally. When Duan Yang returned to Yongning Pass, he met Chung Sai, who was personally sending the reconnaissance team back. When the master and servant met, there was no joy, but heavy worry. General, I heard that there have been several battles. Are you okay? Are you not injured? Duan Yang saw that his general's cheeks were thin and his eyes were bloodshot, and he cried out in pain. Chung Sai shook his head and said lightly, he is not injured, Duan Yang. What is the situation in the mansion? Xianer has never come back since he left. Did he get home safely? Duan Yang hurriedly recounted the situation in detail. After hearing this, Chung Sai's eyes widened with anger and his hair stood on end. He gritted his teeth and cursed, I should have killed that evil woman long ago. Duan Yang quickly lowered his voice and advised, General, please speak softly, don't let anyone hear. Duan Yang, you shouldn't come back. You should continue to look for Xiner. She is so young if. The 7-foot-tall and strong-willed man, with tears in his tiger eyes, could not continue. General, the eldest uncle will send people to continue looking for the young lady. The Hu people are invading the border, and I am worried about you. Duan Yang said with red eyes and crying. Alas, you are back, so stay. The matter of Xiner must not be known to the marshal. Chung Sai sighed and ordered in a low voice. Ever since his father hurriedly married Li, Chung Sai would no longer trust his father as before. Duan Yang nodded and said, General, don't worry, I understand. You must not have had a good rest for several nights. Let me patrol the city tonight, and you can have a good sleep. Chung Sai nodded, patted Duan Yang on the shoulder, and turned away. Duan Yang had patrolled the city for him many times in the past, so Chung Sai trusted him the most. The three tribes of Shuabe assembled an army of 100,000, originally hoping to break through Yongning Pass in one fell swoop, and the army whipped south to seize the splendid country of Dechu. Unexpectedly, Yongning Pass was like copper and iron, and the defenders of Yongning Pass were even more fearless and even more ferocious than them, the Hu people. After attacking for a whole month, the Hu people didn't even touch the brick wall on the top of Yongning Pass. A month later, reinforcements from the court arrived one after another, turning a blitzkrieg into a protracted war. The pressure on Yongning Pass was indeed great, but the life of the Hu coalition was even more difficult. Prince Baoshan, this time it was your Naaman tribe that insisted on joining forces, saying that you could destroy Dechu in one fell swoop and share the beautiful country of Dechu. Now it has been 3 months, and we haven't even broken through Yongning Pass. So, what's the point of destroying Dechu? A burly man in his 20s, at least 8 feet tall, rushed into the tent, pointed at the man with a dark yellow complexion and a gloomy look sitting behind the desk, and shouted angrily. Prince Baoshan stood up, walked slowly to the burly man, smiled faintly and said, Don't be impatient, Prince Duong. We have all fought with the Chung family army several times. Come, sit down and have a drink to calm down. Someone bring the wine. After a while, a girl wearing a short half-sleeve dress, a string of silver bells tied around her snow-white waist, bare white feet, and a charming look walked into the tent with a pot of milk wine. As her waist twisted, the sound of crisp silver bells rang in the tent. When Prince Duong saw the girl, his slender eyes immediately smiled. Haha, when did Gaia come? Why didn't you tell me? Prince Duong said with his eyes almost glued to Gaia. He had asked Prince Baoshan for Gaia many times, but Prince Baoshan never agreed to give her to him. This time, he took the initiative to let Gaia come forward to serve wine, and it seemed that he agreed. Prince Baoshan knew the nature of Prince Duong, a lustful ghost, and walked out of the tent with a faint smile. After standing outside the tent for a while, he soon heard the sound of heavy breathing and moaning coming from the tent. With a cold smile, Prince Baoshan quickly turned to the back of the tent and got into a small tent. "Your Excellency the High Priest, Yongning Pass cannot be taken down. I beg for your instructions." Prince Baoshan, who was extremely arrogant in front of others, now crawled on the ground like the most humble servant, with his head on the ground, and whispered a request to a man covered with a long dark curtain. "Idiot! Yongning Pass has only 50,000 soldiers and horses, and you have a full 100,000 cavalry. You can't take Yongning Pass in 3 months. How can Chang Shengshan want a useless waste like you?" Angry shouts came from inside the dark curtain. The voice was hoarse and harsh, as unpleasant as a blunt knife scratching rusty iron. "High Priest, please calm down. High Priest, please calm down." Prince Baoshan begged in a trembling voice and kowtowed continuously. "Humph!" The High Priest snorted coldly and ignored Prince Baoshan's pleas. "Get out if you can't take Yongning Pass again. Chang Shengshan will no longer protect you." The High Priest shouted coldly, but Prince Baoshan retreated respectfully, as if he had been pardoned. Hearing Prince Baoshan walking away, the High Priest trembled violently and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the blood on the table in front of him and calculated quickly with his hands. After calculating for a long time, he murmured in disbelief, "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The girl was obviously buried alive. How could she still be alive? No, this is absolutely impossible." Sweeping all the things on the table to the ground, the High Priest took out a tortoise shell with a faint green glow from his arms with trembling hands, and then took out 3 golden copper coins. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, reciting something devoutly. He recited for the time it took to make an incense stick, then put the copper coins into the tortoise shell and shook it vigorously. The High Priest screamed and fell backwards. The High Priest screamed and fell to the ground. The noise was really loud. The soldiers patrolling outside the tent heard it clearly, but no one dared to enter the tent to see what happened. The military order from above had long been issued that no one was allowed to enter the tent without the summons of the High Priest. Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed without mercy. After a long while, the High Priest endured the severe pain, tremblingly climbed up while grasping the corner of the table, fumbled to pour a pill from the small gourd in his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he ordered someone to bring gold wound medicine. He sat in front of the table, holding the corner of the table tightly with one hand, and dug out his left eyeball with the other hand. Enduring the severe pain, he applied a thick layer of gold wound medicine, wrapped it with a cloth, and then put on his black curtain that covered him from head to toe. After doing all this, the High Priest called the soldier into the tent and ordered him to tell Prince Baoshan to quickly search for a live turtle that was more than 300 years old and must find it within a month for urgent use. When Prince Baoshan heard this inexplicable request, his brows furrowed tightly. Live turtles over 300 years old must be found in the sea. There is not even a lake deeper than 1 person in the Shuabe grassland, so how can there be a turtle over 300 years old? Dichu does have a sea, but they can't even take Yongning Pass now, so how can they get close to the coast far away in the southeastern border of Dichu? Even if an elite team is sent to sneak into Dichu secretly, if there is no war, it may be possible to sneak into Dichu. But now the war is intense. Yongning Pass is like a copper wall and iron wall. Even the birds in the Shuabe grassland can hardly fly over Yongning Pass, let alone people. Just when the High Priest dug out his left eye alive, Jiang Xiaobai, who was lying on Wolf Dad's belly in Wolf Mountain and playing with his fingers, suddenly cluck, 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 and laughed happily. Her smile attracted her wolf brothers and sisters. When the wolves saw Jiang Xiaobai smiling, they loved him even more. The eldest wolf kissed Jiang Xiaobai's chubby face gently. The third wolf used his front paws to rub Jiang Xiaobai's little hands. The second wolf sister scratched Jiang Xiaobai's belly with her big fluffy tail, and the fourth wolf sister and the little wolf brother, who couldn't squeeze in, were so anxious that they kept turning in circles outside. Jiang Xiaobai giggled for a long time and suddenly frowned again. The queen wolf, who had been sitting next to him and paying attention to Jiang Xiaobai all the time, came over immediately, pushed her head, rubbed her feet, and flicked her tail, and the wolf brothers and sisters were chased aside. Jiang Xiaobai also moved from the Wolf King to the arms of the Queen Wolf. "What's wrong, cub? Are you hungry?" "That can't be. I just ate for a short while, and I haven't urinated yet." A voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Jiang Xiaobai widened her eyes in shock and stared at her wolf mother, wondering what had happened. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that, cub?" Another voice sounded in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Jiang Xiaobai was extremely shocked and thought, "Can I hear the wolf mother's inner voice?" The wolf queen who was hugging Jiang Xiaobai suddenly widened her eyes, and she and Jiang Xiaobai looked at each other for half an incense stick of time. "Cub, wolf mother." The man and the wolf thought of it at the same time. The wolf queen's mind sounded the extremely cute and tender wolf mother, while Jiang Xiaobai's mind sounded the loving and gentle cub. Jiang Xiaobai's reaction was faster. She hugged the wolf queen's neck tightly and shouted, "Wolf mother! Wolf mother!" Of course, a baby who was only more than 2 months old couldn't say it, but when Jiang Xiaobai thought about it in his heart, the wolf queen could hear it clearly. "Cub, cub, 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 cub. You can talk to me. That's great, cub. Can you talk to your wolf father and the others?" The wolf mother hugged Jiang Xiaobai happily and asked happily. The wolf queen was thinking and whimpering. After hearing what she said, the confused wolf father beside her was instantly stunned. He stared at the little cub in his wife's arms. The cub learned to speak so quickly, it's great. It really deserves to be the Wolf King's beloved cub. Wolf father. It was still that childish and naive voice, sounding in the Wolf King's mind. An expression of surprise and joy appeared on the Wolf King's face. The Wolf Queen was surprised again because she didn't hear anything. "Woof woo." The Wolf King whimpered softly, and the Wolf Queen understood that it was asking cub, "Are you calling me?" The Wolf Queen looked down at the baby in her arms, only to see the little guy smiling and nodding. She didn't hear anything, but the Wolf King clearly heard that tender voice saying, "Yes, yes, it's me, Wolf Father." The Wolf brothers and sisters sat aside, listening to their parents talking about things they did not understand at all, and they were all dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaobai was reborn after all, and was not a truly ignorant baby. She thought about it and thought in her heart, "Big brother, second sister, third brother, fourth sister, little brother, I am a cub." When the 5 wolf cubs heard the little baby voice coming into their hearts, they all jumped back in shock and fell crookedly in a place. The Wolf Queen and the Wolf King looked at each other, and this time, they heard nothing. After all, they were descendants of the guardian god of Wolf Mountain, and the Wolf King and Queen were both intelligent. They soon figured it out. It must be that whoever the cub was talking to in his heart could hear it, and the other wolves could not hear it. In order to verify his idea, the Wolf King howled towards the northwest hillside. A moment later, a wolf howl was heard from the hillside. About a quarter of an hour later, the Wolf King's stupid brother came running over with his new wife. "Cub, call your uncle," the Wolf King said to Jiang Xiaobai in his heart when he saw his stupid brother running from afar. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and called out in his heart, "Uncle, long time no see." A voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the wolf uncle who was running fast, which scared him so much that he jumped up on the spot, and then fell flat on the ground with his forelegs spread out. He jumped up and looked around vigilantly, looking for the source of the sound. Annie Wolf didn't know what the stupid wolf was crazy about, so she turned her head and roared at him. All the wolves heard it clearly. "Second idiot, what are you crazy about again?" Annie would call second uncle a fool whenever he did something stupid. No matter how many times the little wolf cubs heard it, they were so happy every time they heard it, and the little wolf brother even rolled on the ground with laughter. "Auntie Wolf, I'm Cub, it's Cub calling you." A sweet and glutinous voice sounded in Auntie Wolf's mind. She was much smarter than her stupid husband. She immediately ran to the side of the Wolf Queen and shouted happily, "Cub, are you calling me?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile and opened her little fleshy hands to Auntie Wolf. "It's me, Auntie. Xiaobai missed you so much." Auntie Wolf hugged Jiang Xiaobai skillfully, put her face close to hers, and asked in surprise, "Cub, you can talk now." "I don't know, just thinking about it in my heart. You can hear it." "It seems. Only Hu Xiaobai thinks of can hear it. Why can't everyone hear it?" Jiang Xiaobai said, a little confused. This kind of magical question, let alone wolves, even people can't answer it. Jiang Xiaobai thought about how he couldn't communicate with the wolf father and wolf mother in his previous life, but only after getting along for a long time did he have a tacit understanding with them. What's going on in this life? Is it a talent given by God? Jiang Xiaobai didn't know that she could communicate with the wolf tribe, and even with any animal, all thanks to the Shuabe high priest. The Shuabe high priest calculated the secrets of heaven, angered the heavenly way of this place, and damaged his own luck. The damaged luck naturally transferred to Jiang Xiaobai under the operation of the heavenly way, so she had this incredible ability. In the evening, the old hunter Jiang Cheng returned from selling prey at the market. Now he has become familiar with the wolf pack. He just smiled and walked into the yard and put down the bamboo basket on his back. The old hunter took out a fist-sized colorful sheepskin ball from the back basket. When the wolf brother saw it, he suddenly pounced on it, grabbed the sheepskin ball in one bite, turned his head, and ran out of the yard. The third wolf brother and the fourth wolf sister also followed him out. The eldest wolf brother and the second wolf sister did not move, still lying beside their parents, guarding Jiang Xiaobai together. The old hunter took out a very special rattle with a stone handle, iron frame, cowhide, and a solid copper pendant. He specially asked the craftsman in the town to make it. Ordinary rattles cost only 3 or 5 cents, but this specially made rattle cost 1 or 2 taels of silver, which is considered a sky-high rattle in the town. Jiang Xiaobai didn't know whether it was natural or because she drank wolf milk. Her strength was amazing. An ordinary wooden handle would break into 2 pieces if she grabbed it, and a hole would be poked in the drum surface with a finger, making it impossible to play. "Cub, call him." The Wolf King called Jiang Xiaobai in his heart. Jiang Xiaobai opened her hands with a smile and shouted happily in her heart, "Grandpa, Grandpa." The old hunter Jiang Cheng did not have any special reaction. He just smiled and picked up Jiang Xiaobai, pricked her delicate little face with his beard, and said happily, "Xiaobai, you miss Grandpa. Grandpa bought you another rattle. This one is not easy to break." Seeing that Grandpa could not hear what she said in her heart, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes, which were curved into crescents with a smile, gradually became misty. Although her heart is a girl, her body is actually a baby. She doesn't want to cry, but her body instinctively can't help it. "Oh, what's wrong with Grandpa Xiaobai? Why is she still crying? What's wrong with her?" Seeing that his little granddaughter pouted with grievance, Jiang Cheng hurriedly coaxed her with heartache. The Wolf King and the Wolf Queen looked at each other and hurried to Jiang Cheng. At the same time, they raised their front paws and gently patted Jiang Xiaobai's back and coaxed in their hearts, "Be good, don't cry. When you grow up, you can talk to Grandpa, don't worry. Let's drink more milk and grow up quickly." Jiang Xiaobai was a good person who was easily persuaded. She was coaxed by the wolf father and the wolf mother. She sobbed and set him in her heart, and no longer entangled in the fact that Grandpa couldn't hear her voice. Anyway, when she can speak, communication with Grandpa will not be a problem. The years in Wolf Mountain are peaceful, but the people on the northern border are in panic. Although the Chung family army is like a steel nail in Yongning Pass, the border people who have suffered from the burning, killing, and looting of the Hu people are still extremely frightened. They are very afraid that the Chung family army can't stop the Hu people's coalition army. Once Yongning Pass is broken, they will face the tragic situation of being massacred by the Hu people. On this day, Chung Sais, who had just finished a battle to defend the city, had just returned to the general's mansion when he saw many people pushing carts, carrying bags and holding children gathered outside the general's mansion, begging to be allowed to enter the pass to find a way to survive. "General Chung, please let us in." "General Chung, we can't survive." "General Chung, our family has run out of food. Please have mercy." The cries of the people came one after another, and each sound reached Chung Sai's ears, cutting his heart. Duan Yang's eyes turned red with anger after hearing these words. He opened his mouth in anger and shouted, "You." Before he could finish what he was about to say, Chung Sai's grabbed him and shouted, "Shut up." Chung Sai's looked at the people who were kneeling and crying and shouted, "My fellow villagers, the household registration law of our dynasty is very strict. If you don't have the official documents, you will become a refugee as soon as you step out of Yongning Pass. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to go inside the pass?" The household registration system of the Great Chu was extremely strict. Even if you went to the market in your registered place to buy things, you had to carry your household registration documents and road permits with you for inspection at any time. If you lacked one of these two, you might be treated as a refugee. Refugees had no personal safety or property safety. Killing civilians was a capital crime, but killing refugees was only sentenced to 100 canes at most. The property of refugees was not robbed for nothing. Who wouldn't rob for nothing? The noisy pleas below suddenly stopped. Becoming refugees is a choice that the people of De Chu can only make when they are at their wits' end. And they're obviously not forced to this point at this time. Chung Sai stood on the steps, scanning the people below with a pair of tiger eyes. He saw several young men scattered in several places, talking to the people next to them, and the people started shouting again. "General Chung, please help us talk about the feelings. Let the county magistrate open the way for us. Please, General Chung, give us a way out." Many people were forced to shout. A cold color flashed in Chung Sai's eyes. He whispered a few words to the personal soldiers around him, and the personal soldiers nodded and retreated. Not long after, a few soldiers dressed as ordinary people mixed in among the people below. Those young men were still waving their arms and shouting, but they didn't want to be covered with their mouths and noses suddenly, and someone pointed a dagger at their waists. They had to be taken out obediently. Chung Sai saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Don't panic. As long as the Chung family army is here, the Hu people will never set foot in Yongning Pass. You can rest assured. Go back. It's not easy to earn some family property, so don't give it up easily." Some people nodded after hearing this. The Chung family army has been stationed at Yongning Pass for more than 20 years, and they believe in the Chung family army. But some people took advantage of the chaos and shouted, "General, we have no rations." Duan Yang was furious after hearing this. "Why should we go to their general if we have no rations? Go to your village head, neighborhood head, county magistrate. When did the garrison take care of the local people's livelihood?" Most of the people who shouted that they had no food at home lived in the city. They didn't farm and relied on buying food from the grain shop. Although new grain has been harvested now, grain is precious in wartime. After paying taxes, farmers don't sell a single grain. The grain shop relies on the old grain from previous years to barely support itself. The price of grain has naturally risen several times. The people who rely on buying food are indeed somewhat unable to afford it. Chung Sai has put all his energy into resisting the invasion of the Hu people. He is not really aware of the soaring food prices in the local area. Hearing the people say that they have no rations, he was slightly shocked, but he did not take it lightly. After all, if they want to fight with all their strength, they must have a stable rear. The matter of food will be discussed with the prefect. Everyone go home first, and don't gather in the general's mansion. I believe the prefect will give you an explanation. Chung Sai shouted loudly, and the people dispersed and left in twos and threes. Everyone's face was still full of anxiety and worry. "Duan Yang, you don't have to go with me tomorrow. Take a few people to the market to investigate secretly. We just collected the new grain, but why are the people out of food?" Duan Yang replied that he was leaving. Chung Si did not enter the house, but stood on the steps in front of the mansion, looking far away in the direction of the capital, and murmured, "Xiao Exa, where are you? You must wait for your father. Your father will come to find you after the battle." The Hu People's Coalition Army has been besieging the city for more than 3 months and still has not made an inch of progress. The wall of Yongning Pass, facing the Shuabe grassland, has changed from blue-gray to purple-black with a strong bloody smell, which shows how many soldiers died here. The leaders of the Tatar and Huar tribes could no longer sit still after failing to break through Yongning Pass. Their two tribes were not as good as the Naaman tribe. This time, they led more than 20,000 soldiers to go to war, and they had already exhausted all the strong men in the tribe. In the past 3 months, the number of their soldiers who died at Yongning Pass has reached a point that they cannot bear. Prince Duong of the Tatar tribe and Prince Hegeshaken of the Khmer tribe walked into the general's tent one after another. Both of them had gloomy faces, and their anger was evident in their words. "Prince Baoshan, we quit. We want to withdraw." Prince Duong shouted angrily. When Prince Baoshan saw Prince Duong and Prince Hegeshaken entering the tent, he had already guessed their intentions. Now when he heard Prince Duong shouting, his face darkened and he asked coldly, "Prince Duong, at the meeting that day, we swore an oath to Changshangshan under the witness of the high priest. Do you want to break your oath?" Prince Duong was stunned by what he said. The people on the Shuabe grassland believed in Changshangshan very much. Swearing an oath to Changshangshan was the most important oath on the grassland, and no one dared to break such an oath. "But we have been fighting for 3 months, and our Tatar tribe has lost more than 9,000 brave soldiers. They were all the bravest men in our tribe." Prince Diwang's eyes were red, and he stared at Prince Baoshan and shouted angrily. Prince Hegeshaken also said angrily, "Our Hewer tribe has also lost 9,673 soldiers. Prince Baoshan, if we continue to fight, all our young and strong warriors will die." As soon as Prince Hegeshaken finished speaking, a strong general in his early 20s immediately shouted, "The number of deaths in your two tribes is less than 10,000, and our Naaman tribe has lost 15,000 people. What did we say?" Prince Duong's face was purple with anger, and he shouted angrily, "You have 60,000 troops, and we only have 40,000. Half of our soldiers were killed. There are 20,000 women in our tribe who have lost their husbands. Should you, the Naaman tribe, compensate us?" After hearing Prince Diwang shout, Prince Baoshan said in a deep voice, "If you want to seize the beautiful country of Chu, you have to pay a price. As long as we break through Yongning Pass, all the lost troops can be replenished 3 or 4 times. Prince Duong, Prince Hegeshaken, there are at least hundreds of thousands of young and strong men in Chu, enough to share. Humph, the men of Chu are all weaklings. What's the point of looting them?" Prince Duong snorted disdainfully. Prince Hegeshaken's eyes flashed slightly, as if he was seriously considering Prince Baoshan's words. Prince Baoshan pointed to the direction of Yongning Pass and asked in a deep voice, "Prince Duong, that is Yongning Pass that we couldn't take down for 3 months. Do you dare to say that the soldiers there are all weaklings?" Prince Duong was speechless. During the 3 months of fighting, Prince Duong also saw clearly that the men of Dachu were not as useless as they imagined. They were even more brave and fierce than the warriors of Shuabe grassland. "Prince Baoshan, we have been unable to capture Yongning Pass, so how can we take over Dachu? We can't keep deadlocking here. We in Shuabe don't have as many reinforcements as Dachu. If we continue like this, our troops will be exhausted." Prince Hegeshaken asked in a deep voice. Prince Baoshan nodded and said, "Prince Hegeshaken is right. But you don't have to worry too much. I just received news that the high priest has ordered people to build a special crossbow, which is being rushed to the front line. Even if there is such a crossbow, what's the use? Can it shoot through the city wall?" Prince Duong said unhappily. He had seen the Chu army's crossbow before. Although it was powerful, it was of no help in siege. However, Prince Baoshan sneered and said, "Why is it useless? As long as we shoot the main general of the Qing family army to death, we don't have to worry about not being able to break through Yongning Pass." Prince Hegeshaken's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Can you really shoot and kill the father and son of the Qing family? The Qing family has guarded Yongning Pass for 3 generations, and they have killed countless Hu people. Prince Hegeshaken's grandfather, father, 2 uncles and 1 brother all died at the hands of 3 generations of Qing size." Speaking of hatred for the Qing family, the Hewer tribe has the deepest hatred. The Hewer tribe was originally the most powerful tribe on the Shuabe grassland and had invaded Yongning Pass several times. Almost every time, the main general was killed and the troops withdrew in disgrace. The Huer tribe also fell from the original leader of the Shuabe grassland to the third. With such a blood feud, Prince Higushiken will never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart unless the Chung family members are exterminated. Prince Higushiken only knows to hate the Chung family army, but never thinks that his grandfather, father, and brother all died on the battlefield of invading Dechu, and the Chung family army never took the initiative to attack the Huer tribe. Could it be that when they invade other countries are not allowed to fight back?
Of course you can.
The blueprint of the bed crossbow was obtained by the high priest from Changshengshan. In order to obtain the secret map, the high priest sacrificed one of his eyes. Prince Baoshan crossed his hands in front of his chest, bowed devoutly with great gratitude, and said, "It can be regarded as a way to explain the fact that the high priest was blind in one eye." When Prince Duong and Prince Higushiken heard this, they hurriedly bowed with Prince Baoshan, with extremely pious and respectful expressions. In the hearts of the people of Shuabe grassland, the high priest is the incarnation of Changshengshan in the world. Okay, when the bed crossbow arrives, we will attack Yongning Pass again. After the ceremony, Prince Higushiken immediately shouted loudly, his voice full of desire for revenge. Prince Baoshan nodded and whispered to Prince Duong and Prince Higushiken, "Then we will do this." The three of them discussed for a long time, and after repeatedly deducing to ensure that they could shoot Chung Fuhu and Chung Sai's, father and son, they dispersed. More than 10 days later, a crossbow was indeed transported from the royal court of the Naiman tribe. Looking at this super-large crossbow that was nearly 10 feet long, Prince Higushiken showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He can finally get revenge. There was a lot of noise outside Yongning Pass, and Chung Sai's and his son stood on the city wall to observe the enemy situation. They saw that the Hu coalition did not attack the city wall as before, but hid far beyond the range of the bows and arrows of the Great Chu army, clamoring and cursing. "Father, the Hu people are not attacking the city today but cursing. I'm afraid there is another mystery. We must not be fooled."
Chung Sai's suggested calmly.
Chung Fuhu nodded and said, "My son is right. Pass the order down. All the generals should guard the city walls strictly. If the Tartars don't attack the city, we can just watch them make trouble. If they dare to attack the city, we will fight them to death." The Hu coalition forces hid outside the firing range of the Chu army the entire day, taking turns to curse at the Chu army, and the curses were extremely ugly. On the top of Yongning Pass, all the soldiers of the Great Chu were furious, but they had to strictly abide by military orders and must not go out of the city to fight. As the sky gradually darkened, the Hu people sounded the horn to call back their troops and return to the camp. The soldiers of the Great Chu on the top of Yongning Pass finally had some peace and quiet. Although they did not fight that day, they were more tired than fighting. Fighting is tiring for the body, but listening to the enemy's cursing is tormenting for the spirit. Chung Sai's ordered a rotation of guards on the top of the city and asked the soldiers who had been under mental attack for a whole day to go down to the city to rest. Although the soldiers who came up for replacement were slightly better in spirits than the ones who went down, there was a hint of fatigue on their faces. After all, noise attacks are everywhere. At midnight, a Great Chu soldier patrolling on the city wall suddenly pointed at the Hu army camp and shouted, "Look, there is movement in the Tartar camp." Looking from the top of Yongning Pass, we can see countless cavalrymen rushing out of the Hu camp. The leading cavalrymen are holding a torch with a small flame that can barely illuminate the road. It seems that the Hu people are going to attack the city at night. But cavalrymen can only charge and fight in close combat. How can they be used to attack the city? Wouldn't that be sending the war horses to die in vain? Could it be that there are too many Hu war horses and they can't feed them all? The general guarding the city couldn't figure out the Hu people's intentions. While ordering defense, he quickly ordered people to report to the commander-in-chief. In just a cup of tea, Chung Fuhu and Chung Sai's, father and son, both wore helmets and armor and rode to the top of the city wall. The father and son led their personal soldiers to quickly climb up to the highest enemy tower and looked in the distance in the direction of the Hu cavalry. "Father, the Tartar army is very strange. The two armies are not facing each other, so why use cavalry? Chung Sai's frowned and said in a deep voice, looking at the shadowy and unclear cavalry in the distance. Chung Fuhu also frowned and said, I can't see clearly, come. Hold up the torch. The personal soldiers on the side immediately ran to the horse path behind, picked up 2 burning torches, and ran back quickly. In this way, the enemy tower on the top of the city where Chung Fuhu and his son were located became the brightest place on the entire city wall. Chung Fuhu held the parapet with his hands and tried his best to look into the distance, but the distance was too far, and he still couldn't see clearly. Just as Chung Fuhu leaned out to look outside, Chung Sai suddenly shouted, No. Turn off the torch, and pulled his father back. Just as Chung Sai grabbed his father, a cold light went straight to Chung Sai's. Seeing that Chung Sai had no way to avoid it, the cold light was about to rush to his heart. Plop. Plop. 2 muffled sounds rang out one after another, and Chung Fuhu suddenly twisted his body to protect his son and pushed him back violently. Chung Sai was pushed out 5 or 6 steps by his father and fell heavily to the ground, while Chung Fuhu himself was shot in the back and fell to the ground. Father Marshal. Father Marshal. Chung Sai rushed over and hugged his father, screaming in fear. Sai, don't mess up the army, the Chung family army is in your hands. After Chung Fuhu said this, he closed his eyes and tilted his head, and fainted. Chung Sai's tiger eyes were full of hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said, Come on, send the marshal to the military hospital quickly, and all the generals stay away from the torches. Guard the city tower strictly. The soldiers of the Great Chu were waiting on the city tower, but the Hu cavalry outside Yongning Pass suddenly withdrew their troops and returned to the camp after hearing 3 whistling arrows, as if they were just bored, and came out for a stroll at night. At this time, Chung Sai had completely figured it out. It must be that the Tartars got a powerful crossbow and set up a trap to lure them and their son to death. After a successful attack, the cavalry used to lure the enemy immediately retreated to the camp. If they ran forward, they would be within the range of the Chu army, and at least half of the cavalry would be lost. Chung Sai's eyes were red, and he immediately called several personal soldiers, ordering them to take 100 soldiers each, sneak out of the city gate in the second half of the night, and bury a series of fire caltrops 3 to 5 miles outside the city. The Tartars will definitely attack the city tomorrow, and this batch of fire caltrops that have just been transported to Yongning Pass will come in handy. After arranging the defense of the city, Chung Sai rode his horse like a flying horse and went straight to the military clinic. In the military clinic, 2 military doctors were discussing how to remove the arrow and treat the marshal's wound. Dr. He, how's my father's injury? Is he awake? Chung Sai strode into the room and asked anxiously. Reporting to the general, the marshal is seriously injured. The arrow shot from the back and out from the right chest. The arrowhead is poisonous.
I'm afraid.
A middle-aged man with a thin face and chapped lips shook his head and sighed. Poisonous? What kind of poison is it? Can it be cured? Chung Sai's face turned stern, and he asked nervously. I am incompetent and failed to find out what kind of poison it is? Another equally haggard medical officer lowered his head and said. Chung Sai stretched out his hand without thinking and pulled out a piece of green silk rope from his collar. A small jade gourd the size of half a finger was hung on the rope. Pulling off the small jade gourd, unscrewing the lid, and pouring out a red pill the size of a lotus seed. Chung Sai roughly opened his father's mouth and threw the small red pill into it. The small pill melted in his mouth without swallowing. After only 3 or 5 breaths, the black air on Chung Fuhu's face began to gradually dissipate. After 10 breaths, his face was only weak and waxy yellow. It was really amazing.
General, this is
the anti-poison pill passed down by your ancestors? The 2 medical officers shouted in surprise at the same time. There has always been a legend in the army that the deceased old Marquis once saved the wife and children of a hidden doctor during the war. In return, the hidden doctor gave the deceased old Marquis 3 legendary anti-poison pills, which are said to be able to cure all poisons in the world. The deceased old Marquis used one himself and escaped from the hands of the king of Hades once, but he still couldn't escape the fate of dying on the battlefield. He died before he was 30. It is said that the Marquis also used one when he was young, and now this one is the last anti-poison pill in the world. Chung Sais nodded and said, "Yes, this is the last anti-poison pill. Now that the poison has been removed, you must do everything to save the marshal's life." The two medical officers immediately stood up when they thought that the marshal had been detoxified. They were military doctors and they were very good at treating injuries. The two medical officers immediately stepped forward to take out the arrow, apply medicine, and bandage the wound. This was a job they had done countless times. In just a cup of tea, Chung Fuhu was bandaged tightly. When will the marshal wake up? Chung Sais looked at his father with a pale face and closed eyes, and he felt really bad. Just now on the enemy tower, if his father hadn't rushed over to protect him, I'm afraid he would be lying here now.
This.
General, the marshal is old after all, and this arrow is probably pierced through the marshal's lungs, so I'm afraid he won't wake up so soon. Even if the marshal wakes up, I'm afraid he can't stand the bitter cold in the northern border anymore. The two medical officers looked at each other and said in a low voice. Chung Sais did not speak after hearing this, but just nodded and said, "Take good care of the marshal. Report to me as soon as the marshal wakes up." Then he walked out quickly. "Hey, why did the general leave?"
Could it be?
A doctor muttered in a low voice and was glared at by the medical officer who glared back at the latter half of the sentence. Chung Sais hurried back to the marshal's mansion. On the way, he had mixed feelings in his heart. He always thought that his father only had stepmotherly in his heart, and he didn't have a son like him at all. But at that moment in the enemy tower, his father protected him at the first time. He used his life to protect himself. Being hit by such strong emotions, Chung Sais' heart was a little overwhelmed. Ever since stepmotherly came in, Chung Sais didn't say it, but in his heart he had been blaming his father. Entering the study, Chung Sais sat down and pondered for a long time, and then took the blank folded paper beside him and wrote quickly. He asked the emperor to allow his father to retire and return to Beijing to live out his life, and no longer suffer from the wind and snow in the north. He will lead the army to guard Yongning Pass alone. Chung Sais wrote a memorial and ordered someone to send it to the capital overnight. He also had to be alert to deal with the possibility of the Hu people attacking the city after dawn. As expected by Chung Sais, the Hu people attacked the city in a big way the next morning. This time they used the siege vehicles that were transported together with the bed crossbow. The siege vehicle is extremely heavy. 30 people can hide in the belly of the vehicle. 30 people must work together outside the vehicle to push the siege vehicle slowly. Behind the siege vehicle was a dark mass of Hu infantry. 6 siege vehicles were lined up and pushed to 5 miles below Yongning Pass. The heavy vehicles rolled over the ground. Suddenly, rumbling sounds rang out one after another. 6 heavy siege vehicles were blown up and overturned at the same time, and shrill screams rang out. Prince Baoshan, Prince Duong, Prince Higujachin, and other Hu generals who were watching the enemy raiding the battlefield from the rear were so shocked that they could hardly speak. In this era of cold weapons that only know swords, guns, sticks, and clubs, the sudden appearance of hot weapons like landmines is definitely an unbearable dimensionality reduction attack. After a long while, a general trembled and shouted, "Eternal heaven! What is that, devil?"
Devil.
That is the devil's fierce flame. That's just the black fire bomb of the Chu people. The high priest said it, "It's nothing great." Prince Baoshan shouted, but his tone was full of fear that could not be covered up. Not knowing how many black fire bombs were buried outside the wall of Yongning Pass, Prince Baoshan did not dare to gamble. He had already lost more than 40,000 lives. Now there are less than 60,000 soldiers left out of the 100,000 troops, and he could no longer give away his heads in vain. Prince Baoshan immediately ordered the troops to retreat, and the battle that was originally sure to win ended in vain. On the way back to the camp, Prince Duong and Prince Higuzakin deliberately fell behind and discussed quietly. In the capital, the emperor received Chung Sais' urgent memorial and immediately issued an edict to summon the Marquis of Junbei back to the capital. Accompanying the eunuch who delivered the edict was the imperial physician Liu, who was best at surgery. Sending him this time was considered a party. Imperial physician Liu was originally a military doctor, and he was quite good at treating knife and arrow wounds. The news that the emperor had ordered the Marquis of Jinbei to return to the capital soon reached the ears of Ning Jingyan, the chief academic officer of the Imperial College. When he heard the news, he could not help but frown. "Father, are you worried about the Marquis of Jinbei returning to the capital to recuperate?" Ning Yuanda saw that his father was frowning, so he stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Ning Jingyan nodded and said solemnly, "As your sister's daughter-in-law, your father-in-law has no right to stay out of the matter when your father-in-law returns to Beijing. Moreover, your father-in-law got injured to save your brother-in-law." After Chungsai submitted a memorial to the emperor, he wrote a letter to his wife, so Ning's father and son knew why the Marquis of Jinbei was injured. Ning had already started packing up and was ready to take the children back to the Marquis of Jinbei's mansion. "Father, I know that you and mother are reluctant to leave my sister, but if my sister doesn't go back, her future situation will be even more difficult. That old woman is making trouble for no reason. If she gets the upper hand, it will be..." Ning Yuanda suppressed the pity in his heart and had to say this. Ning Jingyan nodded and said sadly, "That's the truth."
Alas.
As long as Xiao Exiner is not found in your sister's place, it will be difficult for her to truly untie this knot in her heart. Seeing her forcing herself to smile every day, your mother and I feel. Ning Yuanda clenched his fists in hatred and gritted his teeth and said, "Father, even if I turn the ground from the capital to Yongning Pass up, my son will definitely find Xiao Exa." As the father and son were talking, a young man in his 20s ran in from outside. He shouted anxiously, "Father, big brother, Yuan Xiang, you're back." The Ning father and son shouted together. The man who came was the third master of the Ning family. He had been studying in the southeast and had just returned to the capital. "Yuan Xiang is back. Good. Good. Good." Looking at his heroic little son, Ning Jingyan was very happy. "Father, my son will go to see my sister and my little niece first, and then come back to talk to you." Ning Yuanxiang shouted happily and was about to run out. "Yuanxiang, wait." Ning Yuanda grabbed his brother and made him stagger. "Brother, can't we talk about it later?" Ning Yuanxiang asked in confusion. "Yuanxiang, sit down and listen to your brother slowly." Ning Jingyan ordered in a deep voice, and Ning Yuanxiang sat down obediently. After listening to Ning Yuanda's detailed explanation, Ning Yuanxiang jumped up, "I'll go and catch that old witch. I don't believe I can't pry her mouth open and find Xiao Exiner's whereabouts. Yuanxiang, don't make trouble. We don't have any evidence in our hands. How can we move a third-rank imperial lady without authorization? The crime is not small." Ning Yuanda gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "If he was not the minister of the Ministry of Justice, if his father was not the Imperial College, if this family did not have to live in the capital, how could he grit his teeth and endure it, and could only order people to look for his little niece everywhere? Are we just going to endure it like this?" Ning Yuanxiang soted angrily. "Yuanxiang, your father has taught you to plan before you act." Ning Jingyan's deep voice sounded and finally made Ning Yuanxiang regain some rationality. "Father, brother, I don't have an official position anyway, so why not go out to study and look for my niece? I will lead people from the capital, and we will find her from village to village." Ning Yuanxiang thought for a moment and said to his father and brother. Ning Jingyan nodded and said, "This is good, after all. She is your niece. Maybe she will feel something when she sees her. Yuanxiang, let's do this. It's getting late tonight. Rest for a night, and set off tomorrow morning." In the evening, after the family had a reunion dinner, Ning asked her parents to go back to the Jinbei Marquis mansion. Old Madame Cui said distrustedly, "Sienna, if you go back alone, won't it be?" Ning forced a smile and said, "Mother, I'm fine. Now that I've recovered, it's not appropriate for me not to go back to my husband's house. Besides, my father-in-law was seriously injured while saving my husband, and as a daughter-in-law, I should be filial to my husband. Sienna is right. Sienna, don't be afraid. Anyway, the two mansions are not far away. If there is anything, just send someone to pass on the message. Our family can support you at any time." You don't have to worry too much and endure the frustration of that woman. I understand. It's my fault that I'm unfilial and make you too worry about me. Ning Yuan Xian's eyes were red as she spoke. In this world that values boys over girls, her parents can be regarded as the best parents in the world. You are a mother, but you still say stupid things. Let's see if Songer and the others will laugh at you. Mrs. Chui smiled while holding back her tears and pointed at the three brothers Cheng Jinsong, Cheng Jinju, and Cheng Jinfeng. The three younger brothers of the Cheng family gathered around Mrs. Chui. The third brother, Cheng Jinfeng, was not even 4 years old. He buried his head in Mrs. Chui's arms and called out in a baby voice, "Grandma, Fonger is good." Fonger won't laugh at mother. Everyone laughed. Cheng Jinsong clenched his fists and said seriously, "Grandma, Song will protect mother well." His second brother Cheng Jinju nodded vigorously to show that he thought so too. Mrs. Chui hugged her eldest grandson in her arms, looked at his blushing face, and said with a smile, "My Songa has really grown up and is very useful. You protected your mother very well last time." On that day, when Ning suffered a hemorrhage, it was Cheng Jinsong who seized a horse and rushed to the Ning mansion to ask for help. Only then were Madame Chui able to invite the imperial physician in time and snatch Ning back from the gates of Hades. "Madam, the crown prince's wife is back." Madame Li, the wife of the Marquis of Jinbei, who had just finished breakfast and was about to go out to shop, heard the cry of the little maid. Li's face sank, and she shouted coldly, "Why are you calling?" "She's back, so she's back. Doesn't this madam have to go to greet her in person? Is she worthy of it?" The little maid hurriedly knelt down and said, "Madam, it was the old lady and the master of our families who sent the crown prince's wife back home." Li became even angrier after hearing this. She had not allowed Madame Chui to take Ning away that day, but Madame Chui was furious and grabbed her to file a complaint with the emperor. Li had something to hide, so she had to give in. This was absolutely a huge humiliation for Li, who had not been wronged for 4 years. She gritted her teeth in hatred when she thought of Madame Chui.
Come if you want.
Ignore them and ask someone to prepare a car to go to Zhuke Street. Li was actually very afraid of Madame Chui. Madame Chui was of noble birth and was a real aristocratic lady. Although Li was unwilling to admit it, she knew that she was just a fake. Li only learned a little bit of aristocratic etiquette and rules after marrying into the Marquis's mansion, and she was not even a good-looking person. All the noble ladies and young ladies in the capital laughed at Li behind her back. Almost all the invitations sent to the Jinbei Marquis's mansion used to invite Madame Su. After Madame Su passed away, after the mourning period, only the crown prince's wife Ning was invited. Li was very angry, but she was also self-aware and knew that she would make a fool of herself if she went out, so she became less and less willing to deal with those noble ladies. In addition to being domineering in the mansion behind closed doors, she could only go out to shop for clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics to pass the time. Because Li did not communicate with other ladies, she did not get the news that her husband was seriously injured, and she did not know that the emperor had issued an order to summon the Jinbei Marquis to return to the capital. Naturally, she could not know that her husband was about to return to the capital and would live there for a long time, without having to return to Yongning Pass. Ning returned to her own courtyard, and Madame Man and the servants who guarded the courtyard came up to greet her with great joy. Looking at the clean courtyard and the servants who were full of energy, Ning smiled and nodded. It seemed that the people in her courtyard had not suffered any losses during this period. Madame Man took good care of the entire Chiwu garden. When Mrs. Chui saw Madame Man, she smiled and took her hand and praised her a lot. Madame Man, who was always straightforward and generous in her praise, blushed. "Mother, I will accompany you to Quexianga later, and you should hurry home." Ning held her mother's arm and said softly. She knew that her stepmother-in-law was unreasonable and unruly, and she didn't want her mother to be wronged. When Mrs. Chui heard the 3 words Quexianju, she couldn't help but shook her head again with disdain. The little play of meeting the fairy on the Magpie Bridge more than 20 years ago was popular all over the country. Otherwise, how could Li, who could not read a word and was blind, know anything about the Magpie Bridge fairy, the golden wind, and jade dew. The person Ning sent to Quexianju to report came back soon. When Mrs. Cui and Ning heard her say that the Marquis's wife had just gone out shopping, they were really amused. Is she just giving in? Forget it. Since she wants to avoid me, then let her avoid me. Siener, Mother will go back first. If you have anything, please send a letter home quickly. Mother and your sisters-in-law will come immediately. Mrs. Cui gave some more instructions before letting go of her daughter's hand and getting in the car to return home. It was impossible for Li to go shopping outside all her life, so after having lunch at Zuixinlu, the most famous restaurant in the capital, Li returned to the Marquis mansion with her newly bought clothes and jewelry. Hearing that Mrs. Cui had returned home, Li couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't want to see Mrs. Cui. Every time she saw the dignified and elegant Mrs. Cui, Li would feel embarrassed that she was still that wild girl from the country. Someone call Mrs. Ning and tell her to bring Qinghan over for this lady to see. When Li heard that Madame Cui had passed away, she immediately stood up straight and inexplicably felt confident. Not long after, Ning came in slowly with her 3 sons and the wet nurse holding Qinghan. Li saw that Ning was much thinner than before, her face was pale, and she looked very spiritless. She couldn't help but feel secretly proud in her heart. She just couldn't bear to see Ning doing well. As long as Ning was not doing well, she would be fine. Daughter-in-law greets mother. Ning squatted and saluted, and stood up without waiting for Li to call her. She knew very well that Li would never call her on her own initiative. Her health was just a little better now, but she couldn't let Li humiliate her. Seeing Ning stand up on her own initiative, Li snorted coldly, but dared not say anything unpleasant. After Ning came into the house, she caused a trouble, and Li was severely punished by her mother-in-law, Madame Su. The punishment went straight into Li's bones. Therefore, although the madam has passed away for 4 years, Li dare not use the matter of paying respects and saluting to control her daughter-in-law. Ignoring Ning, Li just waved to the wet nurse and said, "Come here, let me see Xiao Qinghan." The wet nurse looked at Ning with some uneasiness. Ning's face showed no expression, but she just nodded slightly. Only then did the wet nurse dare to come forward with the child. Li took the child, her face full of pity and love. She even kissed the baby's little face. Obviously, she liked it very much. Ning, this lady liked this child very much when she saw her. Now that you are not in good health and have no energy to take care of her, why not just put her in Quexianju to raise her? Li held the child and said in a tone that could not be refused. Ning's heart was already full of hatred at this time, but she had to suppress it and not show it on her face. But no matter how hard she suppressed it, she couldn't help but turn cold and said lightly, "Mother's kindness should not be rejected, but I'm afraid that Mother will not have time to take care of the child in the future."
Huh?
What do you mean by this? I am a mother-in-law, and you don't agree to raise my granddaughter by your side. Is this the upbringing of your imperial college? Li was furious when she heard that, and she started talking nonsense without thinking. Ning ignored her stepmother-in-law's anger and said coldly, "Mother, don't you know? Father is about to return to Beijing." "What? He's at the war. Why is he coming back now?"
Li exclaimed.
How come she didn't hear anything about this? Ning sneered in her heart. She knew that Li looked like a high and mighty Marquis wife, but in fact she was deaf and blind, and she couldn't get any news. "I heard that father was seriously injured and had to return to Beijing to recuperate. The emperor has sent Dr. Liu to Yongning Pass to pick him up." Ning deliberately emphasized the 3 words Dr. Liu and looked at Li inconspicuously. Sure enough, she saw a trace of guilty conscience flash across Li's face. "What? You said the Marquis was seriously injured. What kind of person is Chung Sai's? He can't even protect his father."
Li showed anxiously.
Ning did not refute what she heard. After all, her husband had written to tell her in detail about the situation at that time. Ning was full of gratitude for her father-in-law, who risked his life to save her husband. But that gratitude was only for her father-in-law and had nothing to do with Li, her stepmother-in-law. In the past, she could treat Li as an insignificant stranger, but now, She was just her mortal enemy who wanted to steal her daughter. Li was really scared when she heard that her husband was seriously injured and had to return to Beijing to recuperate. She had been imprisoned in Yongning and had seen with her own eyes how bloody and brutal the fight between the two armies was. She also knew how seriously injured the generals had to be before they would be allowed to go home to recuperate. Thinking of this, Li cried wow. Li's cry scared the baby in her arms and made her cry as well. The wet nurse hurried forward to take the child back, stepped aside and coaxed the child in a low voice. Because the child had been raised by a wet nurse since birth, the nurse simply coaxed the child and the child stopped crying, just grabbed the wet nurse's clothes and crawled into her arms. The wet nurse knew that the child was hungry, so she quickly retreated to find a place to feed the child. Li cried and hiccuped and said, "Your father-in-law." Hiccup. Father. Hiccup.
Was.
Hiccup. Hurt.
What?
Hiccup. Injured. Ning shook her head and said slowly, "I don't know the specific situation. I only know that the Empress sent Dr. Liu to Yongning Pass to pick up father-in-law the day before yesterday. Calculating the journey, father-in-law will not arrive in Beijing for at least half a month." Half a month. Yes, it should be half a month. The Marquis was seriously injured and has to walk slowly on the road. Li said at a loss. Seeing Li's panic and helplessness, Ning couldn't tell what her mood was. She was extremely grateful to her father-in-law for saving her husband, and she hated Li for swapping her only daughter. Such a tiny baby was now missing and her life or death was unknown. Thinking of this, her heart, which had been a little soft, became cold and hard again. She didn't care about others, she just wanted to find her biological daughter back. Li covered her face and cried bitterly. Ning didn't step forward to persuade her, but just sat quietly aside. The eldest son and the second son stood on both sides, obviously showing a posture of protecting their mother. The 3-year-old son snuggled in Ning's arms. The 3 children were quiet and didn't say a word. When Li stopped crying because she was tired, Ning said lightly, "Father's going back to Beijing to recuperate, and the mansion should prepare early." If it weren't for the fact that her father-in-law saved her husband, Ning wouldn't have spoken up to her stepmother-in-law. She knew that Li had no ability to manage a household. If she didn't remind her, she wouldn't know what to prepare. "Don't bother me, I know," Li shouted in a bad mood. She must have cried for a long time, and her voice was a little hoarse. Ning didn't seem annoyed. She just stood up and said calmly, "In this case, the daughter-in-law will not bother you anymore. I'll take my leave now." After that, she turned around and left with her 3 children. While recuperating at her mother's house, Ning had completely figured it out. She would never give her stepmother-in-law the opportunity to control her by relying on her status. Now she was unwilling to even do face-saving. As long as the stepmother-in-law dared to stretch her claws towards her and her children again, she would ruthlessly tear her face with Li and completely fall out. After feeding the milk, the wet nurse who didn't dare to carry the child into the house saw the prince's wife leave the house, so she quickly picked up the child and followed. Because of Ning's coldness towards her daughter in the past few months, the wet nurse has been worried. The wet nurse naturally didn't know the inside story. She thought that the crown prince's wife was just like her, favoring boys over girls, so she couldn't be summoned. She never dared to appear in front of Ning with her child. But the wet nurse never expected that she had been a wet nurse for more than 4 months and had never been summoned once. She secretly complained more than once that the crown prince's wife was so hard-hearted and cruel. She was not as kind-hearted as her. Even if she didn't like her daughter, she wouldn't do this without even asking. Back at Chiu Garden, Rueishuerayun had just helped Ning change into her casual clothes when they heard the crying of the 3rd young master coming from outside. "What happened to Fenger?" Ning cried out, stood up suddenly and walked out. Rueishue grabbed the pine flower satin sable fur cloak hanging on the rack and quickly chased after him, shouting, "Madam, go slowly, put on the cloak. Be careful not to catch a cold." Wrapped in the cloak, Ning followed the crying sound and saw the little son running upstairs with 2 short legs, followed by a group of maids and servants, shouting, "Young master, don't run. Be careful not to fall." And so on. Chung Jinfeng ran and cried, sobbing, and kept shouting, "Mother, save my sister.
Sister. Sister.
Fonger, don't cry. Mother will hold you." "What's wrong with Fonger?" Ning walked forward quickly, squatted down quickly, held the little son in her arms, and comforted him with gentle words. "Mother."
Sister.
"Sister is so uncomfortable." Chung Jinfeng hugged his mother's neck and cried so sadly. Ning's heart sank. She ignored her own weakness and forced herself to pick up her 3-year-old little fat child. She walked to the upper room and asked anxiously, "Good Fonger, tell me quickly, what's wrong with your sister?"
"My sister's hot," crying.
So uncomfortable. The little fat child, Chung Jinfeng, wiped his tears and sobbed. "The girl doesn't have a fever." The nurse, who was startled by the crying of the third son, put her forehead on the forehead of the child in her arms and tried it, and said in surprise. Ning glanced coldly at the nurse holding the child, and then struggled to hold her little son into the upper room. Just as Chung Jinfeng cried and said, "My sister is so uncomfortable," at the foot of Wolf Mountain, only 50 or 60 miles away from the capital, at the home of the old hunter Jiang Cheng, Jiang Xiaobai, who was sleeping on the Kong, suddenly waved his little hands and cried. The old hunter, who was making dinner, was so scared that his soul flew away. He had raised Jiang Xiaobai for almost 5 months, and he had never heard the child cry a few times. Jiang Xiaobai only whined and never cried, whether she was hungry, sleepy, defecated, or peed. She only cried a few times in the first few days when the old hunter raised her. Since the Wolf Queen took over the important task of feeding her, the little baby has only whined and laughed, the kind of giggles that are very cute. This is the first time she cried so hard. "Little Bai, be good, don't cry." The old hunter quickly hugged Jiang Xiaobai in his arms, shaking her in panic and comforting her. Jiang Xiaobai, who used to be coaxed well, could not be coaxed this time. She twisted her body uncomfortably and still cried non-stop. Holding Jiang Xiaobai, the old hunter felt that it was different from usual, as if he was holding a ball of fire. He quickly touched Jiang Xiaobai's forehead, which was so hot that he couldn't help but gasp and exclaimed, "Xiaobai, why do you have a fever?" After that, the old hunter quickly put Jiang Xiaobai on the Kong, wrapped him tightly with a rabbit fur blanket, and then took out a small box from the Kong hole, put all the broken silver in the box into a leather bag, and threw the box on the Kong. The old hunter picked up Jiang Xiaobai and ran to the nearest Jingxi town. It usually takes more than an hour to complete the journey, but the old hunter only took half an hour. In this cold and windy early winter night, the old hunter ran until he was sweating profusely, and his sweat soaked several layers of clothes. "Dr. Sun, open the door quickly." "See a doctor." The old hunter ran to a shop with a gourd banner of Taisu Hall hanging on it, and Papa knocked on the door hard.
"Come, come."
"Who is it?" It's still quiet in the middle of the night. A young man's dazed voice came from inside the house. The young man opened the door while yawning and saw that the person who came was the old hunter Jiang Cheng. Then he restrained his impatience on his face, forced a smile, and asked, "Grandpa Jiang, is your child sick?" The old hunter nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, my granddaughter is sick. Where is Dr. Sun? Is she up?" "It's Brother Jiang. She's up. Please come in. It's cold outside." A loud voice sounded behind the young man, and the young man instinctively turned his head to look over, only to see the boss walking out quickly while putting on his clothes. "Oh, let me take a look. What's wrong with our little girl?" Dr. Sun held Jiang Xiaobai in his arms, tested her forehead, looked at her eyes, and then began to take her pulse. Perhaps the faint medicinal fragrance on Dr. Sun's body had a soothing effect. Jiang Xiaobai felt more stable in his arms than in the old hunter's arms. She didn't cry much, but just groaned in discomfort. After taking the pulse, Dr. Sun smiled and said, "From the pulse, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Xian Shen, add another lamp." The young man Xian Shen hurriedly lit another lamp and brought it over. Dr. Sun gently pressed Jiang Xiaobai's chin under the light, revealing her pink little gums, and saw 2 whites on the gums. Dr. Sun nodded, looking much more relaxed. "It's not a big deal. Niao is having her teeth fixed." When a child starts to have his teeth fixed, he will feel uncomfortable and have a fever. It will be fine in 2 days. Dr. Sun hugged Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile, "Growing teeth will cause fever? My granddaughter is very hot," the old hunter said with a distressed face. "You've never raised a child before, so of course you don't know. This kid will have a fever when he grows teeth, and he will also have a fever when he grows wisdom. In short, it's no big deal, so don't worry. Brother, you've taken good care of this kid. How did you do it? Judging from the pulse, the child should be less than 5 months old, but this little body, wow. It's stronger than those 1-year-old children. No wonder it starts to grow teeth so early." Dr. Sun weighed Jiang Xiaobai and said to the old hunter with a smile. The old hunter puffed up his chest proudly. He thought to himself, "Of course, don't you see what kind of milk our Xiaobai eats every day? That's the milk of the god of Langshan Mountain. How can ordinary children compare to it? Just raise it as it is. I've never raised a child before, so I'm just raising it carelessly," the old hunter said with a smile, seemingly modest but actually proud. "It's normal to have a fever when teething, but you have to be careful, brother. Don't let the child have a high fever for too long. A long fever will damage the brain."
Well,
"I'll pick up some medicine later. If the child's fever doesn't go down by dawn, I'll boil them for her to drink. Scrofularia, go and boil some hot water. Brother, wipe the child's body with warm water later, which can also reduce the fever." Dr. Sun was so happy when he saw Jiang Xiaobai, who was well behaved in his arms. He just held her tightly and refused to let go, as if he didn't want to give her back to the old hunter. "Okay, I'll make a note of it. Dr. Sun, are you done?" the old hunter asked with a smile, but his tone was unhappy. "Well, I'm done." Dr. Sun teased Jiang Xiaobai by weighing her and responded casually. The old hunter snatched his granddaughter back in a flash, hugged her tightly in his arms, and said as if to declare his sovereignty, "This is my granddaughter. TSK, you old bachelor, you don't even have a son or daughter, and you still have a granddaughter." Dr. Sun angrily rolled his eyes at the old hunter and said something unpleasantly. He and the old hunter have known each other for decades, so he naturally knows everything about him. The two have a good relationship, so they talk casually. "Humph, I have a granddaughter, you have a son, then do you have grandchildren?" As expected, after decades of friendship, they both know where to stab each other with a knife to relieve their anger. The old hunter said something mercilessly, and as expected, he saw Dr. Sun's old face suddenly darken. Dr. Sun has only one son who was born in his old age. He was spoiled since he was a child. I don't know what's wrong with that child. He is devoted to Buddhism and refuses to marry a wife. He cries and shouts all day long that he wants to become a monk, which almost makes Dr. Sun angry to death. Alas, children are all debts. Dr. Sun sighed helplessly. When he thought of that rebellious son, he was no longer in the mood to argue with the old hunter. "Brother Sun." The old hunter saw that Dr. Sun was visibly depressed and called out in a low voice with some guilt. Dr. Sun waved his hands and smiled reluctantly. "It's none of your fault, brother. It's my rebellious son who is not doing well. By the way, Brother Jiang, where did this child come from?" The old hunter Jiang sighed and said, "I picked it up by the Sang River. Tell me, how could anyone be willing to throw away such a good child? People in the world are ignorant. They only think it is good to raise sons, but they don't know that girls are equally important. If they only raise sons and not daughters, how can the boys get married in the future?" Dr. Sun shook his head and sighed. "Who said it wasn't? That's the truth." The old hunter also sighed. At this time, Xianxin boiled hot water and brought it over. Dr. Sun helped the old hunter to wipe Jiang Xiaobai's body with warm water. After unbuttoning Jiang Xiaobai's double-breasted jacket, the old hunter suddenly exclaimed and murmured, "Why is there a birthmark all of a sudden?" At the intersection of Jiang Xiaobai's collarbone under his neck, a very bright red flame pattern appeared. The old hunter didn't know how many times he had bathed Jiang Xiaobai, but he had never seen this birthmark. Dr. Sun listened carefully and asked hurriedly, "Brother Jiang, doesn't a child usually have this birthmark on his body?" The old hunter nodded and said very affirmatively, "No. This is strange. Brother Jiang, don't think about it for now. Wipe the child's body quickly. Don't let the child catch a cold." Dr. Sun saw the old hunter in a daze and hurriedly urged, "Yes, yes." The old hunter responded, woke up, and quickly wrung out the towel to wipe Jiang Xiaobai's body. Under the guidance of Dr. Sun, the old hunter carefully and repeatedly wiped Jiang Xiaobai's armpits, legs, palms, and soles. After about a cup of tea, Jiang Xiaobai's body was not as hot as before. When dressing his granddaughter, the old hunter found that the extremely bright red flame pattern was gradually fading. The red pattern that was like a jumping flame just now has now turned into a light pink. Dr. Sun also saw the gradually fading pattern, and he frowned and said worriedly, "Brother Jiang, your granddaughter is probably extraordinary." "I don't know." The old hunter dressed his granddaughter, hugged her tightly in his arms, and said firmly, "What's extraordinary? She is my granddaughter. No one can her away." After hearing this, Dr. Sun did not refute, but shook his head gently. The old hunter took his granddaughter to the town for medical treatment overnight. He was in such a hurry that he had no time to inform the Wolf King and his wife. Early in the morning, the Wolf King and his family of 7 came down the mountain on time to feed Jiang Xiaobai and play with her. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw that the doors of the old hunter's house were all open, and the yard and the house were quiet, without any sound. The Wolf Queen rushed into the room and suddenly jumped onto the Kong. The Kong, where there was always a little baby in the past, was empty, with nothing on it. The Wolf Queen jumped off the Kong and sniffed around, but she couldn't find her most beloved cub.
Awa.
The Wolf Queen screamed miserably outside, and the Wolf King and the 5 wolf cubs all rushed into the room in an instant. All they could hear was the sound of a war in the room. If Jiang Xiaobai was here, she would know what her wolf father and his family were saying. "The cub is lost." This was the sad voice of the Queen Wolf.
Impossible, Xer, don't worry.
The cub was still here yesterday afternoon. Maybe the old man took the cub out. This was the words of the Wolf King to comfort his wife. "Let's go out and find our sister." This was the cry of the 5 little wolf cubs one after another. After all, the Wolf King was a descendant of the Snow Wolf mountain god. Compared with ordinary wolves, he was more intelligent. The Wolf King howled at the 5 little wolf cubs, and the 5 little wolf cubs immediately ran out, rushing in all directions of Wolf Mountain. Speaking of finding people, no one can compare to these descendants of the mountain god. Where are the cubs? She hasn't had her milk yet, and it's been a whole night. The cub must be starving. The Queen Wolf cried anxiously. The Wolf King sat aside and thought for a while, then suddenly jumped onto the Kong to turn over the bedding on the Kong. Not finding the rabbit skin mattress specially used for his cubs, the Wolf King jumped down again and stretched his legs to dig in the Kong hole. He knew that every time the old hunter came back from selling prey, he would hide the money in this or that small wooden box. The Kong hole was empty, with nothing in it. The Wolf King retracted his front legs, and his sharp eyes scanned the room. Suddenly, he saw a wooden box under his wife's tail. The Wolf King immediately pulled out the wooden box and saw that it was open, without even a speck of silver inside. The Wolf King thought he might have guessed something. "Our cub may be sick, and the old man took her to see a doctor. And you see, all the money is gone." The Wolf King said uncertainly, "The cub is sick. Where is it? I want to go see the cub." When the Wolf Queen heard that her darling was sick, she jumped around on the Kong anxiously, shouting that she wanted to go find the cub. The Wolf King was also very anxious and worried. He touched his wife lightly with the tip of his nose and made a decision with great courage. "Okay, let's go find the cub." For fear that he would not remember the old hunter's smell, the Wolf King turned out the old hunter's fur coat and sniffed it vigorously with the Wolf Queen. As for Jiang Xiaobai, that was unnecessary, as her smell had long been engraved in the hearts of the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen. Not to mention not seeing each other for one night, even if they had not seen each other for several years, the Wolf King and his wife could not forget the smell of their cub. Following the smell of the old hunter and Jiang Xiaobai, the Wolf King and his wife ran all the way to the southeast. After running for a while, they would stop to confirm the smell, and then continue running. After running for less than 3/4 of an hour, the Wolf King and his wife arrived at the hillside outside Jingxi town. Standing on the top of the hill and watching the people walking around in the town, the two wolves were actually a little bit nervous. No matter how smart they were just two wolves. People say that people are afraid of wolves, but in fact wolves are also afraid of people and even more afraid of crowds. The cub is in there? The Queen of Wolves looked towards Jingxi town and asked uncertainly. The Wolf King nodded with certainty. Yes, the smell of the cub and the old man is strong. This is the largest town. If the cub is really sick, the old man will definitely bring the cub here for treatment.
Then, let's go in.
The Wolf Queen mustered up her courage and said firmly. The Wolf King looked at the wolf's snow-white fur, then looked down at himself, who was also snow-white. If they broke into the town like this, they would be hunted before they could find the cub. The Wolf King only thought that he was afraid of people and would be hunted, but he didn't expect that people would be scared to death when they saw such a huge wolf. By then, everyone would be in danger, and they would be so scared that they would quickly flee home, lock the door, and hide tightly. How about we call a few times first, and the old man might come out with the cub when he hears it. If the old man doesn't come out, we can sneak in quietly? The Wolf King racked his brains and came up with a good idea. In the second half of the night, Jiang Xiaobai, who had been fed bitter soup and had a fever again, was sleeping when she suddenly heard the faint call of cub.
Cub.
Wolf father. Wolf mother. Xiao Bai called out in her heart. Unfortunately, she was still too young and too far away from the hillside, so she could hear the anxious calls of the Wolf King and his wife, but the Wolf King and his wife could not hear her voice. Jiang Xiaobai woke up suddenly, waving her two little hands and shouting "Ah!" It was a pity that the old hunter who was guarding on the side did not understand baby language at all, and did not understand what she meant at all, so Jiang Xiaobai was so anxious that he shouted "Ah!" even harder. The old hunter was anxious to coax his granddaughter, so he had no intention of listening to the high and low wolf howls outside. Jiang Xiaobai was so anxious that she suddenly saw the big yellow cat raised by Dr. Sunday. She was moved and immediately called out in her heart. Little cat, little cat. Jiang Xiaobai kept calling. The big yellow cat, who was originally dozing off beside the pillow, suddenly sat up, staring with eyes wide open in astonishment, and turned around to look for the source of the sound. Little cat, I'm calling you. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm the child next to you. Jiang Xiaobai thought quickly in her heart. The big yellow cat walked hesitantly to Jiang Xiaobai's side, stretched its head close to her little face, and sniffed gently. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaobai's attraction to animals is unparalleled. The big yellow cat's eyes, which were originally round, immediately narrowed in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Little kid, are you calling me? The big yellow cat tentatively meowed and gently touched Jiang Xiaobai's little fleshy hand with its little meat pad. Yes, it's me, little cat. Can I ask you for a favor? Jiang Xiaobai thought anxiously.
Well.
Okay, how do you want me to help you? The big yellow cat, which was always aloof and didn't like to talk to people, kept meowing next to Jiang Xiaobai, which surprised Dr. Sun and Xianshen. You know, this cat is like a living ancestor on weekdays and doesn't pay attention to them easily. Well, my wolf father and wolf mother came to find you. Please help me tell them that I'm fine and Grandpa will take me home. Jiang Xiaobai said to the big yellow cat quickly.
What?
Wolf.
No.
The big yellow cat immediately shook its head like a rattle. What a joke, letting the cat go to see the wolf. Is it that the mouse is not delicious or the dried meat is not sweet? It is not that picky. Give yourself to the wolf as a snack. Please, little kitty, my wolf father and wolf mother are very kind. They will never hurt you. Well, as long as you help me send a message, I will give you 4 big fish. 1 big fish is enough for you to eat for 3 days. Jiang Xiaobai pleaded and tempted in a baby voice.
Well.
You really won't eat me? The big yellow cat asked hesitantly.
Well.
I promise not to. My wolf father and wolf mother are very nice. Jiang Xiao, Bai said with great pride. Really give 4 big fish? The big yellow cat confirmed weakly again. I will give it to you, of course I will. My wolf father is so powerful that he can catch a big fish with 1 claw. Speaking of the skills of his wolf father, Jiang Xiao Bai became more and more proud. Okay then. The big yellow cat agreed reluctantly. The main reason was that this little girl was too precious to him, and she gave him 4 big fish. Those were 4 big fish. The big yellow cat didn't know yet that he was just sending a message to Jiang Xiaobai, and from then on he lived a happy life that all cats envied and hated, with fish and meat every day. Speaking of which, in the upper room of Chiwu Garden in Qingbei Marquis Mansion in Beijing, Ning hugged her youngest son and coaxed him softly. Feng, be good, don't cry. How do you know that your sister is upset? Mother, my sister's body is so hot. Feng remembers that when I was a child, I had a fever and it was also very hot. Cheng Jinfeng said, crying. It was a particularly funny scene to hear a 3-year-old child say that he remembered his childhood. But Ning didn't want to laugh. She was startled and immediately turned her head to look around. Seeing that she was surrounded by her confidants, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask. Fenger, can you feel your sister? Ning stared at her son with expectation and asked anxiously. It's not that I can always feel it. It's just that my sister is not feeling well. Fenger can feel it. Cheng Jinfeng frowned with a distressed expression on his face. Son, please be well, mother. As soon as Cheng Jinfeng finished speaking, the second son Cheng Jinju walked in from outside. He saluted from a distance first, then warmed his clothes in front of the fumigation cage, and then quickly walked to his mother's brother. Second brother. I feel my sister again. Cheng Jinfeng looked up, looked at his second brother, and said softly. Again? Fenger, when did you feel your sister again? Ning's heart was so nervous that it jumped to her throat, and she asked anxiously.
Ah.
Cheng Jinfeng's face showed a tangled look. He had promised his second brother not to tell anyone about his sister. How could he go back on his word? After the panic, the little boy's mind came back and he realized that he had not kept his promise. Mother, I know about this. Why don't you let me tell me? Cheng Jinju saw his brother's tangled face, smiled at him soothingly, then looked at his mother and said respectfully. Hurry up and tell me. Ning was so anxious, but her second son was not in a hurry, which was really frustrating. Mother, about 4 hours after you gave birth to my sister, my brother suddenly covered his heart and cried, saying that my sister was very uncomfortable and he couldn't tell how uncomfortable he was. But after a while, my brother stopped crying. He said that his sister was not uncomfortable anymore. Cheng Jinju thought about it and told the story in the simplest words. He didn't tell his mother some of the details, lest his mother would feel even more sad and distressed.
So,
the one in the West Wing is really not your sister. Your sister is still alive? Ning asked in a trembling voice. In order to give his mother confidence, Cheng Jinju nodded firmly and said heavily, Mother, my sister must be alive and well. She is waiting for us to take her home. That's not my sister. She is a bad person. Cheng Jinfeng suddenly shouted. Bad person? Ning said in surprise. Although she hated Li for using that child to replace her real daughter, that was a child who was not even 1 year old and could not even speak. She only ate and slept every day. How could she be called a bad person? It's a bad person. It's a bad person. Cheng Jinfeng pouted and kicked the ground hard, saying angrily. Ning cast an inquiring look at her second son. Ever since she became pregnant, the sensible second son has taken over the care of his younger brother. Of course, Cheng Jinju doesn't have to take care of his younger brother personally. 2 maids and 2 big maids serve Cheng Jinfeng closely, and there are 2 guards and 4 boys in charge of security. Cheng Jinju only needs to manage these 10 people and pay attention to his younger brother's emotions at any time. Cheng Jinfeng is a very tough child. He rarely cries, and even less cries loudly. But on the day Ning gave birth, he cried so hard that he almost died. Cheng Jinju took a long time to coax him, which is why he secretly determined that the baby next to his mother was not his biological sister. Mother, maybe we are not born to be together. My brother hates that child very much. She must not be our biological sister. Chung Jinju suppressed all the speculations in his heart, but said the most mysterious reason. Ning nodded. This reason was reasonable. Mother, why did my brother cry just now? Chung Jinju was just in the study room to see the guards who stayed in the mansion, so he didn't rush to his brother in time. Ning briefly explained it, and Chung Jinju shouted in surprise, "So my sister is really still alive, she." Realizing that he had said something wrong, Chung Jinju suddenly closed his mouth. Only at this time would he show a childish look on his face. Ning sighed, hugged her two sons in her arms, and whispered, "Yes, your sister must still be alive. She is waiting for us to take her home. We must tell this news to your father, grandparents." Chung Jinju immediately said, "Mother, let Xianer send a letter to my father. Tomorrow my son will go to my grandfather's house to study, and then report to my grandfather and uncle in person. As long as my sister is still alive, we will definitely find her." Mrs. Ning nodded in agreement. She looked at her two sons in front of her and asked, "What is the eldest son doing now?" Ruiyan smiled and said, "To answer Madam's question, the eldest son said that he has not finished his homework today, and he went to the small training ground to practice as soon as he came back." Mrs. Ning smiled with relief and said, "This child is honest. He was originally allowed to take a day off today, and he is willing to make progress. Call someone to watch him. If he has finished practicing, he should come over for dinner." The eldest son is a natural talent for martial arts, and he knows how to work hard. The second son has a photographic memory and studies as hard as his elder brother. Ning has two sons who are so good, and I don't know how many mothers envy them to death. Hearing that they can have dinner with their mother again, the two brothers Chung Jinju and Chung Jinfeng laughed happily. They had been eating with their mother until Ning had a hemorrhage and needed to recuperate. She couldn't see the wind and her spirits were much worse, so they couldn't eat with their mother. Now the family can eat together again, which means that their mother is in good health for the three children and they don't have to worry secretly anymore. The mother and her four children had a very happy dinner. Ning looked at her three sons who were eating sweetly and thought that her youngest daughter was still alive and well. She felt much more relieved and even ate half a bowl of rice. The maids and nannies who serve her were so happy that they secretly chanted Amitabha. After dinner, after the three children left, Ning immediately wrote a long letter and asked Xianer to send it to Yongning Pass. She knew that her husband, who was far away at the border, was as worried and self-blaming for her little daughter as she was. In Yongning Guanzhong, Chung Sai's, who was fully focused on fighting against the Hu people, never stopped thinking about and worrying about his missing little daughter. Both sides were tormenting, and Chung Sai's lost a lot of weight. After sending off his father, whose injury had improved, Chung Sai's finally received a letter from Xianer. After reading the letter, Chung Sai's burst into tears. He held his wife's letter tightly to his chest and murmured with tears, "Thank God, my little Exiner is still alive. She is alive. Well, as long as you are alive, Daddy will find you one day. Little Exiner, promise Daddy that you'll be well, live well. I will find you as soon as Daddy finishes defeating the Tartars." After negotiating the terms, the big yellow cat stretched its legs forward, then jumped off the bed and ran out suddenly. Xian Shen was startled by a yellow shadow that passed by him like a gust of wind, and couldn't help but laugh and curse. "Ouch! I was so scared. How could this lazy guy bear to run away?" Jiang Xiaobai felt relieved when she saw the big yellow cat running away, and she stopped whining. When she stopped, the old hunter also felt at ease, and then he noticed the high and low wolf howls coming from outside. "Oh, no, how could I forget them?" He slapped his forehead suddenly, and without bothering to explain to Dr. Sun, the old hunter followed the big yellow cat and ran out like the wind. Dr. Sun and Xian Shen looked at each other, wondering what the man and the cat were going to do. Could it be related to the wolf howls coming from outside? The big yellow cat ran out of the town in a flash, and the old hunter, who was not as fast as it, also hurried out of the town. Along the way, he saw that the pedestrians all had solemn expressions and hurried steps, all in a hurry to go home. Before he left the town, the streets were already empty. The big yellow cat ran to the hillside where the Wolf King and his wife were, and meowed at them from a distance. The little voice was trembling and floating, and it was obvious that the big yellow cat was still very scared. "Look, is there a cat calling us over there?" The Wolf King pointed in the direction of the big yellow cat and said to the Wolf Queen. The Wolf Queen looked in the direction pointed by the Wolf King. The big yellow cat was stared at by two wolves for the first time in his life. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He asked in a trembling voice, "Are you Jiang Xiaobai's wolf father and wolf mother?" The two wolves often heard the old hunter call their baby cub Xiaobai or Xiaobai, so they were naturally familiar with this name. The Wolf King and Queen nodded proudly and replied at the same time, "Yes, we are Xiaobai's wolf father and mother." The big yellow cat said quickly, "Your Jiang Xiaobai is sick. The old man brought her to our house for treatment last night. Jiang Xiaobai told you not to worry. Her grandfather will take her home." "Oh, the cub is really sick. How could she get sick? I have to go see her." The Wolf Queen cried anxiously when she heard that her darling was sick. Just as the two wolves and one cat were talking, the old hunter hurried over. When he saw the Wolf King and his wife, he immediately shouted, "Don't worry, Xiaobai was not feeling well last night. I took her to the town to have a look. Now she is fine. I will take her home later. Don't worry." The Wolf King and his wife knew that the old hunter loved his cub as much as they did. After hearing his shouting, they finally felt at ease. The Wolf King nodded proudly, turned his head to the side, and hugged the wolf hind. The two wolves bent their hind legs and sat down at the same time, still facing the direction of the town. Seeing the behavior of the two wolves, the old hunter still had nothing to understand. These two wolves were waiting here for him to bring his granddaughter home. Without seeing his granddaughter, these two wolves would not return to Wolf Mountain. The big yellow cat looked at the old hunter, his eyes rolled around, and he suddenly jumped with his legs back and jumped into the arms of the old hunter. There was still the smell of Jiang Xiaobai in the old hunter's arms, which smelled so comfortable. After finding a comfortable position to lie down, the big yellow cat meowed unhappily when seeing the old hunter didn't move, as if to say, "Why don't you leave?" The old hunter didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and cursed with a smile, "What a lazy guy." Then he waved to the Wolf King and his wife, and said with a smile, "I'll go take Xiaobai home now." Seeing the old hunter coming back with his incredibly lazy cat, Dr. Sun couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, are you going to find Ollie?" "No need. Ollie is very lazy and can't get lost." The old hunter could guess that it was his little granddaughter who instructed the big yellow cat to report to the Wolf King and his wife, but he had no evidence, so who would believe it if he told it? Even if Dr. Sun could believe it, he would not tell his granddaughter about her strangeness, because that would bring disaster to his little Bai. "You've already told me that this little thing is very lazy. It won't come down when it sees me, and it insists that I carry it back. Can I take Xiaobai home?" The old hunter responded with a smile, and didn't say what he had just done. Dr. Sun didn't ask any more questions, but only examined Jiang Xiaobai's body again. After all, Jiang Xiaobai drank wolf milk, so his physical foundation was not ordinary. After drinking the medicine once, his fever completely subsided, and he was in great spirits. Dr. Sun checked his pulse again to make sure that he was really well. The old hunter immediately picked up Jiang Xiaobai and hurried out. The Wolf King and his wife were still waiting on the hillside outside the town. There were people coming and going in the town. If someone saw the Wolf King and his wife, there would be an accident. It would be better to go back to Wolf Mountain quickly. As soon as the Wolf King and his wife saw the old hunter appear in their sight, they ran over like flying. Jiang Xiaobai heard the noise and immediately shouted in his heart, "Wolf father, wolf mother." The two wolves ran to the old hunter, and the wolf mother stood up and took the child from the old hunter's arms. The old hunter quickly advised, "It's cold and windy today. You can't let Xiaobai suckle outside. If you get a stomach full of cold wind, you will get sick." The Wolf Queen heard the old hunter's words and immediately stopped. She gently kissed Jiang Xiaobai's face and howled at her a few times, meaning, "Be good, cub, let's go home and suckle." The two wolves ran forward. Naturally, The 2 legs of a human are not as strong as the 4 legs of a wolf. The Wolf King and the Wolf Queen ran for a while, turned around and saw that the old man was gone, so they quickly turned around to look for him. The old hunter had tried his best to run, but he still couldn't catch up with the Wolf King and his wife, and he had no choice. The Wolf King ran back and bent down in front of the old hunter unhappily. The old hunter exclaimed, "You want to carry me?" The Wolf King nodded impatiently. When he looked at Jiang Shaobai in the old hunter's arms, his eyes were filled with warm love. The old hunter understood that his little Bai was too young to ride the wolf independently, so he just served as a wolf saddle. The old hunter rode on the wolf's back for the first time in his life. He felt the north wind whistling in his face, blowing his face like a knife. The Wolf King and his wife ran as fast as they could and soon returned to the foot of Wolf Mountain. The old hunter looked at his yard, his eyes wide open in shock. In the yard with the wooden door wide open, there were a lot of wolves sitting in the yard. One of them was very familiar to him. It was his best helper in hunting. Perhaps it was probably the Wolf King's younger brother. He had seen the Wolf King teach that wolf a lesson like a grandson once. When the wolves in the yard saw Jiang Shaobai coming back, they all cried out in joy. Jiang Shaobai was very busy. So many wolves greeted her at the same time, and she had to respond one by one. Uncle Wolf, Aunt Wolf, Big Brother, Second Sister, Third Brother, Fourth Sister, Fifth Brother, Second Aunt, Fourth Aunt. Jiang Shaobai called out to them one by one in her heart, and she was so tired that she was spitting bubbles. Her body was still too small. The Wolf King cried out in a very majestic manner, and the wolves in the yard gradually dispersed. However, Uncle Wolf, Aunt Wolf, and the 5 wolf brothers and sisters did not leave. They just waited in the yard for Jiang Shaobai to finish her feeding so that they could go in and play with her for a while. After the false alarm, Jiang Shaobai seemed to grow up faster. She kept saying, "Ah," every day. She was in a hurry to speak. Junbei Ho Chengfuhu returned to the capital on a snowy day. Because he was seriously injured, the emperor specially allowed him not to go to the palace to see the emperor, but to go back to the mansion to recuperate. Because Lu Tai had sent the news to the capital in advance, Li took people to the city gate to welcome him early in the morning. Ning didn't want the children to be talked about, so she took the children to meet Li without Li's intentional notification. When Li got on the car, she saw several carriages behind her and frowned and asked, "Whose car is that?" In fact, Li asked knowingly because the cars in the mansion were regulated. The 4-horse carriage with red lacquer, mud gold, flat roof, and green Dureo awning in the mansion, only Ning was qualified to ride it except her. "Madam, this is the carriage of the Crown Prince's wife." The Crown Prince's wife instructed us early in the morning to take the 3 young masters to welcome the Marquis. The wife of the housekeeper replied with a smile, but secretly complained in her heart. The 2 ladies above were fighting, and the unlucky ones were the servants like them. "Humph, she is good at trying to please people," Li said sarcastically, and stepped heavily on the horse stool to get into the carriage. The convoy quickly left the city and waited at the Joliot Pavilion 5 miles outside the city. The weather was too cold, so no one got off the car but just waited in the car. However, after waiting for half an hour, they heard the sound of horse hooves from afar. "The Marquis is here," the little maid shouted crisply, and Li, without even wearing a veil, ran out of the car and ran to meet him with others. Ning put on her veil, straightened the clothes of the 3 children, got off the car slowly, and said to the 3 children around her, "Let's go to welcome your grandfather, Fenger. Don't run around by yourself. Ask the nanny to hold you." After giving the order, Ning led people to meet him. Li quickly ran to the front of the carriage of the Marquis of Junbei, cried, and called Marquis, and was about to climb onto the car, which frightened the guards and soldiers who hurriedly lowered their heads and put down the horse stool. Seeing that Li was not wearing a veil, he dared not look at Li. Looking directly at the Marquis' wife was a crime of insubordination. Li quickly climbed onto the car and saw the Marquis of Junbei with a pale face and slightly closed eyes.
Wow.
She burst into tears. The Marquis of Junbei had closed his eyes to rest, but when he heard the cry, he slowly opened his eyes, smiled at Li, and said weakly, "Fong, don't cry, I'm fine." Li's maiden name was Li Fong, and Fong was the nickname given to her by the Marquis of Jinbei. Li had never seen such a weak husband, and she couldn't stop crying. Jinbei Ho smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand and gently patted his wife's hand, with a doting look. Ning's group outside the car heard the movement in the car, and of course they had their own thoughts in their hearts, but they didn't show it on their faces. They just saluted respectfully and said, "Welcome father, grandfather, Marquis, back to Beijing." Jinbei Ho heard the voices of his daughter-in-law and 3 grandsons, and his smile on his face became bigger. He forced a smile and said loudly, "Okay, you are all good children. It's cold outside. Cize's wife, you go back to the car quickly and ask Songer and others to get in my car." It was just a short sentence, and Jinbei Ho was out of breath, his face flushed, and his chest made a whirring sound. In the generation of Chung Cize in Jinbei Ho's mansion, there were only 2 male children, 1 legitimate and 1 illegitimate, and only Chung Jinsong and his 3 brothers and the grandchildren, and the rest were girls, so Chung Fuhu valued the 3 grandsons and loved them very much. So even if Li was present, Ning didn't worry that the 3 sons would suffer any grievances. After watching her 3 sons get in the car, Mrs. Ning returned to her own car. It was snowing outside. It was really cold. Grandfather is so pitiful. Seeing his thin, haggard, and weak grandfather, Chung Jinfeng burst into tears. Chung Jinju quickly supported his brother's shoulders and said softly, "Brother, don't cry. Grandfather is a great hero and will recover soon. Don't cry or grandfather will not be at peace." Mrs. Li, who was holding her husband's hand and crying non-stop, suddenly paused. Was this talking about her? Chung Jinsong only cried a few times, but she was the one who cried longer. Chung Fuhu looked at his 3 grandsons standing in a row from tall to short. Even the little grandson, who was more than 3 years old, stood straight, and he was very satisfied. This is the spirit that a descendant of a general should have. "Good boy, Grandpa's fine. When Grandpa gets better, I'll carry Fonger to see the lanterns." Chung Fuhu remembered that during the Lantern Festival last year, he was ordered to return to Beijing. On a whim, he carried his little grandson to see the lanterns, which made the little guy very excited. He smiled and whispered, "Grandpa is tired if we don't see the lanterns." Chung Jinfeng replied obediently, which made Chung Fuhu so happy that even the pain of the wound was relieved. The 3 children knelt down and kowtowed. Li was about to ask them to get off the car, but Chung Fuhu asked the children to sit down beside him and talk to him. Li was so angry that she twisted her handkerchief. She also had a lot to say. What could she say with those 3 annoying guys here? The convoy quickly returned to the Jinbei Marquis mansion. Li ordered people to carry the Marquis back to Quexianju. Ning couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Although Quexianju was a good place to live, there were rockeries and flowing water in the courtyard, a pond of koi, and several pairs of cranes. The environment was excellent. But Li had been managing the house here, and there were people coming and going all day long. It was not a good place to recuperate. Chung Fuhu didn't spend much time in the mansion before. He spent most of his time guarding Yongning Pass. He was also a rough man who didn't care about anything, so he didn't care where he lived. Anyway, the conditions were better than those at the border. Ning brought her 3 sons and escorted her father-in-law into Quexianju with her stepmother-in-law. She wanted to leave immediately, but her stepmother-in-law suddenly said in front of her father-in-law, "Ning, your father-in-law needs to recover from his injuries now. I have to take care of him and don't have the energy to manage the household. You take over the cards and manage it for a while." When Li said this, not only Ning, but even Chung Fuhu's eyes widened in shock. You have to know that Li had no idea how many times she had quarreled with him for the right to manage the Jinbei Marquis mansion. Otherwise, he would not have violated his mother's wishes after his mother passed away and forcibly took the right to manage the household from his daughter-in-law to Li. It has only been 4 years, and Li has been a better housekeeper in the past 2 years than at the beginning. Why did he suddenly want to hand over the power? Chung Fuhu couldn't figure it out, but Ning had a vague understanding in her heart. She knelt slightly and saluted and said calmly, I understand what mother means, but I don't dare to take the card now. Please ask mother to ask someone to count the warehouse and account books first, and then hand it over to my daughter-in-law. Only then will I dare to take the card and temporarily manage the affairs of the government on behalf of mother. Li's face turned cold and she said angrily, Your father-in-law is seriously injured. How can I have the mind to check any accounts? Just take it over. Could it be that I would embezzle my own family's things? Ning thought to herself, You don't confess. What else do I need to say? She didn't answer, but just looked at her father-in-law with a touch of grievance in her eyes. Chung Fuhu is a rough man, but he has been a marshal for decades and is in charge of all military affairs of the Chung family army. Among all military affairs, logistics supply is an extremely important one. Although Chung Fuhu is not proficient in the tricks, he knows almost everything. He saw the aggrieved look in his daughter-in-law's eyes, and then looked at Li's somewhat erratic eyes. Chung Fuhu basically knew what was going on. Daughter-in-law, you have to work hard first and take care of the household for your mother. Chung Fuhu finally sided with his daughter-in-law and spoke gently to Ning. Ning fronet. She could ignore her stepmother-in-law's words, but if she didn't listen to her father-in-law's words, especially the words of the father-in-law who is injured while saving her husband, she would always feel guilty. But if she took the pair of cards, wouldn't she have to use her private treasury in Chiwu Garden to fill Li's deficit? Seeing the reluctant expression of his daughter-in-law, Chung Fuhu sighed and said slowly, Go back first. Your father knows what to do. Having said that, Ning had to say yes and ordered someone to take the pair of cards. But she didn't leave, just looked at Li quietly. Chung Fuhu thought for a while and understood, and immediately said, Hurry up and give the warehouse key to your daughter-in-law. Li angrily glared at Ning, and then reluctantly handed over the warehouse key. Ning didn't say much, just calmly bowed and left with the 3 children. After returning to Chiwu Garden, Ning's face still looked a little depressed. Chung Jinju was about to speak, but Ning stopped him and said, Song or go to practice. Zhu or go to the study to study, Feng. Before arranging the 3rd son, Chung Jinfeng raised his little hand and shouted, Mother, I want to follow my 2nd brother. Ning looked at her cute little son, and a smile appeared on her face. She smiled and said, Don't disturb your 2nd brother from studying. Chung Jinfeng covered his mouth with his 2 little hands and said in a muffled voice, Fomer promises not to disturb my 2nd brother. Chung Jinju looked at his mother with worry in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but Ning gently stroked his head and said gently and firmly, Zhuer, everyone has things they must do, and so does mother. Don't worry, mother can handle it herself. You just need to do your own thing well. Chung Jinfeng immediately rushed to say, I know. My eldest brother's job is to practice well. My 2nd brother has to study hard, and Fomer has to have fun. Mother, after the eldest and 2nd brothers have finished their own work, can they accompany Fonger to play snowballs? Everyone laughed when they heard Chung Jinfeng's childish words. Ning knew that her 3 sons were in good health, and it was okay to play snowballs for a while, so she nodded and agreed. The happy Chung Jinfeng pushed the eldest and 2nd brothers to run out, anxious for them to finish what they should do quickly so that they could play with him. After the children went out, Ning thought for a long time before ordering someone to call Madam Man, asking her to lead the 2 maids Xu and Fingxiu and bring a few rough maids, take the account books and the warehouse keys, and immediately go to count the warehouse and check the account books. After Madam Man left, Ning felt very tired, so she went to lie on the chaise longue to rest and recuperate. She fell asleep without realizing it, and slept for more than an hour. If the maid hadn't come in, Ning would probably not have woken up. Madam, wake up. The Marquis has ordered Madame Jiang to come and pass on a message. Rui Xue called softly. Ning opened her eyes dazedly and frowned slightly, saying, Madame Jiang has been recuperating at home. Why is she here? Rui Xue shook her head, with a puzzled look on her face, and said softly, I don't know. Madame Jiang didn't say anything. Ask someone to take her to the corridor to rest first. Okay, then let her in. Ning gave an order and sat up. Ruiyun came over to help her wash and dress. Rui Xue went to the door and passed on a message to the little maid through the curtain. Ning quickly packed up, and an old woman with white hair and wearing a Hunan-colored coarse satin skirt and jacket walked in quickly. Although this old woman was old, she had a straight back and walked vigorously, looking very energetic. "Mammy is here. Please take a seat. Rueyun will serve tea." Ning still respected this old maid, who was once the most capable maidservant beside the dowager lady and also served as the Marquis's wet nurse. "Thank you, madam, for the seat." Mammy Jiang sat sideways on the small table, nodded to Rueyun who served tea, took out a thick stack of banknotes from her sleeve, and placed it in front of Ning. Ning could guess a little, but she just asked in confusion, "Mammy, what does this mean?" Mammy Jiang was a straightforward person. She said directly, "This is given to you by the Marquis. The Marquis knows that you have been wronged. This is a banknote of 100,000 taels, madam. Please give it." Ning smiled awkwardly. Didn't this give her a difficult problem? She knew that Li must have a huge deficit, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to hand over the housekeeper's power. She didn't know whether the 100,000 taels was enough to make up for the deficit. Moreover, she had to enter this silver into the account, and once it was entered into the account, it could not be used to make up for the deficit. Seeing that the wife of the prince was not in a good mood, Nanny Jiang said directly, "The Marquis said that the 100,000 taels of silver do not need to be recorded in the account. If it is not enough, he will return it." After a pause, Nanny Jiang lowered her voice and said, "Madam, just keep it. Anyway, this Marquis's mansion will belong to the prince in the future. The successor wife of the Marquis will not be able to make it." "Madam, don't worry." Nanny Jiang not only nursed Chengfuhu, the Marquis of Jinbei, but also personally took care of the Prince Chengsai's. Her heart has always been on Chengsai's side, so naturally she spoke in their favor. "Well, I'll remember what Nanny said." Ning nodded, and her complaints about her father-in-law forcing her to take over the mess also dissipated a lot. "Madam, although I am not in charge of things now, if you have any orders, just send someone to call me. Although I am old, the crutches given by the madam are not old." Nanny Jiang patted her chest and said seriously, "When Mrs. Su was dying, she was worried about her grandson's family and was afraid that they would be tortured by their stepmother, so she gave her red sandalwood tiger head walking stick to Madame Jiang so that she could use it to intimidate Li when necessary." "Thank you, madam. I'm afraid I'll need your help in the future. I hope you can help me." Ning's mind moved, thinking that welcoming her little daughter back home in the future would inevitably lead to many complications, so she said to Madame Jiang sincerely. Madame Jiang stood up and said, "Just follow the orders of the prince's wife." Ning knew that Madame Jiang was pregnant and her legs were not so convenient, so she ordered someone to send her home. After Nanny Jiang left, Rueshua said with a smile, "That's great. I thought the Marquis would only protect the wife of the second Marquis." Ning glared at Rueshua and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and put the banknotes away." Rueshua responded with a smile and counted the banknotes carefully. Her greedy look was really unbearable. When it was getting dark, Madame Man brought people back to Chiwu Garden. She stayed outside to cool off the cold air before going into the house to reply, "Madam, the things in the warehouse don't match the account books at all. Nearly 80,000 taels of silver are missing, more than 10 gold and silver items are missing, and the jewelry doesn't match the account. I roughly calculated that there is at least a deficit of 150,000 or 160,000 taels. Yu is recording the detailed account, and it is estimated that it will be completed tomorrow." Madame Man said angrily. Ning was also stunned when she heard this. She knew that Li always bought things on credit, and the merchants would come to her house to settle the accounts at the end of each month. In other words, every penny Li spent was accounted for. Her expenses alone would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 taels of silver every year, which was enough for the annual expenses of a middle-class official family in the capital. However, the Jinbei Marquis's mansion had a family background and could afford it, so she, as a daughter-in-law, could not say anything. But Ning never expected that the stepmother-in-law had been the housekeeper for 4 years, and there was a deficit of 150,000 to 160,000 taels of silver, without any account to check. What did she do to embezzle so much silver in 4 years? Thinking of this, Ning frowned tightly. When you stayed up all night to settle the accounts. Ning looked at the account book in her hand, her brows twisted as if she was tied in a knot. There was a deficit of 79,300 taels of silver in cash, and the whereabouts of various gold and silver utensils, jewelry of various colors were discounted by 82,400 taels of brocade. There were also 2 shops and a farmland that were missing. The 3 properties were worth at least 20,000 taels of silver. Li had only been in charge of the government for 4 years, but she had lost 181,700 taels, which was almost equivalent to 1/3 of the property in the government. Originally, Ning thought that if there was a deficit of 120,000 or 30,000 taels, she could make up for the deficit of 20,000 or 30,000 taels with the 100,000 taels of silver notes sent by her father-in-law, and she would not alarm the Marquis anymore. She would just think of it as honoring her husband and father. Now it seems that even if she makes up for the 100,000 taels, there is still a deficit of 81,700 taels. Although she can take it out, it will cost her a lot. Ning has 3 sons and 1 daughter, and the amount of money needed for their future marriages is not a small amount. Ning cannot make up for the deficit of more than 80,000 taels by herself, and she has to tell her father-in-law the truth. But now that my father-in-law is seriously injured, if I tell him, what if? Ning sure is in a dilemma. The wife of the prince sent people to check the warehouse. No one else knew about this except the servants in charge of the warehouse. Ning Shi ordered the guards to keep watch over the servants in charge of the warehouse. Normally, this matter would not leak out soon. But money can make the gods go crazy, and Li Shi has been the housekeeper for 4 years, and the guards in the mansion are not as loyal as before. The next morning, the granddaughter of the nanny who had been detained secretly ran to Quexianju to report. After hearing this, Li Shi was angry, annoyed and anxious, and smashed the teacup fiercely, screaming angrily, Witch, how dare you check my account?
Why don't you die?
Li Shi smashed the teacup in the west room of the upper room. Chung Fuhu, who was lying on the bed in the east room, heard the noise and immediately asked someone to see what happened. The maid ran to the west door and waved in the corridor. Another maid came down quietly and said in a low voice, "Someone just reported that the wife of the prince sent people to check the warehouse." The wife of the Marquis was furious and smashed the teacup. The little maid curled her lips while speaking. She was a house-born child and had learned rules since she learned to speak. Naturally, she looked down on Li's behavior. Really, such a big commotion. I wonder if the Marquis wants to rest? The little maid who came to ask questions muttered softly and didn't dare to say anything else. After all, she was just a servant. How dare she openly say that her master was wrong? The little maid ran back to the east room to reply. After hearing the maid's reply, Chung Fuhu's face was gloomy and he sighed deeply. He knew vaguely where all the losses caused by Li went. Li's parents died when she was young, and she depended on her brother Li Chong for life. Li Chong was 14 years older than Li. He got married at the age of 17. His wife raised her sister-in-law as her own daughter. Even after they had 2 sons and a daughter, Li Chong and his wife still loved Li as much as before. Li had a deep relationship with her brother and sister-in-law, especially when her brother died in battle. Before his death, he asked for a marriage with the Marquis of Jinbei for her, so that she could marry into the Marquis's mansion openly instead of being a concubine who could not see the light of day. Her sister-in-law also used her brother's pension as a dowry so that she would not marry too poorly. Her brother and sister-in-law were very kind to her, and Li was extremely grateful to her natal family, so she naturally sided with them everywhere. Since Li Chong's death, even if the Marquis's mansion bought the Li family's property, the Li family was not good at running it, and with the prosperity of their children and grandchildren, their life was naturally not so affluent. Li had to provide more assistance. Thinking of the situation when Li Chong saved him that day, Chung Fuhu sighed deeply, and his anger towards Li dissipated a lot. He only whispered, "Find Madame Jiang here." Not long after the little maid ran out, she came in with Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang saw that the Marquis was so seriously injured and couldn't rest assured to recover. How could she not feel distressed? "Marquis, You said that you can't rest assured to recover from an illness, alas. How can I do this? If the lady is in heaven, she doesn't know how to feel distressed. Madame Jiang whispered sadly.
Madam, fine.
You know I have been tough since I was a child. No matter how serious the injury is, I will be fine after a while of recuperation. Chung Fuhu said with a forced smile. Now that he has lost his mother, he feels close to Madame Jiang as if he has seen his mother again, and he speaks more casually.
Alas.
I know what you want to ask me about. I just asked the wife of the deceased prince, and she still needs more than 80,000 taels. Marquis, let the wife of the deceased prince be the housekeeper in the future, otherwise your grandchildren and great-grandchildren will not have enough to eat. Nanny Jiang remembered the news she had just heard in Chiwu Garden, wiped her tears, and spoke angrily. Now, in the entire Marquis' mansion, only Nanny Jiang dared to say such words. Well, I know, then send the remaining 100,000 taels over. These years, it has not been easy for my daughter-in-law. I was wrong that day. Chung Fuhu nodded, agreed to Nanny Jiang's request, and asked her to send another 100,000 taels to Chiwu Garden. Nanny Jiang frowned and sighed. Send it all over. You will have no private money at all. Chung Fuhu smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I will return to Yongning Pass when I get better, and I can save it up again in a few years. Generals make money on the battlefield and make money from the dead. Everyone in the world knows it, but they just don't talk about it in public. Nanny Jiang looked at Chung Fuhu, who already had white hair, and wanted to say something but didn't speak. She just sighed deeply. The child she nursed was now over 50 years old. She only hoped that he would be safe and sound. She didn't want him to go to the battlefield again. Besides, the prince was not helpless at Yongning Pass. Seeing Nanny Jiang sighing at him, Chung Fu forced a smile and changed the subject. Nanny, ask Xuanzi to quietly find out how the Li family is doing now. Xuanzi is Nanny Jiang's youngest grandson. He is in his early 20s and is very smart. Now he is not working in the mansion, but is the shopkeeper in the saddler's shop of the Marquis mansion. He seldom goes to the Marquis mansion on weekdays, and the Li family doesn't know him, so it is convenient for him to find out the news. No need to ask Xuanzi to find out. I have heard a lot about the Li family. Nanny Jiang said unhappily.
Oh?
Nanny, tell me quickly. Chung Fuhu said hurriedly. My lord, you don't have to worry about the Li family anymore. The Li family is living a very good life now. They bought a big house and a farm. The servants in the family can wear satin clothes. The ladies often go out. People with similar status to the Li family are not as rich as the ladies and ladies of the Li family. The Li family is very arrogant. Last month, the Li family brought people to smash their son-in-law's house. Just because their daughter has not given birth for 10 years after marriage, the son-in-law's family wants to take a concubine for the child, and if the child is born, he will take it to the wife to raise it, just to have someone to carry on the family line. Nanny Jiang said angrily. Is it Xiang or son-in-law? Chung Fuhu thought about it. The only girl in the Li family who married but didn't give birth was Li Lianxiang. At the beginning, he almost agreed to let Li Lianxiang marry his son. Fortunately, he was stopped by his mother at that time. Otherwise, how could he have 3 precious grandchildren? Yes, it's her. Nanny Jiang said unhappily. The grandmother of Li Lianxiang's husband's family is Nanny Jiang's good sister. She went to visit her old sisters a few days ago. The old sisters held her hands and cried pitifully. Nanny Jiang was also very angry after hearing this. She knew that the Li family relied on the Jinbei Marquis mansion. If the Marquis was ruthless and ignored the Li family would not be able to cause any big waves. But the Marquis always remembered that life-saving grace and was too indulgent to the Li family. Well, I know, let Xuanzi go and find out in detail. Chung Fuhu thought for a while and said in a low voice. Ning looked at the 100,000 taels of silver notes that Nanny Jiang sent again, and she didn't know what to say. She had to accept this silver note, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She knew that this was all her father-in-law's private money. If she took out 200,000 taels at once, she would probably have to empty his private money. Nanny Jiang saw the tangle in Ning's heart and said with a smile, "Madam, just take it. The Marquis will give it to you sooner or later. The second master cannot be counted on. This Marquisate can only belong to the prince. Moreover, it is to make up for the deficit in the account. The Marquis is sentimental, so it is inevitable that the prince and you have been wronged. I just hope that you and the prince will not really blame the Marquis because he also has the prince in his heart." Ning sighed lightly, nodded, and whispered, "The prince has never really blamed the Marquis. It's just,
Alas.
now I just hope that the family can be peaceful and quiet so that my father can rest assured to recover from his injuries. My father has been fighting for half his life and is injured. He should take this opportunity to take good care of himself." Nanny Jiang has also experienced how many headaches Li has when she is unreasonable. But her status is there, and now, except for the Marquis, no one in this mansion can really control her. Although she had the lady's cane, she couldn't use it to pressure Li all the time. Good steel should be used on the blade. "Madam, don't worry too much. The Marquis will need to go back to Beijing to recuperate for a year or so," Nanny Jiang said comfortingly. She didn't know at this time that the Prince Chengxi's had already sent a secret letter to the emperor, requesting that his father be allowed to return to Beijing for recuperation and that he would guard Yongning Pass independently. In the palace, in Wanshan Hall, the great Chu Emperor Ningkong was listening to the report of the injury of the Marquis of Jinbei by the imperial physician Liu, who had taken him back to Beijing. "Your Majesty, Lord Cheng was seriously injured this time. The sharp arrow pierced Lord Cheng's lungs, severely damaging his heart and lung meridians. Although the detoxification and bleeding were stopped in time, Lord Cheng is old after all, and he was seriously injured. I'm afraid he will never be able to fully recover in his lifetime, and will never be able to withstand the hardships of life. If Lord Cheng stays in the capital and recuperates carefully, he may live another 10 or 8 years. If he goes into battle again, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive even a year." Imperial physician Liu knelt on the ground and said with a sigh, "He is injured so badly. Marquis Jinbei has guarded the northern border for our dynasty for 30 years. During these 30 years, the Hu people dared not set foot in the northern border. The old Marquis is really the pillar of our great Chu. Even if he can no longer guard the northern border, I will not disappoint the old Marquis. Come, draft an edict to confer the title of super-rank Ningguo Duke on Chengfuhu, grant him a sword and shoes to enter the palace, and he does not need to bow when entering the court, and he does not need to use his name when praising or bowing. In addition to the post of Marshal of the Jinbei Army, his son, General Wulia Chengxi's, will succeed him as Marshal." Hearing the emperor's words, the eunuchs and imperial physician Liu on the side were shocked and secretly gasped. The emperor thinks too highly of the Cheng family. The old Marquis is conferred the title of Duke, and the prince takes over as Marshal. This is really a situation where the Marshal of the Jinbei army is permanent, but the soldiers are constantly changing. The eunuch who wrote the imperial edict sent it to the emperor for review. After reading it and confirming that it was correct, Emperor Ningkong personally used his seal and ordered the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Ceremonies to go to the Jinbei Marquis' mansion to convey the imperial edict. Ning was listening to the maids in charge of various places in the mansion in the small flower hall of Chiwu Garden. Suddenly, a little maid ran in a panic, shouting, "Madam, it's not good. Someone from the palace is here to convey the imperial edict." Ning nodded and said calmly, "Go outside and tell He-Man to invite the eunuch who conveyed the imperial edict to have tea." Someone ran away in response. Ning just glanced at the little maid and said lightly, "Take her to learn the rules well. Before she learns well, she should not come out to work." The little maid trembled, and just as she was about to say something, she was covered by a maid's mouth and dragged away. Seeing this, Ning secretly sighed. This little maid looked young, and she should have only started working in the past 2 years. Her stepmother-in-law's ability as a housekeeper was really speechless. Because the male owner of the mansion was still lying on the sickbed, and the eunuchs who came to convey the imperial edict were from the palace, Ning didn't have to be shy, and just took people to the side hall in the front yard. "I'd like to meet the marshal's wife." Is the marshal's wife safe now? When the chief Inuch Lu of the Ministry of Ceremonies saw Ning walking in slowly, he immediately stood up with a smile and greeted her. When Lu was still a little Inuch, he was implicated in a case and almost became a scapegoat. It was Ning Yuanda, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who found out the truth and saved his life. Therefore, the chief Inuch of the imperial household was very friendly and enthusiastic towards Ning Yuanda's only sister. It turns out that it is Inuch Lu in person. Please don't be so polite. Long time no see, how are you? Ning hurriedly bowed in return, although she didn't understand why he called her marshal's wife. Although the chief Inuch of the imperial household was only of the rank of the 4th rank, he was a powerful figure who held real power. Such a person must not be offended. Okay. Thanks to the marshal's wife, our family is doing well. Inuch Lu said happily. Are you talking about my husband? Ning asked puzzledly. Inuch Lu said happily. Let Madam know that the Emperor has issued an edict to confer the title of Super Rank Ningwa Duke on your mansion, and the prince will succeed the Marshal of the Jinbei army. You are the Marshal's wife, and we congratulate the Marshal's wife. Ning smiled and said, so that's how it is.
Thank you, Inuch.
Please have tea here first, and when the incense table is set up, I will help the Marquis to come to receive the edict. Inuch Lu smiled and said, Madam, there is no need to set up another incense table. The Emperor has given a verbal order to allow the old Marquis Qing to receive the edict while lying on the sickbed. As soon as Inuch Lu said the Emperor's verbal order, Ning led the people to kneel down, and when Inuch Lu finished speaking, everyone stood up. Ning knew that this was the Emperor's sympathy for the old minister, but the servants didn't understand. They just felt that their own Marquis was very favored by the Emperor, and some people couldn't help but secretly feel a little proud. Ning ordered people to run to Quexianju to deliver the letter, and she personally accompanied Inuch Lu to walk slowly to Quexianju. The successor wife of the Marquis of Jinbei had a very bad reputation in the circle of dignitaries in the capital, and Inuch Lu naturally knew about this. Those who could work in the palace were all very kind-hearted people, so Inuch Lu did not mention the successor wife at all, but only greeted the 3 young masters and chatted with them. In Quexianju, when Li heard that her own Marquis was named the Super Grade Duke of Ningwa by the Emperor, she immediately smiled and was so happy that she didn't know what to say. The youngest who came to report the news was also a smart one. He did not mention a word about the prince succeeding the Marquis as the Marshal of the Jinbei army. So Chung Fuhu was also very happy. Being named a Duke of the State was the greatest praise from the Emperor for his 30 years of guarding the northern border. When Inuch Lu came to Quexianju when he was young, although he had already passed the message first, Chung Fuhu still ordered someone to help him put on his official uniform and sit in the hall of the upper room waiting. Why did the old Marquis stand up? Please sit down quickly. The Emperor has allowed you not to kneel to receive the imperial edict. Inuch Lu took a few quick steps forward and supported Chung Fuhu, who was about to stand up. Li had already dressed up according to her rank. Seeing that Inuch Lu was about to announce the edict, she knelt down quickly. Ning and her youngest son knelt behind Li. Behind Ning, the second master Qing Si and his family knelt. Everyone listened to the edict respectfully. After hearing the edict, Chung Fuhu took the imperial edict with both hands and ordered Li to send it to the ancestral hall for worship. Ning also gave Inuch Lu a red envelope according to the old custom. Inuch Lu did not refuse. He took the red envelope with a smile, bowed to Chung Fuhu and congratulated him. Congratulations to the Duke. When the Duke is well, we will definitely come to ask for a glass of wedding wine. Chung Fuhu forced a smile and said, Thank you, Inuch Lu. Of course, I will treat you to a glass of water. Inuch Lu saw that although the new Duke of Ning had a smile on his face, he showed a trace of reluctance. He also understood in his heart that the Duke of Ning was reluctant to give up the post of the Marshal of the Jinbei army. After all, there was a precedent of the Duke of Ning taking command in this dynasty. However, looking at the sallow face of the Duke of Ning and thinking about what the imperial physician Lu said, Inuch Lu sighed in his heart. He was afraid that the Duke of Ning would only be able to go to the battlefield again in his dreams. After sending off Inuch Lu, Li, regardless of her daughter-in-law being present, pulled her husband's hand and said coquettishly, "Duke, please write a petition to ask for a title for me. From now on, I will be the youngest duke's wife in the capital." The imperial edict did not add any title to Li. If she wanted to be a duke's wife, then Duke Ning would have to personally write a petition to ask for a title. This had happened once before, except that it was to ask for a title of Marquis wife. Chung Fuhu had been trying to get up to receive the imperial edict, but when Li shook him, his wound became more painful, his face turned from sallow to pale, and his lips became increasingly bloodless. For a moment, he didn't even have the strength to speak. "Grandmother, please let go of grandfather. You're shaking him so hard." A childish voice suddenly rang out, and everyone looked and saw the third son pointing at his step-grandmother and shouting angrily. Everyone looked at the duke's face and was shocked. Li was also startled, and quickly let go of her hand. She turned her head and glared at Qing Jinfeng fiercely, and cursed in a low voice, "You are so talkative. You are so rude." Li knew that her husband loved this little grandson very much, and she didn't dare to scold him too harshly in front of him. Ning was so angry that her face turned red. Who is rude? In front of the younger servants, she was still acting like a spoiled child. Did Li really think she was still the same beautiful woman in her 20s? But she couldn't contradict her mother-in-law in public. Ning pulled her son behind her and looked at her stepmother-in-law with a cold face. Although she didn't say a word, the contemptuous look made Li feel extremely uncomfortable. She swept Li coldly with a contemptuous look. Ning ignored her and only ordered in a deep voice, "Hurry up and help the Duke back to his room to rest, and ask the palace doctor to come and see the Duke again." All the servants were busy, and Chung Fuhu was soon sent to the bed in the east room. The court doctor also came over to take the pulse. After carefully examining both hands, the court doctor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, your wound has been a little painful, but otherwise it's fine. If your Majesty is in a lot of pain, you can drink some painkillers." Chung Fuhu said impatiently, "I don't need painkillers. Just tell me, when will my injury heal?" The court doctor laughed dryly and said, "If your Majesty can rest quietly, it will take until next spring at the latest." Chung Fuhu glared at the court doctor and shouted angrily, "Get lost." The court doctor quickly left. He knew that the Duke was still thinking about returning to the battlefield and was very upset. He was also a patient, so the court doctor didn't take the scolding to heart. After leaving the East Room, the court doctor said to Li, "Madam, the Duke needs to rest, and you must not bother him." Li raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Are you saying that I have bothered the Duke?" The court doctor bowed and said repeatedly, "I have no such intention." Seeing that Li was still looking for trouble with the court doctor, Ning said lightly, "Mr. Zhang, the Duke's medicine still needs you to watch and boil it yourself, so hurry up." The court doctor left. Li stared at Ning and said hatefully, "Now you have the final say over me. When will you have the right to speak in my Quexianju?" Ning did not respond to her stepmother-in-law's words at all, but just said calmly, "There are many affairs in the court, so I will not talk to my mother." After that, she bowed slightly, turned around, and left without saying another word. Li was so angry that her face turned red, but she also listened to the court doctor's words and really did not argue anymore. She walked into the East Room with a grievance, sat on the drum stool in front of the bed, and looked at her husband, who closed his eyes to rest, and Li sobbed softly. Chung Fuhu had not slept at all. He opened his eyes immediately after hearing the sobbing. Seeing his wife's face full of tears, he immediately said softly, "Fanger, don't cry. It's not that I won't ask for a title for you. Now I can't write a memorial, can't I?" Chung Fuhu was seriously injured. Until now, he still couldn't use any strength in his right hand. He was always able to lift an 80-gene spear to kill the enemy, but now he couldn't even hold a small brush. Having to tell the truth, Chung Fuhu himself was full of bitterness and pain.
Ah, Duke.
Li never expected that her husband was so seriously injured. She immediately fell on the bed and cried sadly. Li's crying startled all the servants, and they all rushed into the East Room. The two maids Jin Feng Yulu hurried forward to persuade her. It would have been better if they didn't persuade her. After persuading her, she cried even harder. Madam, what's wrong with you? Please say something. Our Duke is here. He will definitely help you. Jin Feng, who didn't know what happened, spoke quickly. Yulu couldn't help but sneer in her heart when she heard Jin Feng's words. Idiot. She only half knelt in front of Li, wiping Li's tears and whispering to Li not to cry and hurt her body. What she said was much more sophisticated than Jin Feng's. What are you making a fuss about in broad daylight? Can't you tell the Duke to rest well? A full-blooded rebuke reached the ears of everyone in the East Room. Li immediately stopped crying and sat up straight. The person who spoke was none other than Nanny Jiang, who hurried over after hearing the news that the Marquis had conferred the title of Duke on her. She didn't have to be on duty on weekdays, and she only stayed at home to take care of her old age, so she came a step late. Nanny Jiang. Everyone shouted hurriedly. Madame Jiang nodded in response, ignoring Li, who was standing by like a bullied young wife, and walked quickly to the bedside, smiling and saying, I just got the news that you were conferred the title of Duke, so I came to congratulate you. Cheng Fuhu nodded and smiled and replied, I asked Madam to run errands again. Madam, please sit down and talk. People are inevitably fragile when they are sick, and Cheng Fuhu immediately felt warm and safe when he saw Madame Jiang. Now the person he most wanted to see was not Li, not his grandson, but his Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang sat on the chair brought by the maid, frowned at Li, and endured it. She didn't say anything directly that didn't give Li face, but said in a deep voice, The Duke is sick now, and Madame should take good care of herself so that she can take good care of the Duke. When Li faced Madame Jiang, she always felt the same frustration and timidity as when she faced her mother-in-law. Even though her mother-in-law had passed away for 4 years, and she had been the head of the family for 4 years, she still couldn't get over it. Li went out with a humiliated look on her face. Cheng Fuhu also drove the servants out, looked at Madame Jiang, and said sadly, Madam, I feel bad. Madame Jiang gently patted Cheng Fuhu's hand and said softly, I know that you are an eagle in the sky, but now your wings are tied. You must be unhappy. Cheng Fuhu nodded, and he knew that Madame Jiang would understand his thoughts. The former general died on the battlefield at the age of 40, and the former Marquis left you and your mother before he was 30. Duke, every time you went to the battlefield, the lady couldn't sleep all night. She was afraid. That day, the lady was always worried about you. She didn't leave with peace of mind. Madame Jiang said in a low voice with red eyes. But I'm not. Besides, my mother is gone. Cheng Fuhu said sadly. Madame Jiang shook her head. She understood what her Duke meant. He felt that there was no one in the world who cared about him the most. This was not good. If he really had the idea of the next life, how could he get better? Duke, you are now in your early 50s, so it's time to come back and have a rest. Are you going to die in Yongning Pass, like your grandfather and father? Now the prince is guarding the border for you. You taught him. What's the difference between him guarding the border and you guarding it? Besides, the 3 little sons are still young, and their father is not at home. As a grandfather, you have to bear the burden of raising children for your son. Our eldest son's talent for learning martial arts is not worse than yours. If you take the trouble to teach him for a few years, are you afraid that you can't teach another martial for our Jinbei army? Nanny Jiang knew every little thought of the child she raised, and she hit the root deep in Cheng Fuhu's heart and spoke straight to the point. Is Som'er really so talented? Cheng Fuhu said unexpectedly. He has been in Yongning Pass for many years. Although he loves his grandsons, he really doesn't know much about them. In addition, Li often said that the 3 grandsons were not smart. After a long time, Cheng Fuhu could not help but believe it. Hey, when you get better, you will know after taking the test yourself. Nanny Jiang knew that Li must have said a lot of bad things about the 3 young masters behind their backs, so she didn't say much, just let the Duke understand it himself. She firmly believed that the eldest son's talent and hard work would definitely make the Duke find the meaning of life again. Under Nanny Jiang's enlightenment, Cheng Fuhu finally untied his knot and began to recuperate steadily. During his recuperation, Ning would bring her 3 sons to visit him every day. This was the time that Chung Fuhu had spent the most time with his grandsons since he had them. Looking at the 3 grandsons with bright eyes, Chung Fuhu liked them from the bottom of his heart. If you say who is his favorite grandson, it is naturally the eldest grandson Chung Jinsong, who has amazing martial arts talent. Since that time when Chung Jinsong practiced a set of spear techniques in the yard, Chung Fuhu's face has never been depressed. Good boy. Old man Luo is willing to teach you the Luo family spear. Chung Fuhu raised his thumb and said proudly. Chung Jinsong smiled embarrassedly and said, Grandpa Luo said that my grandson is suitable for practicing spears, so he asked Uncle Luo to teach me personally. My grandson is stupid, and it took me 3 months to learn it. What? You learned the Luo family spear in 3 months? Did Uncle Luo also teach you the 3 fatal spears? Chung Fuhu was shocked. You should know that the Luo family spear technique of Pingnan Marquis Mansion is the top spear technique that is known as the double unique spear technique with the Chung family spear technique. Both sets of spears are difficult to learn. Without a year or 2 of hard work, you can't even learn the basics. And the Luo family spear that he just saw his eldest grandson practicing has already made some progress. Not yet. Grandpa Luo said that my grandson's muscles and bones are not strong enough, so I can't practice the 3 fatal spears now. When my grandson is 12 years old, Grandpa Luo will teach him personally. Chung Jinsong replied respectfully. He was not as relaxed as he was in front of the old Marquis Luo. This old madman is really nice. Which grandson of your grandfather Luo is the most powerful? Ask him to come to our house later, and Grandpa will teach him the Chung family spear. Chung Fuhu never expected that Luo Feng, who had been competing with him all his life, would value his grandson so much. He, Chung Fuhu, couldn't be that kind of stingy person. The old madman in Chung Fuhu's mouth was Luo Feng, the Marquis of Pingnan. As soon as he went to the battlefield, he rushed madly like a killer and was given the nickname of a madman. Of course, only people like Chung Fuhu dared to call Luo Feng a madman, and other people would never have the courage. Reporting to grandfather, Grandpa Luo has been ill since the beginning of winter. He coughs badly and can't come to visit you. He asked his grandson to bring you a message, asking you to take good care of yourself and wait until next spring to drink and compete with you again. Chung Jinsong remembered what his master said and couldn't help but smile and said, How can crazy Luo say such things? Songer, you don't have to cover up for him. Grandfather knows the virtues of that old guy. You are a good one. Study hard, practice well, and when grandfather gets better, he will teach you personally. Looking at the heroic grandson, the last bit of unwillingness in Chung Fuhu's heart also dissipated. As long as the Jinbei army is in the hands of his Chung family, who is the commander-in-chief, doesn't matter. Li saw that the 3 grandsons of the eldest house caught her husband's eyes, and she hated them in her heart. Since the day she married into the Jinbei Marquis' mansion, she couldn't bear to see Chung Sai's get better. After 20 years, the idea of hating Chung Sai's family has been deeply engraved in her bones. Look at you. What's the use of you? You can't learn martial arts and you can't learn literature. Li poked the forehead of Chung Si, the original illegitimate son raised under her name, and cursed angrily. Mother, calm down, mother, calm down. Son may not be as good as elder brother in everything, but there is one thing that son is better than him. Son has you. Chung Si has been sweet-mouthed since he was young, especially good at making people happy. He is also very obedient, and he does whatever Li asks him to do. Even when marrying a wife, he obediently married Li Meixiang, the niece of Li's mother's family. Humph, you are only good in this respect. Li snorted coldly and sat down beside her. Chung Si hurried forward to serve tea. Mother, my sister-in-law is very strange. She only has a little girl, but she doesn't care about her at all. She left it all to the nanny to raise. I heard that the nanny doesn't take care of her, not as carefully as our Bauer and Bayer. Chung Si came to Li and whispered, What did you say? That which dared to treat my granddaughter badly. Li was furious, and a sentence came out of her mouth, but she changed the subject abruptly when she was halfway through. Chung-si was very surprised to see his mother furious. With her hatred for the eldest house, how could she possibly say that the eldest house's little girl was her granddaughter? Where did you hear the news? Lee asked coldly with a gloomy face. Chung-si said hurriedly, "Isn't it that your daughter-in-law always has to consider her face?" So she took Bauer and Bayer to Chiwu Garden to see the girl. The girl's nurse and Bauer's nurse used to work together and had a good relationship, so she talked to Bauer's nurse for a few more words. Lee glared at her son and said unhappily, "What maid? The child is called Qinghan. Don't call her that." Chung-si was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "Yes, it's little Qinghan. I heard from your daughter-in-law that little Qinghan is very good-looking, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, double eyelids, and fair skin, which is especially likable. I don't know what the eldest sister-in-law thinks, but she is not close to little Qinghan at all. I heard that she has never held her since she was born." Lee's face turned blue with anger, and she kept scolding, Witch, Ning, you vicious witch." When Chung-si saw his mother scolding the eldest sister-in-law, a happy smile flashed in his eyes. He quickly struck while the iron was hot and added fuel to the fire. As long as he could disgust the eldest family, he would do anything. "Mother, since the eldest sister-in-law doesn't care about Xiao Qinghan, why don't you bring her to you to raise her? If she is well-trained, she will be close to you." Chung-si smiled sinisterly. Lee had that idea originally, and now that her son mentioned it, she thought about it again. But since her husband returned home, she was not as comfortable as before. If she didn't talk to the Duke first, it would be difficult to bring the child over. Thinking of this, Lee didn't care about scolding her son anymore and immediately returned to Quexianju. Chung-si respectfully saw his mother off and said to himself, "Interesting, this is very interesting. There is something exciting in the mansion again. Sister-in-law, let's see what you will do this time." Back at Quexianju, Lee first diligently served her husband to take the medicine, and then sat down to talk to him. "My lord, I know I did some wrong things before. You are so forgiving and don't hold it against me. I understand it in my heart, and I always remember your love for me," Lee said shyly, like a little wife. Chung Fuhu couldn't help laughing when he saw his wife, who was as beautiful as before. He just liked Lee, otherwise he wouldn't have married her as his second wife against his mother's wishes for the first time in his life. "Fonger, let's not talk about the past. I will stay at home and live a good life with you in the future." Chung Fuhu smiled and patted his wife's hand, saying softly. Lee nodded and said softly, "I will listen to you, Lord." Chung Fuhu laughed happily and said yes repeatedly. Chung Fuhu felt that his wife, who was no longer noisy, was more pleasing to the eye. "My lord, now that I have handed over the power of housekeeper, I have more time. You need to rest, and I cannot disturb you all the time. I think that my eldest daughter-in-law is busy with the housekeeping all day long and taking care of your 3 grandchildren. She is really busy. I am afraid that she can't take care of your little granddaughter. You see, she hasn't had time to bring her little granddaughter to you until now." Lee suffered a few losses and finally learned her lesson. Now she has learned to put on eye drops. "Thinking of the fact that it has been more than half a month since I returned to the mansion, my eldest daughter-in-law has indeed not brought her little granddaughter to me." Chung Fuhu couldn't help feeling unhappy. But he couldn't agree with his wife and say that his daughter-in-law was wrong, but his old face was gloomy. Seeing this, Lee was secretly delighted and said quickly, "Duke, since our eldest daughter-in-law is too busy to take care of our granddaughter, why not take her to Quexianju to raise her, so that we can share her worries?"
Huh.
Chung Fuhu hummed in confusion. When did his wife become so considerate of his eldest daughter-in-law? Or did she want to do something again? Seeing the doubt in her husband's eyes, Lee lowered her head and said softly with sadness, "I just want to get closer to her. We are all family. We can't be so hostile to each other as to meet each other. That's not good." Chung Fuhu was even more shocked. How could his wife say such a reasonable thing? He turned his head to the west. Did the sun not rise from the west today? "Duke, I really know I was wrong, so why don't you allow me to change?" Lee gritted her teeth and said against her will, Okay, why not? When the eldest daughter-in-law comes to pay her respects, I will talk to her." Chung Fuhu said with a relieved smile. In the evening, Ning came to pay her respects with her 3 children as usual. Chung Fuhu frowned when he saw that she still didn't bring her granddaughter. Eldest daughter-in-law, why haven't you brought Qinghan here these days? Chung Fuhu asked with a faint smile. Ning was startled, looked up at her father-in-law, then lowered her head and said calmly, "It's my daughter-in-law who is rude. I just thought that the child was too young and weak, and I didn't dare let her catch a cold, so." Li smiled and said, "That's true, but the child is almost 6 months old, and we, the grandparents, haven't seen her yet. This is unreasonable, right? If people knew about it, they would think that our Duke's mansion doesn't like this only legitimate granddaughter." Ning was filled with hatred when she heard this, but she didn't have any evidence to prove that the child was not her biological daughter, let alone prove that Li had swapped her child. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Ning said coldly, "Since father wants to see the child, Ruishua, you go." Chung Fuhu couldn't help but feel strange when he saw his daughter-in-law's strange expression. He knew that his eldest son and his wife were looking forward to having a daughter. Now that they had a daughter, why did they look so indifferent? He never thought that his terrible daughter-in-law would actually do such a thing as replacing the bloodline of the Qing family. What's more, the matter was not done neatly, so that the eldest son's family noticed it. Not long after, Ruishua came over with the wet nurse holding the child. Li took the child and held it to her husband. She smiled and said while teasing the child, "Look, Duke, this child is so good. Look, she is smiling at you." The 6-month-old child has grown up and looks extremely cute. Chung Fuhu stretched out his hand to tease the child, and the little baby grabbed his fingers and giggled. This is really the nature of grandparents and grandchildren. After all, it's their own child. She smiles when she sees the Duke. Li shouted exaggeratedly at the side. Chung Fuhu also laughed when he heard this. He looks very much like his father, with the same thick black eyebrows, big copper-bell eyes, and a thick steel beard like a thick needle under the chin. With such an appearance, he can be painted as a door god to ward off evil spirits. Few babies can laugh when they see him, and basically everyone they see is scared and cries. Now that a baby sees her and laughs instead of crying, this is definitely a very novel experience for Chung Fuhu. Ning was so angry that her blood was boiling in her heart, but she had to grit her teeth and bear it. She already knew what Li was up to. Before, Li wanted to raise the child in Quexianju, but she refused. Now she has persuaded the Duke, and it seems that this time, she can't stop it. Ning is also stubborn in nature. Even if she is pretending to be submissive, she is unwilling to say that she and the child are connected by blood and do not want to be separated from their flesh and blood. If Ning showed a little bit of kindness to the child, she would feel sorry for her missing biological daughter. Ning gritted her teeth and said nothing, just watching Li's clumsy performance coldly. Feeling that she had laid the groundwork for the child, Li said, "Why not raise Xiao Qinghan in Quexianju? Don't worry, my eldest daughter-in-law. Even if you raise her in my hands, she is still your biological daughter." Ning was so angry that she almost vomited blood after hearing this. She suppressed her emotions and said coldly, "Since mother is willing to raise her, then raise her." Li was stunned. She didn't expect Ning to agree so straightforwardly, so that she didn't have the chance to say the words she had planned to use to discredit Ning. Since Chung Fuhu saw the little baby, he felt that he looked particularly kind and liked him very much. He smiled and said, "This is the best. Don't worry, my eldest daughter-in-law will raise her to be plump and white, and she won't suffer any grievances." Ning didn't know whether the child swap had anything to do with her father-in-law. Common sense said that it shouldn't be. But with Li around, who could say for sure? Seeing her father-in-law agreeing with Li like this, Ning became suspicious. Father and mother are willing to work hard, so there's nothing for the daughter-in-law to worry about. Ning replied indifferently. Even someone as careless as Chung Fuhu could hear something wrong. Before he had time to think about it, he heard the baby in Li's arms screaming "ah" at him. Chung Fuhu was only concerned with amusing the baby and didn't think any more about it. "Stay here today, and I'll have someone send Qinghan's things over later." Li held the child in her arms, looked at Ning, her eyes full of pride and provocation, and said with a smile. Ning responded coldly, took her 3 sons to leave, and turned to leave Quexianju. As soon as she left the courtyard, Chung Jinsong called out, "Mother." Ning shook her head, motioning her son not to speak. Chung Jinju also tugged at her eldest brother's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Let's talk about it when we get home." Returning to Chiwu Garden, Ning looked at the worried eyes of her 3 sons, forced a smile, and said, "Don't be afraid. Mother is fine. It's good this way, out of sight, out of mind." Chung Jinsong pushed his younger brother beside him and whispered, "Second brother, you have a good brain, you say." Chung Jinju looked at his eldest brother helplessly. His eldest brother didn't like to use his brain the most. If he was not around, he could still use it reluctantly. If he was around, his eldest brother's brain was no different from a decoration. "Mother, don't worry. Your son will never let her borrow the power of grandfather." With just one sentence, Chung Jinju said everything clearly. Ning touched her second son's head with satisfaction, forced a smile, and said, "Good boy. Mother knows your ability, but Mother still doesn't want you to put too much energy in the inner house. Songer practice martial arts well, Zhuer study hard, so that they can support your sister in the future. Mother, there's me and me. Fenger also has to support my sister." Hearing that his mother didn't mention him, Qing Jinfeng jumped up and shouted. Everyone was amused. Ning stroked the top of her youngest son's head and said with a smile, "Yes, there's also our Fenger." After laughing, Ning looked at her 3 sons and said, "Don't worry, your mother is not made of paper, and she won't let others calculate her again and again. Now that we haven't found your sister, we shouldn't do anything. When we find your sister, it will be time for us to settle accounts thoroughly." After successfully bringing little Qinghan to her side, Li's been pestering Ningguang to formally record Chung Qinghan in the family tree, but each time she was rejected without hesitation by her husband. The rule handed down from the ancestors of the Chung family is that children under the age of 3 cannot be recorded in the family tree, for fear that the child will die before the age of 3. Only after the age of 3, the child can be considered to have taken root in the world, and the ancestral hall can be opened to formally record the child in the family tree. Before being formally recorded in the family tree, newborn babies will be recorded in the supplementary book on a certain year, month, day, and time, and whether a boy or a girl was born by a daughter-in-law in a certain branch or room. In the supplementary book, the baby is not worthy of having a name. Although Chung Fuhu liked this little granddaughter very much, he didn't like her so much that he broke the rules passed down by his ancestors for her. In Chung Fuhu's heart, granddaughters are not as important as grandsons. Even grandsons cannot break the rules, so granddaughters are even less worthy. Li was making a fuss in Quexianju to put Xiao Qinghan on the family tree. This matter made quite a stir, and even the servants who were cleaning the yard of Quexianju heard some rumors. The rumors soon reached Ning's ears. Thinking about the words and deeds of her stepmother-in-law, Ning still had nothing to understand. That Xiao Qinghan was definitely the niece of Li's mother's family. Otherwise, Li would never be so active and anxious to record the child in the family tree under her and Chung Sai's name and make her the legitimate granddaughter of the Duke's mansion. "Madam, what if the Duke really agrees?" Ruishua asked worriedly. Ning said coldly, "The Duke is not confused yet, and he will never violate the rules of his ancestors. Even if he opens an ancestral hall, he can only record Fenger. The third son, Qing Jinfeng, is already more than 3 years old. Because Chung Fuhu, the patriarch of the Chung family, returned to Beijing last time when Qing Jinfeng was only more than 2 years old, he did not mention the matter of recording him in the family tree. In the more than a year that followed, Qing Fuhu had not returned to Beijing, and no one was qualified to open the ancestral hall to ask for the family tree, so the matter of recording Qing Jinsong in the family tree has been delayed until now. That's right, our third son hasn't even been included in the family tree yet," Ruishua said angrily. The master and servant were talking when a little maid outside reporting to the madam, "The eldest uncle's wife is here." Ning hurriedly took people out to greet the eldest sister-in-law. Not long after, the aunt and sister-in-law entered the room hand in hand. Ning personally served tea, leaving only 2 trusted maids to serve, and ordered everyone else to retreat outside to wait. "Sister-in-law, is there any news?" Ning asked anxiously. Madame Sun took the hand of her sister-in-law and said softly, "It can be regarded as a little news. Ever since the day when Mother took you home, your eldest brother has been secretly investigating. His actions were already very swift, but the 2 midwives who delivered your baby seem to have disappeared from the world. No matter how hard he looked, he could not find them. The families of the 2 midwives said that they had never returned home since they were taken into the Marquis' mansion to serve you. The 2 families came to look for them, but your mansion said that the 2 had already received the reward and left the mansion. The 2 families wanted to make a scene, but your stepmother-in-law sent people to beat them out. They did not dare to really provoke your mansion, so they had to swallow their anger and go back." Ning listened and said calmly, "Since they dared to switch my child, how could they leave the midwives alive? I'm afraid the 2 midwives have been killed long ago. I only regret that this stigma has to fall on me." "Don't be angry, sister. Your eldest brother has already dealt with it. He will never let you bear this bad reputation," Madame Sun said quickly. Ning grabbed Madame Sun's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you, eldest brother, for taking care of me." Madame Sun smiled and said, "He is your biological eldest brother. If he doesn't think about you in advance, is he still worthy of being your eldest brother? Stop saying such polite things. By the way, your eldest brother received a report the other day that 2 female corpses were dug out by wild beasts in the wild outside the South City. Your eldest brother sent people to investigate and found that the 2 corpses were the 2 midwives. One of the corpses had 6 fingers on her feet, and the other had long and short legs and very small hands. They have been identified as Su Wenpa and Lu Xiaoshou, the midwives who delivered you that day." "Really? Do they have any important clues?" Ning asked nervously. Madame Sun smiled and said, "Sienner, don't be discouraged. If there were no clues, would I have made a special trip today?" Ning's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, are there any clues?" Madame Sun smiled and said, "Lu Xiaoshou was holding a small jade lock the size of a lotus seed tightly in her hand. There is a mark on the jade lock, which is something Sheng Xiangji has. Your eldest brother went to Sheng Xiangji to check the receipt. This small jade lock is an accessory for a baby bracelet specially ordered by the Li family 7 months ago. Here is the pattern. Look, sister," Madame Sun said as she took out a piece of paper with a red rope baby bracelet with tiny gold beads and a pair of small jade locks hanging on it. "But the child doesn't have any bracelet on him." "Ning fronet." Madame Sun pointed at her sister-in-law and said angrily, "You are stupid. If you want to switch the children, how can you give the children accessories?" Then, Ning frowned, not understanding what her sister-in-law meant. Madame Sun took out another handkerchief and opened it, revealing a red rope bracelet with gold beads that was missing a jade lock pendant. "Where did this come from, sister-in-law?" "Your eldest brother asked someone to go to the Li mansion and get it secretly." Mrs. Sun blushed slightly and said a little uncomfortably. Ning immediately understood that it must be her eldest brother who broke his own rules for her and sent someone to steal the bracelet from the Li mansion. Guilt appeared on her face. Mrs. Sun quickly patted her sister-in-law's hand, smiled, and said, "It's okay. It's just a means to solve the case. I have checked it. The jade lock is on this bracelet. Your eldest brother speculated that the child must have been replaced by the midwife that day. Maybe the child grabbed the small jade lock by himself. The midwife found it when she was holding the child and secretly hid it. Otherwise, she has never delivered a baby for the Li family. How could she get the Li family's things? So that child is really from the Li family? Is it the child that the second daughter-in-law of the Li family gave birth to 10 days earlier than me? Then whose child is the child next to the second daughter-in-law of the Li family?" Ning recalled that the second daughter-in-law of the Li family gave birth to a girl and ran to the mansion to announce the good news. She also sent 4 color gifts according to the old custom. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Sienner, the child next to the second daughter-in-law of the Li family, is not our little Exiner. Our Exiner is as white as jade, but that child has a birthmark. I have checked and found that the birthmark is real. And the child is grown up now, and looks a lot like Li Lauer. And the child is not small, and looks like a child who is almost 1 year old. If it is really a 1-year-old child, then it should not be the child born by the second daughter-in-law of the Li family. Your eldest brother has ordered people to investigate the child's background. I will tell you as soon as I have the news. Madam Sun said quickly. Sister-in-law, where is my little exiner? Ning couldn't help crying. She didn't care who the child next to the second daughter-in-law of the Li family was. She just wanted to know where her biological daughter was. Sienna, don't cry, don't worry. Third brother is looking for her now. He has been looking for her in each village personally. Now he has searched more than 20 villages, but there is no child who meets Xiao Xiner's conditions in these 20 villages. Third brother is still looking forward. I heard that he has found Jingxi Town. Jingxi Town is a big town with many people. He should be able to get news. Madam Sun quickly wiped the tears of her sister-in-law with a handkerchief and comforted her anxiously. Sienna, your eldest brother asked me to tell you this because he didn't want you to worry too much. Didn't you send a letter before saying that Xiao Xiner is still alive and well? As long as the child is alive, we will definitely find her back. Mrs. Sun saw that her sister-in-law's emotions had stabilized a little and hurriedly said again, Ning not dead. She firmly believed that her daughter must be alive and well, but she just didn't know where she was. Sister-in-law, please ask my brother to keep the evidence. When I find my little exiner, I will definitely sue Li in court. Ning said with gritted teeth. Looking at her sister-in-law who clenched her teeth, Madam Sun couldn't help but sigh in her heart. With Li's current status, her sister-in-law might have no choice but to file a complaint with the emperor. But once the complaint was filed with the emperor, the year was coming to an end, and heavy snow fell in the capital and surrounding areas. The capital would have heavy snow at the end of the year, so no one took this heavy snow seriously. After all, in previous years, it would only snow for 2 or 3 days at most, and it had never snowed for more than 3 days. But this time was different. I saw large snowflakes floating densely in the sky, like tearing cotton and pulling wool, and it snowed for 7 days in a row. The snow was so heavy that no matter whether it was the mansions of dignitaries or the houses of ordinary people, they were blocked by several feet deep snow. Rich families had servants sweeping snow and clearing the roads. Not only did the masters not have any inconvenience, they could even write a few sour poems about appreciating the snow. Only the servants worked hard. They had stored a lot of charcoal of all kinds in their house, so they naturally could not bear the cold. But the people were miserable. More than half of the houses in the capital and its suburbs were crushed by the heavy snow. In just 10 days, countless people were crushed to death, frozen to death, and starved to death by the collapsed houses. The people were displaced and wailing. Far away at the foot of Wolf Mountain, the old hunter's house did not escape the snowstorm. The firewood room, 2 main rooms, and a kitchen in the yard were all crushed by the heavy snow. Fortunately, before the snow fell, the Wolf King, who had already sensed it, had already taken Jiang Shao back to the cave early, and the old hunter was also bitten on the sleeve by the second Uncle Wolf and dragged up the mountain. Having lived in the mountains for many years, the old hunter knew more or less the habits of animals. He also saw that the whole sky was dark and gloomy these days, but it was warm and not like winter. So, he hurriedly transported the winter food, firewood, bedding, etc. that he had stored long ago to a small cave next to the wolf cave halfway up the mountain. When transporting firewood, it had already started snowing, and the old hunter was anxious because he was afraid that his precious granddaughter would freeze. The old hunter stored 3 times more firewood than in previous years this year. Even if he transported it 8 or 10 times, he couldn't transport it all by himself. It was still the Wolf King who gave an order, and the wolves of all sizes each held a bundle of firewood in their mouths and desperately dragged it up the mountain. Finally, before the heavy snow blocked the road, all the firewood was transported to the temporary firewood shed next to the wolf cave. It was cold in winter, and there were few wild animals on the mountain, so the old hunter took the wolf uncle to hunt crazily at the beginning of winter and stored a cave full of meat, enough for the Wolf King's family to eat until the next spring. In this way, the old hunter can spend this difficult winter with his granddaughter and the wolf pack. There were large snowflakes like a mat fluttering outside the cave, but it was warm as spring inside the cave. Unable to bear the cubs' coquetry, the Wolf King and his wife led the children around the bonfire lit by the old hunter. All the wolves narrowed their eyes in satisfaction as they smelled the rich aroma of barbecue coming from the bonfire rack. The wolves were either lying or sitting, sleeping or playing, and had the most comfortable winter in their lives. Jiang Shaobai sat in the warm and soft arms of the Wolf Queen, smelling the rich aroma of barbecue on the rack, her saliva dripping with greed. The bib tied around her neck was almost soaked. She pointed at the barbecue with her little hand and screamed. The old hunter saw that his granddaughter's saliva was about to flow like a river, and he couldn't help laughing and asked, "Shaobai, do you want to eat meat?" The old hunter shook his head and laughed. "You want to eat meat before your teeth have grown? No, you can't eat it yet." Jiang Shaobai was so angry. She twisted her body and hugged the wolf's neck. Of course, she couldn't hold her two short arms. She could only grab the fur on both sides of the neck with a small hand.
Fat.
Eat meat. Eat meat. Jiang Shaobai hugged the wolf and twisted again, crazy and coquettishly wanted to eat meat. Since the soul enters this little body, Jiang Shaobai knows that he is an adult, but he is naive and naive every day. It is limited to Jiang Shaobai. It has never been used to the 5 wolf cubs that he lives on his own. Okay, cub, eat some meat. The queen wolf glanced at her clever son and purred at him. After receiving his mother's order, the little wolf immediately sneaked to the right side of the old hunter, where there was a pile of raw meat cut into large pieces. Today the wolves are having a buffet. If you want to eat raw meat, you can get it yourself. If you want to eat cooked meat, the old hunter will roast it for you. The little wolf secretly grabbed a particularly large piece of meat, turned around and rushed to his mother. The little wolf thought he was well hidden, but he didn't know that he was discovered by the old hunter as soon as he moved. The old hunter thought that the little wolf wanted to eat raw meat, so he ignored him. Seeing that the little wolf brought the meat to the queen wolf, the old hunter was still praising the little wolf for being filial in his heart. But when the old hunter saw the queen wolf's actions, he couldn't remain calm anymore. The queen wolf struggled to tear off of meat that was only as thick as Jiang Shaobai's little finger, bit it gently with her 2 canine teeth, and carefully put it into Jiang Shaobai's mouth. Although Jiang Shaobai was also raised by the queen wolf in her previous life, she still had the old hunter grandfather and had never eaten raw meat. She hurriedly shouted in her heart, "Wolf mother, I want to eat roasted meat, not raw." The old hunter was so scared when he saw that the queen wolf was going to feed his granddaughter raw meat that he rushed over to cover Jiang Shaobai's mouth and shouted, "Shaobaier can't eat raw food." The queen wolf was so frightened by the grandfather and grandson that she opened her mouth, and the small piece of meat fell to the ground. The little wolf licked it with his tongue and destroyed all traces. After the old hunter covered his granddaughter's mouth, he realized what he had done. He looked at the queen wolf and laughed dryly, with a layer of white sweat oozing out of his back. The queen wolf tilted her head and looked at the old hunter with confused eyes, as if asking, "Can't you eat meat?" Jiang Shaobai pulled the hair on her wolf mother's neck and pointed her little hand directly at the grill on the campfire, telling her wolf mother clearly that she wanted to eat the barbecue, not raw. The queen wolf looked at the barbecue, then turned her head to look at the old hunter beside her, then looked at Jiang Shaobai in his arms, and then looked at the old hunter again. If you watch it twice in a loop, the old hunter suddenly had a blessing and asked, "Do you want me to feed Shaobai barbecue?" The queen wolf nodded seriously. She looked at the cub in her arms with eyes full of love. The old hunter shook his head and laughed, quickly explaining, "Shaobai's just grown 2 lower teeth and can't bite the barbecue yet. I have ground the meat into paste for her, steamed it, and will give it to her when it cools down." The queen wolf could not understand the complicated human language, but Jiang Shaobai in her arms did, and immediately translated it for her in her mind. After listening to her cub's translation, the queen of wolves did not insist on the old hunter feeding Jiang Shaobai with barbecue. Jiang Shaobai was extremely lucky. In this cold winter with heavy snow blocking the mountains, She could nestle in the warm embrace of the Queen of Wolves all day, eating sweet wolf milk and having egg custard or steamed meat paste as a snack every day. When she was bored, there were a group of wolf brothers and sisters to play with her. Under the careful care of the old hunter and the Wolf King's family, Zhang Xiaobai was able to grow up healthily. Zhang Xiaobai had a very comfortable winter, but everyone in the entire capital and surrounding areas had a very tormenting winter. The capital and the surrounding areas within a radius of 100 miles all suffered the worst snowstorm in history. Nearly 100,000 houses collapsed, and the number of people who were crushed to death, frozen to death, and starved to death has reached 70,000 to 80,000. There are also nearly 400,000 people displaced and struggling on the verge of death. Emperor Ning Kong issued an order to provide disaster relief. After almost emptying the national treasury, they managed to collect 300,000 taels of silver and ordered the Ministry of Revenue to arrange disaster relief. In previous years, the National Treasury would always have more than 500,000 or 600,000 taels of silver in reserve, but this year's war with the Hu people caused the silver in the National Treasury to flow out like water. Just making fire caltrops cost more than 100,000 taels of silver. The effect of fire caltrops was naturally quite good. Now that the Hu people could no longer bear the consequences of more than half of their casualties, the main force withdrew to the Shuabe grassland, leaving only a small group of cavalry to harass Yongning Pass from time to time. Although they could not cause much damage to Yongning Pass, they could also make the defenders in Guangzhou restless. But the silver that flowed out like water was really painful. The surviving victims all wanted to flock to the capital. In their opinion, the people living in the capital were all rich people, and as long as they could beg for a few bites of food, they could survive. But the guards of the 4 gates of the capital dared not open the gates to let the victims in without authorization. If a large number of victims poured into the capital would be in chaos. They could only make up their minds to lock the gates tightly and wait for orders from above. Emperor Ning Kong was anxious, worried, and concerned. If the victims were allowed to enter the city and they caused chaos, the consequences would be disastrous. With such a serious disaster, a mere 300,000 taels of silver for disaster relief would definitely not be enough. If the basic needs of the victims could not be met, the adults in charge of disaster relief would be torn to pieces by the desperate and angry victims. So when Emperor Ning Kong asked which minister was willing to preside over the disaster relief, the adults in the court who used to be eloquent were like quails shrinking their heads, and no one volunteered. Emperor Ning Kong looked at He Shufei's father, the eldest prince's grandfather, the Minister of Revenue He Jin, and signaled him to come out and take charge of disaster relief. Disaster relief was originally the job of the Ministry of Revenue. Unexpectedly, the minister he suddenly coughed so hard that his whole body was bent like a big shrimp, and he couldn't even say a word. It seemed that he was really sick. How could he preside over the disaster relief? Looking at the other ministers who were like wooden pillars and didn't say a word, Emperor Ning Kang's eyes were red with anger. The civil officials were not up to the task, and Emperor Ning Kong wanted to send military generals to preside over the disaster relief. However, in the past few years, the 4 borders of Dechu were in turmoil, and the young and strong leaders were basically sent out. Most of those who stayed in the capital were old generals with old injuries. These old generals spent the winter every year like a tribulation. Many old generals couldn't even go to court. How could Emperor Ning Kong bear to work them? Looking at the old generals on the right who were sparse and looked not very good, and then looking at the civil officials on the left who were like wooden pillars, Emperor Ning Kong was so angry that his face turned blue, and he just said coldly, "Prime Minister, please report the candidates as soon as possible." After that, he withdrew from the court angrily. After returning to the harem, Emperor Ning Kong was very upset. He did not allow anyone to follow him. He walked around the palace alone, and unknowingly walked to Kunyi Palace. When the palace servants of Kunyi Palace saw the emperor coming, they quickly sent someone to report to the queen, and the others knelt on the ground to welcome the emperor. The queen soon came out. When Emperor Ning Kong saw the queen, he showed a bitter smile on his face. He helped her up without waiting for her to kneel down, and the 2 of them went into the inner hall hand in hand. Your Majesty, are you worried about the disaster victims outside the city? Seeing her husband frowning, the queen asked distressfully. They were childhood sweethearts and married couples, so they had a deep affection for each other. Yes. Those disaster victims have no food or clothing and no roof over their heads. They are all the people of my great Chu. How can I watch them die of hunger and cold? I have already issued a self-blame edict, but the snow has not stopped yet. If it continues like this, how can my people survive? Zitong, what do you think I should do? Emperor Ningkong Saitsodli. Holding the emperor's hand, the empress comforted him softly. Your Majesty, please relax. There is always a way. I think we can build some tents outside the city, use oilcloth to block the wind, and set up more porridge stalls. As long as there is food and shelter, they can survive this winter. I think the victims don't have to go into the city. Emperor Ningkong sighed and said helplessly, I have thought about this, but there is no more money and grain in the treasury now, and there is not even a minister in charge of disaster relief. How can we set up porridge stalls? After hearing this, the Empress immediately stood up and walked to the side, holding a heavy small box and bringing it to Emperor Ningkong. Emperor Ningkong frowned and asked, Zidong, what is this? The Empress put the box on the table, took out the key to unlock it, and opened the lid. Emperor Ningkong saw the shining jewels and a thick stack of banknotes under the jewels. Zidong, this is your private property. You want? Emperor Ningkong sighed uncertainly. He was once an unpopular prince, so he naturally knew how important private property was. The queen smiled and said, Yes, these are my private property. I am willing to donate them to help the disaster victims survive this cold winter. In addition, my mother came to the palace yesterday and said that the family had prepared 20,000 taels of silver and 3,000 shur of grain for the emperor to help the disaster victims. Mother said that she would ask my brother to deliver the grain to Chongfeng Grain Shop today. I don't know if it has been delivered yet. Chongfeng Grain Shop was an industry that Emperor Ningkong bought when he was the 5th prince. It was the emperor's private property. Emperor Ningkong held the queen's hand and said with emotion, Ceylon, I have let my father-in-law spend money again. I, as a son-in-law, am really... Ceylon was the queen's maiden name. If he had not been extremely excited, Emperor Ningkong would not have called the queen like this. The queen shook her head and smiled. 5th brother, don't say that. If your own family doesn't help you when you are in trouble, how can you expect outsiders to help you? It's just that the grain is too little and mother and father feel a little guilty. The farm's prospects are not very good this year. The grain transported back is less than 4,000 stones. There are still some coarse grains in the farm, but the heavy snow blocked the road, and there is no way to transport them to the capital. Mother said that the family must keep the food for the second half of the year and use the rest to make porridge. Emperor Ningkong was even more moved after hearing this. He held the queen's hand tightly and said excitedly, Ceylon, I am deeply grateful that my father-in-law treats me like this. I will never let you down or let down the Duke of Dingwa's mansion in this life. If I break my heart, I will thunder to the sky. The queen hurriedly covered Emperor Ningkong's mouth and said angrily, Your Majesty, how can I not believe you? Don't say such things. I, my parents, and my family all understand your feelings for me and my family. Seeing that the emperor's expression eased a little, but the sadness between his brows was still there, the queen thought about what her mother said to her yesterday when she entered the palace, and with red eyes, she held the emperor's hand and said softly, Your Majesty, if there is really no one willing to preside over the disaster relief, then let my brother go. Although my brother is stupid, he is willing to serve with all his heart. After hearing this, Emperor Ningkang's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. Although his elder brother-in-law was not a brilliant genius, he was also a good choice for both civil and military affairs. Just to make the royal family not fear the Duke of Dingwa's mansion, he was content to be ordinary and only held a nominal position as the chief minister of the Honglu Temple. In a sense, he was sorry for the Yu family. Having made a decision secretly in his heart, Emperor Ningkong held the Empress's hand and said firmly, Okay, then I will ask my uncle to take on this important task. After the disaster relief work is completed, I will transfer my uncle to the Ministry of Revenue to be in charge. The Empress's heart trembled, and she looked up at Emperor Ningkong, but he smiled and said, "My father-in-law and uncle have already given in too much. I am sorry for them, and I can't go on like this. Ceylon doesn't have to worry. The Empress Dowager has me." At the court meeting the next day, the first thing Emperor Ningkong asked after he came to court was, "Why hasn't Prime Minister Zhang arrived?" The chief eunuch on duty at the side hurried forward to report, "Your Majesty, Lord Zhang had a sudden emergency last night and was bedridden." His son submitted a letter of leave on behalf of Lord Zhang. Emperor Ningkong said lightly with profound meaning, "Oh, a sudden emergency. He got sick at a really good time." All the ministers below bowed their heads and said nothing. The man who was still rosy yesterday suddenly had an emergency overnight. Who could believe that there was no trick? Emperor Ningkong glanced at the ministers and asked in a deep voice, "Prime Minister Zhang is seriously ill. I think he has not been able to select a candidate to preside over the disaster relief. Ministers, do you have any recommendations?" The ministers looked at each other, but no one spoke. Recommending others would make enemies for themselves, and recommending oneself would bring trouble to themselves. They were not stupid, so why would they speak? Only Zhang Siren, the minister of the Honglu Temple, nodded slightly to Emperor Ningkong. This Lord Zhang Siren was the son of the Duke of Dinghua and the eldest brother of the Queen. Emperor Ningkong looked at the ministers who kept silent with cold eyes, because he no longer had any hope for them, so naturally he would not be disappointed. However, the future of this group of ministers ended here. Looking at Zhang Siren, Emperor Ningkang's eyes were slightly warm, and he called out loudly, "Minister of the Honglu Temple, listen to the order." Zhang Siren came out and knelt down, and the other ministers breathed a sigh of relief. The person the emperor named at this moment must be the unlucky guy who would be forced to preside over the disaster relief. This unlucky guy could be anyone as long as it wasn't him. Sure enough, Emperor Ningkong loudly announced that Zhang Siren was the imperial envoy for disaster relief and bestowed the imperial sword. If anyone disrupted the disaster relief, he would be executed first and then reported. This decree did not surprise the ministers, but the next decree of Emperor Ningkong made some people break out in cold sweats. Emperor Ningkong then issued 2 decrees. One was given to Prime Minister Zhang Ruoyu, allowing him to temporarily resign and recuperate, and ordered Deputy Prime Minister Song Shiais to act as Prime Minister. The other was given to the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue He Jin. He was ordered to return home to recuperate for 3 months, and then serve the court after he has completely recovered. During the period when he was recuperating, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue had full authority to act as the minister. When he heard this, he immediately became anxious. He immediately rushed in front of Emperor Ningkong and shouted, "Your Majesty, I am not sick. I am not sick. I don't need." Before he finished speaking, Emperor Ningkong said coldly, "Maybe you have a hidden illness that you don't even know about. Otherwise you wouldn't have coughed like that in the court yesterday. I am not the kind of emperor who is unsympathetic to his subjects. If you are sick, you can ask for leave. Don't force yourself." His face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground dejectedly. He was too careless and forgot that the person sitting on the dragon throne was no longer the young emperor who was not yet 20 years old and was constrained by the ministers, but the emperor who was in his prime and had great power. "I obey your order." He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, kowtowed to thank the emperor, slowly stood up and returned to his seat. Emperor Ningkong looked down from above and saw that he was no longer as tall as before. His back was a little hunched, and his steps were a little staggering. Emperor Ningkong's sudden toughness shocked all the courtiers in the palace. Before this, Emperor Ningkong's style of doing things was always gentle and tolerant. Over time, some ministers' hearts grew up. These ministers have forgotten that those who can survive the fight for the throne and successfully inherit the throne cannot be really gentle and harmless. Emperor Ningkong's sudden toughness made the ministers a little uncomfortable for a while. It was not until the court was dismissed that everyone woke up. "I'm afraid that the sky in the harem will change again. After all, the power of concubine Shu has always suppressed the power of the queen. But today in the court, the emperor is obviously lifting the queen's line and suppressing concubine Shu's line. Now the princes are still young, and the eldest prince born to concubine, he is only 7 years old. Although the court officials were not in a hurry to take sides, they had been carefully detecting every slight movement in the imperial city. Emperor Ningkong's move today would make the study rooms of many ministers' residences brightly lit all night. After the court was dismissed, Zhang Siren immediately began to provide disaster relief. He quickly wrote a disaster relief proposal and sent it to Emperor Ningkong's imperial study. After reading it, Emperor Ningkong praised it repeatedly, and at the same time, he secretly regretted listening to the words of the Empress Dowager and suppressing the Duke Dingwa mansion, which made him lose a great help in vain. After obtaining the approval of Emperor Ningkong, Zhang Siren ordered people to copy dozens of disaster relief notices and sent people to the towers of the 4 cities to announce them to the victims outside the city. After the emotions of the victims stabilized, people were sent to transport the wood, reed mats, felts, oilcloths, firewood, cauldrons, and other items urgently allocated from various departments out of the city gate in an orderly manner, and build tents and porridge sheds outside the city to shelter from the wind and snow. Lord Zhang also invited several imperial physicians from the imperial hospital and doctors from various medical clinics in the capital to go out of the city, and set up 3 medical tents outside each city gate to treat the victims. Zhang Siren's combination of punches really greatly alleviated the emotions of the victims who were about to collapse. Especially when the victims saw carts of food being transported out of the capital and poured into a large pot of boiling water, they felt more at ease. In fact, the victims' requirements were very simple as long as they had something to eat, clothes to wear, and were not starving or freezing to death. Emperor Ningkong in Wanshan Palace heard the progress of disaster relief from the little Anuch, and his frown that had been frowning for several days finally relaxed a lot. He was just about to go to Kunyi Palace to talk to the queen, but from outside, concubine He Shufei shouted sharply, "Get out of the way, I want to see the emperor." Emperor Ningkong frowned again and said coldly in his heart, "I have spoiled her so much in the past few years that she doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." At the bottom of the steps outside the Wanshan Palace, 2 imperial guards holding long spears crossed to block the way. A eunuch holding a whisk was bending his face with a bitter smile and said to a proud and beautiful woman in gorgeous dress, "Madam Shufei, please don't make things difficult for me. It is the ancestral precept that concubines in the harem are not allowed to set foot in the Wanshan Palace." Concubine He Shufei was angry, ashamed, and annoyed. Her father had just been sent home by the emperor to recuperate, and this dog captive in the palace dared to talk to her like this.
If.
Concubine He Shufei squeezed out a sentence coldly from her teeth. Good. Good. What a loyal captive. I will kneel here and wait for the emperor. After that, she threw away her cloak with magenta satin and fox fur lining and knelt down on the steps with a plop. The eunuchs who could serve in Wanshan Palace were all top-notch people. The eunuch was not panicked, but said more respectfully, "Your Majesty, it is snowing heavily and cold now. You are precious, and you can't let yourself get cold. Why don't you get up first and go to the leeward place to avoid the cold wind, and I will report to you. How about that?" Concubine He glared at the eunuch angrily and shouted, "Go quickly." She knew that this eunuch was not serving the emperor closely, so there was no need to treat him well. He was just a eunuch, and he didn't deserve it. The eunuch trotted into the corridor and whispered a few words to her eunuch. The eunuch nodded and walked into the hall quickly to report to Emperor Ningkong. Not long after, the eunuch trotted out and said a few words to the eunuchs waiting in the corridor. After listening, the expression on his face was distorted. It was really too hard to hold back a smile. Running back to concubine the eunuch who passed the message said loudly, "The emperor said that minister he got what he wanted, so why should you force it? If you feel bored on a snowy day, you can review the palace rules behind closed doors." Concubine who was the most popular in the palace, hit a snag outside the Wanshan Palace. This matter soon spread throughout the 6 palaces in the east and west, and also spread out of the palace walls and reached the ears of the ministers. In the harem, Almost all of Emperor Ningkong's concubines secretly clapped their hands in approval. After all, when concubine he was in favor, even the queen didn't take her seriously, not to mention those concubines of lower ranks than her, who had not been bullied by concubine he. Outside the palace, some ministers who originally intended to surrender to Minister He and support the eldest prince also stopped all actions, but they didn't dare to turn around and support the prince immediately. Who knows if concubine he will be favored again? After all, the He family is powerful in the outer court, and concubine he is the most beautiful woman in the harem. There were intrigues in the palace, but none of them affected the disaster relief. Under the auspices of Zhang Siren, the Prince of Dingwa, the relief was going very smoothly. The victims were well settled, so naturally they didn't want to go to the capital to beg again. There was only one thing: the silver was too easy to spend, and the food was too easy to spend. After 20 days of disaster relief, only more than 30,000 taels of silver were spent from the Ministry of Revenue, and only 1/5 of the food was left. But the cold and long winter was only half over, and it would take another 2 months before the ice and snow melted and the earth returned to spring. When Zhang Siren was getting anxious, the chief eunuch beside Emperor Ning Kong personally escorted 4 large carts of food to the lobby of the Ministry of Revenue, where Zhang Siren was temporarily in charge. Being in charge of the lobby of the Ministry of Revenue was not Zhang Siren's intention to grab territory, but whether it was money or food, as well as various building materials and medicinal materials, they were all stored in the large warehouse of the Ministry of Revenue. If he was not here, it would be difficult to ensure the smooth transportation of various materials out of the warehouse. Eunuch Kai, why are you here? After hearing the report from the clerk, Zhang Siren hurried out to greet him. He was not welcoming the chief eunuch Kai, but the 4 large carts of grain. Zhang Siren was almost going crazy thinking about the grain. Sir Zhang, the emperor knows that there is not enough money and grain, so he sent us to deliver it to you, Eunuch Kai said with a big smile on his face. Zhang Siren was stunned for a moment. A few days ago, the emperor had sent out a lot of tribute rice left in the palace. He heard from his mother that there was less than 2 months of food left in the palace. Where could they get the food now? Eunuch Kai, please come into the inner hall and talk. Zhang Siren ordered the clerk to hand over the grain to the men brought by Eunuch Kai, and at the same time, he asked Eunuch Kai to go to the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Eunuch Kai took out a thick stack of banknotes and said to Zhang Siren with a smile, Master Zhang, this is 100,000 taels of banknotes. Please keep it. There are 600 dan of grain on the cart outside. It is not tribute rice, but all high-quality coarse grains. Zhang Siren felt more and more puzzled after hearing this. How could there be coarse grains in the palace? Even the food eaten by eunuchs and palace maids was not tribute rice, but all of the best refined rice and noodles. Eunuch Kai put down the banknotes and took out a palm-sized ebony card from his arms. Master Zhang, you can ask your trusted people to go to Tsueji grain store with this card to withdraw grain. With this card, you can withdraw the 80,000 dan of grain stored in Tsueji grain store. The 600 dan of coarse grain today is what our family took and sent here for emergency use. Tsueji grain store?
Whose shop is that?
Zhang Siren asked puzzledly. Are there such righteous merchants in the capital? Eunuch Kai smiled and said, It is the dowry shop of the wife of the Marshal of Jinbei Army. Yesterday, Madame Ning came to the palace to ask to see the Queen Mother, saying that Marshal Chung learned about the disaster and asked her to donate the accumulated income of the Marshal's private property, which amounted to 100,000 taels of silver. Madame Ning thought that there was no place to buy grain even if you had money in the capital, so she donated all the stored grain of Chuiji grain store. Madame Ning is so righteous. Nowadays, all the grain shops in the capital have doubled the grain prices. Who is willing to give out a grain for free? It is simply unscrupulous to make money from the dead. Although Madame Ning is a woman, she is more generous than men and shames those 7-foot men. Zhang Siren said with emotion. Those who can open grain shops in the capital have ministers in the court or wives of dignitaries. Perhaps the only one who donated grain in such a righteous way is the wife of the marshal of Jinbei army. Yes, Madame Ning donated silver and grain for no fame. She entered the palace quietly. Except for the emperor and the empress, and a few close servants, no one else knew that Marshal Chung and Madame Ning donated so much money and grain. Inuch Kai nodded and sighed. After sending Inuch Kai away, Zhang Siren breathed a sigh of relief. With these 100,000 taels of silver and 80,000 share of grain, he tried his best to save them, and they should be able to support them for 2 months. When the weather warms up, the victims can be arranged to return to their hometowns one after another, and the disaster relief work can finally proceed smoothly. However, it will take a large amount of silver to resettle the victims in their hometowns in 2 months. There is no source of that money now. After Zhang Siren was happy, he couldn't help but worry again. However, resettling the victims will be more than a month later, so let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to do a good job of disaster relief. On the one hand, the victims don't have to freeze and starve to death, which is beneficial to the people. Secondly, he could also support the Empress and the Prince in the palace. In the past few years, the Empress and the Prince had a really hard time. If he could make a contribution this time, the Prince's position would be more stable. In the palace, Emperor Ning Kong looked at the secret memorial in his hand, and his eyes were a little red. This was a secret memorial from Yongning Pass, but there was no mention of the military situation in Yongning Pass. In fact, this was a private letter written by Chung Sais to Emperor Ning Kong. Secret memorials were the privilege of Emperor Ning Kong to Chung Sais, his former companion and now his loyal minister. After reading the letter, Emperor Ning Kong murmured, Zixio, Zixio, only you can treat me so sincerely. If Yongning Pass could not leave you, I really want you to return to the capital and return to my side. I feel at ease when you are by my side. In Chung Sais' letter, he did not mention the friendship between the monarch and the minister, but only remembered the good of old friends. So he did not want any reward, but only hoped that the silver could help his old friend solve the emergency for the time being. Chung Sais also joked in the letter, if the silver is not enough, after the spring, he will also lead his troops to the Shuabe grassland to forage for grain, and fill the emperor's private treasury no matter what. As expected, 2 people can't sleep in the same bed. Chung Sais did not want the reward from Emperor Ning Kong, and Ning was the same with the Empress. She donated all the grain in the dowry grain store just to help her close friend live more comfortably in the palace. Of course, the Chung couple also had great righteousness in their hearts. They would also help the people when they were in trouble. But if the Emperor and Empress were not close friends of the couple, they would never be so generous. After all, 100,000 taels of silver was all Chung Sais' private property, and Chui's grain store also accounted for 1/3 of Ning's dowry. The high righteousness of the Chung couple formed a sharp contrast with the indifference and stinginess of most court officials. Although the Chung couple did not want any reward, the Emperor and Empress rewarded Ning's 3 sons separately in the form of annual gifts. Out of trust for their good friend, the Emperor and Empress did not give any reward to Qing Han, who was raised in Quexianju. The Emperor and Empress' abnormal behavior made many dignitaries in the capital city puzzled. They could not figure out what the Emperor and Empress meant. The Emperor and Empress rewarded Ning's 3 sons alone, but did not even mention Qing Han. The rewards were sent to Chiwu Garden like water. How could such a big movement not reach Li's ears? After listening to the report of the servants, Li was so angry that her face turned blue, and she cursed with gritted teeth. Which, how dare she?
How dare she?
Although Li was not smart, she was not a fool. She naturally thought that it must be what Ning said in front of the Empress that made the Emperor and Empress act like this. Thinking of the fact that the Emperor had not yet approved her husband's petition to confer the title of Duke's Lady on her, Li was even more furious and could no longer control her emotions. On the day when the Emperor and Empress gave the New Year's gift, Li smashed the upper room of Quexianju.
You
just watched them bully me like this. Bully my Xiao Qinghan. This is the Emperor you fought so hard for 30 years. Li's eyes were red, and she grabbed her husband and screamed. "Shut up!" Chung Fu-hu shouted angrily, and with a sullen face, he pushed Li away, who was pulling him. The Chung family has been loyal and brave since their ancestors, and loyalty to the emperor is almost engraved in the bones and blood of the Chung family's descendants. So when he heard Li say bad things about the emperor, Chung Fu-hu was immediately furious. Li staggered, couldn't keep her balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Li screamed in pain and jumped up, and her whole palm had already seeped out fine beads of blood.
You
hit me." Since marrying Chung Fu-hu, he has never touched her finger. Now that they have been married for more than 20 years, this is the first time that Li has been beaten. Of course, this is just what Li herself thinks. In fact, Chung Fu-hu only pushed her away, and he was still holding back his strength. Otherwise, with his great strength, he could push Li out of the door in one go.
Hey, who hit you?
"Stop crying, someone. The madam is injured. Call the court doctor immediately." Seeing Li crying so sadly, Chung Fu-hu couldn't help but feel distressed again, and hurriedly shouted outside, and pulled Li's uninjured left hand and asked her to sit next to him. Li was in so much pain that she didn't care about being angry. She just raised her right hand and shed tears. Seeing this, Chung Fu-hu's old heart was torn with pain. The court doctor quickly ran in, followed by a panting little medicine boy carrying a medicine box. Seeing the mess on the ground, the court doctor knew what was going on. After all, the emperor and empress's reward was known to everyone in the court. But he had to pretend that he knew nothing and didn't ask anything. He just ordered the medicine boy to open the medicine box and quickly cleaned Li's wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. In just a cup of tea, Li's right hand was tightly wrapped up, including her fingers, and was wrapped into a ball. The court doctor saw that the old duke's face was not very good, a little pale, his lips were slightly purple, and there were red veins in the whites of his eyes that were not there before. He was secretly shocked and hurried forward and said with a smile, "Duke, can I take your pulse?" Chung Fu-hu also felt a little stuffy in his chest and a little breathless, so he nodded and allowed the court doctor to come closer. The court doctor came forward and carefully examined the pulse. He kept a smile on his face that was no different from before, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. The Duke has not been able to rest peacefully since he returned to Beijing. Although his external injuries have almost healed, his foundation is damaged. He is also over 50 years old. Even if he rests without distraction, it will take at least a year or two to recover. Moreover, not only can he not rest, but he also has to. The court doctor glanced at Li inconspicuously, with disdain in his heart. "I have never seen such a selfish woman. Mr. Zhang, how is my health?" Chung Fu-hu saw that the court doctor had not spoken and felt a little uneasy, so he asked quickly. The doctor hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "Duke, although your external injuries have healed, your internal organs have not yet recovered. You should rest and rest. You must not be angry or overworked. It is best to lock the essence gate and transform it into qi to nourish your body and mind." After hearing the doctor's words, Chung Fu-hu's old face turned red, and he was really embarrassed. Although he didn't read much, there were some words that men could understand as soon as they heard them. The doctor's voice was not loud, and Li was only concerned about her hands, so she didn't hear what the doctor said clearly. She was about to ask, but was shouted at. "Why don't you send someone in to clean up?" Li was startled by the shouting, and she forgot about the question she was going to ask, and quickly ordered someone to come in and clean the room. At least an embarrassment was avoided. The noise in Quexianju was not small, and naturally it soon reached Ning's ears. She smiled lightly, and felt a little happy. She thought to herself, "We have only just arrived, Li, you wait a moment. What belongs to my little exile, you can't take even a little bit away." Just as Ning was thinking, someone came in and said that it was Mr. Zhang, the court doctor, who wanted to see her. Ning frowned slightly and ordered someone to invite Mr. Zhang to the small flower hall to talk. When the court doctor saw the wife of the prince come in, he quickly stood up and bowed. Ning smiled and greeted him, asking him to sit down and talk. The court doctor wanted to talk to the wife of the prince alone, but he also knew that it was against etiquette. However, what he wanted to say was too secret. If the servants heard it. The court doctor hesitated and looked at the two maids standing beside the wife of the prince. Seeing this, Ning smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, please go ahead." The court doctor then said slowly, reporting to the wife of the prince, "It is really not suitable for the duke to recuperate in Quexianju now. Now in Quexianju, adults make noises and children cry from time to time. If you don't move to a quiet residence, I'm afraid it will be very bad for the duke." Ning frowned when she heard this. If there was no stepmother-in-law, as a daughter-in-law, it would be her responsibility to arrange for her father-in-law to recuperate. But now the stepmother-in-law is standing there. How can she, as a daughter-in-law, speak of such things? "Mr. Zhang, didn't you report this to the duke?" Ning asked, puzzled. The court doctor's face flushed, and he lowered his head and said, "I said it once, but was severely scolded by the lady." Ning was speechless and rubbed her forehead. She didn't understand what her stepmother-in-law was thinking. If the duke recovered as soon as possible, wouldn't she be the one who benefited the most?
Why?
"Mr. Zhang, I know you have been doing your best to take care of the duke, but as for the move, I really don't know. Only the duke can make the decision himself," Ning said in embarrassment. The court doctor sighed and handed the medical records to the nanny, asking her to present it to Ning. Ning opened it and read it for a moment. Her face flushed unnaturally. She felt more and more ashamed of her stepmother-in-law. Even if she was in her prime, she couldn't ignore her husband's life or death. "How about this? The weather is very cold now, and I don't know how Nanny Zhang is doing. Why don't you ask Mr. Zhang to go see Nanny Zhang tomorrow?" Ning thought about it and thought of the most suitable candidate. But in this way, Nanny Zhang would offend Li again. Forget it. Anyway, we can't let this vicious woman cover the sky with one hand. My husband and I will protect Madame Zhang more in the future and never let her suffer any loss. Ning decided secretly in her heart. The palace doctor really went to Madame Zhang's house the next day. No one knew what he said to Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang went to Quexianju on the same day with the red sandalwood tiger head crutches given by Madame Su when she died. She stayed in Quexianju for less than an hour before going home. Then someone came to invite Ning. Li had a cold face and resentfully told Ning to clean up the Shern Hall in the third courtyard. This was the place where Madame Su spent her last years, and it was also the place Li hated the most. But Duke Ning chose this place as the place for his recuperation. It was not that Cheng Fuhu deliberately chose Shern Hall to recuperate because he chose it to recuperate. It was because Shern Hall was warm in winter and cool in summer, and it was the most suitable place for recuperation in the palace. Moreover, that was the house where Madame Su had lived for nearly 40 years. Every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree in Shern Hall had the scent of Madame Su. Cheng Fuhu missed his mother. Although Madame Su had passed away for 4 years, Shern Hall was not in the least dilapidated. In the past 4 years, Ning would bring people here to clean and tidy up every few days, and sit for a while under the peach tree planted by Madame Su before leaving. Therefore, in less than half an hour, Ning brought people to clean up Shern Hall and went to Quexianju to pick up her father-in-law to recuperate. Li originally thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 days to clean up, but she didn't expect that it would be cleaned up after only an hour, and she was angry again. Quexianju was a little far from Shern Hall, and it took more than a quarter of an hour to walk. Today was a cold day, with a howling north wind. Even a good person would get sick from the cold after this trip. Cheng Fuhu had to sit in the warm sedan prepared by his daughter-in-law. Although he said that he could leave, he felt relieved in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mother has good vision. The Ning she chose is indeed an excellent daughter-in-law. Li hated Shern Hall very much, but after one night, she suddenly proposed to move into Shern Hall. Ning didn't say anything, but just ordered someone to report to Shern Hall. Just when Li was packing up, Cheng Fuhu sent someone to tell her not to move into Shern Hall. Li was so angry that her eyes turned bloodshot, and she screamed, "Why can't I live in Shern Hall? Now I am the head lady of the Duke's mansion. That old thing is dead, and still wants to block my way." Ning didn't pay attention to her stepmother-in-law's quarrel, but when she heard Li scolding her deceased grandmother, she stood up, stared at Lee coldly and shouted hatefully, "Mother, be careful with your words. Even father can't stand the reputation of disrespecting elders." "Mother, are you going to ruin father's reputation for life?" Lee was stunned by Ning's scolding, and then she cursed angrily. "You are unfilial. You disobeyed and contradicted your mother-in-law. Even if you beat me to death, it's not too much." Ning didn't argue with Lee, but just looked at her coldly and shouted furiously. Under Ning's cold gaze, Lee's scolding became smaller and smaller. Ning didn't hide the hatred in her eyes at all. This strong hatred made Lee's heart scare. She felt that Ning must know something. But thinking about how perfectly she had done that thing, even if Ning knew about it, what could she do? She had no evidence and could only suffer this loss in silence. Thinking of this, Lee's mood suddenly improved. Lee's good mood only lasted for less than a cup of tea and was completely destroyed by the little maid who ran in hurriedly. "Madam, it's bad. The young lady suddenly has a high fever and is vomiting milk." The little maid shouted anxiously. Lee's heart tightened, and she stood up and ran out. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped and shouted at Ning, "Your daughter has a high fever. Why don't you go and ask the imperial physician?" Ning stood up and said coldly, "Is it my daughter?" After saying that, she walked out without even looking at Lee. Lee was so angry that she was about to chase after her to argue, but she heard Ning's cold order outside the door. "Someone, go and ask Mr. Zhang to come and see the patient." The servants in the yard immediately responded and ran away. Lee shouted to the outside of the door, "I told you to ask the imperial physician." Ning turned around and said disdainfully, "She doesn't deserve it." After saying that, she turned and left, ignoring the angry screams behind her. Lee was so angry that she had no place to vent, and she was really worried about the child. She suppressed her anger first, hurriedly walked into the east wing, and shouted, "How did you serve the third lady? Why did she suddenly have a high fever?" The wet nurse knelt down and replied, "To answer, madam, the girl has grown teeth, which was not a problem originally, but the fever is a little high now. I dare not be careless, so I hurried to report to you. I have to ask the doctor to prescribe medicine to reduce the girl's fever." Lee herself had given birth to 3 daughters, so she naturally knew that babies would have fevers when they were teething, so her anger subsided a little, and she said, "I know you are a good person. You should serve the girl well, and you will have your own luck in the future. Get up and serve me well." The nurse secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up. Xiao Qinghan had been raised by the nurse since she was 10 days old. The nurse's feelings for her were probably deeper than Lee's, so she was naturally very concerned about her. The court doctor came over quickly and said that the child had a fever because of teething. Seeing that the child's fever was indeed quite severe, he wrote a prescription and asked someone to boil the medicine for the nurse to drink so that the nurse's milk would have medicinal properties, which could minimize the side effects of the medicine on the baby. Although the efficacy of the medicine is slightly worse than the child drinking it directly, it is safer. The baby is delicate, and although he has eaten the medicinal milk, he will not get better so quickly. The court doctor also said before that he might have to make a fuss for 3 to 5 days before he can be at peace. Lee really cares about this child and takes the child to take care of him personally. There was no time to find fault for a while. Lee was tripped up, and the entire Ningwa mansion became much calmer. But this calmness only lasted for 2 days. 2 days later, Lee's second nephew's wife came to the Ningwa mansion under the pretext of delivering New Year gifts. Because it was a New Year gift, and now that Ning was in charge of the family, the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family had to come to Chiwu Garden to pay a visit first when delivering the New Year gift. Various clues showed that the child now raised in Quexianju was most likely the biological daughter of the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family, and she must have known about the child's swap. Thinking of this, Ning could never smile at the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family. She sat steadily in the main seat of the council hall and had no intention of standing up to greet Wang, the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family. Wang was let in, and when she saw Ning sitting steadily, a hint of jealousy and hatred flashed in her eyes, and she cursed in her heart. Bah! Back then, Chung Sai's was known as the jade young man of the capital, and there were countless girls who wanted to marry him, and Wang was one of them. Wang was naturally the one who thought of it unilaterally when she met her former rival, and she couldn't force a good face. But no matter how jealous she was, Wang had to step forward to pay her respects. After all, Ning was a lady of honor, and Wang was just the wife of a scholar who ranked last on the list. Sister-in-law pays homage to my eldest cousin. Wang knelt down reluctantly to pay her respects. Ning accepted the greeting honestly, and then said indifferently, "Madam Li, there is no need to be polite. Please sit down." Wang had to rush to the Ningguo mansion because she had something to do, so of course she had no intention of chatting with Ning, and she was unwilling to talk to Ning. As long as she saw Ning, she couldn't suppress the jealousy in her heart. "I haven't paid my respects to my aunt yet, and my sister-in-law won't accompany my eldest cousin," Wang said with a fake smile. Ning didn't care about Wang's fake smile at all, and just said lightly, "You should go and pay your respects. Come on, send the second young lady of the Li family to Quexianju." After hearing this, Wang secretly glared at Ning in anger and left with a dark face following the servants who led the way. Ning looked at Wang's back and smiled coldly. She knew why Wang came. Because it was she who ordered someone to pass on the news that the third lady of the Ningguo mansion had a high fever. Now that Wang came, Ning became more and more certain of her guess.
"Aunt."
"What's wrong with the child?"
"What?"
Wang saw Li, rushed forward and shouted, and when she saw the child lying on the side with a red face, tears came out. "Why are you crying? Hold it back. Don't you see where you are? You can't do whatever you want," Li cursed in a low voice. At the same time, she waved her hand to let the wet nurse and other maids and nannies all retreat. "What are you howling for? Who asked you to come here?" Li glared and asked her niece-in-law in a low voice. "Aunt, the child is sick. I feel sad." Wang cried and whispered, "What does this child have to do with you? Why are you crying? Can't my Ningguo mansion take care of a child and you have to worry about it?" Li's heart was pounding. She covered her niece-in-law's mouth and whispered in her ear,
"Aunt, but she is."
Wang broke free from Li's voice and cried softly, but she had just said half a sentence when she was blocked by Li. "She is the legitimate daughter of the wife of the prince of our Ningguo mansion. If you are not sober again, I can find another wife for Mu Tu." Li's cold words shattered all of Wang's thoughts. The Mu Tu that Li mentioned was Wang's husband. The second son of the Li family was originally named Li Shu, nicknamed Mu Tu.
"Ah."
"My nephew's wife knows." Wang cried and sobbed and said in a low voice, "Okay, go back and don't come here again. As long as you are obedient, you will have your benefits in the future." Li first hit her with a stick and then painted a pie in the sky, and as expected, she coaxed her second nephew's wife back. Li thought that she had dismissed the servants, and no one else would hear what she said. But she never expected that what she said to her nephew's wife was soon written down word for word on a small piece of paper and sent to Ning. After reading it, Ning put the note into a small wooden box and locked the box carefully. There would be more such notes in the future, and she would keep it well and show it to her husband after he returned to Beijing. The snow fell particularly heavily this winter, with heavy snow almost every 10 days or so. All roads leading to the capital were blocked by heavy snow, and the capital became an isolated city under the heavy snow. Ning Yuanxiang, who was forced to stay in Jingxi town, which was less than 30 miles away from the capital, was very anxious. He could neither continue to look for his missing little niece nor communicate with his family in the capital. They could only wait anxiously in the inn for the ice and snow to melt and the road to be clear. That day, when Ning Yuanxiang got up in the morning, he felt sore eyes, stuffy nose, and splitting headache. He knew he must have caught a cold, so he quickly ordered someone to call a doctor. Not long after, the guards invited Dr. Sun from Taisu Medical Clinic in the town to the inn. Dr. Sun walked into the room and saw Ning Yuanxiang lying on the bed. He immediately felt that this man looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, Dr. Sun was a cautious person. Even if he felt that the person in front of him looked very familiar, he did not show it. Dr. Sun took the pulse and called out, "Xian, bring it back quickly after boiling." Because there are so many people infected with colds recently, All the herbs for treating colds in Dr. Sun's clinic have been used up. The heavy snow blocked the roads, and there was no place to get medicine, so Dr. Sun could only make do with what he had and use local materials. Xian quickly came back with a bowl of boiling water. He put the bowl on the high table beside the bed and said with a smile, "Sir, drink it while it's hot, and you'll be fine after the cold is gone." Xian glanced at Ning Yuanxiang while speaking, then touched his head and asked in confusion, "Sir, have I seen you before?" When Dr. Sun heard this, he thought to himself that something was wrong and immediately scolded, "Xian, don't talk nonsense." Xian quickly stepped back, pouted unhappily, and muttered softly, "You look very familiar." Ning Yuanxiang heard Xian's muttering, his heart tightened, and immediately shouted loudly, "Little brother, please come over and talk." Dr. Sun frowned and looked at Xian seriously. He couldn't stop Xian from speaking directly, so he could only worry secretly. "Just now I heard from you that I look familiar. I wonder if you have seen a child who looks similar to me?" Ning Yuanxiang was full of hope. He stared at Xian and asked anxiously. Xian saw that his shopkeeper's face was not very good. He felt a little timid and shook his head hurriedly. No, I was dazzled just now. I have never seen any child who looks like you." Ning Yuanxiang frowned. He looked at Xian, then at Dr. Sun with a stern face and said sincerely, "Mr. Sun, I am Ning Yuanxiang, the third son of the Imperial College of Beijing. My family lost a newborn baby girl in June. In the past 6 months, my family has been looking for the child, but has not found it yet. I was blocked in Jingxi town by the heavy snow because of looking for the child. If you can provide me with clues, the Imperial College is willing to give me 1,000 taels of silver as a thank you." After that, Ning Yuanxiang ordered his servant to bring his identity document, pass, and other things, and put them all in front of Dr. Sun for him to check. Dr. Sun didn't say anything, but he really stepped forward to carefully check Ning Yuanxiang's identity certificate. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuanxiang's hope increased a little more. He knew that if Dr. Sun didn't know the whereabouts of his little niece, he wouldn't verify his identity so carefully. It turns out to be the third son of Lord Ning.
I'm so sorry.
After checking, Dr. Sun bowed to Ning Yuanxiang and said with a smile, "Ning Jingyan, the chief academician of the Imperial College, is a towering figure in the hearts of scholars all over the world." Dr. Sun was also a scholar in the past, but he had no hope of fame, so he became a doctor. Therefore, he admired the world-famous Mr. Ning very much. "Mr. Sun, you're polite." Ning Yuanxiang, regardless of the fact that he was still ill, threw off the quilt and was about to get out of bed to greet Dr. Sun again. Dr. Sun hurriedly stopped him, handed the bowl, which was no longer so hot, to Ning Yuanxiang and said with a smile, "Third young master, take the medicine while it's hot, and talk after you finish it." Ning Yuanxiang drank the extremely unpalatable soup in the bowl in one gulp, wiped his mouth randomly, and asked anxiously, "Mr. Sun, do you know the whereabouts of the child?" Dr. Sun sighed, nodded, and shook his head. Ning Yuanxiang looked at him in confusion. Dr. Sun hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have indeed seen a child who looks somewhat similar to the third young master, a baby who is less than 1 year old, but I don't know if she is the child the third young master is looking for. Besides, the child now has a family. If the third young master wants to see the child, I need to ask the child's family first. Where is the child? Who are her family members, Mr. Sun? Please show me the way." Ning Yuanxiang couldn't lie down any longer. He jumped off the bed, bowed deeply to Dr. Sun, and begged anxiously,
"This
third young master, please get up quickly and lie back on the bed. Don't worry." Dr. Sun pulled Ning Yuanxiang up forcefully. His hand strength was quite strong, and he easily pulled the strong young man up and pressed him back on the bed without any effort. "Third master, the heavy snow has blocked the roads, and there are no roads between villages and towns. Even if you want to see the child, there is no way," Dr. Sun advised. Ning Yuanxiang sighed in disappointment. He heard from Dr. Sun that the child did not live in the town, and it seemed that he would not be able to see the child within a month. "Dr. Sun, can you tell me where the child is? What is the situation of her family? Are they good to her? Has the child been wronged? Ning Yuanxiang's eyes turned red, and his voice began to choke.
Well,
the child is very good and healthy. Her family loves her very much. The child has not suffered any grievances. As for where she lives, I can't tell you now. As long as the road is open, I will go to see that family immediately and tell them what the master wants. Only with his consent can I take the master to see him. Dr. Sun said kindly.
But
that's all. I'll do as you say, sir. Please don't forget this. That child is my elder sister's life. Ning Yuanxiang pleaded with tears in his eyes. Dr. Sun is a doctor with a kind heart like a parent. After hearing the plea of the third young master Ning, how could he not agree? Third young master, is it your elder sister who lost the child? That child is the daughter of Marshal Chung of the Jinbei army? Dr. Sun thought about what the third young master Ning said and suddenly exclaimed. Ning Yuanxiang nodded and whispered, my elder sister and I are 70% similar. If the child is 40% or 50% similar to me, then she should be my little niece. Marshal Chung of the Jinbei army is my brother-in-law, and that child is their only daughter. Dr. Sun's expression became serious after hearing this. He nodded and promised. Okay, whether the child is Marshal Cheng's daughter or not, I will let you see her. Finally, there was a clue to find his little niece. Ning Yuanxiang was so happy that he immediately ordered his servant Feng Yan to bring a silver note of 1,000 taels and handed it to Dr. Sun with both hands. He smiled sincerely and said, whether the child is my little niece or not, this is a reward for you, sir.
Please accept it.
This time when he went out to find his little niece, Mrs. Cui directly gave her son 30,000 taels of silver notes so that he didn't have to save money. As long as he could find the child, it would be worth spending any money. Dr. Sun waved his hands repeatedly, stepped back a few steps, and said seriously, third young master, please put away the banknotes. If it weren't for Marshal Chung losing his daughter, I would never agree to this matter. I can't keep my promise, let alone accept silver in exchange for breaking my promise. Ning Yuanxiang repeatedly wanted to give it, but Dr. Sun said with a stern face, if third young master insists on asking me to accept the banknotes, I can't pass the message on his behalf. Don't mention the matter of looking for someone from now on.
Mr.
Sun, I just promised. Ning Yuanxiang looked embarrassed. To be honest, third young master, my ancestral home is Yongning. My grandfather and parents were killed by the Hu people. It was the late Marshal Chung who saved me from the Hu people when I was still a child. The old marshal avenged my family. But in the past 50 years, I have never had the opportunity to repay my gratitude. Now I can do my best to find the great-granddaughter of Marshal Chung. How can I have the face to accept the reward? Dr. Sun patted his face and said excitedly. So that's how it is.
I didn't know.
Ning Yuanxiang said embarrassedly, with a flushed face. Don't say that, third young master. In fact, no matter whose family lost a child, as long as I know the truth, I should do my best to help. Back then, I kowtowed to the old marshal to thank him and said that I would repay him when I grew up. But the old marshal smiled and said that as long as I can help those in distress when I grow up, it will be the best reward for him. That's why I became a doctor. Dr. Sun said with a smile. Xian Shen, who was stunned by what he heard, finally came to his senses and said hurriedly, Yes, our shopkeeper only charges a little money for medicine when treating poor people. If there is a consultation fee, he will give a few big coins, otherwise he will not charge. Our shopkeeper has helped many people. Ning Yuanxiang bowed and said, Sir, you are very righteous. Yuanxiang is deeply impressed. I have a humble idea. Since you don't want to accept this 1,000 taels of silver, can you buy the medicinal materials on my behalf and store them in your clinic? If there are poor people coming to see a doctor again, you can use those medicinal materials and don't charge them for the medicine. What do you think? Dr. Sun was a little tempted, but a little hesitant. If the medicine can be used, those poor people will have more hope of survival.
But,
shopkeeper, the third young master is sincere, and we can't let him down. Xian shouted anxiously. After the snowstorm, Dr. Sun was losing money to treat the poor who came to seek medical treatment. Now the medicine cabinets in the clinic are basically empty, but he has not even collected 1/3 of the medicine money. Xian was afraid that when the road was opened, his shopkeeper would not even be able to take out the money for the medicine. Sir, please don't refuse. You have done a good deed, and I also have a good heart.
Please accept it.
Ning Yuanxiang bowed and begged again. Dr. Sun's old face turned red, and he felt embarrassed. Xian was very smart. He quickly took the banknote with both hands and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, third young master. I will accept it for the shopkeeper." Ning Yuanxiang took out a small piece of silver from his purse, about 1 or 2 taels, handed it to Xian and said with a smile, "Here, this is the consultation fee for your visit." Dr. Sun quickly stopped him and said, "This won't do. You have already collected so much money. How can you collect more money?" "Third young master, put it away quickly," Ning Yuanxiang said with a smile. "Let us put things in order. That was the money for the free medicine, and this is the consultation fee for your visit. If you don't accept it, wouldn't it be like I'm treating a patient unfairly? This is absolutely not allowed. If my father knew that I didn't pay for my visit, I'm afraid he would break my legs."
This.
"Then thank you very much, third young master." Dr. Sun also laughed, and he laughed and chatted with Ning Yuanxiang for a while before saying goodbye to Xian and leaving. After seeing Dr. Sun off, Ning Yuanxiang walked around in circles in the room. He kept frowning and sighing from time to time. The servant boy looked at him and asked in confusion, "Sir, we already know the whereabouts of the young lady. What are you worried about?" "I'm worried about how to send a letter to the mansion. The mansion is waiting for news, and I don't know how anxious they are."
God.
"When will the road be open?" Ning Yuanxiang sighed unhappily. After hearing this, the servant also sighed and muttered, "Who said it wasn't? We've been trapped in Jingxi town by the heavy snow for a month. We can't move forward, and we can't go back home. If only Xianer from my aunt's family was here, it would be great. If we can't walk on the ground, we can always fly in the sky." Ning Yuanxiang's eyes lit up, and then he sighed again. There is no other golden-eyed goshawk as spiritual as Xianer in the world. I don't know if it is in the capital or Yongning Pass now. It would be great if Xianer could come to Jingxi town. Even if I can't go home for the new year, I have to send a letter home to report my safety. What's more, there is such a great hope now. The servant nodded quickly and said, Yes, it's good to be able to send a letter home." Just when Ning Yuanxiang was worried about not being able to contact his family in the capital were also thinking about him, who was alone away from home. On this day, in the Chiwu garden of the Ningguo mansion, Ning was reading the letter sent back by Xianer. Xianer stood on a chair and was drinking fresh meat slices and water like a whirlwind. Although it is not afraid of the cold, it consumes more energy than before to fly from Yongning Pass to the capital after the cold weather. Xianer brought back only a letter to report safety. When Cheng Sais went to war for the first time after his marriage, he agreed with his wife that Xianer would return to the capital every month to report safety. Then he would bring the news from the capital back to Yongning Pass. This is also one of the important reasons why Cheng Sais and Ning have been married for 10 years, although they have been together for only more than a year, and their relationship has always been very good. "Xianer, you have worked hard. Rest at home for 2 days, and you have to fly again." Ning read the letter, stroked Xianer's feathers, and said gently. Xianer tilted his head and gently rubbed the back of Ning's hand. He liked the gentle hostess very much. "Madam, are you going to let Xianer go to find the third master in a few days?" Ruishua asked with a smile. Ruishua's youngest brother is the third son of Ning's book boy. As a sister, how could she not miss him? Ning nodded and said, "Yes, I heard from my eldest sister-in-law that the third son is now trapped in Jingxi town. I don't know how he is now. Although he has gone out to study for a few years, he has never spent the new year alone. I am afraid that his father and mother will feel uncomfortable without him at home this year. Alas, it is all because of me that he is tired and restless." "Madam, don't say that. The third son has been best friends with you since childhood. You always think of the third son first when you have anything good. The third son also thinks of you all the time. Now that this has happened, how can the third son stay at home? No one could have thought that the snow would be so heavy this year. Rueyun glared at Rueishue secretly and hurried forward to comfort his master. Rueishue also smiled and said, "Yes, the third young master and madam are the best. I still remember when madam got married, the third young master cried like crazy. The third young master also cried and threatened the general who came to welcome the bride, saying that if the general treated you badly, the third young master would take you home." Thinking of what happened in the past, Ning couldn't help laughing, but she missed her brother even more. 3 days later, Xianer, who had recuperated, flew to the northwest with 2 letters. When passing by Jingjin, Xianer made an ultra-low altitude flight. It flew slowly in the air and kept chirping. It was freezing cold, and there were no pedestrians walking on the streets of Jingxi town. There was only a handsome saker falcon hovering in the air, chirping from time to time. Feng Yan, listen. Is this Xianer's cry? Ning Yuanxiang was painting when he heard an eagle's cry. He shouted excitedly. It's Xianer's cry. It's impossible. Xianer doesn't know we are here.
No.
It's Xianer's cry. Feng Yan said halfway when he suddenly jumped up and rushed to the window and pushed it open violently.
Xuan'e. Xuan'e.
We're here. Feng Yan waved his hands desperately, calling the saker falcon that was circling and singing in the air. Xianer found the target and shot into the open window of Feng Yan like a sharp arrow. Feng Yan quickly closed the window.
It was too cold that day.
After standing at the window for a while, Feng Yan felt that the cold wind was blowing through his bones. Good Xianer, are you looking for me? Ning Yuanxiang hugged Xianer and asked affectionately. He has always liked Xianer very much, and Xianer doesn't mind his closeness. Otherwise, no one can get close to Xianer easily. Feng Yan, go and get some raw mutton for Xianer. I want the front leg meat. The front leg meat is tender, and Xianer likes it.
Get more.
While stroking Xianer, Ning Yuanxiang instructed the servant without even turning his head, which shows how much he likes Xianer. Feng Yan agreed and ran out. Ning Yuanxiang poured a cup of warm water, pushed it in front of Xianer, and said with a smile, "Xianer, drink some water first, and then eat meat later." Xianer didn't drink the water and raised his left foot. Ning Yuanxiang saw that there was a small mailbox on each of Xianer's legs, and he immediately guessed something. He took off the mailbox on Xianer's left foot, and Xianer really lowered his head to drink water. Reporting to the lady, Xianer is back. The sturdy little maid who took care of Xianer in Chiwu Garden ran to Ning happily and reported happily. What? Xianer just flew away this morning. How come he's back now? Ning said in confusion, and immediately put down the book in her hand, stood up and walked out. On the tall sycamore tree in Chiwu Garden, there is a tree house made of logs. Xianer was perched on a branch next to the tree house. When he saw the mistress coming, he spread his wings and swooped down, landing on the shoulder of the little maid who took care of him beside Ning. The little maid who took care of Xianer was named Huya. Because she ate too much, she was sold by her family. Ning was just thinking of buying a strong maid to take care of Xianer, so she bought her back. Huya was born very strong and had a great appetite. She would eat 3 large bowls of rice in one meal. She was indeed very strong. Huya could easily lift a 200-gene stone lock with one hand. Xianer, who weighed 40 or 50 kilograms, fell on Huya's shoulders, and Huya's body didn't even shake. Xianer is back from Jingxi town? Ning asked with a smile as she reached out to take the letter box at Xianer's feet. Xianer tilted his little head as big as a fist and nodded seriously, as if answering. Ning took out the letter from the letter box, opened it, and tears burst out. She wiped her tears hurriedly, clutched the letter tightly, and said in a trembling voice, "Huya, take good care of Xianer." Then she ran away. When she returned to the upper room, Ning was already out of breath. The 2 maids Rueishue and Rueyin led a group of maids and old women to run and chase, and when they saw the lady running into the upper room, they quickly ordered the others to retreat, and the 2 of them chased into the room directly. One of them rubbed Ning's back to relieve her breathing, and the other went to bring tea. Sheener, my little Sheener, mother finally has news of you. Ning held the letter to her chest and talked to herself joyfully with tears in her eyes. Madam, there is news about our girl. Please tell us quickly. Rueyun and Rueishue both shouted with joy at the same time. My little Exioner is in the village below Jingxi town. Your third master got the news from the doctor in the town clinic. It's a pity that the roads are blocked by heavy snow everywhere, and he can't go to find that family. The doctor said that little Exioner is doing well, and that family treats her very well. She is safe and sound, and has not suffered any grievances. Ning cried with a trembling voice. She was crying with joy. Amitabha Buddha bless. The girl is fine, madam. We can go and pick her up home as soon as the road is cleared. I congratulate you, madam. Congratulations, madam, on finding the girl. Rueishue and Rueyun smiled happily and bowed. Yes, thank you for the blessing of the Buddha. I just hope that this road will be open soon. Rueyun, send someone to watch outside the city. As long as it is passable, we will go to Jingxi town immediately. I want to take Xiao Sheener home in person. Ning clasped her hands together and said excitedly, Yes, ma'am, don't worry. I will ask Liuzi to guard outside the city every day. Rueyun replied happily. Liuzi is Rueyun's younger brother. He will be 11 years old after the Chinese New Year. It is no problem for him to run errands outside the city. Okay, it's cold. Don't let Liuzi get cold. Go back to your house and bring Liuzi a fur coat and make him a pair of leather boots. Running back and forth will wear out his shoes. All the pain that Ning had felt for more than half a year had dissipated at this moment. She was no longer absent-minded and careless when doing things, and she was as meticulous and thorough as before. Rueishue and Rueyun shed tears of joy when they heard the lady's careful instructions. They had always seen that the lady had never been in high spirits for more than half a year. She could only barely make ends meet during the day and often cried at night. She missed her child so much that she was half out of her mind. Now she is finally getting better. They only hope that the road to Jingxi town will be unblocked as soon as possible so that they can take the girl home earlier. Although the third young master said in the letter that the family that adopted the girl was very good and the girl had not been wronged, how could an ordinary family be better than the Duke's mansion? The girl was born to be pampered and respected, and how could an ordinary family have such good conditions? Rueishue and Rueyun could never have imagined that the life their little master was living now could not be provided by the Duke of Ningguo Mansion, let alone the current emperor. Is there any family in the world that can make the Queen of Wolves willingly be a wet nurse for her children? She is spoiled and pampered like a little princess by a group of wolves. Madam, we have such great news. We must write to the Marshal and our family. Rueyun saw that his wife was so happy at the moment and quickly reminded her. Yes, Rueyun is right. I will go to inform my parents and ask them to prepare the car. Ningshotet happily. The quick and decisive spirit that had been lost for most of the year was now back. It's the new year, and it's a busy time. The New Year gifts have been given. Why did Xiener come here suddenly in the afternoon? Did something happen? Quickly, please ask your aunt to come over. After hearing the report from the servants, Mrs. Cui immediately frowned in worry. She was afraid that her daughter would be bullied by Li's stepmother-in-law again. Mrs. Ning walked in happily with auspicious snow and auspicious clouds. Mrs. Cui saw her daughter laughing happily, and a big stone fell from her heart. She immediately stepped forward and took her daughter's hand and said with a smile, My daughter is so happy today, but is there any news about my little granddaughter? Mrs. Ning smiled and took her mother's arm, nodded repeatedly and said, Mother, you are right. Xiener brought back a letter from the third brother. The third brother said that he has found clues about the family that adopted Xiao Xioner. Mother, look, this is the letter from the third brother. Mrs. Cui hurriedly took the letter, ordered someone to bring a crystal magnifying glass, and read it carefully. After reading it, Mrs. Cui sighed repeatedly. Well, the third brother is finally useful, and we don't love him in vain. If it weren't for the heavy snow blocking the road, we could go and pick up Xiaoguai home now. The third child was also trapped in Jingxi town and had no way to go to the family that adopted little darling. It snowed so heavily this year, and life is hard for ordinary people. God bless, our little darling will not suffer any grievances. The smile on Ning's face froze for a moment, and she said with certainty, Mother, little Exiner must be safe now. If she is not feeling well, Fomer can sense it. There was one time when Fomer suddenly burst into tears and said that her sister had a fever. Fomer was listless that night and did not recover until noon the next day. But since the snow began, Fomer has been eating well and sleeping soundly, and she is happy every day. So my daughter firmly believes that little Exiner is safe now. Old Lady Chui nodded and said, That's good, that's good. Fomer is such a good child. Ning replied with a smile. Maybe he and little Exiner have the smallest age difference, and the sense of connection between brothers and sisters is stronger. Mother, I have to go see my third brother and his wife. In order to find Xiao Exiner, my third brother was trapped alone in Jingxi town and couldn't go home for the new year. I am sorry for his third brother and his wife. Now that I have news, I have to let her know so that she can feel at ease. Mrs. Chui was very comforted to see her daughter regain her former ability and thoughtfulness. She smiled and said, Go, come to my place with your third brother and his wife, and we'll have dinner together. Zhuer hasn't come back yet, so send someone to pick up Songer and Fonger as well. Ning agreed to all the requests and ordered people to go back to the house to pick up her two sons. She went to her third brother's courtyard, Huayuanju. Huayuanju was very quiet, without any sound. Only a passage was swept out in the yard from the gate to the main house. The thick snow on both sides of the road seemed to have not been swept since the day it started snowing. Now it has accumulated to 4 or 5 feet high, and the whole road has almost become a snow wall. Ning felt really bad when she saw such a yard. She could guess that her sister-in-law had specifically ordered not to sweep the snow. The servants in the house were not so bold as not to sweep the snow. Maybe her sister-in-law wanted to know how thick the snow could be, and she actually blocked her husband's way home. Ning sighed softly, feeling very apologetic. If it weren't for helping her find the child, her third brother would definitely be at home with his sister-in-law to enjoy the snow, drink tea, talk about poetry and essays. How happy the couple would be. Madam, my aunt is here. Ning had already reached the steps under the corridor. The maids who were taking shelter from the cold in the small tea room under the corridor saw her and ran in to report. She forced a bow and said with a smile, Why are you here, sister? It's so cold. If you have something to say, just send someone to call me. Why do you have to come here in person, sister? Please come in. Ning held her sister-in-law Lu's hand and felt it was cold. She said with red eyes and heartache, Sister-in-law, it's been such a long time since we last met. How come you look so haggard? Why are your hands so cold? And where do you feel uncomfortable? Has the imperial physician seen you? Such caring words have not been spoken by the elder sister-in-law for more than half a year. Lu looked up in shock and saw that the sadness on her face was gone. Although her face was not rosy, she exuded the same spirit as before. She was no longer as lifeless as she had been in the past 6 months, and her voice was much louder. Sister, is there any news about the child? Lu was delighted and asked hurriedly. Yes, there's news, sister-in-law. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Ning personally helped Lu sit down and handed her the letter from her third brother. I am sorry to my sister-in-law and made my third brother run around outside for me and couldn't go home for years. The letter was brought back by Xianer. The mailbox on Xianer's feet couldn't hold the thick letter paper, so my third brother couldn't write to my sister-in-law alone. Ning sait quiltili. After reading the letter quickly, Lu's face had a smile on her face. She said with a smile, Sister, don't say that. It's his duty to go to find his little niece. No one knew that it would snow so heavily this year. How can you blame your sister? Now that we know the whereabouts of Xiao Exiner, it's great. As long as the weather gets warmer and the road is open, your family will be reunited. This is a great thing. Don't worry, sister, I'm fine. I was born with a cold body, and I can't stand the winter more than others. I've been taking Dr. He's medicine, and I will be fine when it gets warmer in the spring. Lu explained with a smile. You have been taking Dr. He's medicine for several years, right? Why can't the root of the problem be cured? Should we ask Imperial Dr. Sun to take a look? Ning suggested with a slightly frowned brow. Her sister-in-law takes the medicine prescribed by Imperial Doctor He every winter, from the beginning of the 9th lunar month to the end of the 9th lunar month. She has been taking it for several years, but there has not been much improvement. It is not a good thing to continue like this. Lu smiled and waved her hand and said, "Don't bother. Imperial Doctor, he has been treating me since I was a child.
He knows my body best.
Imperial Physician, he said that if I take care of myself for another year or so, I will be able to." At the end of this speech, Lu blushed with embarrassment. Lu had been engaged to Ning Yuanxiang since she was a child. She observed mourning for her mother for 3 years before starting to prepare for the marriage. However, her grandfather passed away within half a year, and she had to observe mourning for another year, which delayed her until she was 19 years old. If it weren't for the kindness of the Ning family and their liking for Lu, the engagement would have been cancelled early. Lu has been married for nearly 3 years and has never been able to get pregnant. Lu had been taking medicine very seriously, hoping to give birth to a boy or girl for her husband as soon as possible. Ning nodded, smiled, and said, "Don't be impatient about this. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be to achieve your wish. You must be at ease, sister-in-law." Lu nodded shyly. She secretly sighed in her heart. Since she married into the Ning mansion, no one urged her to have children. Everyone pitied her weak body and just asked her to rest and recuperate. But her natal family was. Lu's grandmother urged her to give birth as soon as she saw her. She had always refused to marry her half-sister, who was 6 years younger than her, and always secretly stared at her brother-in-law Ning Yuanxiang. Every time Ning Yuanxiang accompanied his wife back to her natal family, the half-sister made a lot of trouble. If it weren't for Ning Yuanxiang's vigilance, Lu would have had to bring the half-sister back to her husband as a concubine. Ning also knew about the situation in Lu's natal family but never mentioned it in front of Lu, so as not to embarrass her. Moreover, the Ning mansion had a clean family tradition. A man could take a concubine only if he was 40 and had no heir. The Lu mansion wanted to force a concubine into the Ning mansion as a concubine, but they were just daydreaming. "Sister-in-law, go write a letter and give it to me when you have dinner. Let Xianer take it to my third brother," Ning said with a smile. Lu blushed and whispered, "It's so cold today. Don't make Xianer work hard. Anyway, he can come back when the weather gets warmer, and I will." Ning patted Lu's hand and said with a smile, "Xianer is not afraid of the cold. It will be unhappy if you keep it at home all day. What's more, I have to deliver a letter to your brother-in-law. But this trip is not that fast. Xianer has to come back from Yongning Pass to bring back the reply from my third brother. Here, you put the envelope in this mailbox, and I promise that no one else will see it except my third brother." Ning took out a thin copper mailbox that was slightly thicker than her finger, put it into Lu's palm, and said with a joking smile. Lu's face was flushed with shame, and her thin and pale face was stained with a blush, adding a bit of beauty to her pretty face.
"Sister."
"You are making fun of me again," Lu said in a low voice with a red face, and clenched the letter tube in her hand. Ning chatted with Lu for a few more words, and then got up to say goodbye. She wanted to leave enough time for her younger brother and sister-in-law to write letters. Lu wanted to send her elder sister-in-law out of the courtyard, but was stopped by Ning again and again. It was so cold outside, and Lu didn't wear a big sweater. If she caught a cold, it would be really bad. As soon as she left Huayuanju, a little boy came running towards them, and behind him were 2 slightly older boys chasing him. The 2 boys behind kept shouting, "Little Zhuzi, run slower, be careful not to fall." Ning saw the 3 boys running towards her, and immediately laughed. She shouted, "Zhuer, don't run, walk slowly. Zhong'er and Cheng'er, don't run either." "Mom, is there any news about my sister?" Cheng Jinju, whose face was flushed from running, looked up at his mother and asked anxiously. Ning straightened her son's fur collar that was messed up by the wind, nodded with a smile, and said, "Your third uncle has found a clue. When the weather gets warmer and the road is open, we can take your sister home. Aunt, your nephew greets you. Aunt, your nephew greets you." A slightly hoarse voice of a boy in the voice change period and a crisp child's voice sounded at the same time. The two boys ran to Ning respectfully and bowed. Zhong'er, Cheng'er, good children, get up quickly. Looking at the two handsome and tall nephews, Ning's smile became even bigger. These two children are the two sons of Ning's eldest brother, the eldest son Ning Zhizhong, and the second son Ning Zhiqing, one 14 years old and the other 10 years old. Both of them are smart, studious, and motivated children. Aunt, Xiaozhu heard that you were here, so he came to you in a hurry, saying that you must have news about your little cousin. Ning's hikangs hotet bunting. Ning smiled and nodded, saying gently, It's windy outside, let's go to Yuren Garden to talk. Yuren Garden is where Ning Jingyan and old Madame Cui live, and dinner was served there. The family had dinner happily, and Ning took her 3 sons back to the Duke's mansion. Because it was getting late, she took her 3 sons to Shuren Hall, and only let them come in to pay their respects. She herself only bowed in the outer room, and then waited to go back to Chiwu Garden with her sons. Seeing that the 3 grandsons came late today, Cheng Fuhu couldn't help but ask a few more questions. When he heard that they had dinner at their grandfather's house, he didn't say anything more. After all, before his mother passed away, she often asked her 3 great-grandsons and their mother to go to the Imperial Academy's Jijio Mansion. It didn't make sense for him, as a son, to change all his mother's rules of conduct after his mother passed away. The 4 grandparents and grandchildren talked and laughed in the room, which was very warm. Ning waited quietly in the outer room. While waiting for her son, she happened to hear the servants of Shuren Hall replying. All the servants in Shuren Hall were old people who had served Madame Su. After the dowager passed away, Li originally wanted to punish these people, but Ning saved all of them. So, in their hearts, Li was not a proper master at all, and the crown prince's wife Ning was the real mistress of the house. Therefore, everyone was very happy to see the crown prince's wife. Except for those who were on duty, everyone else gathered around Ning to talk to her. Ning felt very friendly when she saw these old people who had served her grandmother, and she greeted everyone carefully. Everyone saw that the crown prince's wife was very energetic today, and she was the crown prince's wife from half a year ago. Everyone was also very happy, saying that the crown prince's wife had a red mark on her forehead, and there must be good news. As everyone was talking and laughing, a woman ran in quickly, covering half of her face, and shouted angrily, Madam is here. Everyone's laughter paused. A nanny walked quickly to the old woman's side, pulled her hand down, and saw a bright red palm print on the old woman's face, and half of her face was red and swollen. Ning had just stood up when she saw her stepmother-in-law Li rushing in with murderous intent. Looking at her posture, she looked like she had received an imperial decree. Li saw Ning standing in front of the hall in full clothes, and her expression was obviously stunned. Ning was stunned by the scolding. She had lived for 30 years, and this was the first time in her life that she was humiliated like this. Ning's whole body was shaking like sifting bran, and her teeth were chattering. After a moment, Ning calmed down, stared coldly at Li, and said with hatred, Come here. Go and ask the Duke and the 3 young masters to come out. Someone responded and immediately ran in to report. In less than a cup of tea, Cheng Fuhu walked out angrily with a dark face, supported by his 2 grandsons on the left and right.
Duke.
Li saw her husband and was about to pounce on him. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by a voice. My stepmother spoke ill of me and wrongly accused my daughter-in-law of having an affair with my father. Please give justice to my daughter-in-law and to your son and grandson. Ning fell to her knees with a plop and shouted loudly and coldly. Li's scream was so harsh that Cheng Fuhu had heard it in the inner room, otherwise he would not have come out so quickly. Ignoring Li for the time being, Cheng Fuhu patted the hand of his eldest grandson Cheng Jinsong and said in a good voice, Song, go and help your mother up. Seeing his eldest grandson running to help his daughter-in-law, Cheng Fuhu said kindly, Sai's wife, you've been wronged, and your father will definitely give you an explanation. Get up quickly. Li was so angry that she cried with red eyes. Duke, I am your wife.
You.
How can you do this to me? When Chung Fuhu looked at Li, his face was gloomy and frightening. He shook his head slowly, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "No matter what you do on weekdays, I never blame you, but you are too much today. You don't care about the reputation of our Duke's mansion, Size's reputation, Size's wife's reputation, the reputation of the girls who married out of the mansion, and the reputation of your grandchildren. You are the first to throw dirty water on your own family, Li Fong. You are really good." Li wanted to explain herself, but Chung Fuhu did not give her a chance and continued to ask. Size was guarding the border, and his wife raised his children and respected her parents-in-law. But in your mouth, what did she become? She brought her 3 sons to pay her respects to me. What did she do wrong? Why do you slander and humiliate her like this? What do you mean by paying her respects? It's obvious that she
came to you. Li Shoutong kumbinsa.
Ning was furious and strode to Li and asked harshly, "Mrs. Li keeps saying that I seduced her father-in-law. May I ask if you saw it with your own eyes or heard it with your own ears? If you can't explain it today, I will clear my name even if I risk my life to beat the drum to report it. To file a complaint to the emperor, one must beat the drum to file a complaint. The person who beats the drum must be punished with 40 strokes of the cane. If he survives the 40 strokes, he can continue to file a complaint. However, even if he survives the 40 strokes, he will still be half dead. So unless there is a huge injustice, no one dares to beat the drum easily." Li was speechless after being questioned. She didn't see it with her own eyes or hear it with her own ears. Li's eyes were wandering. She looked at a nanny who was hiding behind her and said angrily, "Madame Zhang, come out and tell me." After Li finished speaking, she looked at her husband, pointed at the nanny, and said aggrievedly, "Duke, she told me." As soon as Li finished speaking, everyone's eyes were cast on that nanny Zhang. Especially Chung Fuhu's ferocious eyes like a tiger, staring at Nanny Zhang so hard that she trembled all over. Nanny Zhang fell to her knees with a plop, crying, "No.
I didn't say that.
I just said that the prince's wife came to Shern Hall so late at night. I really only said this, and didn't say those words." Chung Fuhu turned his head, stared at Li angrily, and asked in a deep voice, "Is what she said true?" Li's face froze, and under Chung Fuhu's murderous eyes, she nodded imperceptibly. She hurriedly said, But she doesn't have that tone." After hearing this, Ning understood a little in her heart. She was afraid that her stupid and vicious stepmother-in-law was being used as a gun, but she couldn't figure out who was holding the gun, and what was the purpose of doing this? Chung Fuhu glared at Li and scolded her in disappointment. "You treat a needle as a hammer. Can you grow a brain? You have a good life. Why are you making a fuss? You throw all the dirty and smelly things on your family." Chung Jinju saw that his grandfather was trying to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing, and he was angry. He asked with a cold face, "Grandfather, how should mother manage the family in the future?" Chung Fuhu was startled and looked at his second grandson, whom he usually didn't pay much attention to. Seeing the stubbornness on the child's pretty face, Chung Fuhu suddenly felt that he saw his 10-year-old son again. That year, his son was dressed in heavy mourning, staring at him coldly, and questioned, "Father, you are getting married less than 3 months after mother passed away. Where do you put mother?" "Zhuer, Grandpa will not let your mother suffer any grievances." Chung Fuhu touched his grandson's head and, not surprisingly, felt his resistance. "Size's wife, you have been wronged. Your father will apologize to you first," Chung Fuhu said as he bowed to his daughter-in-law, which frightened Ning and made her quickly dodge. She said hastily, "Father, your words are too serious. Your daughter-in-law doesn't deserve it." Chung Fuhu knew that it was no use trying to smooth things over. After all, a woman's reputation was more important than anything else. Strictly speaking, Li's behavior was enough for Ning to take her to court. So he said in a cold voice, "Come on, send the madam to the Buddhist hall and keep her under house arrest for 3 months. She is not allowed to step out of the Buddhist hall, otherwise she will be sent back to the Li family." Li was a restless person. Being confined to her house for 3 months was more uncomfortable than being stabbed with a knife, and there was also that last threat. Sending her back to the Li family was not a simple sending back, but divorce. After hearing this, Li rolled her eyes and fainted on the ground. Seeing Li faint, Chengfuhu felt a little distressed, but Li had really gone too far today, so Chengfuhu still shouted with a cold face, "Come on, carry the madam to the Buddhist hall and ask the court doctor to take a look. Aunt Sue, you take 2 maids to guard her." Within 3 months, the madam is not allowed to step out of the Buddhist hall, and no one is allowed to visit her. Madam Sue answered loudly and immediately led several maids to carry the person. One of the maids was very cunning. She took advantage of no one's attention and quickly crushed Li's finger with her foot. You still dare to pretend to be unconscious and deceive me. You will be confined to your house for half a year. Anyone who dares to release you for personal reasons will be beaten to death. Chengfuhu was furious when he saw this and shouted angrily. A happy smile flashed in the eyes of the clever maid, and then she immediately lowered her head, hiding her merits and fame. Li was forcibly dragged away, and the servants who followed her to Shern Hall to make trouble looked at each other. They were about to retreat secretly, but they heard a cold voice. "Grandfather, can you hand these servants over to your grandson for interrogation?" Cheng Jinju pointed at the servants who wanted to slip away and asked loudly. Chengfuhu frowned, but still nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll do as Zhuer says." Cheng Jinju immediately looked at a maid and said slowly, "Madam Zhao, please take people to tie up those people and lock them up separately to prevent collusion in testimony. It's late today, so we'll have to retry them tomorrow morning." Chengfuhu has been marching and fighting all his life. Although he doesn't know many words, he is very good at using military tactics. This is also his talent. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Chengfuhu's eyes flashed with surprise. His little grandson is incredible. Children who are not even 7 years old can use the strategy of stirring up trouble. Turning his head to look at his eldest grandson, he saw that the child's face was still angry, and there was a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. Well, this child is also smart. Look at the youngest grandson again. The child is already beside his mother, his little hands tightly grasping the corner of his mother's clothes, looking up at his mother with admiration, his eyes sparkling, like the stars in the sky. Well, the little grandson is only 4 years old, still a little kid, and he looks filial. All 3 are good children, and it's still the mother's vision that has found a good wife for size. Chengfuhu thought to himself, and the bad mood brought by Li was also diluted a little. My daughter-in-law, Li is. She is a rough and unreserved person. Don't take it to heart. From now on, you will be in charge of everything. If she causes trouble for you again, I will deal with her. Chengfuhu looked at his daughter-in-law and said apologetically. Ning thought for a while, then knelt down and replied, "Yes, daughter-in-law understands. But if there is anything else in the future, please do justice for your daughter-in-law." Chengfuhu didn't know what would happen in the near future, so he agreed readily. After getting the guarantee from her father-in-law, Ning bowed solemnly to thank him and asked her 2 sons to send their grandfather back to his room to rest. She dealt with the aftermath outside. After her 2 sons sent their grandfather back, she took her 3 sons back to Chiwu Garden. Back at Chiwu Garden, Ning sent her 3 sons back to sleep. The second son held her hand and said firmly, "Mother, I will find out who is behind it and will not let you suffer any injustice." Ning touched her son's head and said with a smile, Zhuer, go ahead and investigate, but if the clues point to outside the mansion, you are not allowed to investigate further. Just tell your uncle and ask him to investigate secretly outside." Cheng Jinju frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Mother, have you figured out who is behind this?" Ning shook her head and said softly, "Although I haven't thought of who it is, if there is chaos in our mansion, who will be the biggest beneficiary? If you think in this direction, you can guess about 60% of it." Cheng Jinju nodded solemnly and replied, "Yes, please rest assured, Mother. Your son understands that your son will not do anything that is not commensurate with his ability. Good boy, it's getting late. Go back to bed quickly." Ning touched her son's head and pushed him into the room. Back to her bedroom, she was already lying on the bed, but Ning was not sleepy. She murmured to herself, Could it be that the power of the Hu people has infiltrated into the capital? But the Hu people have always been reckless. How could they have such a brain? Using such a shady and despicable method seems more like a woman's behavior. The Hu people colluded with people in the capital. Who could this person be? Ning's mind was full of court officials who might have colluded with the Hu people, but her knowledge was limited, and she couldn't think of which official it was. As she thought about it, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ning first released Xian'er and then took her 3 sons to have breakfast. Then she sent her sons to Shern Hall to pay their respects. She herself was busy preparing for the new year. It was already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and it was a very busy time. Ning had just arranged to send the New Year gifts to various mansions that had long-standing exchanges with the Ningwa mansion. Just as she was about to have a cup of tea and take a break, the housekeeper nanny from Quexianju came over. Reporting to the crown prince's wife, the 3rd young lady has been living with the old lady recently. Because the old lady has not come back, the 3rd young lady has been crying and making a fuss, and the wet nurse can't comfort her. Please ask the crown prince's wife for instructions. The nanny kneeling on the ground did not dare to act strangely and could only report honestly. Oh, your 3rd young lady lives with the old lady, and she cries and makes a fuss when the old lady is not around? So what? Ning repeated lightly. The coldness and sarcasm in her tone made people tremble in their hearts. Madam, the 3rd young lady is your own flesh and blood. She is still so young. What if she hurts herself by crying? The old lady is extremely devoted to the 3rd young lady. Now, apart from breastfeeding, the 3rd young lady doesn't even want her wet nurse and is willing to follow the old lady. I beg, madam, for the sake of the 3rd young lady, to plead for the old lady in front of the duke. The nanny kowtowed repeatedly and begged anxiously. Oh, so in your heart, your 3rd lady is more important than the duke. For her, you can even disobey the duke's orders. Ning said coldly, and the nanny who was kneeling on the ground turned pale, with cold sweat on her forehead. Madam, the 3rd lady is your own flesh and blood. The nanny still cried and begged without giving up. When Ning heard this, her face immediately darkened. What she couldn't stand the most now was this sentence. What flesh and blood? Her own flesh and blood were still suffering the cold winter in the village under Jingxi town. That girl from the Li family was raised in the duke's mansion for so long. It was already a magnanimity of her, the wife of the prince, for her to let her raise her in the duke's mansion for so long. Come here. This old woman is disrespectful to the duke. Take her away and give her 20 strokes of the hand, and deprive her of her silver and rice for 3 months. Let her remember who is the master. Ning shouted coldly, and immediately 2 sturdy women responded and stepped forward, dragged the maid to the yard and started beating her. After 20 beatings, the maid's hands were swollen like pig's trotters. She was in great pain and smelled very bad. Having worked in the mansion for more than 10 years, she was considered a well-known maid. Now that she was beaten by the prince's wife, she really lost face for several lifetimes. Moreover, it was impossible for a servant who had been punished to be reused. From then on, she would never have the job of the housekeeper of Quexianju. The heavy punishment of the housekeeper of Quexianju was also a warning to the monkeys. All the servants in the Ningwa mansion who had ulterior motives became obedient and dared not to make any trouble. The prince's wife was very decisive in killing people now, and they dared not rush into the muzzle of a gun. After receiving all the housekeepers from various mansions who came to the Ningwa mansion to give New Year gifts, it was already past lunchtime. Madame Man led people to set up the meal. Ning was tired for most of the day and had no appetite. She only ordered people to serve half a bowl of mountain mushroom and flying dragon soup, picked up a few slices of braised winter bamboo shoots, and ate a few mouthfuls of rouge rice, and then asked people to clear the meal. When she was rinsing her mouth, she heard the angry scream of the second wife, Li, from outside. Why are you stopping me? Get out of here. Why does the eldest sister-in-law only recognize her mother's family, the Ning mansion, and not our Li family after she takes charge of the family? Our Li family is a legitimate in-law of the Ningwa mansion. Ning frowned slightly. She naturally knew why Lee came. This year's annual gift to the Lee family is only 1/3 of what her stepmother-in-law Lee gave when she was in charge. Those shallow-eyed people in the Lee family would be surprised if they didn't come to make trouble. What a disgrace to make such a noise. Let her come in and talk. After rinsing her mouth, Ning handed the colorful small teacup to the little maid standing beside her and said lightly. After a while, the dissatisfied and indignant little Lee walked in angrily. She walked straight to the empty main seat on the right side at the top. Ning glanced at her, and Rueyun immediately blocked her way and forced little Lee to the chair on the left side. She smiled and said, "Second madam, please sit here." Little Lee glared at Rueyun and sat down heavily. Then she took out a handkerchief to cover her face, crying and shouting, "Sister-in-law, why is the annual gift to the Lee family 70% less this year? How can my mother and I have the face to see my family? How can you let my mother and I go back to my mother's house? I wonder which year's annual gift is compared with when my sister-in-law said it was 70% less?" Ning completely ignored little Lee's crying and asked coldly, "It's 70% less than the annual gifts in recent years," little Lee said with a righteous attitude. Ning said calmly, "Come here. Take the book of exchanges with the Lee family in the past 10 years and show it to the second lady." The servant responded, and after a while, he brought a thick book to Little Lee. Little Lee flipped through the book and took a few glances, and her face immediately flushed. In the past 10 years, the holiday gifts that the Ningwa mansion gave to the Lee family were several times the holiday gifts sent by the Lee family, especially in the past 4 years. Every time there was a holiday gift, they wanted to give back 10 or 20 times the gift to the Lee family. Even if the return gift this year is 70% less than the past 4 years, it is still 4 times the New Year gift sent by the Lee family according to the previous rules. When my grandmother was alive, there were rules for the mansion to send holiday gifts to the mansions of the in-laws. At that time, my grandmother thought that my brother and sister-in-law's family was not well off, and she specifically ordered to add 30%. Now I am following my grandmother's rules. What's wrong with that? Ning raised her eyebrows and looked at Little Lee. Her eyes were as cold as ice.
This.
But Mother doesn't have such rules. Grandmother passed away a long time ago. Now we should do things according to Mother's rules. Little Lee's face turned purple, but she still shouted unwillingly. According to Mother's rules? What are Mother's rules? Is it to empty the warehouse of Ningwa Mansion and send it to the Lee family? Ning suddenly shouted and scared Little Lee so much that her body trembled and the handkerchief in her hand fell down. Don't you know yet that Mother has made a serious mistake and has been punished by Father to be confined to the small Buddhist hall for half a year? She was locked up in the small Buddhist hall last night. After shouting, Ning sneered.
What? This?
This is impossible. Little Lee shook her head repeatedly, her body swaying a little. Because of the heavy snow and cold weather this winter, Lee did not let Little Lee pay respects to Quexianju every day. Little Lee was also happy to take the opportunity to be lazy. She was also tight on money. She even had to take a layer of the servant's monthly salary, so no servant was willing to send any news to Little Lee. So until now she didn't know that her mother-in-law and aunt had been punished for house arrest. It's possible or not. You can find out for yourself. Ning sneered. She picked up the teacup on the table. When the little maid standing by saw it, she immediately walked to Little Lee and said with a smile, "Send the second lady." Little Lee heard that her mother-in-law was under house arrest. Her heart was already confused, and she didn't want to entangle it anymore. She hurried out to inquire about the news. "Madam, the second lady," Rueyun said worriedly. Ning smiled lightly and said, "It's just something that can't be put on the high platform. It can't cause any trouble. Why bother with her? Are all the new clothes prepared? The monthly salary and bonus are also prepared and will be distributed tomorrow morning. Although this year is not a good year, everyone has worked hard for a year, and we must have a prosperous year." Rueyun responded one by one, and then passed the message outside. Soon several housekeepers came up to report that the clothes of the masters of each room were ready, and the new clothes of the servants were also distributed. The monthly silver and the extra reward silver for the new year were also packaged, and they were just waiting for the lady to distribute the rewards, and then they could bring people to collect the monthly silver and reward money for each place they were in charge of. Ning nodded after hearing this, and ordered that the rewards would be distributed at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and the servants from all places would gather in Chu Garden to be called to receive the monthly silver and reward money. Hearing the order from the prince's wife, the faces of several housekeepers changed slightly. Ever since the stepmotherly took charge of the family, the monthly silver has been distributed all together according to the head of the room, and then the masters of each room would distribute it themselves. There must be something fishy here. Now that the prince's wife is doing things according to the rules of the deceased lady again, the masters of each room and the housekeepers, big and small, will not be able to get this money. Ning glanced at several housekeepers who looked unhappy and asked lightly, "Do you have anything else to do?" Several maids shook their heads quickly. No, I'm leaving." Then they all bowed and retreated, until they walked out of Chiwu Garden. These maids sighed with bitter faces. "Oh, I thought I could make a small fortune. Now it's all over." One of the maids had the ugliest expression. She said angrily, "You just can't get some extra silver. But as for me, not only can I not get more, I have to pay for it. With the temperament of our second master and second madam, every copper in the frying pan must be fished out and spent. Now that I can't get any benefits, I have to make up for it in vain. Otherwise, I can't expect to have a peaceful year."
Sure.
"Keep your voice down. If this gets to the ears of the masters, you will be in trouble." A maid pulled the still indignant maid and said in a low voice, I said. "What am I afraid of? The second master was raised by my milk." The maid refused to admit her defeat, but her voice was obviously much smaller. It was because Li's housekeeping was incompetent that these old maids became more and more arrogant. When the old lady was the housekeeper, they dared not have any ulterior motives, and they were all very honest. That night, the news that the prince's wife would personally distribute the monthly silver reward to every servant in Chiwu Garden spread among the servants of the Ningguo mansion. Everyone happily bowed in the direction of Chiwu Garden to express their gratitude. Especially those servants who had worked in the mansion for more than 5 years were extremely moved. They saw with their own eyes that the wife of the prince was rectifying the chaos and felt that there was hope for the Ningguo mansion again. Unlike the servants who were happy, Qingxi, the second master of Chongqing Courtyard, Xiao Li, and 2 concubines secretly cursed Ning all night. Since Ning took over the family, the second master has been able to make less and less money, and the originally comfortable life has become much drier. Especially Xiao Li, when her aunt was in charge, she had to make at least 2 or 3 sets of new clothes every month, and the head ornaments and jewelry were also added with the latest styles every month. Now that Ning is in charge, in addition to the normal monthly allowance, there is no extra benefit at all. Xiao Li has been aggrieved for a long time. "Second master, are we just going to suffer like this?" Xiao Li felt more and more uncomfortable the more she thought about it. She covered her face with a handkerchief and cried, "Humph, how is it possible? Let her be proud for a few days, wait." Qingxi said coldly, a sinister look flashed in his eyes.
Wait?
Wait for what? Little Li asked puzzledly. "Humph. You woman, stop meddling in men's business. Your main job is to give me a son as soon as possible." Qingxi shouted in annoyance. Qingxi himself was a concubine as son registered under the name of his stepmother, so he attached more importance to the status of a legitimate son. So even though he liked 2 concubines more, he would always stay in Xiao Li's room for 20 days every month, just to give birth to a legitimate son with Xiao Li as soon as possible. Xiao Li's face turned pale. She had not been pregnant since she gave birth to the twin daughters Bauer and Bayer 2 years ago. She was also very anxious. She had suffered a lot in the past 6 months, but there was no effect. Qingxi was unhappy and didn't want to stay with Xiao Li. He flicked his sleeves and turned out of the upper room and went to the room of the concubine Lu in the west wing. Seeing her husband flicking his sleeves and leaving, Xiao Li just sneered, not worried at all that the 2 concubines could turn over her palm. After all, The two concubines were given a strong abortion drug on the day they were brought in, so no matter how Qingxi tried, the two concubines could not give birth to a boy or girl. In the early morning of the next day, the servants of the Ningguo mansion came to Chiwu Garden happily and lined up to receive the monthly silver and New Year's bonus. The male servants were in the outer hall, and Chung Jinsong brought his two younger brothers to watch the housekeeper distribute them one by one according to the number of people. Some of the servants at the bottom had not received the full monthly salary for 3 or 4 years, let alone the bonus. Now they received the heavy copper coin strings and the bonus wrapped in beautiful purses, and many of them couldn't help crying with joy. Second brother, why are they crying? Chung Jinfeng pulled his second brother's sleeve and asked in confusion. Chung Jinju touched his brother's furry little head, glanced at the butler standing beside him, and said with a faint smile, they finally got the monthly salary and reward silver they deserved, and they were so happy that they would cry. Chung Jinfeng didn't quite understand, but he still said oh obediently. The butler heard this and his old face turned red. He could only pretend that he didn't hear what the second young master said, and hurriedly distributed the monthly salary and reward silver purses according to the name of the servant beside him. All the reward silver purses were packed in advance, and the purses were also tied with name tags. In this way, only the person who received the purse knew the amount of reward silver received by each person, which could prevent the servants from comparing with each other and could also reward the diligent and punish the lazy and better mobilize the enthusiasm of the servants. In the inner hall, Ning watched Man Yangzi Xuanfeng Xiu lead the little maid to distribute the monthly salary and reward money purses. When each servant received the money, he had to press his fingerprint on the roster so as to prevent the occurrence of false claims to the greatest extent. Ning was sitting high up. Seeing several maids below looking like they were going to do acupressure, her face changed a little. Several people whispered to each other, and soon one of them ran out. Not long after, the maid who ran out came in with 7 or 8 young maids who had just left their hair. Ning whispered a few words to Rueyun beside her. Rueyun looked down a few times and secretly remembered who those maids were. She must keep a close eye on them in the future. Anyone who is greedy for money is very easy to be bribed and used. Ning wanted to take a heavy hand to rectify the affairs of the mansion, so naturally she would not let go of any suspicious person. There are not many masters in the Ningguo mansion now. There are the Ningguo Duke and his wife, 6 people in the first house and 6 people in the second house, adding up to 14 people, but there are indeed many servants. Not counting the servants in the farm shop, there are nearly 500 servants in the Duke's mansion alone. So it takes most of the day to pay the monthly salary, which is also quite time-consuming and mentally exhausting. It was not until 3:45 p.m. that all the monthly bonuses were distributed. The youngest Chung Jinfeng leaned in his mother's arms and sighed, "Mom, distributing money is so tiring." Chung Jinsong, who was standing by, heard this and gently twisted his little brother's face and teased, "Are you still tired? You slept in my arms for more than 2 hours. You must be tired." "Humph, stinky big brother. I won't pay attention to you." Chung Jinfeng immediately buried his head in his mother's arms and muttered in a muffled voice. Chung Jinsong patted his little brother's fat and said with a smile, "Isn't it time to rub your eyes and ask big brother to hold you?"
Mom.
Chung Jinfeng dragged out his voice and twisted in his mother's arms. Ning patted her youngest son's back gently and said with a smile, "Song Azure, you have worked hard today. Are you exhausted?" Brothers Chung Jinsong and Chung Jinju shook their heads and said in unison, "Mom, son is not tired." Chung Jinsong said again, "Mom, I didn't feel it on weekdays, but today when the monthly salary was distributed, son realized that there are so many servants in our family." Ning smiled and said, "I feel that there are too many people, and this does not include your grandfather's 500 private soldiers." After Chung Fuhu was named Duke of Ning, the number of private soldiers he could have increased from 300 to 500. These private soldiers could not be supported in the Duke's mansion, so they were all raised on the farm outside the city. Naturally, Ning could not interfere with the military pay and reward silver of these private soldiers. But the silver had to be paid from the general account of the Duke's mansion. "Mom, does my father have private soldiers too?" Chung Jinfeng, who was lying in his mother's arms, suddenly looked up and asked. Ning touched her youngest son's head and nodded gently, saying, "Your father also has a quota of 200 private soldiers, but he didn't use them." Chung Jinfeng asked again, "Why didn't father use them?" Ning smiled and said, "The soldiers at home are enough." Chung Jinfeng didn't understand the implication of his mother's words, but he nodded stupidly. He had just woken up and was still a little dazed. "Mother, the interrogation of my son has yielded results. Nanny Zhang's son owed Dafu Gambling House a gambling debt of 1,000 taels. The gambling house failed to collect the debt and wanted to chop off Nanny Zhang's son's hand. Someone paid the debt for him, and the condition was that Nanny Zhang would sow discord between my grandparents and our eldest house in the mansion." "Oh, Dafu Gambling House? Zhuer, it's enough for you to investigate here. Remember not to investigate further." When Ning heard about Dafu Gambling House, her face changed slightly, and she immediately reminded again solemnly. The background of the Dafu Gambling House is extremely complicated, and its actions are extremely vicious. Ning can't let her son take risks. Chung Jinju bowed and replied, "Yes, my son understands. Don't worry, mother. My son will not do anything beyond his ability." Ning smiled with relief. "Well, Zhuer is really a good child." Chung Jinju's face turned red, and finally, he had some childish expressions. "Mother, after the new year, my son will be 7 years old. He is not a child anymore. My third brother is a child." The mother and the two children laughed and laughed for a while. Chung Jinsong saw that someone came up to make a fuss, so he took his two younger brothers to leave. Calculating the time, it was time to go to Shuren Hall to pay respects to their grandfather. In Shuren Hall, Chung Fuhu was half lying on the bed, leaning against a large square pillow with ink and flower patterns, bored, his eyes staring straight at the sky-blue satin curtain embroidered with 100 blessings in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Grandfather, the grandchildren are here." 3 crisp children's voices rang out, breaking the silence in the room. Chung Fuhu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately became energetic.
Song-er, Tzu-er, Feng-er, come in.
Chung Fuhu sat up straight and waved enthusiastically at the door. Chung Jinfeng tossed his 2 short legs and ran to his grandfather's bed. He raised his little face and smiled innocently and asked, "Grandfather, are you feeling better today? Does your wound hurt? Is your chest still stuffy?" When Chung Jinfeng came to pay his respects with his brothers yesterday, the court doctor was doing a routine pulse diagnosis. He heard a few words from the court doctor and remembered them in his heart. Now he asked about his grandfather in a serious manner, which made Chung Fuhu feel very comfortable. Touching his grandson's head, Chung Fuhu smiled and said, "Fonger is so good. Grandpa is no longer in pain, and his heart is no longer stuffy." "Well, that's good." Chung Jinfeng nodded like a little adult, then reached into his arms and touched, and then he touched out a small white jade 9-linked ring, then a small wooden sword the size of a palm, and then an exquisite mo hilo. "Grandfather, these are all for you to play with, so you won't feel bored," Chung Jinfeng said seriously. Watching this little guy taking out a toy from left to right, Chung Fuhu couldn't help laughing. He touched his grandson's head and smiled with satisfaction. "Good Fonger, Grandpa thanks you very much. But Grandpa can't play with these things. You can play with them yourself." Chung Jinfeng tilted his head and thought for a while, stuffed the small wooden sword and the 9-linked ring back into his arms, but stuffed the mo hilo into his grandfather's hand. "Grandfather, this is the moheel that my father gave to Fonger. My father said that he could take care of Fonger for my father. Now that Fonger is a big boy, let him take care of grandfather for my father." Chung Jinfeng stared at his grandfather eagerly, making Chung Fuhu unable to say anything to refuse. Looking carefully at the moheel in his hand, Chung Fuhu was surprised to find that this moheel looked quite old. "Isn't it?" A memory suddenly rushed into Chung Fuhu's mind. He remembered that this moheel was the one that his mother specially invited the best craftsman in Beijing to customize according to the appearance of Chung Sai's, who had just turned 1 year old, more than 30 years ago. Chung Fuhu still remembered that after this moheel was made, he would take it with him every time he went to war, just like taking his son with him. This little moheel, who knows how many years of guarding the border with him, who missed his family, who knows how many bloody battles it has witnessed. Since when did he stop taking this moheel? Chung Fuhu tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember.
Okay, Grandvater Tanks Finger.
Chung Fu's eyes were red, and he held the mohelo in both hands, holding it tightly against his chest. Grandfather, you don't have to thank me. Fengwen knew that grandfather would definitely like Daddy's mohelo. Chung Jinfeng was so happy that his eyes narrowed into two crescents. So cute. Chung Jinsong and Chung Jinju were stunned when they saw their brother's extremely smooth performance. This brain, this eloquence, this little expression, this. Is this really their silly brother, who only turned 4 years old after the Chinese New Year? Chung Jinfeng didn't know what his two brothers were thinking. He jumped onto the bed, sat on the edge of the bed, rubbed his legs together, kicked off his shoes, quickly climbed to the inside of the bed, raised a big smile, and asked obediently, "Grandfather, can Fenger play with you on the bed?" How could Chung Fuhu refuse his grandson? He nodded and said, "Okay, Fenger can play on the bed and sleep with Grandpa at night." Chung Jinsong and Chung Jinju were scared and pale when they heard this. They both experienced how outrageous their little brother's sleeping posture was. It was not sleeping at all, it was just boxing on the bed. It was like punching a tiger in the South Mountain and kicking a dragon in the North Sea. The first pair of panda eyes in the lives of the Songju brothers were given by their little third brother. If the younger brother was allowed to sleep on the grandfather's bed, their grandfather would be kicked to the ground by his younger brother before midnight. In such cold weather, their grandfather's body has not recovered yet. If he is really kicked to the ground, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing that his two grandsons changed their faces because of his words, Chung Fuhu smiled and asked, "Why, are you still worried about your grandfather sleeping with your brother?" Chung Jinsong waved his hands and said, No. We are not worried about grandfather. We are worried about my third brother." "Grandfather, you don't know, my third brother likes to punch when he sleeps, and he has made several maids cry. When he was 2 years old, he kicked the nanny who took him to sleep to the ground, causing the nanny to break her tailbone. It took her half a year to recover. No one dared to sleep with him anymore. Oh, our Fenger is so capable. Well done." Upon hearing this, Chung Fuhu was not angry at all, but laughed happily and praised. As he spoke, he pinched his grandson's arms and legs, and felt that the place where he touched was as firm as a small stone pillar. The old man laughed even happier. Well, this is called a tiger son comes from a general's family. Songer, it seems that your brother is also a good material for martial arts. When spring comes, grandfather will personally lay the foundation for him," Chung Fuhu said proudly. When Chung Jinfeng heard this, he immediately shouted happily, "Grandfather, you must keep your word and don't lie to children." At this moment, Chung Jinfeng felt like a child again. Keep your word, Grandpa never lies to children. Chung Fuhu laughed happily. It was rare for him to enjoy the joy of having children and grandchildren around him, and he felt happy in every pore. Seeing the excited look of the third brother, the two elder ones looked at each other and sighed secretly. Originally, their mother did not intend to let the third brother follow the path of a military commander, but now it seems that her plan will not work out. Chung Fuhu spent a very pleasant afternoon with his 3 grandsons and had dinner with them in the evening. The 3 grandsons enthusiastically picked up dishes for him, served him soup, and told him some interesting stories in their daily lives. Chung Fuhu was so happy that he didn't close his mouth all night. Only after watching their grandfather take the medicine did the 3 children bow and leave. Chung Fuhu fell asleep quickly with a happy smile, hoping that his grandchildren would come to accompany him tomorrow. The 3 young masters of the eldest house stayed in Shern Hall for a whole afternoon and night, and the Duke laughed happily from time to time. This matter soon reached the ears of Chung Si, the second master of Changxinyuan. He rushed into Li's room angrily and smashed all the furnishings in the room. Li was terrified. She huddled in a corner, hugged the bedpost tightly, and trembled all over. When Chung Si had nothing else to smash, Li propped herself up and asked in a trembling voice, "Second master, you What's wrong with you?
You.
You can't. I can't smash things. Seeing the fragments of gold, jade, and porcelain on the ground, Lee felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Those were all money that was more important than her life. All her money. Lee had completely forgotten at this time that the furnishings in her room were all taken out of the public treasury by her aunt. They were public property of the mansion and had nothing to do with her personally. It's all because of you, a useless fool, who can't even give birth to a son. Chung-si cursed. Lee felt very aggrieved and cried in retort, "It's not that I can't give birth. But then, don't I have to mourn for my grandmother?" 2 years after Xiao Li got married, Madame Su passed away. As a grandchild, she had to observe a year of mourning. After the mourning period, she soon became pregnant and gave birth to twin daughters. She never got pregnant again after that, and she was very anxious. Others can get pregnant as soon as they get married, but you can't? You've been married for 2 years and haven't even farted, and you still think you're right. When Chung-si thought about the fact that the first wife had 3 sons and 1 daughter, his eyes were about to burst into flames with jealousy. He remembered that his eldest sister in Law Ning had been married into the mansion for 10 years, and she also had to observe mourning, but she still gave birth to 3 sons and a daughter. This was the result of his eldest brother not being at home all year round. If his eldest brother was at home all year round, the first wife would probably have 6 or 7 children by now. If it were back then. Thinking of this, Chung-si looked at Xiao Li with more resentment. Xiao Li and Chung-si have been husband and wife for 6 years. The two of them can be regarded as childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Who doesn't know each other? How could Xiao Li not know Chung-si's dirty thoughts? Chung-si's dirty thoughts were what Xiao Li could not accept the most. Xiao Li screamed pounced on Chung-si, tearing and scratching and yelling. "You wolf-hearted thing. Do you think I don't know your tricks?
Bah.
If you were not registered under my aunt's name, who would you be? You dare to covet the legitimate daughter of the Imperial Academy.
Bah.
Idiot, what are you crazy about?" Chung-si was exposed and scolded in the face, and the humble attitude he was used to was thrown out of the window in an instant. He tore Xiao Li apart, swung his arm, and slapped her hard in the face. Xiao Li turned around several times and fell heavily into the carved old elm frame bed that she brought as a dowry. This carved old elm frame bed was also one of the important reasons why Chung-si was dissatisfied with Xiao Li and even the entire Li family. He was at least half a legitimate son of the Marquis' mansion, but his wife's dowry furniture was just old elm wood, and even the wedding bed was not a must-have step-out bed for girls from wealthy families as dowry, but just an ordinary carved frame bed. His eldest sister-in-law's dowry furniture was a complete set of red rosewood, a complete set of yellow rosewood, and an extremely valuable, rare agarwood bed. When Li passed the dowry that day, Chung-si felt that his face had been torn off by passers-by and crushed on the ground. If Li hadn't pressed his scalp hard, Chung-si would have rushed to the Li family to break off the engagement.
You hit me.
Li sat up from the bed, covering her face, and looked at her husband in disbelief. In the past 6 years, although they often quarreled and sometimes quarreled, this was the first time they fought. "I hit you, so what? You useless thing. You can't even give birth to a son. What's the use of me having you?" Chung-si cursed viciously. Yes. I'm useless. I didn't give you a son. If you are useful, go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. If you have the ability, you can also fight for a general and get a title to show off. You only dare to beat your wife to vent your anger. How can you be called a man? A couple who understand each other know where to stab with the knife, so that the other party will be most hurt. Li stabbed Chung-si in the heart with a knife, which made his face purple and his hair stand on end. Chung-si's eyes bulged out of his head with hatred. He pointed at Li, his hands trembling violently, and his lips trembling for a long time before he squeezed out from between his teeth, "I'm going to divorce you."
Divorce me?
Humph. Chung-si, don't forget, without my Li family, you are nothing. Little Li was also furious. She said whatever words that made her feel relieved, without considering Chung-si's feelings at all. Cheng Si was so angry that he was shaking all over, as if he had the hiccups. His face turned blue, and his lips turned white. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and fainted in anger. Second master, second master. Someone come quickly. Second master has fainted. Seeing her husband suddenly faint, Little Li jumped off the bed, suddenly rushed to Cheng Si's side, hugged his head, and screamed in fear. Hearing the master quarreling, the servants who were hiding in the corridor and dared not come in rushed into the room when they heard the master's call. They saw fragments all over the floor, and in the fragments, the second lady was holding the second master and crying with tears and snot, which was
Disgusting.
"Madam, what's wrong with the second master? Go and ask the court doctor. Hurry up and lift the second master to the bed. The ground is so cold." For a while, the room in Changxing courtyard was as noisy as a vegetable market. "Mr. Zhang, come and check on the second master." The court physician was dragged into the room by a maid, panting heavily, and heard Little Li calling out to him anxiously. While the maid was going to ask for the court physician, the servants had already swept away all the debris on the floor and carried their second master to the bed. Li was sitting at the head of the bed, wiping her tears. The court physician, Mr. Zhang, calmed his mind and breath, then sat down on the drum stool in front of the bed and reached out to feel Cheng Si's pulse. After a moment, Mr. Zhang said calmly, "The second master fainted due to anger. It's okay. I will wake him up." As he spoke, the doctor took out a 3-inch long silver needle from the medical box opened by the little medicine boy and pierced Cheng Si's Renzhong acupoint quickly, accurately, steadily, and ruthlessly. Cheng Si's body trembled with pain, and he woke up immediately.
I.
What's wrong with me? Looking at the people in the room in a daze, Cheng Si frowned and asked in confusion, as if he had lost track of time. Although the second master is young, he should take good care of his body and not be too sad, too happy, too surprised, or too angry. Dr. Zhang stroked his beard and said with a frown, "As a doctor, the most annoying thing is those who don't follow the doctor's orders, and Cheng Si is exactly the kind of person who doesn't listen to the doctor. Dr. Zhang really doesn't want to see this second master Cheng anymore. This second master Cheng never follows the doctor's orders and always asks him for those tiger and wolf drugs to add to the fun, or some secret recipe for having a child. If he knew the secret recipe for having a child, would he still be the palace doctor in the Ningguo mansion? He would have opened a clinic long ago to specialize in treating infertility." Dr. Zhang did not prescribe any prescription. The little medicine boy packed up the medicine box neatly, and he left quickly with the little medicine boy. Anyone would be emotional if they were woken up from the bed on a cold winter night. The maids and nannies all retreated. Little Li looked at her husband, wiped her tears, and cried, "Second master, I know you are very anxious, and I am anxious too. Now the situation in the mansion is becoming more and more unfavorable to our second house. I wish I could give you a son immediately. Now my body has almost recovered, and I can give birth to a son."
You.
Hearing the word son, Cheng Si's eyes flashed with madness. He pulled Little Li over and pressed on her. The commotion caused by the second room of Changxing courtyard did not even cause a splash in the Ningguo mansion. Everyone was doing their own job. Even Cheng Jinfeng, the youngest child, was busy as Hades, who had time to eat the melons of the second room. In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. According to the old rules, Cheng Fuhu should bring his wife, children, and legitimate descendants to the palace for a banquet. But Cheng Fuhu's injury has not healed yet, and Li has been punished by house arrest. The only people in the mansion who are qualified to attend the palace banquet are Ning and his 3 sons. If Li had not been confined to her house, she would also be qualified to attend the palace banquet, and she would definitely bring Cheng Qinghan, the little granddaughter who is not even 1 year old, to let her show her face in front of the emperor and empress, so as to create some fait accompli. All of these were broken with just a house arrest order. Cheng Fuhu was really furious this time. Even when his second son Cheng Si ran to him and knelt down and begged, Cheng Fuhu did not let Li out of the Buddhist temple. He also scolded his second son and scolded Cheng Si so much that he almost ran away from Shuren Hall with his face covered. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Ning brought her 3 sons to pay respects to her father-in-law, set off firecrackers in Shern Hall to bid farewell to the old year, and then returned to Chu Garden to make up, and took her 3 sons to the palace for a banquet. Cheng-si and Xiao Li had to stand at the door to see off the eldest sister-in-law and 3 nephews to leave the house. The couple gnashed their teeth in hatred. They couldn't stand it, but couldn't get rid of the first wife. This jealousy was enough to burn the second wife and her husband. Second master, father really won't let Anne out? Xiao Li still couldn't believe it until now. Why did her father-in-law, who had always obeyed her aunt, suddenly become so heartless? He refused. He even refused my request to see my mother. The people who visited the Buddhist temple were all the old people around my grandmother. They didn't listen to me at all. If I dared to force my way in, those old women would tear me apart. Cheng-si growled angrily, his face deformed with anger. Xiao Li sighed sadly and whispered, "Since my sister-in-law moved back from her parents' home, we haven't had a good day." Hearing his wife's words, Cheng-si was stunned and murmured, "Yes, my sister-in-law was not like this before. She was originally a very gentle and kind person. How could she become like this?" Xiao Li heard this and immediately became angry with red eyes. She threw her handkerchief and turned away angrily, cursing Cheng-si in her heart. Since that night, Cheng-si has become more and more unscrupulous in front of her. He really thinks that Li Meixiang is made of mud. Her aunt was only confined for half a year. After half a year, her aunt still has the final say in this mansion. Then she will settle the old scores with Cheng-si. Ning didn't know what Cheng-si and his wife were thinking behind her. She hugged her youngest son, looked at her 2 older sons, and sighed softly. "It would be great if your sister was here too. Mom, let's go pick up my sister as soon as the road is open, and we will never be separated from her again." Chung Jinju comforted her mother sensibly. Chung Jinfeng, who was held in his mother's arms, raised his little face and said happily, "Mom, my sister is very happy now." Ever since Chung Jinju discovered that there was a kind of induction between his 3rd brother and his little sister that neither of their 2 brothers had, he consciously taught his younger brother to sense his sister. The child's mind was clear and sincere, and he could really sense his little sister's joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness more and more. Just like now, Xiao Jinfeng clearly felt the joy in his sister's heart, and he became happy too. "Really, my sister is very happy?" Ning asked with a smile. Yeah. Chung Jinfeng nodded desperately. After clicking a few times, he suddenly stopped, frowned, and asked in confusion, "Mother, what is wolf father and wolf mother? Are father and mother wolves?" Chung Jinfeng's question shocked his mother and 2 brothers. "Wolf father and wolf mother? What the Hades is that?" Chung Jinsong said quickly. "Songer, don't talk nonsense. Maybe your sister has had some adventure?" Ning was stunned for a moment, and then hesitantly said. Ning didn't know that in the wolf cave halfway up the Wolf Mountain, 50 miles away from the capital, her beloved daughter had gone crazy. Wolves naturally don't have the concept of celebrating the new year. But the old hunter Jiang Qing does. Although living with the wolf pack, they can't set off fireworks and firecrackers. The wolf pack will be afraid. Of course, the old hunter doesn't have fireworks, which are rare things that only noble families can have, but he can burn firecrackers. But for the sake of the big and small wolves, the old hunter is not going to burn firecrackers this year. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the old hunter boiled a big pot of hot water and gave his precious granddaughter a good bath. Several little wolf cubs gathered around the big wooden barrel to watch Jiang Xiaobai take a bath. As a result, the little girl dragged all 5 of her wolf brothers and sisters into the big bathtub, 1 wolf in each hand. After raising Jiang Xiaobai for so long, the old hunter has become accustomed to the strength of his little granddaughter. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he simply bathed both people and wolves. Jiang Xiaobai laughed happily. Seeing that wolf brother and sister were about to climb out of the tub, she went over and pulled them with a claw. None of the 5 half-grown wolf cubs escaped the claws of their little sister, and they kept crying woo-woo-woo. The unscrupulous parents, the Wolf King and Wolf Queen, not only did not rescue their son and daughter from the bathtub, but also watched one by one. When they saw any cubs secretly climbing out, they would push it back with a claw and ignored the cubs' cries for help. The old hunter saw that this was not going to work. With Jiang Xiaobai, the little bad guy, making trouble, he couldn't wash any of them. He simply ignored the wolf cubs. Anyway, their parents were watching them, so they couldn't make a scene. He grabbed Jiang Xiaobai and rubbed her in the water. Since the little guy learned to crawl, he has never been honest. He crawled around in the wolf cave every day. His 2 little hands and 2 little legs worked very well together, and he crawled very fast. Jiang Xiaobai smeared himself into a mud monkey every day. If there was no heavy snow outside, he could take it and melt it to take a bath. Otherwise, just carrying water would take the old hunter half a day. After washing the little mud monkey Snow White and putting on new clothes that he had bought in town a long time ago, the old hunter threw Jiang Xiaobai into the arms of the Wolf Queen. He threw her, not because the old hunter didn't love his granddaughter, but because Jiang Xiaobai liked her. She would not be happy if he didn't throw her. The Wolf Queen caught the child skillfully and rubbed her face lovingly, making the Wolf King, the father, jealous. Jiang Xiaobai was a master of keeping things in balance. After she hugged the Wolf Queen and made out with her, she opened her little hands and called in a baby voice in her heart, "Daddy Wolf, hug me." Hearing the little cub begging for a hug, the Wolf King's jealousy disappeared. He immediately ran over to catch the cub, then lay on his back and kicked Jiang Xiaobai in the air with his 4 legs. The Wolf King could kick for a quarter of an hour without letting Jiang Xiaobai fall to the ground. This was Jiang Xiaobai's favorite game. The Wolf Queen was watching closely, fearing that the stinky wolf would lose his footing and let his precious cub fall. The Wolf King and the Wolf Queen had completely forgotten that the 5 wet cubs in the wooden barrel were their own cubs. The old hunter had washed the 5 little wolf cubs with great effort, and his clothes were all soaked. He gently tapped the foreheads of the 5 wolf cubs who were sitting in a row in front of the fire and roasting their fur after shaking off the water on their bodies, and scolded them with a smile. "You are all naughty. You are all brothers and sisters, but you can't teach Xiaobai something good. You just make her naughty every day." Listen to what the old hunter said. Who is making whom naughty? The endless naughtiness in the wolf cave these days is all Jiang Xiaobai's trick. The old hunter quickly changed into dry clothes, opened a small bundle, and took out 7 silver chains with silver doll head-shaped nameplates from the bundle. "Wolf King and Queen, this is my New Year's gift for you on behalf of Xiaobai. I asked someone to make this nameplate according to Xiaobai's appearance. It is engraved with Xiaobai's father, Xiaobai's mother, Xiaobai's elder brother, Xiaobai's second sister, Xiaobai's third brother, Xiaobai's 4th sister, and Xiaobai's younger brother. You can take 1 wolf each, okay?" The old hunter said to the Wolf King and Queen with a silver chain and a smile. After living together for so many days, the old hunter knew that they just couldn't speak, but they could understand any of his words. The Wolf King nodded and lowered his noble wolf head in front of the old hunter. The Wolf Queen and the 5 little wolf cubs followed suit and also lowered their heads in front of the old hunter. They were given their own nameplates one by one. The old hunter took out a silver chain, on which hung a huge wolf tooth that was as white as jade and exuded a mysterious atmosphere. "Wolf King, this is the wolf tooth you gave to Xiaobai. Ask someone to match it with a chain, and I will give it to our Xiaobai to wear now." The old hunter took his granddaughter and gently put on the wolf tooth necklace for her. Jiang Xiaobai grabbed the huge wolf tooth and smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. She just explained to her wolf father and wolf mother how humans celebrate the new year, and she received a New Year's gift from her wolf father and wolf mother, a wolf tooth from the ancient wolf god. New Year's Eve was a rare sunny day this winter. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and everything on the ground had more vitality. The old hunter and the Wolf King and Queen took Jiang Xiaobai out to bask in the sun and breathe the fresh air after the snow. Dr. Sun from Taisu Medical Clinic said that the little kid needs to bask in the sun more and breathe more fresh air to grow better. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath of fresh air, and her eyes narrowed in comfort. She can now sit steadily on her wolf father's back. As long as her wolf father doesn't run wildly, Jiang Xiaobai will not be thrown off. Jiang Xiaobai, who was no longer satisfied with just sitting, screamed, tried to stick out her little, and used all her strength. Finally, she succeeded in standing up. Evolving from a quadruped to a bipedal animal, Jiang Xiaobai has taken the first step in her life. The old hunter was startled and quickly stepped forward and stretched out his arms to protect his granddaughter. I don't know if it's because she's been fed with wolf milk since she was a child, but his little granddaughter is really fierce.
Look at how bold she is.
If you give her a stick, she dares to poke the sky.
Ah!
Jiang Xiaobai shouted excitedly towards the forest, and her two little feet stepped on her wolf father's back dishonestly. The old hunter quickly grabbed her granddaughter's two little hands, fearing that she would fall to the ground. When Jiang Xiaobai was happily letting out some fresh air, a sharp eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. The Wolf King and the Wolf Queen immediately stood up nervously. The Wolf Queen grabbed Jiang Xiaobai and stuffed her into the arms of the old hunter. Then the two wolves rushed to the front and blocked the old hunter and Jiang Xiaobai tightly. The old hunter asked himself that his reaction was quite fast, but he still lost to the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen. He didn't hesitate and immediately ran to the wolf cave with his granddaughter in his arms. He wanted to hide his granddaughter in the wolf cave, take a bow and arrow, and fight the enemy together with the Wolf King and his wife.
No, no, no.
I won't go. Jiang Xiaobai's face turned red, and he finally managed to utter two words. But the old hunter was not in the mood to be happy that his granddaughter could speak. His mind was all on the eagle in the sky. Now the mountain was covered with snow, and all the living things in the mountain were hidden tightly. It was difficult for the eagle to catch prey. I'm afraid there would be a bloody battle if it turned back. Xianer, don't be anxious. Come down slowly. Fall farther away. Jiang Xiaobai listened to the eagle's cry that he was once very familiar with and shouted happily in his heart. Xianer, who was circling and singing because he felt a familiar breath, suddenly heard a childish voice in his mind, which scared him so much that he trembled and almost lost his balance because of the shaking and fell into the snow.
Who is calling me?
Xianer landed on the top of the opposite mountain, turned his palm-sized head, and blinked his emerald eyes to search around. Xianer, it's me. I'm the little baby you carried in your mouth. Jiang Xiaobai saw Xianer standing on the top of a peak not far away and shouted anxiously in his heart. Are you my master's little daughter? Xianer shouted in surprise and spread her wings to fly over. Xianer, don't fly yet. Wait a minute. I have to tell Wolf Father and Wolf Mother first. Jiang Xiaobai shouted anxiously and then quickly communicated with Wolf Father and Wolf Mother in his heart. After a moment, Jiang Xiaobai shouted in his heart, Xianer, you can fly over. My Wolf Father and Wolf Mother are both good wolves. They saved me. Don't attack them. The old hunter watched the Wolf King and his wife go from alert to relaxed, and then watched the little granddaughter in his arms pointing at the eagle flying in the distance, screaming excitedly. It sounded like something like Xianer. The baby's speech was unclear, and he couldn't hear it clearly.
Ah, Grandpa, let me, Xian, I.
The old hunter listened to his little granddaughter's screams, but he really couldn't understand what she wanted to say. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai just wanted to say, Grandpa, put me down. Xianer is my eagle. Xianer was very alert. It landed on the ground where the two silver wolves could not pounce on it, and tilted its head to stare at the child in the old hunter's arms. The child really gave it a very familiar and happy feeling. Baby, was this guy really the one who rescued you? The Wolf King, who had already heard his cub's story, asked unhappily with a wolf face. He didn't like any animal that competed with him for his cub, including the cub's biological parents. The Wolf King thought secretly in his heart. Well, that's it. Its name is Xianer. Without it, the cub would have been buried alive by the evil woman. Jiang Xiaobai said in his heart with great certainty. The Wolf King hummed solemnly, raised his head and howled at Xianer in the distance. Animals have their own way of communicating. Sure enough, after the Wolf King howled, Xianer flew over briskly. The Wolf Queen also pulled Jiang Xiaobai out of the old hunter's arms and put her on the ground. Xian'er walked lightly to Jiang Xiaobai's side, spread her wide wings, and gently hugged the child into her arms. Jiang Xiaobai hugged Xian'er's neck tightly and shouted happily, "Xian'er, I see you again." Xian'er lowered his head affectionately and rubbed Jiang Xiaobai's tender little face. Now Jiang Xiaobai is only 3 heads tall, not as tall as an eagle. "Xiao, Xian'er, why are you here? And with the 2 wolves? Also, who is that old man? He smells very dangerous." Xian'er hugged Jiang Xiaobai and asked with concern like an elder. The old hunter has been hunting for half his life, and for animals, the smell on him is of course very dangerous. Jiang Xiaobai told her experiences one by one, but she only spoke in her heart. Otherwise, she would not be able to speak a single word smoothly with her stumbling lips. After listening, Xian'er opened his wings and pushed Jiang Xiaobai aside to sit down, then walked step by step to the Wolf King and Wolf Queen, bowed his head deeply to salute, and said to the Wolf King and his wife, "Thank you both for saving our Xiao, Xian'er, and raising her for so long.
What do you want?"
"I can give it to you." The Wolf King glared, jumped up and shouted, "Who wants your stuff?" Before he could finish his words, he was pushed away by the Wolf Queen's head. The Wolf King stood aside with a long face, with an expression of grievance that the Wolf King dared not say. "This eagle brother. She calls us father and mother, so she is our own cub. We raise our own cubs, so why should we ask for any thank you?" The Wolf Queen said politely and firmly. Xian'er scratched his head with the tip of his wings. His emerald eyes were full of confusion. Xiao Xian'er was obviously the biological child of its mistress, so how could she become the cub of these 2 wolves?
Xiao Xin'er.
Xian'er called in the direction of Jiang Xiaobai. "Xian'er, father and mother are father and mother. Wolf father and wolf mother are also father and mother. They are all the same. Mother gave birth to me and wolf mother raised me." Jiang Xiaobai said so to Xian'er in her heart. Once again, she was grateful to God for giving her such a unique ability. Otherwise, how could she communicate with wolf father, wolf mother, and Xian'er? Xian'er still didn't understand and scratched his head with the feathers on the tip of his wings. His green eyes were full of clear doubts. "Xiao, buyer, do you know this eagle?" After looking for a long time, the old hunter who seemed to understand something asked tentatively. Jiang Xiaobai nodded tenderly, and the old hunter nodded slowly and began to feel sad about losing his granddaughter. Jiang Xiaobai was actually a child with very sharp 5 senses. She quickly felt the sadness of the old hunter. Opening her arms to the old hunter, Jiang Xiaobai called in a baby voice, "Grandpa."
"Grandpa, hold me."
Jiang Xiaobai called Grandpa very clearly. The old hunter half knelt on the ground with joy and hugged his granddaughter in his arms. He leaned against his granddaughter's furry head, and hot tears flowed from his eyes.
"Xiaobai. Grandpa's Xiaobai.
Grandpa can't bear to leave you." The old hunter has been lonely for most of his life. Only in the past 6 months of raising Jiang Xiaobai, he has lived a very happy life every day and felt that life is particularly promising. The old hunter felt that he had endless energy. He had already begun to secretly save a dowry for his granddaughter.
"Grandpa."
"Do and
Cry.
Xiaobai."
"Grandpa."
Jiang Xiaobai raised his head, held his grandfather's rough cheek with his little hands, and spoke in a baby voice. Although his granddaughter spoke in a stammering manner, the old hunter still understood. His precious heart was assuring him that she would always be his granddaughter.
"Xiaobai."
The old hunter shouted excitedly and hugged his granddaughter tightly. Since everyone knew each other, the Wolf King and Queen generously invited Xian'er to the wolf cave for a gathering. Seeing a cave full of wolves, Xian'er was still a little surprised. Could it be that Xiao Xian'er from his family has been living with this group of wolves these days? Xian'er watched a half-grown wolf cub come over and skillfully take Xiao Xian'er from the old hunter's arms. Xiao Xian'er also happily hugged the wolf and called him Big Brother affectionately. Isn't Xiao Xian'er's big brother Xiao Songer from Jingqing's family? Could it be that the wolf was transformed from Xiao Songer? Xian'er started scratching his head with the feathers on the wing tips again. His brain was not big enough to figure out what was going on. The old hunter sat in front of Xianer and asked very seriously, "Can you understand what I am saying? If you can, just nod." Xianer tilted his head and looked at the old hunter for a while, then nodded uncomfortably. The old hunter smiled and whispered, "Sure enough, all things in nature have spirituality." Then he said to Xianer, "Is Xiao Bai's family safe now?" Xianer thought about it and nodded. The old hunter asked again, "Is Xiao Bai's family looking for her?" There was no need to think about this question. Xianer nodded desperately, almost leaving a shadow. The old hunter looked at Xianer, forced a smile, and began to have sadness in his eyes. "Is someone in Xiao Bai's family trying to harm her?" The old hunter stared at Xianer and asked suddenly. Xianer was stunned for a moment, tilted his head to think for a while, and nodded gently. "Xianer is not a human. It is just an eagle, and it will not lie like humans." The old hunter sighed and whispered, "I guess that's it. Otherwise, who can be willing to lose such a good child?" Xianer listened to the old hunter's words and began to shake his head frantically. It's not that he didn't have it. He didn't want to lose Xiao Xiner. It was. The handle of the food box was not strong, so it broke halfway. Xianer has a lot of inner drama, but it's a pity that he can't speak. It's really anxious to death.
Huh.
Didn't you intend to lose the child? The old hunter seemed to be connected to Xianer's brainwaves at this time, and he actually guessed Xianer's meaning strangely. Xianer nodded desperately again, and there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at the old hunter. The old hunter felt a little creepy. The gratitude from an eagle. This feeling is really strange. A domesticated eagle?
You.
Are you the sacred falcon that Marshal Chung of the Jinbei army raised? The old hunter suddenly remembered something, stood up abruptly, and shouted excitedly. Xianer was stunned for a moment, then fluttered and nodded desperately, so fast that people were worried that Xianer would shake his head off. Is Xiao Bai the child of Marshal Chung and his wife Ning? The old hunter asked more and more excitedly.
Suena nodded frantically again.
The Wolf King and Queen looked at it and couldn't help but worry that this silly eagle would shake his brain into a pot of soup. It's really his child. It seems that my fate with Xiao Bai is destined by God. Great, I never thought that I would still be able to see my nephew and granddaughter when I am so old. I don't have to worry about Xiao Bai being found by his family, and I being the only old man left. The old hunter raised his head, forced back tears of joy, and said happily, "The names of human generations are so complicated that Xianer, not to mention that he is an eagle, even a child may not be able to understand it." Xianer began to scratch his head with the feathers on the wing tips again. The Wolf King and the Wolf Queen looked at each other. The conversation between the old man and the stupid eagle contained too much information, and the couple had not fully understood it yet. But there is one thing they both know very well, that is, the stupid eagle wants to their cubs away. Steal the cub. Even if her uncle and aunt agreed, the couple would never agree. The Wolf Queen looked at the Wolf King and gave him a reassuring look. The Wolf King rushed to his eldest son, picked up the cub, and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he ran away without a trace. The old hunter was dumbfounded, and Xianer was stunned. What happened just now, an eagle known for his speed, didn't see it clearly. Was it a silver-white wind? The Wolf Queen stood up suddenly and saw her front legs lying on the ground, her hind legs slightly bent to accumulate strength, her pair of wolf eyes staring at the old hunter and Xianer, and she let out a low warning growl. "Wolf Queen, what's wrong with you? Where is the Wolf King going to take Xiao Bai?" The old hunter finally reacted, quickly stepped back 2 steps, slowly spread his hands, and asked in the most friendly tone. The Wolf Queen stared at the old hunter and let out a low roar. This was the roar that a mother wolf would only make when protecting her cubs. The old hunter had been in Wolf Mountain for many years, so he could certainly hear it. He quickly explained, "Wolf Queen, don't get excited. We will never hurt Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is the apple of my eye. I would rather die than touch Xiao Bai. Woo woo woo." The roar of the Wolf Queen was a little softer. After all, they had lived and ate together during the winter, so they could always form some friendship. It was amazing that after the old hunter could understand Xianer, he also understood the Wolf Queen without any teacher. The old hunter smiled and said, "Wolf Queen, don't worry. Xiao Bai will always be your Xiao Bai." Just when he was about to say to the Wolf Queen, "No one will take Xiao Bai away," the old hunter suddenly thought that Marshal Chung and his wife would definitely come to take Xiao Bai home, and he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. The old hunter sighed in his heart. How could he make the Wolf King and his wife understand and accept the fact that Xiao Bai had biological parents? These days, the old hunter saw clearly that the Wolf King and his wife really raised Jiang Xiao Bai as their own child. The old hunter was hesitating whether to tell Marshal Chung and his wife about the whereabouts of their daughter when he saw the Wolf Queen using her head to push Xian'er out of the cave, pushing Xian'er to fall over with every step. Although Xian'er was handsome, he could not beat the Wolf Queen. Moreover, Xian'er was very intelligent. He knew that it was this mother wolf who raised the little master that he had lost, so Xian'er did not resist and just let the Wolf Queen push him out of the wolf cave. The Wolf Queen guarded the wolf cave tightly, bared her fangs at Xian'er, and roared fiercely in a low voice, "Get out, and never come to Wolf Mountain again." Xian'er was a little confused. She was fine just now. Why did she suddenly chase him away? And where was his little master? Where was the small, cute little master? Xian'er, who was several beats slow to react, only realized now that the silver wind just now was the Wolf King taking his little master away. "Give Xiao Exiner back to me." Xian'er was so angry that all the feathers on his head exploded, and he screamed at the Wolf Queen angrily. "What Xiao Exiner? She is my little cub." The Wolf Queen roared back without any courtesy. "What little cub? She is Xiao Exiner." Xian'er was also stubborn, and he actually roared back and forth with the Wolf Queen over the name issue. The old hunter hurriedly ran outside the wolf cave and shouted at the wolf and the eagle, "Stop arguing. Xiao Baier will be angry." They hadn't argued about the two names, and now there was another name, Xiao Baier. After all, the Wolf Queen recognized that her cub was called Jiang Xiao Bai, but Xian'er didn't agree. It screamed at the old hunter again, in a very angry tone. Just when it was very lively outside the wolf cave, the Wolf King, with a helpless look on his face, carried his cub on his back and walked over reluctantly and slowly. When the Wolf Queen saw the Wolf King coming with the cub on his back, she was so angry that she screamed at him. The Wolf King felt very aggrieved. He didn't want to come, but the cub wanted to come. What could he, as the wolf father, do? Wolf mother, don't blame the wolf father. It's the cub who wanted to come. Jiang Xiao Bai quickly comforted her wolf mother. When she got angry, she scared the wolves. The wolf father and the wolf brothers and sisters would tremble in fear. The wolf mother walked to the side of the wolf father with a proud and arrogant step and glanced at the wolf father with contempt, as if saying, "You useless thing, you can't even hide the cub." The wolf father shrank his neck and drooped his head in grievance. He couldn't afford to offend his wife, so how could he afford to offend the cub? What if the cub got angry and ignored it? The cub is harder to coax than the wife. It's not easy for him as a father. Gently holding Jiang Xiaobai's collar by the back of the neck, turning his head and putting it on his back, the wolf mother glanced at the Wolf King, the old hunter, and Xian'er with a cold and arrogant look, and turned back to the wolf cave. The Queen of Wolves was so angry that she attacked a wide range of people, and even the old hunter could not escape. The Wolf King wanted to follow him into the wolf cave, but the Queen of Wolves suddenly turned around and snorted at him. The threat and warning made even the old hunter and Xian'er, who were standing still, shudder. The Wolf King fell back and sat on the ground, looking at his wife and cubs with a flattering face, and stretched his mouth to both sides, forcing a big smile. The Queen of Wolves snorted and turned away. The Wolf King wanted to get up again, but the 5 little wolf cubs rushed out of the cave, rushed to the entrance, lined up in a row, and sat neatly. The intention of blocking the door and the road was too obvious. The Wolf King angrily growled at the 5 wolf cubs, but was suppressed by the louder and more angry roar of the Queen of Wolves from the cave. The Wolf King, who didn't dare to offend his angry wife, could only go into the nearby cave with the old hunter and Xian'er. The man, the wolf, and the eagle felt a strange sense of sympathy. Xian'er had to fly to the capital to deliver a letter, so he couldn't stay in Langshan for long. The old hunter treated Xian'er to a sumptuous meal, with mixed feelings. Then he found the small clothes that Jiang Xiaobai was wearing when he picked him up, carefully folded them into a small bundle, wrote a small note, and put it in the bundle, then tied the small bundle to Xian'er's back, and tied a knot to ensure that the small bundle would not be thrown away by Xian'er. After doing all this, the old hunter sighed deeply, touched Xian'er's head, and whispered, Go to the capital to find your mistress to report the news, and you must hand this small bundle to your mistress in person. Xian'er could understand what the old hunter said. He nodded, called out to the Wolf King to say hello, and then glided out of the cave, flapping his wings and flying away to the southeast. Standing at the entrance of the cave, watching Xian'er fly away, the old hunter sighed sadly. We don't have much time to keep Xiaobai. After hearing what the old hunter said, the Wolf King glared at him unhappily, turned around and walked towards the wolf cave. The 5 little wolf cubs were still blocking the entrance of the cave, and the Wolf King could only shout to his wife through his 5 cubs. After howling for a long time, a low howl from the Wolf Queen came from the cave. The 5 little wolf cubs immediately stood up and made way for the passage when they heard the low howl, and the Wolf King was able to walk into his home. The Wolf King walked to his wife and saw her lying on the ground, hugging her cub tightly. Both mother and daughter's eyes were red. This was the tears of the 2 sweethearts. The Wolf King immediately became anxious and circled around his wife and cub, whimpering and growling non-stop. Jiang Xiaobai opened his arms, hugged the Wolf King's neck, buried his little face in the Wolf King's thick silver hair, and said in a muffled voice, Wolf Dad, no matter where I go, I am your little cub. When the Wolf King heard this, he quickly sat down and hugged the cub in his arms and said pitifully, Cub, don't go anywhere, just stay with us. Okay? The Wolf Queen sniffed and said softly, I know that no matter whose cub it will have to leave home when it grows up. I know that the cub will leave one day, but... Cub, mother can't bear to leave you. Wait until your wolf brother and sister are independent, then you can leave, okay? Jiang Xiaobai loosened his hands that were hugging Wolf Dad's neck, threw himself into the arms of Wolf Mom, and said sullenly, Wolf Mom, I can't bear to leave you either. How about you and Wolf Dad go with me? I'll buy you a mountain. Jiang Xiaobai remembered that her biological mother had a manor built on a mountain outside Beijing. If she and her wolf father and mother could move to that mountain, they would not have to separate. The Queen of Wolves glanced at the Wolf King, and it was obvious that she was moved, but as the guardian spirit of Wolf Mountain, the Wolf King could not leave Wolf Mountain. The Wolf King gently kissed Jiang Xiaobai's face with a wolf kiss, and said softly, Cub, Wolf Daddy has to guard Wolf Mountain and cannot leave. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly shouted, Then there's still second uncle. Can't second uncle guard Wolf Mountain for you, Wolf Daddy? The Wolf King was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he had never thought of this possibility. The Queen of Wolves' eyes lit up, and immediately said in an irrefutable tone, Let the second brother guard Wolf Mountain, and we will go with the cub. My cub is so young. What if she is bullied? We have to follow and protect her. The Wolf King immediately calculated in his mind. Although his stupid brother was a little stupid, his ability was not much worse than his, and it was enough for him to guard Wolf Mountain. It's just that the stupid younger brother is very lazy. He just wants to be with his wife all day long. I'm afraid that he is too lazy to take on the important task of guarding Wolf Mountain. What if the second brother doesn't agree? The Wolf King asked hesitantly. The Wolf Queen snorted domineeringly. If he dares not agree, I will beat him until he agrees. If he refuses to agree, I will ask the cubs to beg her second aunt. I don't believe that I can't deal with that stupid thing of the second brother. The Wolf King shrank his neck again. Okay. He admitted that being afraid of his wife is a family tradition of their Silver Wolf clan. It has been more than 200 years, and the Silver Wolf clan has never produced a brave wolf who is not afraid of his wife. When Xian'er flew to the capital, it was about 2/4 of the afternoon. Ning had already returned to the Ningguo mansion with her 3 sons and was busy with the ancestor worship. Originally, Cheng Fuhu and Li's couple should have presided over the ancestor worship. But now that Li was confined to the small Buddhist temple, Cheng Fuhu's body could not support standing for such a long time, so he simply gave the order early, asking his eldest daughter-in-law Ning and eldest grandson Cheng Jinsong to preside over the ancestor worship. When the second master Cheng Si heard about this decision, he was so angry that he wanted to smash things, but he had already smashed everything in Li's room, and Li was not released, so any furnishings in Li's room that were inappropriate were not replaced. There was nothing good that could be replaced, and that matched the status of Cheng Si and Xiao Li. Even for the furnishings that Ning had transferred, the person who sent the gifts also passed on the message that if these things were smashed, the furnishings of the second room would have to be purchased by the second room itself. So when Xiao Li saw her husband was going to smash things again, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, shouting, "Second master, you can't smash them. If you smash them, we don't have money to make up for it. We still have to celebrate the new year." Cheng Si put his hand down angrily and said with gritted teeth, "Biased old man, why did you come back? Why didn't you die in Yongning Pass?" Cheng Fuhu spent very little time in the mansion in the past 30 years. Even if he occasionally returned to Beijing, he didn't pay much attention to his son Cheng Si. In the process of Cheng Si's growth, his father had always been missing. So, he had almost no feelings for Cheng Fuhu as a father. "Second master, stop talking like that." Xiao Li was so scared that she covered her husband's mouth with one hand and said nervously in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? Is there anyone who has spies in Chongqing Courtyard?" Cheng Si pulled off Li's hand and said angrily, "It wasn't before, but it's hard to say now. My aunt is not the head of this mansion now." Li lowered her voice and said angrily. Cheng Si gritted his teeth after hearing this, and didn't dare to say anything treasonous. The couple quickly packed up and rushed to the ancestral hall. Ning solemnly arranged the offerings. Cheng Jinsong burned incense on behalf of his grandfather, read the long sacrificial text, and then burned the brocade bag that had been given by the royal family. Then he knelt in the first place and kowtowed to the ancestors with the men of the Cheng family behind him. Cheng Si knelt unwillingly behind his eldest nephew. On the left of him, his second nephew knelt. Today, Cheng Jinsong presided over the ancestral worship on behalf of his grandfather, and the second son Cheng Jinju knelt on the left of his second uncle instead of his father. After the males kowtowed, Ning led the females of each family to kowtow to the ancestors. Concubines were not qualified to appear in such formal occasions as ancestral worship. Ning had just stood up and stood aside with the females after they kowtowed, when she saw Ruishue looking anxiously in at the door of the ancestral hall. Ning couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking to herself, Ruishue is not a reckless person, and she came here at this time. Did something happen? Suppressing the doubts in her heart, she finally waited until the ancestral worship was over, and then she hurried out. Now that she is the head of the Ningguo mansion, the females of the side branches will naturally rush to flatter and curry favor with her. After all, their husbands and sons are still counting on the Ningguo mansion to help them. Ruishue saw that the lady had finally left the ancestral hall and hurriedly ran up to Ning and whispered a few words. Ning's eyes flashed with surprise, and she no longer had the slightest thought of entertaining relatives. The women of each family finally knew how to read the signs. When they saw that Ning seemed to have something urgent to do, they all said goodbye tactfully, saying that they would come back to pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the new year. Ning smiled and sent the women away. As for the men, her eldest son would be there to receive them, so Ning didn't need to worry about it. She hurried back to Chiwu Garden. As soon as Ning entered the upper room, she saw Xian'er carrying a small bundle and flying straight toward her. Ning quickly stepped back and stood up with the help of the table. She smiled and said to Xian'er, who was standing on the table, "Xian'er, what did you bring back? Why don't you let others touch it?" It turned out that Xian'er flew back to Chiwu Garden. It did not return to its tree house, but went straight into Ning's upper room. Ruishue, who stayed to watch the house, saw Xian'er carrying a small bundle and was about to go forward to untie it, but was pushed away by Xian'er's wings. Ruishue then hurried to find her wife. After all, this was the first time Xian'er flew back with a small bundle. Ruishua was afraid that it brought back something important, so she did not dare to delay and hurried to report to her wife. Xian'er stood honestly and let the hostess untie the small bundle on his back, but the bundle was tied with a knot. Ning could only use a small golden scissors to cut the knot and then take off the small bundle. As soon as the bundle was opened, Ning's tears flowed out. On the light gray coarse cloth, there was a red soft silk monk's robe embroidered with a boy playing with lotus. This dress was sewn by Ning, stitch by stitch, and was the dress her little Xian'er wore when she was born. This is Xian'er's dress, Xian'er, who sent it, is there a letter? Ning turned the clothes over in a panic, trying to find a clue. A small note fluttered to the ground. Ruishua quickly leaned over to pick it up and handed it to her wife. Ning grabbed the note and read it with wide eyes. The note was not big, and the content on it was very simple. Madam Ning, your little daughter is safe and healthy. Please don't worry, Jiang Cheng. Xian'er is safe and healthy. Ning held the note to her chest, muttering, tears falling like rain. Madam, it's a great thing to have news about the girl. You should be happy. It's New Year, don't cry. Ruishua persuaded with a smile, in a crying voice. Yes, it's a good thing, I won't cry. Ning wiped her tears randomly, then took the note in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully, frowned and asked in confusion, who is Jiang Cheng? I haven't heard of him. Since he knew the whereabouts of Xian'er, why didn't he write the address? Turning her head to look at Xian'er lying on the table, Ning asked, Xian'er, where did you get this small package? Xian'er tilted his head, as if thinking about how to answer the question. Before Xian'er could figure it out, the second son, Cheng Jinju, rushed in. Mother, what happened? Cheng Jinju asked hurriedly, as soon as he came in. As soon as he saw the small soft silk dress of pure color, Cheng Jinju immediately rushed forward, grabbed the small dress, and shouted nervously, Mom, isn't this my sister's dress? Who sent it? Ning knew that her second son was smart, so she handed in the note and said softly, Xian'er brought it back. This is the note that came with the clothes. Cheng Jinju read it and murmured, Jiang Cheng, my son seems to have seen this name somewhere. Ning's eyes lit up, and she held her son's shoulders and said hurriedly, Where? Who is Jiang Cheng? Cheng Jinju thought for a while, and then said with certainty, Mother, I think it comes. My son and my uncle went to the Ministry of Justice to play before, and I saw a file, and that file was related to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng is my grandmother's illegitimate cousin. His biological mother was a concubine, but she was tortured and killed by his stepmother. Jiang Cheng sued his mother, and his father drove him out of the house and cut off all ties with him. He was also accused of being disobedient and unfilial, which cut off Jiang Cheng's path to imperial examinations. If it weren't for my great-grandfather's mediation on Jiang Cheng's behalf, Jiang Cheng would have died in prison long ago. Jiang Cheng was later sentenced to 3 years in prison, and no one knew where he went after serving his sentence. If the Jiang Cheng on this note is that Jiang Cheng, he must be our great-uncle. Could it be such a coincidence? Ning couldn't believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. Cheng Jinju frowned and said uncertainly, It should be such a coincidence. If it wasn't the great-uncle, why would he take the initiative to send us the news? Only the great-uncle, who had received the great grace of saving his life from my great-grandfather, would pass the news to us? But where is the great-uncle of the Jiang family? How did he know the identity of the girl? Ruishua asked with a frown, getting more and more confused. Her question confused the mother and son of the Ning family, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. It was really that the old hunter gave too little useful information. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Xian'er, who was lying on the table with his eyes wide open, but Xian'er looked confused. At this time, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same, if only Xian'er could speak. Xian'er, follow me. Cheng Jinju suddenly shouted. Xian'er was startled, stood up, and shook his feathers. He looked at Cheng Jinju's thin body, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He gave up the idea of jumping on the shoulder of his little master, jumped to the ground unhappily, twisted his body, and followed his little master out. Ning also hurriedly chased after him, followed by Ruishua. Not far away, Cheng Jinju took Xian'er into his father's study. On the west wall of the study, there was a map of Dechu that was as big as an entire wall. This map may be the most detailed map of Dechu at present. It was so detailed that every town was clearly marked. Chung Jinju first found the location of the capital on the map, pointed, and said to Xiana, "This is our home." Seeing Xiana nod, he pointed to the northernmost part of the map and said, "This is Yongning Pass." Xiana nodded again, and Chung Jinju continued to point along the passage from the capital to Yongning Pass. "This is Bai. This is Taohua Town. This is Jingxi Town." "Xianer, where did you get that little bundle?" Xianer tilted his head and thought for a while, then pointed to Jingxi Town with his sharp beak. Ning's face immediately had a smile. As expected, her little exiner was in Jingxi Town. Chung Jinju continued to point. "This river is Sang. This is Langshan." As soon as the word Langshan was finished, Xianer nodded eagerly. Ning exclaimed in surprise, "Langshan? Xianer, are you saying that Xiao Xiner is in Langshan? Jiang Cheng is also in Langshan? Did Jiang Cheng adopt Xiao Xiner?" Xianer didn't know who Jiang Cheng was. After all, even Jiang Xiao Bai didn't know her grandfather's name. She only knew that it was a pair of silver giant wolves who adopted Xiao Xiner, not a person. So she shook her head vigorously. "Is Xiao Xiner not in Langshan?" Ning asked anxiously. Chung Jinju quickly helped his mother sit down and said with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. You can't ask Xiano like this. Xiano can't answer so many of your questions at once. Please sit down and let your son ask slowly, okay?" Ning nodded. This sudden surprise and disappointment made her heart a little uncomfortable. "Xiano, let me ask you, is Xiao Xiner in Langshan?" Chung Jinju looked at Xianu and asked slowly. Xianu nodded without hesitation. When Ning and Chung Jinju saw Xianu nod, they both laughed with relief. Ning's heart, which had just been a little disappointed, was once again filled with joy. She had finally narrowed down the scope of her search for Xiao Xiner. "Did Jiang Cheng adopt Xiao Xiner?" Chung Jinju asked again. Xianer tilted his head and thought about it. He thought that it was the pair of silver wolves who adopted Xiao Xiner, so he shook his head. Ning said in confusion, but was afraid of interrupting her son's question, so she covered her mouth and dared not make any more sound. "Jiang Cheng and Xiao Xiner are together?" Chung Jinju asked tentatively. This time Xiana nodded very confidently. Although he didn't know who Jiang Cheng was, there was only an old man with Xiao Xiner. He should be the Jiang Cheng that the young master said. It is a smart eagle and should not make a wrong judgment. Jiang Cheng is with Xiao Xiner, and he didn't adopt Xiao Xiner. Does that mean he is just a servant, and it was his master who adopted Xiao Xiner? Chung Jinju reasoned to himself. The amount of information in this passage is a bit too much. Xianer didn't understand it. He could only look at Chung Jinju blankly and scratched his head with the feathers on the tip of his wings helplessly. "I heard that there are many wolves on Wolf Mountain. It can't be that the wolves adopted our Xiao Xiner, right? Haha. How is this possible? I can really imagine things," Chung Jinju said at the end, and couldn't help laughing at himself. Xianer, who was scratching his head, heard this. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded desperately. He knew that the little master was the smartest, didn't he guess it? Seeing Xianer nodding desperately, Ning, Chung Jinju, Rui Xue, and Rui Yun were all stunned. They stared at Xianer, and Ning whispered again to confirm, "Xianer, is it true that the wolves from Langshan adopted our little Xiner?" Xianer nodded firmly again, and shouted in his heart, "That's right, it was two big wolves who adopted little Xiner, and that female wolf was so fierce and scary." "Mom, what adventures do you think my sister has had? Adopted by wolves?" After a long while, Chung Jinju said weakly, his tone full of disbelief. Ning smiled with tears in her eyes. "Your sister must be the cutest and most lovable girl in the world. Even wolves can't resist her charm. Look, this is the filter in the mother's eyes. It is 800 meters thick. She has imagined her daughter to be so beautiful without even seeing her once. Buddha bless, the girl has a great life, great fortune and luck, which is not comparable to that of ordinary girls." Ruiyun Ruixue clapped her hands together happily and shouted, Mom, there seems to be a letter in Xianer's mailbox. Chung Jinju suddenly cried out as he touched Xianer, who was rubbing against him. As he cried out, he took off the 2 letter boxes on Xianer's feet and handed them to his mother. Ning poured out the letters in the 2 letter boxes and sealed one of them with wax. Ning took a closer look and saw that the letter was from her 3rd brother to her 3rd brother's wife, so she put the letter away and would give it to her 3rd brother's wife when she returned to her mother's home on the 3rd day of the new year. The other letter was from Chung Sai's, and the letter contained a good news that made Ning very happy. After the road is opened in the spring, Chung Sai's will be ordered to return to the capital, and Emperor Ning Kong gave him a full month of rest and recuperation vacation. Zhuer, your father will be back in the spring. Ning excitedly hugged her son in her arms, smiling with tears in her eyes. Really, father is going home? Chung Jinfeng's surprised cry came from the door of the study. Ning looked up and saw the eldest son holding the hand of the youngest son, standing at the door with one foot inside and the other outside. The 2 sons' eyes were surprisingly bright, and it was obvious that they were very happy to hear the good news. Yes, your father will be back in the spring. Ning said happily. Seeing his eldest brother and 3rd brother coming, Chung Jinju hurriedly broke free from his mother's arms, his embarrassed face flushed. Seeing his 2nd brother break free from his mother's arms, Chung Jinfeng immediately ran over and snuggled into his mother's arms and asked happily, "Then, mother, can father come back to celebrate the Lantern Festival with us?" Ning shook her head and said regretfully, "No, the road is still blocked during the Lantern Festival. Your father can only go home after the snow melts." Chung Jinsong smiled and said, "Mother, when spring comes and flowers bloom, father comes back and sister comes back, our family will be reunited." Yes, when spring comes and flowers bloom, our family will be reunited. Then, mother will take you 3 to Langshan to pick up your sister and your father. Ning made the decision excitedly. With the exact whereabouts of her youngest daughter, Ning felt much more relieved. Even when Qingxi asked to let his mother out to have the reunion dinner together in the evening, Ning did not speak to stop him. She just lowered her head slightly and sat quietly. Chung Fuhu looked at his eldest daughter-in-law. In fact, after a few days, the anger in his heart had almost subsided. It was just that he was embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for Li to be released for the sake of his eldest daughter-in-law. "Sai's daughter-in-law, what do you think?" Chung Fuhu asked tentatively. Ning knew in her heart that it was impossible for her stepmother-in-law Li to be locked up in the Buddhist temple for half a year and not allowed to see anyone. She just said lightly, "It's all up to father." Chung Fuhu showed a satisfied smile on his face and said with a smile, "Well, your father will make the decision and let your mother come out to have the reunion dinner together." Chung Si and little Li were overjoyed. As long as they could be released to have the reunion dinner, could his father lock her up after the meal? Ning knew in her heart that her stepmother-in-law would not be locked up again after being released this time. Although she was only locked up for a few days, her stepmother-in-law must have realized how powerful she was. With this time of being locked up in the small Buddhist temple as a foundation, if she behaves like a demon again in the future, wouldn't she be locked up again? Chung Fuhu knew that his eldest daughter-in-law would definitely not be willing to pick up Li in person, so he ordered someone to take little Li to the Buddhist temple to pick her up. After half an hour, Li, who had washed and combed her hair again, walked in aggrieved. No matter how much Ning hated her stepmother-in-law, she had to give her some face. She stood up with her 3 sons, took a few steps out to greet her, and called out "Mother" lightly. The 3 children also called out "Grandmother" in unison. And there was no more words. Li had always hated her eldest daughter-in-law in her heart, but the fear and humiliation brought to her by being locked in the Buddhist temple still controlled her, so she just snorted with a cold face and did not dare to say anything else. Chung Si quickly ran to Li, held Li's hand, and said, "Mother, you have suffered. Your son misses you so much. It's all your son's incompetence." And so on, with a distressed expression on his face, which was so sincere. Li was also very happy with Qingxi's tricks. She quickly glanced at the 4 people in the big room, then patted her son's hand and said with a hint of meaning, "Si is still thoughtful and filial." Chung Fuhu saw that Li had lost a lot of weight, and he felt really distressed. He let her complain a few words and just smiled and said, "Come and sit down. Let's have a reunion dinner as a family." No one else said anything after hearing this. Only the youngest Chung Jinfeng shouted, "Grandfather, it's not a reunion dinner if my father doesn't come back." Chung Fuhu has been doting on his little grandson, especially recently. Hearing what he said, he immediately responded with a smile. Yes, Feng'er is right. Sizawei has not returned. We are having a New Year's Eve dinner, not a family reunion dinner. Seeing that her husband doted on the youngest son of the eldest house so much, Li's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. She looked at the table and saw that Bauer and Bear from the second house were sitting on specially made high stools, followed by a wet nurse and a maid to serve them, but there was no sign of her little Qinghan from the eldest house. Li's face immediately sank and she shouted in a cold voice, "Ning, why is Qinghan not here?" After Li said this, Chung Fuhu noticed that the little granddaughter was not brought over. He looked at his eldest daughter-in-law, but did not ask directly, but waited for her explanation. Ning said lightly, "Infants under 1 year old in the family never sit at the table. Song'er and the others are like this, and no one is an exception." No one could refute what Ning said. Infants under 1 year old still had to be fed with milk, could not sit independently, and could not be predicted to cry at any time. Therefore, when there was a banquet at home, although there was no explicit order not to let babies sit at the table, no one would bring their own babies to the table. Why can't Qinghan be an exception? Is she an ordinary child?
Li shouted angrily.
Ning responded coldly without any courtesy. Why should she be an exception? Just because she is raised in Quexianju, she is more noble than other children in the family.
You. How dare you?
My lord, you just watch her bully me like this. Li pointed at Ning angrily, turned around and yelled at her husband. Chung Fuhu's brows furrowed even more. Before Li was released, the smile on his face had never disappeared, but with Li's arrival and a few words, his good mood disappeared without a trace in an instant. Wife sighs didn't say anything wrong, so don't make a fuss. Isn't it good to have a reunion dinner in peace? Chung Fuhu said helplessly.
Duke.
Li called out in a roundabout way, tears dropping from her eyes in grievance. Why are you crying so much in this new year?
Come and sit down.
Chung Fuhu shouted impatiently. Maybe it's because of his age. He is not as carefree as he was when he was young, and now there are more and more taboos. One of the taboos is not to hear crying on New Year's Eve. Li was ashamed and angry, and was about to make a scene, but her niece and daughter-in-law pulled her sleeve, and she heard her say softly, "Mom, don't dare to make father angry. The small Buddhist temple is not easy to stay in." In an instant, she held back all the words, and Li quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief, forced a smile, and sat next to her husband. Li was really scared of being locked in the small Buddhist temple without seeing the sun. Because of Li's presence, the 3 children in the first room were not in a good mood. They only toasted to their elders in a proper manner and said a few auspicious words without any sincerity. Then he sat quietly, ate a few bites of food casually, and put down the ivory chopsticks in his hand. Chung Fuhu had dinner with his 3 grandsons almost every day recently, and he knew their appetite very well. He knew that the 3 children were not full, so he immediately said distressfully, "Song, Zhuer Feng, why do you eat so little, but the food is not delicious?" Hearing the Duke of Guo say this, Li and the couple of the second wife immediately became jealous. You know, the Duke of Guo never cared about any child like this before. It can be seen that the 3 children of the first wife really won his heart. The first wife was originally powerful, and now she has really won the Duke of Guo's heart. In the future, will their second wife still have a foothold in the Ningguo mansion? Chung Si looked at his 2 daughters who were less than 3 years old sitting next to his wife, and he was very angry. His 2 daughters usually looked smart, but why did they look like 2 fools at this time, and they couldn't even say a propitious word? There was no cleverness at all. Is it possible that the second branch is destined to be suppressed by the first branch in everything? Father, you can't be partial. Song'er and the other 3 are your grandchildren, and so are Bauer and Bear. Chung Si, under the influence of alcohol, shamelessly tried to make friends. Chung Fuhu didn't like Chung Si, a sloppy-haired, weak rascal. Even though Li registered Chung Si under her own name, in Chung Fuhu's heart, he was still a rascal. In this regard, he was deeply influenced by his mother, Madame Su. In fact, if Chung Fuhu hadn't insisted on marrying Li, there would be no rascal in the Chung family. Now he heard his second son talking like an ignorant woman, and he was even more unhappy. Chung Fuhu scolded with a stern face, "Your elder brother is not at home. Your father loves Song'er and his brothers so much on behalf of your elder brother. You have the nerve to be jealous. No matter how poor you are still a young master of a rich family. You are as petty as a street rogue all day long. How can you have the demeanor of a noble son? Don't say that you are the son of the Duke of Ningguo when you go out. I can't afford to lose this person." Chung Si's half-smiley face froze for a moment, and his face turned blue and red. The embarrassment from his father made him feel ashamed and angry. Li, who was sitting next to him, also had an ugly face. You have to know that Chung Si was brought to Quexianju when he was less than 2 years old, and she raised him by herself. The Duke of Guo slapped Chung Si's face so mercilessly, but the slap was directly on her face. "Duke of Guo, Si is also your biological son."
How can you say that to him?
Except for not being able to practice martial arts, what is he worse than his elder brother?
Li shou tangrili.
What's the difference? Humph, you are neither good at literature nor martial arts, and you dare to compete with Cize. He is not worthy. Chung Fuhu snorted coldly and said unceremoniously. Chung Si was ashamed and angry. Although he was really not good at literature and martial arts, he should not hit people in the face or expose their shortcomings when scolding them. Even if he was his own father, he could not humiliate him in front of so many people. "Since you look down on me so much, why did you give birth to me in the first place?" Chung Si could no longer hold it in. He shouted, stood up, and rushed out. Chung Si left, and his wife Xiao Li was so embarrassed that she quickly stood up and ran out in panic. Bauer and Bear, the two little girls, didn't understand anything, but just saw their parents running out, and they immediately burst into tears. The most taboo on New Year's Eve is crying. Bauer and Bear's nanny quickly picked up the two children, coaxed them anxiously, and bowed to leave. It's funny to say that the two servants know the rules better than the master. "Duke, what are you doing? You are happy after driving away C's family."
Li kumplay na tangrili.
"I drove them away. They are the ones who are looking for trouble. Do I, as the Duke, have to endure their anger?" Chung Fuhu was not a good-tempered person. Now that he was angry, he naturally would not say anything soft.
"Duke you."
"Humph, if you don't like us mother and daughter, just say it." Li was angry and said angrily,
"You."
Chung Fuhu's face was dark, and he was so angry that he was panting. Chung Jinfeng quickly ran to his grandfather, tiptoed, and patted his grandfather's waist with his little hand. The little guy wanted to pat his grandfather on the back, but he was too short, and even if he tiptoed, he could only touch his grandfather's waist. Seeing their younger brother running to their grandfather, the brothers Chung Jinsong and Chung Jinju also ran over. Chung Jinsong was tall, so he could pat his grandfather on the back to calm him down. Chung Jinju poured a cup of warm water to his grandfather's lips and whispered, "Grandfather, calm down. Drink some water to calm down." Li saw that her husband looked unhappy, and she was worried and anxious. But when she saw the 3 children from the first room surrounding her husband and showing their courtesy, the anger in her heart seemed to be poured with boiling oil and burned up. Ning didn't come forward because she wanted to avoid suspicion. She just sighed and whispered to herself, "Why do you have to make such a fuss? If you make the whole family restless, I will feel comfortable." Although she was talking to herself, Ning's voice was just loud enough to reach Li's ears. Li was so angry that she almost died. In the past, this kind of gossip was what Li was best at. It always made people feel uncomfortable. Now Li finally got a taste of what it was like. The New Year's Eve dinner ended unhappily, and Chung Fuhu returned to his room surrounded by his 3 grandsons. Li was going to follow him, but Chung Fuhu blamed her for making trouble, so he drove her back to Quexianju in a bad mood. Li returned to Quexianja angrily, but she didn't have the slightest thought of reflecting on herself and only blamed everything on the family of the first house. How can a little rascal who hasn't even grown all his hair turn the world upside down? And that witch Ning, if you weren't useful, I would have kept you alive until today. Li cursed in a low voice. Madam. The servants of Quexianju all came up to pay their respects, and of course they also wanted to ask for rewards. After all, today is New Year's Eve, and all the servants who stayed on duty will have an extra reward as usual. Li has been the housekeeper for the past few years, and she has never been restricted in spending money, so she is very careless. She was not stingy with the servants in her yard. Although she was unhappy about the various things that happened at the New Year's Eve dinner, she still rewarded each servant with a pair of small golden beans, which was worth about 10 taels of silver. This was considered a high reward. Where is Qing Han? Bring her here for me to see. I haven't seen her for several days, and I miss her a lot. Li gave the reward and said lazily while half lying on the rosewood chaise longue. Not long after, the wet nurse came in holding little Qing Han. Li sat up and stretched out her hand to take the child. When she held the child, she immediately frowned and asked with a sullen face, "How did you serve her? How come Qing Han has become so much lighter?" Before being locked up in the small Buddhist hall, Li often held little Qing Han in her arms, so she was naturally very aware of her weight. She used to be a heavy little lump of meat, but now she is so light that she feels floating. Looking down carefully, Li found that the originally chubby face seemed to have been cut, and the small double chin was gone, revealing a pointed chin, which made the eyes look bigger and rounder. Reporting to Madam, during the days when you were not at home, the girl cried every day when she couldn't find you and refused to eat properly. The nurse said with red eyes, "You just let the girl cry, and no one went to find her mother?" Li asked angrily. The nurse's face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, "Reporting to Madam, why didn't you go to find her?" The next day, Nanny Li went to Chiwu Garden to ask the wife of the prince to take care of the girl, but the wife of the prince ignored her and ordered someone to beat Nanny Li with 20 strokes. After being beaten, Nanny Li fell ill and was very ill. Now she can't get out of bed. What? She dared to hit my people. It's simply against the sky. Li stood up angrily, wishing she could rush to Chiwu Garden and slap Ning's face.
Ah.
Milk. The baby in Li's arms suddenly grabbed Li's clothes and cried, "Qing Han, you can talk now?" Li clearly heard the word milk, and immediately cried out in surprise. Our girl is really born with unparalleled intelligence. She can talk at such a young age." The nurse hurriedly praised her and said flattering words. "That's right, my little Qing Han, the smartest and most beautiful girl in the world." Li shook her body to tease the child, and her anger immediately dissipated a lot. Milk. Milk. Little Qing Han snuggled in Li's arms, calling again and again. She couldn't make repeated words, but could only speak single words. The little hand tightly grasped Li's clothes, and she would not let go. "Oh, my dear baby, you are really a lovely little guy." Li was so happy that she wanted to give everything she had to the little baby in her arms. The black and round eyes of the little baby in Li's arms were not as clear and bright as a baby should be, but were covered with a layer of inexplicable deep fog. The look she gave Li was full of admiration, longing, and sadness. On the first day of the first lunar month, Ning made up according to her rank and went to the palace to congratulate the Empress Dowager and the Queen and congratulate the New Year. Li was supposed to go too. Because she was punished to be confined before, Cheng Fuhu had already asked the master to write a leave letter for Li and handed it in. Therefore, even if Li was released, she couldn't attend the grand court celebration again. In fact, Li didn't want to go to the palace to congratulate. After all, the decree to confer her the title of Ningguagong's wife had not been issued yet. She was obviously the wife of Ningguagang, but she still had the title of Zhenbihu's wife. Li didn't want to go to the palace to see those noble ladies mocking her. With the leave letter, Li was looking forward to it. Ningguagang didn't attend the grand court meeting on the first day of the first lunar month because his health had not recovered. Li took this opportunity to bring Xiao Qinghan to Shuren Hall, hoping that she would get closer to the Duke. As long as she could win the favor of the Duke, Xiao Qinghan's future would be much smoother. Li was not a good person, nor did she have much kindness. The little kindness she had was all given to Xiao Qinghan in her arms, and she even cared more about her than Qingxi, her adopted son. When Li brought Xiao Qinghan to Shuren Hall, Cheng Jinsong and his 2 younger brothers were accompanying their grandfather. The 4 of them were talking and laughing very affectionately. As soon as Li entered the door, it seemed as if a switch was triggered, and the laughter in the hall stopped abruptly, and the air in Shuren Hall seemed to be frozen. "Duke, Happy New Year! I wish you good luck and happiness," Li said with a smile, and Shuren Hall was filled with sound again. Cheng Fuhu smiled and responded, "Happy New Year to you too." He asked Li to sit on the chair on his right. "Grandson wishes grandmother a Happy New Year, and I wish grandmother good health." Cheng Jinsong and his 2 younger brothers walked in front of Li and knelt down to wish her a Happy New Year. Li was in a good mood at the moment. She liked Cheng Jinsong and his 3 brothers better. She took the purse handed over by Yu Lu and gave one to each of the 3 little brothers. Each purse contained a small gold ingot that would surely bring good luck. The purse was not big, and the 4 small gold ingots were at most half a tael each. This could be considered a decent New Year's gift in an ordinary official family, but it was really shabby in a super-class mansion, like the Ningguo Mansion. After Cheng Jinsong and his 3 brothers got up, the nanny held Xiao Qinghan and kowtowed to wish them a Happy New Year. Cheng Fuhu ordered people to reward them with a New Year's gift purse. The nanny received it for Xiao Qinghan and then wished Cheng Jinsong and his 3 brothers a Happy New Year. Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju were older, so they could suppress their emotions to some extent, and replied lightly, "Happy New Year, Sister Qinghan." But Cheng Jinfeng was still young and couldn't do it. He ran to hide behind his grandfather, pouted and said, "Humph. I don't want to pay attention to you." The nurse was a little helpless holding Xiao Qinghan, looking at Li for help. Li's face darkened when she saw Cheng Jinfeng's behavior. But before she opened her mouth to scold him, she was interrupted by her husband. Fomer is still young and is not familiar with her sister. "It's okay. Wait until your sister grows up and plays together, and it will be fine when they are familiar with each other." Cheng Fuhu touched the furry head of his grandson and smiled to help. Just after the round was made, the second family came in from outside. The couple each held a child and put the child down in the hall. The family of 4 knelt down and kowtowed to wish a Happy New Year. Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju quickly pulled their younger brother aside to avoid being accused of being rude brothers. Cheng Fuhu was not unhappy when he saw the neat and tidy second family. After all, there is no overnight hatred between father and son, and some things should be said and forgotten. Of course, this is what Cheng Fuhu thought in his heart. Whether Qingxi thought so too is another matter. Cheng Fuhu and Li gave Bauer and Bayer red envelopes respectively. Cheng Jinfeng was a small man with sharp eyes. He saw at a glance that the red envelope given by his step-grandmother to Bauer and Bayer was twice as big as the one given to his 3 brothers, and it looked much heavier. He couldn't help but wrinkled his nose and snorted softly. Cheng Jinju took his brother's hand to comfort him, stuffed his own red envelope into his hand, smiled, and whispered to him, "I will give you the big brothers later." No one noticed the brothers' little action. Cheng Fuhu was sternly lecturing, and the target of the lecture was Qingxi. "Second brother, you are not a child anymore. You have 2 daughters. You should find a proper job. Don't be idle every day," Cheng Fuhu said seriously. Mrs. Li quickly tried to smooth things over. "Duke, it's the new year. Can we not say these spoiling words? The eldest brother is not at home, and it is Si who takes care of us. Although he doesn't have much ability, he is filial and obedient, and he is a good son." Cheng Fuhu didn't want to argue with his wife on the first day of the new year, so he just snorted and let the matter go. Cheng Si agreed respectfully on the surface, but the resentment in his heart became stronger. They didn't live together for a long time before, so he didn't feel how bad his father was to him. Now that his father has returned home to recuperate, in just over 2 months, Cheng Si feels that he is living a year in a day. Thinking that his father will live at home for a long time in the future, Ching-si feels very irritated. The two little girls, Bauer and Bayer, walked to Li's side, tilted their heads and called grandmother in a baby voice. The two children were blood relatives of Li, so Li liked them of course. She hugged the two children, then pointed at Xiao Qinghan held by the nanny and said with a smile, "Bauer and Bayer, look, this is the little sister of your aunt's family, is she pretty?" The nanny quickly squatted down and held Xiao Qinghan horizontally on her knees so that Bauer and Bayer could take a closer look. Bauer and Bayer immediately surrounded her, one touching her little hand and the other touching her little face. The two identical little faces had the same smile, and it seemed that they loved this little sister very much. Seeing this scene, Li couldn't help but sigh in her heart. After all, they are all children of our Li family, so we are close. Unlike those 3 wolf cubs, they can never be tamed no matter how they are raised. Li was only angry in her heart, but she never thought about how she had ever raised the 3 brothers Ching Jinsong for a day. In fact, she didn't kill the 3 children, not because she was soft-hearted, but because she didn't have enough means. Otherwise, Ching Jinsong and his 3 brothers would have been killed long ago. Since the birth of the 3 sons, if it weren't for the thorough protection of Ning, although Chung Sai's was rarely in the capital, he also took care of his sons. Otherwise, how could the old Marquis Luo easily let the second son with the best skills accept Chung Jinsong as his apprentice? Teach him the secret Luo family spearmanship? Chung Jinju has been studying in the family school of the Imperial Academy, which is also the protection of Chung Sai's and his wife for their second son. As for the youngest son, before Ning was pregnant with her little daughter, she almost looked at the youngest son without blinking her eyes and never let him leave her sight. After she was pregnant, Chung Sai's also specially asked Emperor Ning Kong for a dragon guard to protect the youngest son in secret. Chung Sai's and Ning's couple didn't know how much effort they had spent to ensure that the 3 brothers of Ching Jinsong grew up safely until now. When Xiao Qinghan, who was held by the nanny, saw Bauer and Bayer, a very strange expression appeared on her face. It was not exactly happy, but it was not quite resentful either. When her eyes moved to Bauer, there was more disgust, and when she saw Bayer, there was a trace of guilt in her disgusted eyes. God knows how she can tell who is Bauer and who is Bayer. These are 2 little girls who look exactly the same. Having said that, no matter what kind of eyes it is, it should not appear in the eyes of a child under 1 year old. The eyes of a baby under 1 year old are clean, pure, and bright as stars, but they are not shrouded in deep fog. The nanny held Xiao Qinghan in her arms and saw all her extremely strange eyes, which scared the nanny into a cold sweat. How could this child, who she had been nursing for more than half a year, be so weird? Should she find a way to leave the child early, otherwise? The nurse had an inexplicable intuition that if she continued to nurse the child, she would probably not have a good ending. The nurse didn't know that she had accidentally discovered the truth. In the previous life, Xiao Qinghan's nurse died very tragically. On the first day of the first lunar month, the Ningguo mansion was spent peacefully. In fact, as long as the big and small Li and Qingxi didn't make a fuss, the mansion was very peaceful. Ning and her 3 sons never made trouble. As for Cheng Fuhu's concubines, they were like invisible people. Their presence was so low that even Cheng Fuhu, as a husband, often forgot that there were 2 concubines living in the backyard. On the second day of the first lunar month, it was the day for the aunts of each mansion to return to their parents' homes. It was said that Ning should also take the children back to her parents' home today, but now she was the head of the Ningguo mansion. The 4 married aunts in the family would come back today, so she couldn't leave the whole family and just go back to her parents' home. Therefore, Ning had agreed with her parents long before the Lunar New Year that she would return to her parents' home on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year and stay in the mansion on the 2nd day to entertain the 4 sisters-in-law who returned to her parents' home. Early in the morning of the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, the eldest aunt Cheng Wanru came to the Ningguo mansion with her husband and children. Cheng Wanru was the eldest daughter of Cheng Fuhu and the elder sister of Cheng Sai's. At that time, Mrs. Su made the decision to marry her to Li Qingrui, the prince of Dingsabo Mansion. She gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter and lived a very comfortable life. Now Dingsabo has been promoted to Dingsahu, and she has become the wife of the prince of the Ho mansion.
Sister.
Ning walked up to Chungwanru quickly and called her affectionately. Chungwanru grabbed her sister-in-law's hand and said affectionately, "We are not outsiders. Why do you have to come out in person to welcome them? Look at your cold hands. Be careful not to catch a cold. Songer and Jewer are fine, but Fomer is still so young. Why do you have to ask him to come out?" Chungwanru's 2 sons and 1 daughter all came forward to bow and greet, calling aunt. Chung Jinsong and his 3 brothers also came forward to greet their aunt. Ning quickly helped everyone up, took her 6-year-old niece in her arms, and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for half a year. Our Yueying has grown up a lot and has become more outstanding. Come on, follow your aunt into the house." Chungwanru picked up her little nephew Chung Jinfeng and walked side by side with Ning. Chung Jinsong and his 2nd brother each took their 2 cousins and followed their mother to the upper room of Shuren Hall. Because she was holding a child, Chungwanru didn't know how to talk to her brother and sister-in-law privately. She only asked about the situation in the mansion and talked about the health of everyone. Arriving at Shuren Hall, there was a meeting. When Li saw Chungwanru, she felt weak in her heart, and her arrogance was completely extinguished. When Li married into the Marquis' mansion, Chungwanru was already 13 years old, and her brother was 10 years old that year. The 2 siblings are very good at growing up, and they both look like their biological mother. You should know that when Jiang was not married, she was a famous beauty in the capital. The 2 children look like their biological mother, but their temperaments are not like their biological mother. Chung Sai's temperament is like her grandmother, resolute but gentle, while Chungwanru's temperament is completely like her biological father, and her whole body is full of the tiger spirit of a general's daughter. She has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and her Chung family's spear skills are not much worse than her brother's. After Li married into the family, she always found trouble and was made miserable by Chungwanru. As time went by, Li developed a fear of Chungwanru. It would be fine if they didn't see each other on weekdays, but once they met, all the fears of being punished back then came to mind. Chungwanru only glanced at Li lightly, and Li stood up as if she was pierced by a nail that suddenly appeared on the chair, and she couldn't even sit still. Chungwanru saw Li jumped up, and then she smiled and looked at her father, and took the children to kneel on the prayer mat to wish a happy new year. Chung Fuhu was very happy looking at his first child. Even if he didn't like his original wife back then, he loved Chungwanru, his daughter, to the bone. It can be said that Chungwanru is Chung Fu's most beloved child, no one else. "Wanru, get up quickly. Come closer to let your father see. Are you doing well in Dingxi Marquis Mansion?" Chungwanru walked quickly to her father, took her father's hand, and asked affectionately, "Dad, are you doing well now?" Before Chung Fuhu went back to Beijing to recuperate, Chungwanru came back to visit almost every 3 to 5 days. Until the 12th lunar month, she had to help her mother-in-law with the New Year preparations, so she didn't come over. "Much better, Wanru. Where's Qingrui? Didn't he come back with you?" Chung Fuhu asked in a rough voice immediately when he didn't see his eldest son-in-law. Because he loved his daughter too much, Chung Fuhu always disliked his eldest son-in-law and would find trouble with him for no reason, not to mention that now he really had something to find. "Dad, he's here, and he's waiting outside. My 2nd brother is with him. My younger brother is not at home either, so it's not easy for him to come over directly." Chungwanru smiled and explained for her husband, but in return her father said in a displeased voice, "Pedant. You really not like the child of our military family." Chungwanru pursed her lips and smiled, not arguing with her father. Although Li Qingrui was the descendant of a military general, he was a natural scholar. He knew nothing about martial arts, but was very smart in reading. When he took the imperial examination, he was selected by the emperor as one of the 2nd-class candidates and ranked 4th in the palace examination, second only to the top 3. That result couldn't be better, and he fought hard for the family of military honors. Forget it. Wait until your 3 brothers-in-law are here, and then ask them to come in together. Few fathers-in-law like their sons-in-law, and Chung Fuhu is no exception. Dad, my father-in-law got a very good ginseng a few years ago, and he asked his daughter to bring it to you for your health. As Chung Wanru spoke, she took a big red brocade box that was 1.5 feet long from the maid, and held it in both hands and presented it to her father. Chung Fuhu opened it and saw a jade-colored ginseng inside that was as long as a child's arm, with a very thick reed head, very fine and dense ginseng whiskers, and as lifelike as a human figure. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Ah, this ginseng must be at least 300 years old. It is too precious, enough to be a family heirloom. Wanru, father can't accept this." Chung Wanru raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Father guessed that you would say that. Father, my father-in-law said that if you don't accept it, it means that you despise him for being just a little marquis, and he is not worthy of being a brother of you, the Duke. In the future, I will never dare to enter your Duke's mansion again."
Bah.
This old guy. What are you talking about? When did I ever despise him? Even when he was scared and crying on the battlefield, I didn't despise him. How can I despise him now? Okay, father accepts it. Wife sighs, "I remember we have a purple cloud fungus at home. Go find it and bring it back to your elder sister." After hearing this, Ning looked a little embarrassed. She glanced at Li, then smiled at her father-in-law. "I'll ask someone to look for it now." Chung Fuhu saw this scene and understood it immediately. He glared at Li, who was shrinking her neck, then looked at his eldest daughter and smiled awkwardly. Chung Wanru didn't know what Li had done again. After all, Ning would not spread the fact that Li had embezzled nearly 200,000 taels of silver from the family. Therefore, Chung Wanru suppressed her doubts and smiled back at her father. At this awkward moment, the voice of a little maid came from outside. "The second aunt, the third aunt, and the fourth aunt are back." It turned out that the second and fourth girls born to Li and the third girl born to the concubine he arrived at the same time. In order to break the embarrassment, Chung Fuhu hurriedly called out, "Let them come in." After a while, 3 young women came in, surrounded by maids and servants. The 2 daughters born to Li walked in front. They were dressed in bright and luxurious clothes, and they wore the latest styles. The second aunt looked very good, and her eyebrows were full of spirit, but the fourth aunt looked a little pale and thin. The third aunt, who was born out of wedlock, walked behind. She was dressed much more simply. She wore 3 bright-colored but very old-fashioned gold hairpins on her head. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were old hairpins that had been refurbished. She was only wearing a long jacket with a silver-red satin front and narrow gray squirrel sleeves. The color of the fur on the collar and cuffs was very dark, and the style was not new. It can be seen that this dress must be at least 5 or 6 years old. Looking at her face, the third aunt's face was a bit pale, and she was so thin that she was almost skin and bones. Her eyes looked particularly big, but her eyes were dark and lifeless, which made people feel nervous. Of the 2, 3, 4, and 3 aunts in the Ningguo mansion, only the second aunt gave birth to a son and a daughter, and the other 2 had no children. The third aunt had miscarried twice, and the fourth aunt had never been pregnant. Seeing the 3 daughters kneeling down to greet the new year, Chung Fuhu smiled and called out, but the smile on his face was not as close and warm as when he saw his eldest daughter. Of his 3 daughters, the second one was very unruly and arrogant, and the third one was like a cat and mouse avoiding him, trembling with fear, as if he could kick her to death. The fourth one was sad all day long, wiping tears for no reason, which made people feel depressed. Such 3 daughters naturally could not win his heart as much as the eldest daughter Chung Wanru. To be frank, Chung Fuhu was just a face-saving favor to these 3 daughters. After the 3 aunts bowed, Ning led the 4 sisters-in-law to the west side to talk, leaving the outer hall for the 4 aunts to come in and greet the new year. Chung Jinsong was also asked to bring his 2 younger brothers to entertain the 2 cousins from the eldest aunt's family. As for the second aunt's son and daughter, because they were still young, the son was 3 years old and the daughter was less than 2 years old, they were held by the wet nurse and followed into the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, the second aunt and the fourth aunt born to Li surrounded their biological mother and ignored the eldest sister-in-law, Ning. Because their dowries were not as rich as Ning's, and the husbands they married were not like their eldest brother who refused to take concubines, there was only one wife in the room, not even a maid. Moreover, their eldest brother was so promising that he became a first-rank marshal at the age of 30. In contrast, their husbands were just small officials, so small that they could not throw a stone in the capital. The kind that can hit 3, 5, or 7 people. So the second and fourth aunts were jealous and envious of Ning, the eldest sister-in-law. The two girls who were originally of decent appearance, because of jealousy, and the fact that they did not have a very comfortable life in their husband's house, looked more sarcastic than when they were girls. The third aunt was timid since she was a child and never dared to attract attention. Now that she saw her eldest sister talking with her eldest sister-in-law and her second and fourth sisters surrounding their mother and talking affectionately, she sat quietly on a chair farthest away from the door, staring at the red and gold satin chair on the opposite chair in a daze, as if she could see a flower in the chair. A maid in a green coat and red vest stood next to Chung Lianru with her head held high, looking more imposing than Chung Lianru, the master. Ning, who was talking to her eldest aunt, accidentally saw her third aunt sitting at the door like a lonely soul, looking so pitiful. She couldn't help but sigh softly and ask softly, "Big sister, do you know the current situation of the third sister?" Chung Wanru looked up at her third sister Chung Lianru and shook her head. Chung Lianru was born as a concubine's daughter. If she wanted to be a legitimate wife, she couldn't marry a high-ranking official. The husband she married was just a 9th-rank clerk in Jingzhou Prefecture. Because of the different social classes, if she didn't deliberately inquire, Chung Wanru's news would not be passed on to her ears. Third sister. Chung Wanru called out loudly and waved her hand. Chung Lianru walked over in small steps in fear. "Big sister, sister-in-law." Chung Lianru called out in a mosquito-like voice. Chung Wanru frowned when she heard the voice. She hated this kind of coy behavior the most. She just said unhappily, "Third sister, you are also an aunt from a noble family. How come you don't have any strength? You look so bad. Have you been bullied by your in-laws?" Although Chung Wanru's tone was bad, her words still showed concern. Although they were born from different mothers, they still had the same father, so they were blood relatives.
No.
"Big sister,
I'm fine.
Chung Lianru said insincerely. "Huh, what's good about it?" A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, frightening Chung Lianru and making her shiver. Her face became even paler, and she unconsciously glanced at the maid next to her. The person who spoke was the second Aunt Chengingru. She looked at the third sister with disdain, and her contempt was evident in her words. "Third sister, if you are wronged, come back to find father and mother. They will not ignore you." Fourth Aunt Chung Weru pinched her handkerchief, her eyes red, and said with tears in her eyes, "Fourth sister, if you want to talk nicely. Listen to your tone. You don't look like a girl from a wealthy family." Chung Wanru hated her fourth sister, who was so weak and couldn't talk without crying, and immediately scolded her angrily. "Mother, look," the eldest sister said daughter again. The fourth aunt turned around and threw herself into her mother's arms and sobbed. Li dared to secretly glance at Chung Wanru, but was glared back by her without any courtesy. Li quickly lowered her head, not daring to say a word against the eldest aunt, and could only coax her little daughter in a low voice. Second Aunt Chengingru's eyebrows immediately raised, and she shouted, "Big sister is too domineering. My mother is your mother after all. How dare you be so rude to her?" Chung Wanru raised her eyebrows, looked at Li, and said lightly, "Am I rude to you?" Li quickly shook her head like a rattle and repeatedly said, No. Big Aunt is not rude to me." Chung Wanru then turned her gaze to Chengingru and said without smiling, "Second sister, your mother said so, as a daughter. Shouldn't you apologize to me?"
You.
Chengingru was so angry that she fell backwards. Her big sister was still so unreasonable and blatantly bullied others. But her father protected her, her mother was afraid of her, and her sister-in-law was also on her side. And she herself cannot offend anyone in her natal family because she has something to ask of her. Thinking of this, Chengingru suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Now she is no longer the unmarried, spoiled young lady, but, with a long sigh in her heart, Chung Ying-ru had to restrain her edge and apologize to her elder sister unwillingly. It's late anyway, Yuan Xian, third sister, please accompany me to Changfeng Garden for a seat. Changfeng Garden was Chung Wanru's boudoir before she got married. Although she has been married for many years, Changfeng Garden has always been reserved for her. Every time she returns to her natal family, Chung Wanru will go to Changfeng Garden to sit and reminisce about the time when she was a girl. When she arrived at Changfeng Garden, it was still as clean and tidy as before. When she pushed open the door, a warm breeze with the scent of orange hit her face. Chung Wanru looked at Ning and smiled and thanked her. Yuan Xian is thoughtful. It's amazing that you still remember that I love this fresh citrus fragrance the most. Ning smiled and said, how could I forget my elder sister's preference? The third aunt kept her head down and didn't say anything. In fact, Ning had always arranged for someone to clean the house she lived in before she got married, but she never dared to ask to go to Tinggekshuan where she lived before, so she didn't know anything. After entering the house and asking the maids to leave, Chung Wanru said seriously, third sister, I know that you have never dared to hold your head high because of your status. I thought you were okay before, so I didn't take it seriously, but today I see that you look very bad. What happened? Tell my elder sister if it is really your in-laws who bully you, your eldest sister-in-law, and I will not stand idly by. Even your father will not ignore you, because you are his daughter. Hearing the elder sister's heartfelt words, the third aunt slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. She knelt softly on the ground and cried, eldest sister, sister-in-law, I really can't live anymore. That man disliked my father and brother for not helping him get promoted, and he treated me. I got pregnant twice, but he beat me and caused miscarriages both times. If my father hadn't been granted a title and my elder brother hadn't been made a marshal, I'm afraid I would have died in their family. After hearing this, Chung Wanru was so angry that her eyes turned red. She grabbed the third sister who was kneeling on the ground and said angrily, third sister, get up and talk. Before she finished her sentence, Chung Wanru exclaimed, third sister, why are you so thin? It turned out that when she held her sister's hand just now, she felt that it was full of bones and it was tight. Chung Lianru was suddenly grabbed by her elder sister, and she instinctively shrank and cried softly. Ning rushed over and pulled up Chung Lianru's sleeves. She saw that the skinny arm was full of blue and purple scars, and even some old whip marks.
He abused you?
Ning asked with eyes wide open. Chung Lianru nodded gently with tears in her eyes. Chung Wanru quickly reduced her strength, helped her sister up, and slowly walked her to the chaise longue. She gently pressed her between the warm quilt and pillow. Ning handed over a small white copper hand warmer and said softly, third sister, warm your hands first. Don't be afraid. No one dares to hurt you here. Don't worry, even if your eldest brother is not at home, your sister-in-law can support you. Chung Wanru also said hurriedly, yes, third sister, don't be afraid. Your eldest brother-in-law, and I will ask your eldest brother-in-law to deal with that rascal later. Eldest sister-in-law, Can I divorce? Chung Lianru summoned up the greatest courage in her life, looked at her eldest sister and eldest sister-in-law with tears in her eyes, and begged. Divorce, third sister. You really want a divorce, aren't you afraid? Chung Wanru asked seriously.
Chung Lianru cried sadly. I'm afraid.
How can I not be afraid? But I'm more afraid. Afraid of being beaten to death by him. Eldest sister. I really can't hold on. I want to live. Ning took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, third sister. As long as you want a divorce, we will divorce. Don't be afraid. Our Ningwa mansion can afford to support my aunt who divorces Dagoe. Sister-in-law, is it true? Can I really divorce Dagoe? Chung Lianru's eyes suddenly showed a blazing light. She was already in a desperate situation, but now there was a glimmer of hope. How could she not be excited? Of course. Although you were born late, you have seen our grandmother, and you should know what kind of person our grandmother is. Our grandmother never cared about those empty and broken rules. who said that a girl who gets married is like water poured out of the door. That's not true. Don't be afraid, third sister. Even if grandmother is gone, there is still father and your eldest brother and sister-in-law. As for Lee, you don't have to worry about her. If she dares to act like a demon, I will deal with her, Chung Wonru said domineeringly.
Yeah.
I listened to my eldest sister, sister-in-law. I have caused trouble to the mansion, Chung Lianru said with tears in her eyes. Ning patted the third aunt's hand gently and sighed in her heart. She was at the good age of 20s, but she was rubbed like this. Anyone who is caring would feel distressed when seeing it. Third sister, just stay at home and rest assured. Do you want your aunt to come and accompany you? Ning asked softly.
Aunt. Let's not do it for now.
When Chung Lianru mentioned her aunt, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She shook her head and said evasively, Well, I'll take you to Tingexuan later. Our aunt's yard is kept, and someone cleans it regularly, but you have never come back to visit since you got married. Ning said softly, with a sigh in her tone. Is Tingexuan still my house? Chung Lianru asked in disbelief. Ning smiled and nodded. Chung Lianru couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. I was wrong.
It was all my fault.
I thought that after getting married, I would no longer be.
Sister-in-law, I was so wrong.
Chung Lianru cried breathlessly, so miserable. Ning and the eldest sister-in-law looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. They just let Chung Lianru cry and let her cry out all the depression in her heart. Because the maids were not in a room, Ning walked gently to the door and ordered Ruishua to go and ask Zhang Mansion doctor in person. Looking at the condition of the third aunt, I'm afraid her health is not good. Now, there is no need to talk about the rule of not seeing a doctor in the first month of the year. It is better to ask someone to take a pulse and use medicine to regulate her. Even if they want a divorce, they have to take good care of their bodies so that they can have the energy to fight with that poor family. Because he had to take care of the Duke's health, Dr. Zhang did not go home during the New Year. Therefore, Ruishua invited him to Changfeng Garden not long after. Dr. Zhang has been working in the mansion for nearly 20 years. Chung Wanru and her 6 siblings were all raised by Dr. Zhang, so there are not so many taboos. Everyone greeted each other. Dr. Zhang sat down opposite Chung Lianru and said kindly, Don't panic, third aunt, let me check your pulse. Chung Lianru had already wiped away her tears and washed her face, but her eyelids were red, and it was obvious that she had just cried. Mr. Zhang, please be careful, Chung Wanru said with a smile. Dr. Zhang said with a smile, Look at what the eldest aunt said. I can't be careless when checking your pulse. I'm not looking at a naughty boy. When Dr. Zhang said this, everyone laughed. Even Chung Lianru had a hint of smile on her lips. After examining both cases very seriously, Dr. Zhang sighed, frowned tightly, and said unhappily, Third aunt, how did you ruin your body like this? Before you got married, you were in good health. After hearing what Dr. Zhang said, Chung Lianru immediately lowered her head, speechless due to shame. Ning hurried to smooth things over and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, isn't third sister coming to you for help? By the way, I remember that you have a granddaughter who studied medicine with you for several years. I wonder if she... When Dr. Zhang heard the Crown Prince's wife mention her most proud granddaughter, his eyes immediately bent with a smile and he replied, Are you talking about Lingsu, Crown Prince's wife? That child has a talent for studying medicine. I have only taught her for a few years, but she has already learned most of my skills. Alas, if she were not a girl, she would be qualified to enter the Imperial Hospital. Ning said immediately, Mr. Zhang, Lingsu is 13 this year, right? Have you told her? The wife of the prince has a good memory. Lingsu is 13 this year, and there is no marriage yet. Zhang Fui's face was slightly embarrassed. Because his granddaughter was too outstanding, Zhang Fui didn't want her to get married early, so as not to waste her skills. But he also didn't want his granddaughter to be a female doctor who served people. A female doctor's status was even humbler than that of a daughter of a commoner. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if I can hire your granddaughter as the female doctor of our eldest house? Ning sai tsuttenli. Female doctor? Zhang Fui looked at Ning in confusion. Ning smiled and said, Your granddaughter is successful in medicine. If she is asked to be a female doctor, it would be too unfair to her. I am in need of a girl who knows medicine. I am willing to hire her to be my doctor. The monthly salary is only 10% less than yours, and the other benefits are the same as yours. Do you think it is feasible? Are you serious, madam? Dr. Zhang exclaimed in surprise. If he really let his granddaughter be a female doctor beside the madam, then his granddaughter would have a great future. The treatment given to him by the Duke's mansion is quite generous. And the most important point is that from now on, his granddaughter will not have to be a captive, but can also show her strengths. Of course, I am serious. If you agree, Mr. Zhang, I will write a letter of engagement and give it to you. Lingsu can come anytime. Ning showed great sincerity, and Mr. Zhang really agreed without hesitation. Dr. Zhang could see that Madam wanted his granddaughter to enter the mansion as soon as possible. When he was taking the pulse just now, he had found that the third aunt was not only weak, but also suffered a lot of internal and external injuries. It is always more convenient to have a girl who knows medicine to take care of her. So Dr. Zhang said with a smile, if the prince's wife doesn't mind, I will bring Lingsu here to kowtow to you. Ning said with a smile, Lingsu is the doctor I hired. How can I ask a doctor to kowtow? Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Now that Lingsu is here, I will treat her as my own daughter and will not let her suffer any grievances. After sending Dr. Zhang away, Ning said with a smile, Don't worry, third sister. Don't think too much. Just stay at home and recuperate. Chung Lianru thanked her profusely and agreed. She knew that as long as her family was willing to stand up for her, the group of bullies and her husband's family would not dare to disagree with the divorce. Chung Wanru walked up to her sister, looked her in the eyes and said, Third sister, we can help you with the divorce, but you have to stand up on your own. If you are weak, others will bully you. Remember, although you are a concubine's daughter, you are a girl from a noble family after all. You must never belittle yourself and never let others look down on you. You have a father, brothers, nephews, sisters-in-law, and sisters who can all support you. If you had told us the truth the first time you had a miscarriage, how could you have survived to this point? Chung Lianru stood up and nodded repeatedly. Chung Wanru looked at her sick and frail appearance and felt more and more sad. She only said, You rest here first. I'll go talk to my father. After that, she blew away like a gust of wind. Ning shook her head and smiled, then asked Chung Lianru, Third sister, I see that the maidservant beside you looks strange. Wasn't she brought from home? Chung Lianru shook her head and said sadly, Cui Shi, whom I brought with me, has long been taken away as a concubine, and Cui Lu was beaten to death by that beast because she protected me. The one outside was bought by that beast himself, and he asked her to watch over me and not allow me to tell the truth to my parents. If you hadn't asked the maidservants to wait outside, I would have. Facing her not-so-strong sister-in-law Ning, Chung Lianru felt much more relaxed than when facing her elder sister. She spoke much more freely. So that's how it is. You've come to our Duke's mansion to keep watch over us. You're really brave. Ning sighed coldly. Then she said loudly to the outside, Ruiyun, call a maid to take the third aunt's maid down to eat fruit. Ruiyun's quick response came from outside, and a moment later, a maid came up and forcibly dragged Chung Lianru's maid to the small tea room under the corridor to warm herself by the fire and eat fruit. The maid was not a worldly wise person, and she was so happy that her eyebrows were not eyes that could see only two very ordinary snacks in the Duke's mansion. Third sister, you don't have anyone available around you now, so I will let Shiyu serve you first. Although the girl is a little clumsy, she is thoughtful and considerate, and has a good temper. I will select the better ones and send them to you later. Ning looked at the frail third aunt and thought for a while before making arrangements. Chung Lianru knew that Shiyu was one of the 8 first-class maids around her eldest sister-in-law, and hurriedly shook her head and said, Shiyu is someone that the eldest sister-in-law can use. You can just send a second-class maid over. Ning shook her head. Because Shiyu was a first-class maid around her, she had enough respect in the mansion, and she was not stupid at all. She was so eloquent that she could debate with scholars. Among the maids around Ning, she was the most eloquent. With her personal service, this weak third aunt could live in the Duke's mansion with peace of mind. Ning was carefully settling the third aunt, while the eldest aunt Chung Wanru ordered 2 maids who knew kung fu, took a pair of 5 flowered sticks, and angrily broke into the main hall of Shuren Hall. The 6 people, including the father-in-law, son-in-law, father and son, who were talking in the hall, were all shocked to see Chung Wanru suddenly break in. Li Qingrui quickly ran to his wife and asked in a gentle voice, "Wanru, what are you doing?" Chung Wanru was angry and said angrily, "Husband, I am going to beat the evil villain today, don't stop me." Li Qingrui was shocked and said quickly, "Which blind person made you angry? Wanru, you take a rest, I will beat him." It has to be said that Li Qingrui knows how to coax his wife. With just one sentence, Chung Wanru's anger was eliminated. Even Chung Fuhu, who was sitting high in the hall, had a rare smile on his face. He could unconditionally protect his eldest daughter, so he should still accept the son-in-law. "Girl, what's wrong? Which blind rascal offended you? Tell me, I'll vent your anger for you." Chung Wanyu pointed at the second chair on the right and said angrily, "Dad, it's this rascal. He took advantage of you fighting the enemy at the border and wanted to beat your daughter to death."
What?
Chung Fuhu immediately glared at his big eyes like copper bells and roared, "You rascal! You dare to hit my daughter! Qingfeng Zidian, beat her to death. After all, she is the most beloved eldest daughter." Chung Fuhu can even remember the names of the maids around his daughter clearly. The 2 maids holding the 5 flowered sticks responded in unison. One stepped forward and grabbed, like grabbing a chicken, and pulled the third Uncle Chiboan off and threw him to the ground. The other swung the stick and hit him hard.
Father-in-law, spare me. Son-in-law. Son-in-law has no.
Father-in-law.
Help me.
Chi Bowen screamed repeatedly, shouting for mercy and saving his life while using his sleeves to protect his head and face. Seeing their brother-in-law being beaten in court, the second and fourth uncles-in-law couldn't help but shudder. This old father-in-law, who was promoted to Duke of the State, not only had a bad temper, but even the eldest sister-in-law became more and more brutal. It was really too cruel. But to be honest, Chi Bowen, the brother-in-law, really deserved to be beaten. He deserved it. The 2 sons-in-law cursed in their hearts. They knew some inside information. It's just that the Ningguo mansion didn't stand up for the third sister-in-law, and the 2 sons-in-law naturally didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. "Wanru, don't be angry. It's not worth it to hurt yourself because of that kind of thing. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea to calm down." Li Qingrui took his daughter-in-law to her seat and made arrangements diligently. After hearing Chi Bowen's screams, Chung Wanru felt better. She took a sip of tea from her husband's hand, turned to her father, and said, "Dad, you don't know that this beast beat my third sister to miscarriage twice. My third sister is now covered with bruises. If we don't take care of her, my third sister will be beaten to death by this beast." Chung Fuhu was furious when he heard this, and slapped the table, causing the teacups on the table to jump up and fall to the ground. This slap caused Chung Fuhu to pull the wound, and his face turned pale with pain.
"Dad."
Chung Wanru saw her father's face suddenly turn pale, and immediately rushed to him and shouted anxiously. Chung Fuhu took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then said in a cold voice, "He is really a beast. Divorce immediately." Chung Wanru glanced at Chi Bowen, who was wailing with his head in his hands, and said in a cold voice, "Dad, the third sister just cried for us to save her, and she also wants a divorce. It's just that." Glancing at Chung Si, who was sitting aside as if nothing had happened, Chung Wanru said bluntly, "Dad is still recuperating, and he is not worthy of Dad to come in person. As for the stepmother, I'm afraid. My younger brother is in Yongning Pass now and can't come back for a while. As for the second brother, I'm afraid that if the second brother takes care of this matter, it's hard to say whether the third sister is still alive." Chung Si's face turned red when he heard this. Although he knew that he was incompetent, it was embarrassing enough to be said to the face by his elder sister. "Elder sister, I." Chung Si just opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Chung Wanru.
"What do you mean by you?"
"Second brother, just take care of your own business." "Father, Ask He-Man to take the dowry list for the third sister later. He-Man is thorough and reliable. Chung Wanru said with a hint of meaning, and sure enough, she saw her second brother's face darken, but he held it in and dared not to get angry. The two maids, Ching Fong and Zidian, could not stop without the order of their master. It was not until Chi Bowen was beaten so hard that even his wailing became weaker that Chung Wanru waved her hands and said, "All right, beat him here first. If this beast doesn't sign the divorce letter honestly, you can do it later." Ching Fong and Zidian stopped only after hearing this. Chi Bowen on the ground had already curled up into a ball, sobbing non-stop. He would beat Chung Lianru to vent his anger at any time. Now that he was beaten, he knew how hard it was to be beaten. But Chi Bowen had absolutely no guilt in his heart. In his eyes, which were covered by his sleeves, there was a fierce light of resentment and cruelty. But when he put down his sleeves, the fierce light in his eyes turned into an innocent and pitiful plea. "Father-in-law, I am innocent. Yes, I admit that I was drunk twice and accidentally touched Lianru a few times, but I really didn't beat her to miscarriage. Father-in-law, think about it, I am 23 years old this year and I don't have a child. My mother has been looking forward to having a grandchild so much that her hair has turned white. How could I beat a pregnant daughter-in-law?" Lianru had miscarriages twice because she was in poor health and couldn't have children. I was very sad. Lianru is a good daughter-in-law. I will not divorce her, even if I die. Chi Bowen wiped his tears while speaking, looking heartbroken. Chi Bowen, you don't need to quibble here. If you refuse to sign the divorce agreement, then we will go to court. Under the laws of the Great Chu, the right and wrong will be determined by the justice. Chung Wanru shouted coldly, not looking at Chi Bowen anymore. Chi Bowen's face was really disgusting. Chi Bowen wanted to say something else, but when he saw his father-in-law with a gloomy face in the hall, his sister-in-law and brother-in-law glaring at him, and the other two brothers-in-law also looked down on him, with disgust on their faces, as if they were eager to cut off their relationship. Chi Bowen, who was completely scared, said goodbye in disgrace, but no one paid any attention to him. Instead, Chung Wanru winked at Ching Fong, and Ching Fong understood. He and Zidian immediately used 5 flowered sticks to fork Chi Bowen and threw him out of Shuren Hall. He-Man, who had received the news a long time ago, was already waiting outside Shuren Hall. When he saw Ching Fong Zidian bringing people out, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, ladies. Now, let me take young Master Chi home." He-Man knew that his third aunt wanted to divorce, so he simply stopped calling her third aunt Master. The young Master Chi was called by He-Man in 1,000 ways with profound meanings, which made the two maids Ching Fong and Zidian laugh so hard that they bent over.
You.
Chi Bowen wanted to curse, but he forced himself to hold it back. He was just a small clerk who was not worth mentioning Ningguo Gong. Even a housekeeper in Ningguo Gong's mansion was something he couldn't afford to offend. At this moment, Chi Bowen felt a little resentful towards his mother. If it wasn't for his mother's instigation, how could he hit his own wife? That was the girl of the Duke's mansion. Even if she was a concubine's daughter, her status was much more noble than his and their family. How could he dare to humiliate her so unscrupulously, as if he was bewitched? No, he couldn't divorce, he must not. If he really divorced, he would have no future at all. Even a small housekeeper in the Duke's mansion would be as easy to crush as an ant. Having made up his mind, Chi Bowen immediately said humbly, "Butler He, your family's third young lady and I are still a legitimate couple. Even if you force me to divorce, you should at least let me see her." He-Man sneered and said, "Young Master Chi, are you sure that our third aunt is soft-hearted? Even our prince's wife couldn't bear to disturb her rest after our third aunt was beaten like that by you. But you, young Master Chi, are so cruel. You are so cruel to humiliate the girl who is raised with great respect in our family, but we can't. Young Master Chi, do you want me to invite you to leave or send you away?" Chi Bowen knew that no matter whether he invited or sent, he would not get away with it. He had to frown and angrily said, "I will go by myself." He-Man immediately shouted loudly, "Farewell, Mr. Chi, Mr. Chi, have a safe journey." His shout was like a funeral cry, and Chi Bowen stumbled and fell to the ground with a plop, and his whole face was distorted in pain. He-Man saw it, laughed secretly in his heart, and shouted again, "Mr. Chi, be careful. Mr. Chi, watch the road. Mr. Chi, hide from the rocks." Chi Bowen almost vomited blood when he heard He-Man's strange shouting again. The third aunt who returned home today wanted to divorce. Before it was dark, the news spread throughout the Ningwa mansion. In the east wing of the west courtyard behind Kwexianju, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 30s heard the little maid tell her about this. She was shocked and pale. She stood up and said angrily and anxiously, "How can the third aunt divorce? How can she divorce? There are so many good marriages. Why is she not satisfied? No, I can't let her temper. She absolutely can't divorce. I want to find her. I want to persuade her to go back to her husband's house." This middle-aged woman is the third aunt's biological mother, Aunt He, who has almost no presence in the Duke's mansion. "Aunt, what are you doing?" The little maid saw her master walking out in a hurry and panic, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. She quickly ran forward to block the way and said impatiently, "Care, don't stop me. I have to persuade your third aunt. She must not leave Dagoe. What a good son-in-law. How can she not be satisfied?" Aunt, he pushed the little maid Care and said like a madman, I won't stop you, Auntie. Do you know where to find the third aunt?"
Care c'est dans Grilly.
Aunt, he was stunned and asked, "Doesn't your third aunt live in Ingekchuan?" Care snorted again, and then said, "Auntie never leaves the house all day long. What can you know? Let me tell you, the third aunt was placed in Chongfeng Garden by the eldest aunt. The wife of the prince has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb the third aunt. If anyone dares to trespass into Chongfeng Garden, he must be severely punished according to the rules of the government." What? She actually caught the eyes of the eldest aunt and the wife of the prince. How is this possible? Aunt, he frowned, with an incredible expression on her face. "What you said is strange, Auntie. After all, third aunt is the eldest aunt's biological sister and the sister-in-law of the crown prince's wife. What's so unpleasant about her? They are blood relatives."
Care curled her lips.
She really didn't understand what Auntie he was thinking about every day. Third aunt was her only biological child. Why didn't she stand by her own daughter, but praised outsiders highly? The Ningwa mansion is located in Luanfang, east of the inner city, close to the imperial city, while the Qi family is located in Yonggifang, north of the outer city, close to the north wall of the inner city. The house in Yonggifang was bought after Cheng Lianru got married, and it had been rented before. Chi Bowen limped back to his home in the north city. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a loud shout. "Big cousin, what's wrong with you?
Who hit you?"
A girl, about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a red satin jacket and skirt, ran quickly from the courtyard to the door, took Chi Bowen's arm, and helped him walk into the house while talking distressfully. "Hanga, is my mother at home?" Chi Bowen seemed to be used to the closeness of his cousin, and did not feel uncomfortable or avoid suspicion at all, just asking as he walked. "Aunt is in the house. Aunt. Cousin is back. Please come quickly." The girl called Hunger shouted loudly into the house again.
"Come back. Why?"
"Do I, as a mother-in-law, have to go out to greet him personally?" A somewhat harsh voice sounded, and then a middle-aged woman wearing a Hunan-colored satin silver mouse fur jacket with a longevity pattern and a satin gray mouse horse face skirt with an indigo embroidered pattern walked out from behind the door curtain opened by the little maid with an unhappy face.
"Anea, you."
"What's wrong with you? Where's your wife? She serves you like this." Seeing her son limping over, the woman screamed and ran over like a fly. Hiss. "Mother, let's talk inside." Chi Bowen gritted his teeth in pain, took a breath of cold air, and said unhappily, Okay, let's talk inside. Cui Shi, you little witch, why don't you get out and help your master? Do you really think you are the master's grandmother?" The woman turned her head and shouted at the west wing. Her voice was so sharp and scary. A woman with a woman's hair combed, who looked thin and about 18 or 19 years old, ran out of the west wing timidly. She walked to the left side of Chi Bowen with her eyebrows lowered, supported his arm, and walked to the main room. After entering the main room, Tsueshi poured tea, then stood aside with her head down and her hands hanging down. The cousin Hunger sat crookedly with her hands on the table, as if she was a proper master. Chi-Bowen's mother Lu was already sitting cross-legged on the Kong. She looked at her niece, then at Tsueshi, and finally at her son, frowned and said, "Hunger, Tsueshi, both of you go back to your rooms. You are not allowed to come here unless I call you." Tsueshi hurriedly bowed and responded, almost running away, but Hunger pouted her little mouth, twisted her body unhappily, and shouted, "Aunt, Hunger is not a stranger. Hunger, be obedient, get down." Chi-Bowen said solemnly, and Hunger reluctantly jumped off the Kong and walked away, twisting and turning.
Anna, Hunger is your cousin.
"Don't be mean to her," Lu said, a little unhappy. Chi-Bowen frowned and said, "Mother, don't talk about this. Something big has happened. Chung Lianru wants to divorce her son."
What?
"That witch actually dared to divorce you. Is she rebelling?" Lu immediately slammed the table and screamed angrily. "By the way, where is that witch? How dare she not come back? Is there any justice in the world?" Lu then noticed that her daughter-in-law did not go home with her son, and questioned her harshly. "Mother, don't shout. She is about to divorce. How can she be willing to come back with her son? Now she is living in the Ningguo mansion." Chi-Bowen pressed his hand on his temple and said, upset, "Does that witch really want a divorce?" Lu asked again, as if she didn't react. Chi-Bowen shouted impatiently, "Yes, she wants to divorce me, Mother. You heard it clearly."
She.
"How dare she know? She must not be allowed to divorce her." Lu immediately panicked and shouted anxiously, "Why shouldn't she dare? She has a father who is a duke, a brother who is a marshal, and a brother-in-law who is the chief judge of Dali. Mother, even rabbits will bite when they are angry. Besides, she is not a rabbit. She is the daughter of a super-duper duke." Chi-Bowen shouted angrily with red eyes. "But she has already married you. The daughters of good families must be faithful to one man. Besides, you are also an official of Jingzhou Prefecture. You are only 23 years old. You have a bright future." Lu shouted without any confidence, "Mother, it's useless to say all this. Now she wants to divorce. If I don't agree, the Ningguo mansion has plenty of ways to punish me. By then, I'm afraid I won't even be able to keep my position in Jingzhou mansion. It's easier for the Ningguo mansion to crush me than to crush an ant." After the anger, Chi-Bowen was left with only fear in his heart. "No, don't worry. I will never let that witch divorce you. No one can take away your status as the son-in-law of the Duke." Lu calmed down quickly. There was a cold and vicious light flashing in her eyes, and she said with gritted teeth, "Mother." Chi-Bowen called out in confusion. In fact, he had always had a question in his heart. Even if it was the Jinbei Marquis mansion before, it was so noble. Even if it was the concubine's daughter of the Marquis mansion, he, a low-ranking official, couldn't afford it. How did his mother get him this marriage that day? And don't think too much. By the way, what's wrong with you? Who beat you? Lu saw that her son had no injuries on his face, but walked with a limp and looked very uncomfortable, so she frowned and asked, "Who else could it be? It must be someone from the Duke's mansion." Hiss. They were so cruel. Chi-Bowen shouted in annoyance. He didn't think about the fact that with the skills of the two maids in the Duke's mansion who were good at martial arts, it would be effortless for them to beat him to death. If they hadn't been so careful, would he be able to go home alive? "Humph, you dare to hit my son, witch. Wait for me." Lu squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth viciously. No one knew where she got the confidence from. As a humble commoner, she dared to confront the super-class Ningguo mansion so hard. "Mother, do you really have a way to prevent your son from getting divorced?" Chi-Bowen asked doubtfully. Lu smiled grimly and said confidently, "Of course there is a way. Otherwise I wouldn't have married that witch back to you that day. Okay, my son believes me. Mother, my son was humiliated in the Duke's mansion today, and you must get it back for him in the future." Chi-Bowen wanted to think about what happened today and said bitterly, Go back to your room and rest first. Mother will ask Sibao to buy some plasters. My son has suffered a lot today. Seeing that her son's eyes were twitching in pain from time to time, Lu cried out in pain again. After sending her son back to the east wing, Lu returned to her room. She turned around and locked the door. She squatted down and rummaged in the Kong hole for a long time before she took out a small leather bag. Panting heavily, Lu sat on the edge of the Kong and poured the contents of the small leather bag onto the Kong table. It was a gray-white sheepskin purse. Sewing purses with sheepskin is a unique craft of women in the Shuabe grassland. In the purse there was a copper eagle head ring and a palm-sized sheepskin covered with Tartar words. Li Fong, if you can stop that witch from divorcing my son, then everything will be fine. If you can't, don't blame me for being merciless. If you want to die, let's die together. Lu gritted her teeth and whispered, and carefully put away the sheepskin purse. The next morning, Lu was just about to go to the Ningwa mansion to ask for an explanation when she heard the little maid Jinju calling outside, "Grandma, the housekeeper for my in-law's house is here." Lu's face darkened when she heard this, and anger rushed to her heart. Even if it was to discuss the matter of divorce, it had to be the real master of the Ningwa mansion who came forward. What a big deal to send a small housekeeper over. The Ningwa mansion was really going too far. Thinking of her plan last night, Lu frowned and said in a cold voice, "Tell the housekeeper to wait outside, and invite your master to the main hall to talk." The little maid ran away in response. Lu straightened her clothes and went to the main hall with a stern face. When she arrived at the main hall, her son Chi Bowen had already arrived. Chi Bowen's eyes were a little blue, and it was obvious that he did not sleep well that night. Lu couldn't help feeling distressed when she saw it. Myanmar has suffered. Mother will go to the Ningwa mansion and seek justice for Myanmar, Lu said to her son confidently. Chi Bowen couldn't understand where his mother got the confidence from, but thinking that since she could successfully marry Cheng Lianru, a girl from the Marquis' mansion, for him, she thought that this time she would not let him divorce. Bowing, Chi Bowen said, "Mother, you have worked hard. It's all thanks to Mother for your son." Lu waved her hand and said, "Honor, just sit quietly. I want to see how the Ningwa mansion is going to bully others. There is no place for reason in this world. Xiaoxiang, call that housekeeper in." The last sentence was shouted by Lu outside the door. The Qi family's house was just a small courtyard with one entrance. It was so small that when Lu shouted in the main room, people standing outside the gate outside the screen wall could hear it clearly. He-Man, who was rudely left outside the door, naturally heard it clearly. He-Man was not annoyed, but said to the servant standing outside the door, "You wait here and wait for my call so that you can go in and carry the third aunt's dowry. By the way, if someone from the neighbors asks what you do you know what to say?" The servants shouted in unison. Replied a housekeeper, "We know." He-Man smiled and said, "I'm glad to know." Then he flicked his sleeves, swaggered around the screen wall, and walked towards the upper room of the Qi family. He-Man walked into the upper room, bowed slightly, performed a dignified salute, then stood up, put the divorce letter on the table in front of Chi Bowen, and said lightly, "Mr. Chi, please sign this divorce letter so that I can count our third aunt's dowry as soon as possible and take it back to report to the Duke." "What? You still want to rob my family's property?" Before Chi Bowen opened his mouth to speak, Lu shouted first. "You have to know that Cheng Lianru had been married into the Qi family for less than a month, and her dowry was taken away by her mother-in-law Lu through coaxing, deception, and robbery. Otherwise, she would not be able to wear new clothes and a few decent jewelry even when she went back to her parents' home."
Mom, don't talk about the dowry first.
Chi Bowen quickly winked at his mother. It is said that no one knows a son better than his mother, and in fact, no one knows a mother better than her son. Chi Bowen knew too well how much his mother loved money. She was really the kind of person who would fish out all the copper coins in the frying pan to spend. If she was not interrupted quickly, I am afraid that all her attention would be on money.
Oh, yes. Bah.
What divorce letter? My good daughter-in-law went back to her parents' home on the second day of the new year, and you forced her to divorce. Bah. Are you still human? Lu immediately cursed. A good daughter-in-law? Could it be that Grandma Lu feels that being skinny and skinny, with no good skin on her body, and being so weak that she could faint at any time, is not a good daughter-in-law? I'm not afraid of you knowing that our mansion has already invited a female doctor from the Imperial Hospital to examine the injuries of the third aunt. If Mr. Chi signs the divorce letter today, we won't say anything. If he doesn't sign, then go to the lobby of Jingzhou Mansion. He-Man sneered and said coldly,
You.
Who beat that witch? No one has ever beaten my daughter-in-law. Lu habitually opened her mouth to scold, but was interrupted by her son's heavy dry cough and changed her mouth abruptly. Whether she was beaten or not, the pulse records of the imperial physician and the physical examination issued by the female doctor of the Imperial Hospital cannot be faked. Mr. Chi, are you going to sign or not? He-Man ignored Lu and just stared at Chi Bowen coldly. The divorce letter must be signed by both husband and wife before it can be taken to the Household Registration Department of the Government Office to cancel the original marriage certificate and formally dissolve the marital relationship. This signature cannot be replaced by anyone. So, He-Man had to watch Chi Bowen sign it in person. I will never sign this divorce letter without seeing Lianru. Even if you sue me in court, I will not sign it. The worst that can happen is that I will die. I want to see how you, the Duke's mansion, are going to force a commoner like me to death. Chi Bowen suddenly became tough. Lu also shouted, You are right, why do you say so and we can have a divorce? On that day, I personally discussed the marriage with your Marquis's wife. Even if we want a divorce today, she has to come forward in person. Otherwise, we will never sign this divorce letter. He-Man looked at Lu and her son and asked lightly, Do you want to talk to our old lady? Do you want to see the third aunt? Mother Lu and son nodded at the same time. Well, then please go to the Duke's mansion tomorrow to meet the old lady and the third aunt. By the way, please count out our third aunt's dowry according to the dowry list. We will take it to the Duke's mansion together tomorrow. If something is missing, I think Grandma Lu and Master Chi don't want to bear the bad reputation of being greedy for the dowry of their daughter-in-law. He-Man said with a sneer, and Lu and Chi Bowen's faces darkened at the same time. By the way, Grandma Lu and Master Chi must come tomorrow. If you miss tomorrow, we can only see each other in court. He-Man said another sentence and turned away. After leaving the gate of the Chi family, he saw the neighbors around him gathered in twos and threes around the servants he brought with him. The servants were talking to each other, and they were talking very excitedly. The neighbors surrounding the servants made shocked exclamations such as awe.
Oh. See.
From time to time, with the corners of his mouth raised, He-Man smiled coldly. He had no intention of moving the third aunt's dowry back today. Otherwise, the people he brought would not be these half-grown servants who were eloquent, but not very strong. The 4 empty carts were purely rushed over to arouse the curiosity of the neighbors. In this new year, all the neighbors are idle at home. Who doesn't like to watch the fun? Seeing that the servants had almost finished talking, He-Man called out, rode on his horse, and returned to the Ningwa mansion with 4 empty carriages. Lu and Chi Bowen did not go out, so they didn't know that just because He-Man came for a short while, their family's reputation would be ruined. Early the next morning, Lu and her son hurriedly ate breakfast and ordered the servant to go to the street to call a carriage. The carriage originally in the family was also one of Chung Lianru's dowry. When He-Man came yesterday, he specially asked a servant to have a conversation with the boy driving the carriage. As a result, when it was getting dark, the driver caught up with the carriage, quietly left the Chi family, and returned to the Ningwa mansion privately. When Lu got up at night, she found that the family's carriage and the driver were gone. She knew what happened as soon as she thought about it. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep in the second half of the night. So she called her son early in the morning, and the mother and son went to the Ningwa mansion to ask for punishment. Lu's mother and son waited at home for more than an hour, and the servant Sibo found a somewhat shabby donkey cart from the Shiafang next door. In fact, there was a Zhangji carriage and horse shop with a large scale, which was only 2 alleys away from the Chi family. It rented out good carriages that were enough to support the store. Why did you go for so long, Sibao? You were lazy again. Chi Bowen scolded angrily. Sibao said aggrievedly, Master, I didn't lazy. It was because Zhangji Carriage and Horse Shop said they would not rent it when they heard that it was our family's car. I talked them through, and they just didn't rent it. I had no choice but to rent a car farther away. During the new year, many carriages in carriage shops were rented out. I had to go to Sheifang and finally rented a donkey cart. What, you dare to rent a donkey cart, you? Qi Bowen was so angry that he raised his hand to hit him. Sibao hid away in fear and cried out aggrievedly, "The carriage shops that have carriages don't rent them out, and those who are willing to rent don't have any. There's nothing I can do." Lu frowned and asked, "How could this be, Honor? Aren't you good friends with the old man from the Zhang family?" Qi Bowen said impatiently, "How should I know?" Sibao held his head and ran to the side, muttering softly. Master Zhang said that their family's carriage will not be rented to families who are willing to embezzle even the daughter-in-law's dowry. As soon as he finished speaking, Sibao held his head and ran away quickly. In Dechu, dowry is a woman's private property. It is the life guarantee given to her by her parents for her whole life. No one in the husband's family may seize it under any name. This is clearly written in the laws of Dechu. It is one of the few legal provisions to protect women's rights. If someone does something like snatching the daughter-in-law's dowry, they will not only be despised by the neighbors, but also be punished by the law. This is simply outrageous. Mother, let's go to the Duke's mansion now. Now, we can only save our reputation by bringing that vicious woman back. Qi Bowen was so angry that he almost bit his teeth. Okay, let's go now. Lu was so angry that her face turned blue, and her face was as stiff as ice for 10,000 years. She never thought that she was already over 40 and still had to suffer such humiliation. When Lu and her son arrived at the Ningguo mansion, the servants at the door would not let them go through the west door where relatives walked, but led the mother and son to the west corner door, which was the passage for ordinary people to enter and exit the Ningguo mansion. From top to bottom, the Ningguo mansion no longer regarded Lu and her son as in-laws. Lu had been bullied repeatedly this morning and was too angry to be angry anymore. Now she just held her breath, waiting to see Li before she exploded. Lu was led to Quexianju by the old woman, while Qi Boyan, accompanied by He-Man, waited in the small guest hall in the outer courtyard. When the message came out, Qi Boyan could go to see Chung Lianru. In Quexianju, Li had already dismissed all the servants and only let Lu go to the west room to talk. Lu was eager to talk to Li alone, so she immediately walked in quickly. "Li Feng, you are so arrogant. If it weren't for your brother, you wouldn't have the good life you have today." Lu said this to Li as soon as she saw her. Li frowned and looked at Lu and said in a low voice, "Why are you shouting? Of course, I will never forget my brother's kindness. I have done what you asked me to do. What else do you want? What else do I want? Is it me who wants it or what you want from the Duke's mansion? I sent my son and daughter-in-law back to pay New Year's greetings, but what did you do? Look at what you did to my son. My daughter-in-law was also detained by you. What else do you want? Do you think you can bully others by taking advantage of your power?" The angry Lu was so angry that her saliva sprayed on Li's face. Li wiped her face with a handkerchief in anger and said in a low voice, "You did it yourself. If you were a little better to the third girl, you wouldn't have made such a scene. I have seen her injuries. Are you still human? You are such a good daughter of a nobleman. Yet you dare to be so mean. There is not even a piece of good skin around her, and she is so thin that only bones like dry firewood are left. TSK, 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 TSK. I can't bear to see it. How can you have the heart to do that to her? Every daughter-in-law has not gone through this. You can beat the daughter-in-law and knead her into dough. If her bones are not broken, she can't live peacefully with my son." Lu raised her head, very righteous.
You.
Li, who was unreasonable enough on weekdays, was speechless because of Lu's anger. After all, Li had 2 biological daughters. If the mother-in-law of her biological daughters also had the same idea as Lu, she would be kind if she didn't burn the evil mother-in-law to death. "I won't talk nonsense with you. I just want to say one thing. My son must not divorce." Lu took out the sheepskin purse and played with it, and said to Li in a tough tone, When Li saw the sheepskin purse, her eyes suddenly tightened, her face turned cold, and she said coldly, "Are you threatening me, Sister Lu? Don't forget, I am no longer the Li Fong of the past, and you are no longer the Lu Ruyu of the past." "Really? As long as you are Li Fong and I am Lu Ruyu, there is no difference. I think you don't want this thing to be sent to your duke." Lu pinched the rope of the sheepskin purse and swung it around a few times, with a sinister and complacent smile on her face. I married the third girl to your son as you wished that day, and you said you would not use it to threaten me again," Li asked in a low voice without confidence. Lu sneered, "Then I didn't know that the third girl you raised like that would still have that kind of rigidity. You married her into my family without training her well, and caused such a big trouble. Who else should I look for if not you? Okay, I will find a way to prevent third aunt from getting a divorce, but this thing." Li pointed to the sheepskin purse in Lu's hand. "You have to destroy it in front of me." "Okay. As long as you return my daughter-in-law to me, let her write a letter of apology, and promise that she will never get a divorce from my son, I will destroy this thing in front of you." Lu agreed immediately. Li frowned and shook her head and said, "It's impossible to write a letter of apology. I can only persuade her not to get a divorce. Go back and live a good life within her. If you agree, I will arrange it immediately. If you don't agree, then let's just go our separate ways. Lu Ruyu, I warn you, my brother didn't leave you that much affection. Don't push your luck." "Okay, then I'll take a step back, but she is to kowtow to me as her mother-in-law and admit her mistake. Also, you have to arrange a nurse future. Otherwise." Lu seemed to have taken a step back, but in fact she put forward another condition. Li shouted angrily, "I haven't made arrangements for my own son. How can it be a nurse's turn? Lu Ruyu, don't go too far. If a nur is capable, he will be able to come to the fore sooner or later. If he doesn't have that ability, don't even think about climbing up." Lu sneered sarcastically. "Your son? Is he your biological son? Don't forget, whose son is a nur? Li Fong, this is what you owe your brother, and you must pay it back as long as you are alive in this life." Chi Bowen was left alone in the small guest hall in the outer courtyard for more than an hour before someone came to inform him that young Master Chi was invited to the West Tea Hall in Chiwu Garden. Chi Bowen knew that Chiwu Garden was the residence of the Crown Prince Chingxi's, and he felt a little nervous. He knew that the Crown Prince's wife, who was now in charge of the family, was a powerful figure and was not as easy to fool as Chim Lianru. Chi Bowen was led to the outside of the West Tea Hall by a little boy, and the little maid in the corridor reported to the inside in a crisp voice, and then with a cold face, she opened the light crimson satin quilted curtain and said in a bad mood, "Young Master Chi, please come in." Chi Bowen had a sullen face and lowered his head as he entered the room. When he looked up, he saw two noble ladies sitting in the upper main seat, with stern expressions, luxurious clothes, and noble demeanor. Chi Bowen quickly glanced to both sides and saw that sitting in the lower left was his wife Ching Lianru, who was determined to divorce him, and sitting in the lower right was the wife of the second room, Xiao Li. Looking at this situation, I am afraid that he will not be able to get his wish today. Chi Bowen, you said that you would not divorce until you see my third sister, and now you have seen her. Then sign the divorce agreement. Chung Wanru, who was sitting in the upper right main seat, said coldly. I want to talk to Lianru alone. When Chi Bowen saw the eldest aunt of the Ningguo mansion, he felt that there was no part of his skin that did not hurt. In front of this evil star, he dared not say anything. How could he dare to ask Ching Lianru not to divorce? Talk alone? Chi Bowen, you wish. There is nothing that cannot be said to others. Since you dare not say it in front of us, I think it is not a good thing. Since it is not a good thing, it is better not to say it. Chung Wanru shouted harshly, and Chi Bowen shivered with fear. Chi Bowen looked around the hall, and then he noticed that there were more than 10 maids and old women in the hall. His face turned black. He had thought of the tricks a long time ago, but now he couldn't use any of them. How can he beg Ching Lianru not to divorce him? Is he really going to do it in front of these servants? Lianru, you and I are husband and wife. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace. Don't you even want to give me a chance to talk to you alone? Chi Bowen looked at the pale-faced Cheng Lianru and pleaded in the softest tone. After being married for more than 3 years, Chi Bowen felt that he could still control Cheng Lianru, the illegitimate daughter of the Duke's mansion. As long as he showed her a good face, she would be grateful. Chi Bowen, after you beat me and caused me to have 2 miscarriages, there is no longer a trace of love between you and me. If you had any regard for the love between husband and wife, you should not have beaten me to death. You are not beating your wife, you are trying to kill your enemy. No matter how incompetent I, Cheng Lianru, am, I cannot let myself be beaten to death by you. Even if it costs me my life, I will divorce you. Under the encouraging and supportive eyes of her elder sister and sister-in-law, Cheng Lianru expressed her will so firmly for the first time. After she said this, Cheng Lianru felt that the shackles that had been trapping her disappeared in an instant, and she felt so relaxed that she almost flew up.
You.
Lianru, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I will definitely change.
I will treat you well.
Hearing Cheng Lianru's resolute words, Chi Bowen's heart tightened. His knees suddenly softened, and he actually knelt down towards Cheng Lianru and crawled towards her on his knees. No one in the hall expected Chi Bowen to be so bold. In front of a room full of maids and old women, he actually knelt down. Cheng Lianru was so shocked that her face changed. Chi Bowen crawled on his knees quickly, but after only a few steps, he was lifted up by the back of his neck and thrown back. Before Chi Bowen could scream, he had already landed steadily at the threshold.
You.
Chi Bowen was about to yell, but when he saw who threw him away, he was so scared that he swallowed everything back into his stomach. The person who threw Chi Bowen away was none other than Zidian, who beat him up the day before. When they started fighting that day, Zidian hit harder than Qing Feng, and the beating hurt more. Master Qi, you have studied for a few years and passed the imperial examinations many times. How come you don't even know the word honesty and shame now? Do you think that if you do this, third sister will be soft-hearted? The girls in Arningwa Mansion are not so thin-skinned.
Ningsite Goldli.
Chi Bowen has been studying since he was a child. He has studied for more than 10 years and took the imperial examinations 7 or 8 times, but he only passed the imperial examinations at the bottom of the list. Since then, he has never taken the imperial examinations again. With the help of his mother Lu, he got a job as a minor official in Jingzhou Prefecture. Since then, he has never touched a book again. To be honest, I am afraid that Cheng Lianru's knowledge is better than his. My eldest sister-in-law is also from a scholar's family. Why do you humiliate me like this? The thing that Chi Bowen hated most in his life was the imperial examinations. He shouted angrily.
How dare you?
Who is your eldest sister-in-law? Zidian, slap her. Cheng Wanru shouted, and Zidian rushed over quickly, paw paw paw. There were several extremely loud slaps. Little Li was so scared that her eyes were straight. This. They started fighting over a disagreement. Although the eldest aunt was a bit fierce in the past, she was not so cruel. She shouted for fighting and killing at every turn. Who could stand it? I really don't know how the eldest aunt has survived these years. No wonder he dared not take a concubine. If he takes one in, he will beat one to death. Little Li naturally didn't know that when Cheng Wanru saw that her third sister had no good skin, she wanted to kill Chi Bowen. She only let the maid slap a few times. She was very restrained. Little Li didn't know that the eldest aunt Li Qingrui loved his wife as much as his life. He only had Cheng Wanru in his heart and eyes. How could he bear to take a concubine and make her sad? Zidian has been practicing martial arts since she was young, and she has cultivated both her inner and outer abilities. She is very measured with her hands. Although the slapping sounded loud and Chi Bowen was in so much pain, his face was only slightly pink, and he looked very healthy. As long as you don't see Chi Bowen being slapped, no one would dare to believe that he was slapped. In fact, it is secondary that you can't see the slap marks. Chi Bowen will only know the power of Zidian's slaps in a few years. Before he is 30 years old, he will lose all his teeth and become a real toothless, shameless person. Chi Bowen, are you going to sign this divorce letter or not? Give me a straight answer. Chung Wanru glanced at him and asked with a cold snort.
I
can't get a divorce. Only a divorce letter. Chi Bowen also understood at this time that Chung Lianru would never care about the relationship between him and his wife. He was very proud at this moment. If he had cared about the relationship between him and his wife, he would not beat Chung Lianru to death. Divorce letter?
Bah.
You're dreaming. Chung Wanru immediately spat heavily, and Zidian drew out the soft sword from her waist and was about to stab Chi Bowen, the shameless and shameless villain, to death with one sword.
Zidian.
Ning called out in a deep voice, and Zidian pouted and reluctantly wrapped the soft sword back to her waist. Since we can't come to an agreement, let's meet in court. If Mr. Chi didn't learn the laws of the Great Chu well before, he might as well take a look at it at the last minute, so as not to be laughed at for not knowing the laws of the Great Chu. Ning said lightly, and Chi Bowen was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. It is said that you don't hit people in the face when you hit them, and don't expose their shortcomings when you scold them. Do the women in the Ningwa mansion still have any virtue? The soft and hard knives stabbed him in the heart one after another, which really made him angry to death. Chi Bowen didn't even dare to show his impotent rage on the surface. He just said in a cowardly way, "The saints are right. It is true that only women and villains are difficult to raise." Before he finished speaking, he ran away like a fugitive. Chi Bowen had just run out when Jean Fong, a first-class maid from Quexianju, came to tell him that the mistress wanted to talk to the third aunt. Chung Lianru's face was obviously ugly. She really didn't want to see her stepmotherly, but she didn't dare not go because her stepmother summoned her. "Don't be afraid, third sister. I will go with you." Chung Wanru walked to her sister's side, gently stroked her thin shoulders, and gently comforted her. "Big sister, Chung Lianru looked up and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Jean Feng's voice. "Big aunt, the mistress asked the third aunt to go by herself. You should stop interfering." Jean Feng raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly. Her master was very afraid of the eldest aunt, and she didn't know where she, a maid, got the confidence from. "How dare you be rude to the eldest aunt, Aunt Sue, slap her in the face." Hearing Jean Feng's rude words to the eldest aunt, Ning was furious and shouted angrily, even angrier than when she saw Chi Bowen just now. Aunt Sue was a middle-aged woman with a strong back and strong waist. She responded loudly and immediately strode to Jean Feng, who hadn't reacted yet, grabbed her by the front of her clothes and slapped her twice, making her ears buzz and blood immediately flowed from the corners of her lips.
Ni guandago.
Jean Feng, who was beaten so hard that she couldn't even speak clearly, immediately grabbed Aunt Sue's arms tightly and shouted incoherently. "All right, she's just taking advantage of the power of her master. Aunt Sue, let her go, and tell her to go back and complain to her master." Chung Wanru said with disdain, and Aunt Sue then loosened her hand that was grabbing Jean Feng's lapel, and slapped Jean Feng's hand that was grabbing her arm with 2 slaps of her backhand, and then pushed Jean Feng, and she fell flat on her. Jean Feng felt pain, shame, and annoyance, and her face was almost red. She got up in a panic and ran away like a fly. "Third sister, you see, they are just some people who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as you make up your mind, no one can influence your decision. Don't be afraid. Although she is your legal mother in name, you still have our father. With our father around, no one can bully his daughter." Chung Wanru knew that the third sister was timid, so she smiled and comforted her. Ning also came over, took her sister-in-law's hand, and said gently, "Third sister, there is not only father, but also your eldest brother and me. Your 3 nephews will also support you when they grow up. Don't be afraid, we will hold our heads high, and we are always right no matter where we are." Littly looked at the sisters-in-law in front of her who were so affectionate, and no one paid attention to her. She felt sour and annoyed in her heart, but she was too timid to say anything and only dared to snort with her nose. In this mansion, apart from Li and Aunt He, the couple in the second room were the only ones who didn't want Chung Lianru to divorce and return home. They only have 2 daughters now. Having an aunt who divorced and returned home in the family will have a bad influence on the marriage of their nieces. There are those mean and dissolute people who will look down on the girls of the family because of an aunt who divorced and returned home. Big sister, sister-in-law, I understand. This time, I will make my own decision, no matter what. As long as sister-in-law doesn't dislike me, I'm not afraid, Chung Lianru said resolutely. They're all the offspring of Qingfuhu, so how could Chung Lianru not have any courage and strength at all? It's just that her courage and strength were suppressed before they could sprout. Now that she has been forced into a desperate situation, Chung Lianru is unwilling and unable to endure it anymore. Don't worry, third sister. The Ningguo mansion will always be your home. Ning said solemnly. Chung Lianru smiled with tears in her eyes and nodded, then said softly and firmly, Big sister, since mother wants me to go to Quexianju alone, then I will go alone. Don't worry, I am not afraid. Chung Wanru nodded with relief and said in a domineering voice, Zi Dian Qing Feng, you too will send third aunt to Quexianju. If anyone dares to touch third aunt, you just protect her and tell that blind guy to come and talk to me. Zi Dian Qing Feng agreed crisply and supported the frail third aunt on the left and right. Xiyu, who was temporarily transferred to serve third aunt, followed closely with a little maid named Shuanglu. Ning hurriedly shouted loudly from behind, Xiyu, first help third aunt to change the new clothes I made for her, and then go to Quexianju. Xiyu quickly agreed and led third aunt to the back. After more than a quarter of an hour, Chung Lianru, who had dressed neatly again, finally got on the sedan chair. 4 sturdy maids lifted the sedan chair and walked quickly to Quexianju. When they arrived at Quexianju, 4 maids surrounded Chung Lianru and entered the west room. When Li, who was sitting at the head, saw the 3 maids Zidian, Qingfeng, Xiyu, and her heart suddenly jumped. The 2 most skilled maids plus Xiyu, who was a quick talker who said that she was invincible in the Duke's mansion, were going to make trouble in her Quexianju. In fact, Li had forgotten to take into account Shuanglu, the 11-year-old maid. This little maid was not ordinary. She was so clever that she was more clever than a monkey when covered with fur. This maid's legs and feet were also very agile. Others could run half an hour, but Shuanglu could finish the journey in 2/4 of an hour. If there was really something, Shuanglu could report the news faster than others. Lu sat below Li. She saw her daughter-in-law, who had always been timid, now wearing a golden hairpin with a red gold filigree and a golden phoenix holding a rice bead, and a shiny silver-red silk satin with a lotus pattern and a round collar. She also wore a phoenix feather brooch inlaid with a pigeon blood ruby the size of a fingertip. She looked so rich that people dared not look directly at her. If it weren't for the familiar thin and pale face and the same eyebrows and eyes, Lu would hardly recognize that this person was her daughter-in-law. Li was also secretly surprised and angry. The silver-red silk satin with a lotus pattern and a round collar was a new reward from the palace this year. Because there was only one piece, it was impossible to give it to 2 daughters at the same time. Li planned to keep it to make new clothes for herself in the spring. Unexpectedly, it has been made into clothes and worn by the concubine's daughter, the 3rd aunt. Li was the most elegant to dress up, and any new fabrics in the mansion had to be given to her first. Now, she hadn't even touched the silver-red silk with lotus pattern, but the fabric had already been worn by the concubine whom Li despised the most. She must be furious. But before Li could come up with an excuse to get angry, she heard Lu's exaggerated cry. "Ru girl, how can you be so cruel that you don't even recognize your mother?" Lu slapped her thigh and howled. "Aunt Lu, now that I have decided to divorce your son, I can't call you that anymore. Besides, you didn't allow me to call you that before. You said I was unworthy. If I had called you Madam Less, you would have never shown mercy." Chung Lianru's tone was very light, and her words were cold. Li glanced at Lu and thought, "You still think she is helpless and does whatever she wants. Now she has completely offended people, and you still want to take advantage of her? Even if the 3rd girl is willing, her brothers and sisters can't agree. If you hadn't threatened me with that thing, I would have paid no attention to you. No, I can't just let you do whatever you want. When will this end? Lu Ryu, since you don't care about our old friendship, then go down and serve my brother as soon as possible. Third girl, you are not feeling well, just sit down and talk. Li acted like a loving mother and spoke to Chung Lianru with a smile. Chung Lianru had never seen the smiling face of her biological mother Li since she was a child. When she saw it suddenly, she was really quite uncomfortable. She shuddered suddenly, and that feeling was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Shiyu had been supporting the third aunt, so she could naturally feel her shiver, so Shiyu knelt down and said with a smile in a familiar manner, "The maid would like to thank the madam for your kindness on behalf of the third aunt." After saying that, he helped the third aunt to sit down steadily opposite Lu. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was sitting on the same level as herself, and that Li had not spoken out any objection, Lu's face became even uglier. She looked at Li with a threatening look, put her hand on the royal blue satin purse on her waist that looked twice as big as an ordinary purse, and patted it gently. The little maid Shuanglu was looking at her old lady and Lu with a pair of clever big eyes inconspicuously. She keenly noticed that when Lu pressed the extra large purse on her waist, her old lady's face changed slightly. In fact, with Li's current status, she should have been called the old lady a long time ago, but Li was just 40 years old this year. She always felt that she was still young and refused to let others call her the old lady. Therefore, the servants serving Li called her madam, and the servants in Chiwu Garden of Shuren Hall called her the old lady. Li was sulking for this. There is something strange about this purse. We have to find a way to get it over, and take a look. Shuanglu said secretly in her heart, and began to think of a solution quickly. Third girl, you are also educated. You must know that a good woman will not marry twice, and must be faithful to one man. There is also a saying in the folks that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If you marry a carrying pole, you have to carry it with you, right? Li had a smile on her face, but her eyes were as cold as ice, freezing Chung Lianru to the core. My daughter is stupid. Please tell me clearly, mother. Chung Lianru suppressed the fear in her heart, raised her head, looked directly at her stepmother Li, and asked calmly,
"Oh.
You child, look at you, it's New Year's Day, and you are making a fuss about divorce, making your husband's family and your own family restless. Is this how you act as a daughter and a daughter-in-law? Why don't you give up the idea of divorce and apologize to your mother-in-law? Your mother-in-law is very magnanimous and will not bother with you." When Li saw that Chung Lianru did not continue with her words, her face darkened and she scolded her angrily. After hearing this, Chung Lianru stood up, walked slowly to the front of the hall, looked straight at Li, knelt down slowly, and asked calmly, "Excuse me, mother, if my second sister or fourth sister had the same experience as my daughter today, would you say the same thing?" Li was speechless by the question. If her biological daughter was abused by her husband's family, not only would she not say so, she would also bring the servants of the Duke's mansion and burn down the indifferent husband's family. What qualifications do you have to compare with my daughter? They are legitimate daughters. Who are you? Li slammed the table angrily and shouted loudly. Yes, my daughter is a concubine's daughter and has no qualifications to compare with your mother's biological daughter. But please don't forget, your daughter also has my father's blood flowing in her body, but without my mother's blood. Does your mother think that because she has only my father's blood without your blood, she can be bullied at will? What Chung Lianru said was simply heartbreaking. Li was shocked, angry, and afraid, but before she could open her mouth, she heard Chung Lianru's voice again. If mother doesn't allow me to divorce today, then my second brother-in-law and fourth sister-in-law can follow suit in the future and beat my second sister and fourth sister to death without any scruples. Anyway, in mother's eyes, a married daughter is not allowed to divorce even if she is beaten to death by her in-laws. They deserve to die. Chung Lianru's eyes were filled with despair, and her words were sharper than ever. They dare. Little witch, how dare you curse my daughter? You're looking for death. Li angrily picked up the teacup at hand and smashed it on Chung Lianru's head. Zidian's figure flashed and caught the teacup steadily with one hand. Qing Feng rushed to Chung Lianru and protected her tightly. Seeing that Chung Lianru dared to contradict her stepmother in person, Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Is this still her daughter-in-law who is submissive, endured beatings and scolding, worked hard and could be squeezed and kneaded at will. And there were 2 maids with terrifying skills. Even if she really agreed not to divorce, would she dare to keep them, and could she afford such a daughter-in-law?
You.
You are so bold, you dare to rebel. Come on, take these 2 girls down and beat them with 20 boards. Li didn't get angry at the concubine's daughter, but pointed at Zidian and Qingfeng and yelled. Cheng Lianru's heart tightened, and she quickly stood up and protected Zidian and Qingfeng behind her and said anxiously, Mother, Zidian and Qingfeng are people around my eldest sister, and their indentures are not in our house. You have no right to punish them. Li was choked. She certainly knew that Zidian and Qingfeng were the maids who came with the dowry of the eldest aunt, and their indentures were in the hands of the eldest aunt. They were no longer maids in the Ningguo mansion, and she really couldn't punish them. Humph. I can't beat them, but I can't beat that girl. Li pointed at Xiyu and yelled angrily. There was no trace of panic or fear on Xiyu's face. She knelt down calmly and asked softly, Madam, I am stupid and don't know what mistake I made to be punished by you. Please tell me clearly. I can obey your wishes and change completely. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but everyone in the hall could hear that Xiyu kept calling her old lady, which really hit Li's heart. Li was choked and almost rolled her eyes. Xiyu has only said 2 sentences since she came in, and every sentence was reasonable and there was no fault in etiquette. Unless Li was unreasonable, there was really no reason to beat Xiyu with a stick. If the Duke was not at home, Li might really call someone up and drag Xiyu down to beat her with a stick. But the problem is that the Duke is at home now. Li knew that if she beat Xiyu without any reason, Ning would definitely file a complaint with the Duke. Cheng Fuhu's lifelong military management emphasized strict military discipline and clear rewards and punishments. Xiyu was punished without fault, and Li, the murderer, would be locked up in the small Buddhist hall again, even if he was not beaten with a stick. Over the years, Li felt that she had completely understood her husband's bottom line, so she only dared to act recklessly within her self-perceived bottom line and did not dare to cross the line. Li wanted to say that Xiyu had contradicted her, but Xiyu's words were soft, her tone was humble, and there was no problem with her etiquette, so she really couldn't find any fault. She couldn't say that Xiyu was wrong to follow Cheng Lianru. After all, she was just a maid, and she didn't decide who she served, but had to listen to the master's assignment. Seeing that Li, the wife of a dignified duke, was blushing and angry at a concubine's daughter and 3 maids, but she couldn't even deal with a maid, Li's heart was also beating. Why did she feel that Li's current position was not as stable as it was in previous years? If Li's words were useless, would it be useful to continue threatening her? But apart from Li, Lu no longer knew any other noble ladies who could pave the way for her son. Was she just going to accept her fate? No, I won't accept my fate. The master said that Myanur is a man of great fortune. Lu recalled the fortune told by the godlike monk when she gave birth to her son, and her confidence surged again. Ru girl, forget about getting a divorce. We will never agree to it even if we die. Since you have entered my family, you are a member of my family. Even if you die, you will be my ghost. If you refuse to come back, I will hang myself on the city gate tower. I will sue you, the Ningguo mansion, for using your power to oppress others and force my in-laws to death. Lu stared at Cheng Lianru and said viciously. Cheng Lianru was about to open her mouth to retort, but Lu interrupted her and said, if you don't divorce and come back to live a good life with Myanur, we will still be a family. I will give you the power of housekeeper. As long as you give Myanur a son, you will have the final say in the future, and we will live a warm and loving family. Looking at Lu's arrogant and ugly face, as if giving alms, Cheng Lianru suddenly laughed. Her smile was like a blooming flower, and she was beautiful, as if she had been reborn. Grandma Lu, the beads on your abacus are so loud. You don't have to go to the city gate tower to hang yourself. It's not good to scare the people of the capital. We will meet in court later. You go to the hall to sue, but how can the dead speak like the living? What if your body is destroyed as soon as you are hanged? Cheng Lianru no longer looked at Lu straight in the eye, but sneered.
You.
You are really not afraid. Lu was so angry that she was shaking all over. How could this be her daughter-in-law, who could do nothing even with 3 sticks? She was clearly a demon who would eat people without leaving any bones. I'm afraid. Of course I'm not afraid. I'm afraid of being beaten to death by your family. I'm afraid that you'll plot against me and even take my bones to make oil. Chung Lianru retorted unceremoniously. Seeing that the third aunt was firing on all cylinders, Xiu felt that her words were useless. Zijian and Qingfeng were full of surprise. If they were just ordered to protect the third aunt before, then, at this time the 2 maids wanted to protect this poor girl who was desperately trying to survive in desperation from the bottom of their hearts. Lu was gasping for breath because of Chung Lianru's blockage. Chung Lianru no longer paid attention to her, but only looked at Li and said calmly, "If the mother calls her daughter here, it is only to ask her daughter not to divorce." The daughter reported to her mother that this was absolutely impossible. Even if it meant death, the daughter would divorce Chiboan. If the mother had nothing else to do, the daughter would take her leave now. How could Li dare to force her concubine's daughter not to divorce? The crime of humiliating the bloodline of the Duke of Ningguo was put on her. Even if she was the Duke's wife, she could not resist. Moreover, her official title of the Duke's wife had not been issued yet. At the palace banquet, she had to sit with the Marquis wives. Forget it, go back.
Li Shoutonfapili.
Perhaps because she had been scolded too many times recently, Li felt that her tolerance had improved a lot. She was scolded by a concubine's daughter like this, but she didn't even get angry. Lu watched her daughter-in-law walk out of her sight without hesitation and headed towards her new life. And her son's idea of climbing up by relying on the Duke's mansion was completely shattered. Li Fong, what did you promise me just now? Lu turned and glared at Li, shouting angrily. She was not completely without sense of propriety. For example, even if she was furious, she knew to speak in a low voice. The clever Shuanglu's ears were also very sharp. The delicate little ears moved twice, and a flash of surprise flashed in Shuanglu's eyes. Sister Zidian, Sister Qingfeng, did you hear anything? Shuanglu knew that the 2 sisters had practiced martial arts since they were young, and they thought their hearing was better than hers, so she immediately asked in a low voice. Zijian and Qingfeng looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The more steady Qingfeng said softly, "Let's go back and talk about it." As the group walked out of the gate of Quexianju, a little maid who kept stamping her feet and rubbing her hands vigorously ran over quickly and called softly, "Third aunt, please come over to talk." When Chung Lianru saw who the person was, her body trembled and some bad memories from the past flooded into her mind. She took a deep breath, suppressed those bad memories, and said softly, "Care, go back and tell Aunt that I still have things to do now. I will go to see her when things are settled." After that, Chung Lianru gently pushed Kei away and got on the sedan chair waiting on the side. Kei's eyes widened in shock, and she murmured, "Why does third aunt seem to have changed?" Her own mother came to her, but she dared to refuse? Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. Hey, I don't care about her. I'm just a little maid who passes messages. Why should I bother with it? After that, Kei lifted her skirt and ran away quickly. Not long after, she ran back to Aunt He's room and told Aunt He what third aunt said without changing a word. Then, when Aunt He was stunned, she ran out again. After all, Aunt He's room was as cold as an ice cave, and Kei couldn't stay there. Even her servant's room was warmer than Aunt He's room. Kei couldn't understand it. Obviously, Aunt He was not treated harshly in the mansion. Ice in summer and charcoal in winter were all supplied in sufficient quantities, but Aunt He was so stingy, and no one knew where all the ice and charcoal went in the end. Aunt He's room is as hot as a furnace in the summer and as cold as an ice cave in the winter. Why bother coming here? Aunt He sat alone for a long time until it got dark. She got up and changed into a thinner lotus green quilted silk jacket and skirt and walked out tremblingly. I really don't know what Aunt He is thinking. In the coldest days of winter, even wearing a fur coat is not warm enough. She even changed the thick cotton coat into a thin coat. She wanted to freeze herself to death. Aunt He might not really want to freeze herself to death. After all, when she went out, she still put on a dark purple quilted cloak, which could at least keep her a little warm. Aunt He soon came to Chongfeng Garden. In the middle of the road facing the gate, she didn't say a word, but just knelt down upright. Aunt He ran to the gate of Chongfeng Garden and knelt down. The matter was quickly reported. At this time, only Chung Lianru and a few maids were in Chongfeng Garden. The eldest Aunt Chung Wanru had already returned to Dingxi Marquis Mansion with Zidi and Qingfeng. When Chung Lianru heard that her mother was kneeling outside Chongfeng Garden, her face became visibly ugly. She sighed helplessly and said, "Go and ask Aunt He to come in and talk." She looked at the ill-fated third aunt with sympathy, sighed secretly in her heart, and walked out quickly. Not long after, two maids carried Aunt He, who was pale and trembling all over, into the house. Seeing Aunt He like this, Chung Lianru's eyes turned red. She asked softly, "Aunt, why are you doing this?" When Aunt He heard this, she seemed to be suddenly injected with some vitality. She suddenly broke away from the two maids who were supporting her, rushed to her biological daughter, grabbed her arm tightly, and screamed, "Third aunt, you must not divorce. Can't I, who gave birth to you, beg you, please? I kneel down for you, beg you. Go back to your husband's house and live a good life, and you must not divorce." Aunt He screamed and slid to her knees at Chung Lianru's feet. Chung Lianru seemed to be struck by lightning. She collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and tears flowed out like a spring.
Aunt, you
are my real mother. I am the flesh that fell from your body. How can you bear it? How can you be so cruel?" Chung Lianru burst into tears and fell into Xiu's arms. Aunt He was also in tears, but no matter how sad and desperate Chung Lianru cried, she always kept saying don't divorce. Xiu and other maids helped Chung Lianru up, sent her to the imperial concubine couch, stuffed a big pillow behind her, stuffed a warm copper hand warmer in her hand, and pulled a thick bead blanket to wrap her tightly. Then she whispered, "Don't be sad, third aunt. Just think about our wife and the eldest aunt." Chung Lianru, who was trapped in sadness and despair, was pulled back by Xiu's words. Yes, even if she was disliked by her stepmother and abandoned by her biological mother, she still had her eldest sister-in-law and elder sister. Thinking of everything that her eldest sister-in-law and elder sister had done for her in the past few days, thinking of the three sensible and cute little nephews patting their chests and saying in their baby voices that they would protect the third aunt, she couldn't despair, and she had no right to despair. 3 years ago, she agreed to marry Qi Bowen against her will. During these 3 years, she was almost beaten to death by Qi Bowen twice. This was to repay her mother's kindness. She didn't want to be controlled by others for the rest of her life. "Xiu, please ask Aunt He to get up." Chung Lianru was silent for a long time. She saw that the maids and servants went to help Aunt He, but Aunt He seemed to be stuck to the carpet and refused to get up, so she gave the order coldly. Aunt He was the concubine of the Duke of Guo, and she was also the master to the maids and servants. She refused to get up, so the servants naturally did not dare to pull her up. Xiu responded quickly, pointing at the two maids who had just carried Aunt He in and said, "You two, please ask Aunt He to stand up." Xiu emphasized the word please, and the two maids immediately understood. They lifted Aunt He's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and lifted her up and put her directly on the 4-legged official hat chair diagonally opposite the chaise longue. Aunt He struggled hard, but the two maids held her shoulders firmly, making it impossible for the frail Aunt He to break free from their grip. Aunt He's originally pale face immediately turned red, and she stared at her own daughter with disbelief. She shouted in grief and indignation, "Third aunt, I am your biological mother." Xiu did not wait for the third aunt to speak, and rushed to say, "Oh my, Aunt He, you still know that you are third aunt's biological mother. We all thought that the eldest son of the Qi family was your biological son. I have never seen a biological mother forcing her own daughter to death. I am doing this for her good." Aunt He muttered in a low voice without any justification. "Haha. What a good for me. What evil did I, Chung Lianru, due in my previous life to be born in your belly. Chung Lianru seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and suddenly laughed out loud, but there was no joy in her laughter, but endless sorrow and anger. Aunt He, have you forgotten what you said to me when you forced me to marry into the Qi family? After laughing, Chung Lianru did not wipe the tears from her face, but stared at Aunt He and questioned coldly. But you want a divorce. Aunt He stammered. You said that if I marry into the Qi family, I will repay your kindness, and I have done it. Now the Qi family wants me dead, and I don't want to die. Why can't I get a divorce? Chung Lianru suddenly threw off the blanket on her body, strode to Aunt He, stared straight into her eyes, and asked angrily.
No.
No, the old lady and the third aunt are both kind people. How could they beat you to death? If they beat you, it must be because you relied on your status as a lady of the Duke's mansion to disrespect your mother-in-law and husband, which angered them. And he started talking nonsense without thinking. I don't respect my mother-in-law and husband.
Aunt.
You are really my good aunt. Forget it. What on earth am I still expecting? Shiyu, help me change my clothes. I will go to Shern Hall to pay my respects to my father. By the way, I will ask my father whether a concubine has the right to make the decision on the marriage of the daughter of the Duke's mansion. Chung Lianru ignored Aunt He and only whispered to Shiyu. Aunt He's face changed drastically when she heard it. She struggled desperately and wanted to rush over to stop her daughter, but the two old women were too strong. She couldn't get free and could only shout anxiously, "Third Miss, don't go to find the Duke." Third Miss was the name for Chung Lianru in the old mansion. Aunt He shouted anxiously. Chung Lianru turned around and looked at Aunt He and said coldly, "Father allowed me to divorce, but Aunt He did not. Naturally, I have to report Aunt He's intention to father."
No, I didn't.
I didn't forbid you to divorce. Don't complain to the Duke. Aunt He changed her words immediately after hearing this, and dared not mention the matter of not allowing divorce. Although she dared not mention it again, her tearful eyes stared straight at her daughter. Just like 3 years ago, her eyes were full of sad and pleading. Aunt He didn't need to say anything. Her eyes were full of all the words. 3 years ago, Chung Lianru was defeated by these tearful eyes and the pleading face. She only thought that she had to marry no matter who she married, but she never thought that it was not marrying at all. It was jumping into the fire pit to seek death. After escaping death with great difficulty, if Chung Lianru could not be reborn from the ashes, she would be really presumptuous. 3 years ago, seeing Aunt He's tearful plea, Chung Lianru softened her heart and agreed to marry into the Qi family. In fact, she had a better choice at the time. She vaguely heard that her eldest sister-in-law was secretly looking for someone for her, but she hadn't picked a suitable candidate yet. In the past 3 years, Chung Lianru asked her aunt for help, but she never got any help from Aunt He, not even a word of comfort. After 3 years of struggle and suffering, Chung Lianru had given up on her aunt. 3 years later, facing Aunt He's tearful eyes as she repeated her old trick, Chung Lianru's heart was dead. She never looked at Aunt He again and said coldly, "It's getting late. If you don't want to go back, then go to Shern Hall with me." Aunt He trembled as if she was stung by something and quickly lowered her head and said, I'm leaving now." After that, Aunt He left Chongfeng Garden in a hurry, as if she was escaping. Seeing Aunt He running away, Chung Lianru sat down again. She sighed softly and said slowly, "We are all tired all day. Everyone should go and settle down early." The maids and servants retreated in response, but Shiyu did not leave, and stayed by the side of the third aunt. She did not speak, but stepped forward to remove the hairpins and hairbun for third aunt, combed her hair gently, and then said with a smile, "Third aunt, the waiter is cooking some rouge rice porridge. Would you like to have some, so you can take medicine later?" Chung Lianru's body was extremely weak. She had been holding on with her breath for the past 2 days. Once she was alone and relaxed, she was so weak that she couldn't even lift her fingers. With a low hum, Chung Lianru could no longer support herself and collapsed on the chaise longue. Shiyu sighed secretly and quickly asked someone to bring the rouge rice porridge that was cooked soft and mushy, skimmed off the porridge oil on top, and fed it to third ant bit by bit. After eating half a cup of rouge rice porridge, Chung Lianru gently waved her hand and said softly, "That's enough. I need to take medicine later." It was really pitiful. A girl from the Duke's mansion was starved to death by her husband's family. She couldn't even finish a cup of rouge rice porridge that a normal person could finish in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Shiyu knew that people who had been hungry for a long time could not eat too much at one time, so she didn't persuade her anymore. She just poured warm water to help the third ant rinse her mouth. After 2/4 of an hour, she helped her take medicine. After watching the third ant fall asleep, Shiyu retreated to the outer room to keep watch. At night, Chung Lianru woke up and cried from time to time, just like the previous 2 nights. Every time, Shiyu patiently took care of her and comforted her without any impatience. Under Shiyu's careful care, Chung Lianru gradually slept for an hour. 3 days later, Chi Bowen honestly delivered the divorce letter to the Duke of Ninggua's mansion. He wanted to see Chung Lianru again, but no one gave him the chance. After confirming that there was no problem with the divorce letter, Chi Bowen was driven out of the Ningguo mansion. After Chung Lianru signed, Ning ordered He-Man to take Chung Sai's post to Jingzhou mansion immediately and exchanged the marriage certificate with special arrangements. Chung Lianru's household registration was once again returned to the Ningguo mansion. After the marriage certificate was exchanged, He-Man once again brought 30 strong men from the Duke's mansion, drove 6 carriages, and went to the Qi family in Haozi Hutong, Yonggifeng. He-Man originally thought that if he could successfully carry back the dowry of the third ant, he would not make a big deal. After all, now is not a good time to deal with Chi Bowen, who knew that Lu was just like a piece of rolling meat. When she heard He-Man say that she was going to carry away the dowry of the third ant, she screamed and rolled on the ground, screaming loudly. The Ningguo mansion bullies people with power and forces the common people to death. He-Man was furious and immediately showed the divorce letter from his third aunt and the dowry list that was filed in Jingzhou Prefecture. This dowry list was sent to Jingzhou Prefecture by Ning Shi even though she would rather go against her stepmother-in-law's wishes. He-Man read the divorce letter and dowry list loudly in front of all the neighbors, tearing off the last bit of face of Lu Shi and Chi Bowen and his son. To deal with such a shameless villain, you have to do it thoroughly. After listening to the divorce letter and dowry list, the neighbors pointed at Lu Shi and cursed her. They were all ordinary people and had no knowledge, so the words they cursed were naturally very ugly. Chi Bowen had been hiding in the house and didn't dare to show up, but when he heard someone outside shouting, "Oh no, Mrs. Lewis fainted." Chi Bowen was shocked and ran out quickly. He rushed to Lu's side and called her mother in panic, but Lu's eyes were tightly closed and her teeth were tightly clenched, without any reaction. Seeing this situation, the neighbors were so scared that they dared not speak. It's okay to watch the fun, but if someone died, it would be a dilemma. He-Man observed carefully and saw that Lu's eyeballs occasionally moved under her eyelids. He knew what was going on, so he smiled and said, "The old Marquis once taught us some first aid skills. Why don't I do a good deed today and wake up Aunt Lu, so as not to miss the important things?" After saying that, He-Man didn't wait for Chi Bowen to react. He raised his thumb and pinched Lu's philtrum tightly. He-Man, who was in his prime, pinched with all his strength. Lu immediately screamed "ah" and jumped up from the ground in pain. She jumped a foot high, causing the neighbors to laugh immediately. There were also those mischievous neighbors who shouted in a weird voice, "Aunt Lu, don't dare to pretend to faint again. If you ask someone to press your front teeth out, you won't be able to eat good food in the future." Lu was so ashamed and angry that she covered her face with her sleeves and ran back to her room like she was escaping, and she never dared to come out again. Chi Bowen glared at He-Man hatefully and asked angrily, "Do you, the Ningguo mansion, have to be so heartless?" He-Man shouted in a voice twice as loud as Chi Bowen's, "You, young Master Chi, are not heartless. If it weren't for our third aunt's good luck, she would have been beaten to death by you." At this time, the neighbors were like badger in a melon field, eating the melons happily. "That's what I said. We heard sounds of beating and women screaming in their house. We thought it was the servants being beaten, but wow. It turned out it was the wife being beaten. That's right. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Who would have thought that this scholar, who looks like a gentleman, would actually beat his wife? It's not that there are people who beat their wives, but I've never seen anyone beat someone to death. TSK. What have you said before? There's one right in front of me. Could it be that the man outside has a lover and wants to beat the good Tinkong at home to death? That's right. I was wondering last time in the middle of the night, I saw the scholar coming out of the alley at the back in a sneaky manner. Yes. There's a pretty widow in her 20s in the alley at the back. The more they ate, the more excited they became, and the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. The neighbors all had their imaginations run wild. In just a moment, they imagined a bloody and abusive love drama that could be filmed for dozens of episodes. For the first time in his life, Chi Bowen hated his own good health. Why didn't he faint immediately? He-Man smiled coldly. Do you really think that the Duke of Ningguo is easy to bully? Today is just an appetizer. Let's wait and see. He-Man called 30 palace soldiers and asked them to find the dowry of the third ant one by one according to the dowry list. When the neighbors saw with their own eyes that the dowry that should have been placed in the daughter-in-law's room was carried out from Lu's upper room one by one, until the last one was not taken out from the daughter-in-law's room, the contempt in everyone's eyes was almost condensed into actual glares. He-Man checked the dowry list one by one and found that except for the wooden furniture, nothing else matched. All the gold and silver jewelry and fabrics were missing by nearly half. This was enough dowry for their aunt to spend for a lifetime, but in just 3 short years, more than half of it was squandered. Not counting these furniture, our aunt's dowry is worth 15,000 taels of silver. Now these are worth only 7,000 taels at most, and we still need 8,000 taels. Master Chi, are you going to pay back the money, or go to jail?
I
will pay it back. Chi Bowen's eyes were bloodshot, and he squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth. Okay. Then please pay back the money, Master Chi. He-Man shouted happily.
I
don't have it now, you have to give me a few days. Chi Bowen said in shame and anger. Okay, then please write an IOU, Master Chi, so we can take it back and report it. He-Man agreed very easily. Chi Bowen wrote down the IOU for 8,000 taels of silver with hatred. The look he gave He-Man was like he wanted to skin him alive. He-Man put away the IOU, bowed to the neighbors who were watching, and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your support. Before we came, our master said that if you neighbors want any of these crude furniture, you can bring silver to buy them at a reasonable price. Anyway, if our aunt gets married again in the future, the mansion will prepare better ones for her." The neighbors were delighted to hear this. Those were good wooden furniture from the Duke's mansion, which could not be bought even if they had money on weekdays. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could they miss it? So they started to bid one after another. After a while, all the furniture was sold out, and He-Man also received more than 5,000 taels of silver. He-Man was about to ask someone to pack up the gold, silver, and other valuables, when suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Manager, I wonder if those gold, silver, and valuables can be sold?" The person who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed as a merchant. This merchant also likes excitement. He came to the capital a few years ago and was trapped in the capital for more than 2 months by heavy snow. He lived in an inn not far away. He heard the noise and ran over to watch the excitement. He-Man heard this and said with a smile, "Why, this old customer wants to buy." The merchant nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, my sister is about to get married, and her dowry is not good enough. I think those things are pretty good and complete. If you can sell them, I don't have to go around shopping." He-Man said with a smile, "The master ordered before I came here that if anyone wants to buy, I will sell them. But the 2 boxes of ready-made clothes are not for sale." The merchant nodded repeatedly and said, I understand, Your Excellency. How about we discuss it in the tea house?" He-Man shook his head and smiled. "No need to be so troublesome. 5,000 taels of silver. You can take it all." The merchant thought it would cost at least 6 or 7,000 taels of silver, but now it only costs 5,000 taels. He can say he has got a great bargain. He said his sister is lucky. He immediately nodded and agreed, and hurriedly presented the silver note of 5,000 taels, with an expression on his face that he was afraid that He-Man would go back on his word, which made people laugh. He-Man ordered the palace soldiers to load all the jewelry and clothes onto the cart and help the merchants deliver them to his residence. Then, in front of Chi Bowen, he set fire to the 2 large boxes of clothes and the boxes together. He-Man led his men away when only a small pile of ashes remained. Chi Bowen stared blankly at the small pile of ashes, and he almost wanted to die. The day after the Ningguo mansion took back the third aunt's dowry, Lu secretly made an appointment with Li to meet outside. I don't know what they did. Anyway, Chi Bowen quickly took the silver note of 8,000 taels and went to the Ningguo mansion to exchange it for the IOU he wrote personally. Since then, the matter of the third aunt and Li Dague in the Ningguo mansion has been completely settled. From now on, the third aunt Chung Lianru can live in Tinggekshuan with peace of mind and rest without distractions. Since Li met Lu in the tea house outside that day, she has been gloomy when she returned to the mansion. Even when she saw Ningguo Duke Qingfuhu, there was no smile on her face. Especially when she looked at the people in the big room and Chung Lianru, the resentment in her eyes almost condensed into a real knife. But it was strange. With Li's temperament, if she hated someone, she would never just glare at him. She would definitely do something. Even if it was ineffective or even shot herself in the foot, Li would still let out this evil fire. But this time, Li did not do anything abnormally. She just glared at Ning's mother and son and Chung Lianru a few times, and did not even say a strange word. This made everyone feel uneasy. Chung Fuhu wanted to recuperate, so he naturally hoped that his family would be peaceful. Since Li had not caused any trouble, he was too lazy to say anything. Chung Fuhu was still thinking about recovering from his injuries as soon as possible so that he could personally teach his extremely talented grandson. The mystery of the Chung family's spear must be taught by him as a grandfather. Ning did not have the heart to fight with her stepmother-in-law, or she might have been accumulating strength without firing, just waiting to successfully take her little exiner back, and then settle the accounts with Li. The Lantern Festival passed in a blink of an eye. Since the beginning of spring, the weather has been getting warmer day by day. After the Lantern Festival, the snow on the road began to melt gradually. Although the road was extremely muddy, it was barely passable. On this day, Ning arranged all the affairs in the mansion and hurried to Dingxi Marquis Mansion. What? You want to take Song and the other 3 out of the capital? But what's the important matter? Chung Wanru exclaimed immediately after hearing what her sister-in-law said. Ning nodded and looked around. Chung Wanru understood and immediately ordered all the maids and servants to retreat. It was still the trusted maid who guarded the door in the corridor to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Big sister, there is indeed a big thing that I have never told you. Ning told her in detail about her little daughter being switched. Hearing this, Chung Wanru was both shocked and angry, and shouted angrily, I knew that the evil woman had bad intentions. No wonder you started it early, and she didn't come to inform me. When I got the news, you had already been taken back to your parents' home. Yuan Xian, when did you know? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I must have helped. Big sister, I have no evidence, and I don't know the whereabouts of Xiao Shiner. How can I say it?
How dare I say it?
If my Xiao Shiner is still in their hands, wouldn't it be Xiao Shiner's life if I tell it? Ning cried and said in grief and indignation. Have you found our Xiao Shiner now? Chung Wanru asked in surprise. Ning nodded and said with tears in her eyes, Although I haven't seen the child yet, I am 90% sure that the child is my little exiner. Okay, that's good. Yuan Xian, don't worry about picking up the child. I'm in the capital, so you don't have to worry about anything. Leave the third sister to me. I'll go back to see my father tomorrow and pick up the third sister to live with me for a while, so you don't have to worry about 2 places. Chung Wanru was a perceptive person. She immediately guessed the intention of her sister-in-law. Thank you, big sister. Everything else in the mansion is fine. The only thing I'm worried about is the third sister. Although the third sister has established herself now, she will suffer because of her status. It's too easy for the stepmother to punish her. That day, the stepmother didn't allow her to divorce, and the two of them had a falling out. I'm afraid that the stepmother will sell her again while I'm not in the capital. If Lee could do it the first time, she could do it the second time. Don't worry, she won't succeed with me here. Besides, the first marriage is decided by the parents, and the second marriage is decided by oneself. No one can force her unless the third sister nods. Chung Wonru said with a smile. Yuan Xian, don't think about this or that. It's important to bring Xiao Xiner back. I said that the last time I went back and saw Qing Han, I always had an indescribable strange feeling in my heart. I felt that she was not your daughter, and she didn't look like someone from our family. I think her eyebrows and eyes look a bit like the second niece of that evil woman. Chung Wonru frowned, trying to recall the appearance of little Qing Han, and said uncertainly, Big sister, I also suspect that she is the biological daughter of the second daughter-in-law of the Li family, but I have no evidence. Ningsait glomili. What evidence do you need? Can't we even recognize our own children? Chung Wonru waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Big sister, when I take Xiao Xiner back, there will be a big commotion in the mansion.
I hope you can lend me a hand then.
Ning and Chung Wonru had a very good relationship, so she didn't bother to be polite with her and asked directly. Okay, Yuan Xian, don't worry, I will stand by your side no matter what. If my father is old and confused, I will scold him to wake him up. Chung Wonru knew that in the Ningguo mansion, the only person who could make Ning's sister-in-law embarrassed was actually her father Qingfuhu. That Li was just a vine climbing on her father. If there was no father, the vines that climbed higher would be nothing but a pile of rotten grass. I think my father will not side with outsiders and wrong his own granddaughter. Ning forced a smile and said, Humph, he really can distinguish between inside and outside. Chung Wonru snorted coldly. She was most resentful of her father marrying Li less than 3 months after her mother passed away. It was so serious that she had never forgotten it even after 20 years. In fact, Qingfuhu felt guilty for marrying a new wife only 3 months after his original wife passed away. Otherwise, he would not have supported Li. As long as Chung Wonru and her brother's words and deeds were justified, Qingfuhu would turn a blind eye and never really supported Li. Qingfuhu's attitude towards Li was that she could make whatever noises in her room and spend money as she pleased. But that was all. Don't even think about anything else. His mother controlled all the internal and external affairs, including the housekeeping power, the marriage of the legitimate children, socializing, and the etiquette of the mansion. In fact, if Li had the strong support of her husband after she married into the family, she would not have become the most embarrassed lady in the capital. Even though Li's status is not low now, none of the noble ladies in Beijing really look down on her. This is also the real reason why Li's 2 biological daughters have not been able to marry into the mansion of the Duke as they wished. After talking to her elder sister-in-law, Ning hurried back to the mansion. She is now in charge of all the affairs of the Duke's mansion. If she has to leave the mansion for many days and the return date is uncertain, she must report to the elders. Ning didn't regard Li as her mother-in-law, but she still had to respect her father-in-law Qingfuhu. When paying respects in the evening, Ning told her father-in-law that she had to leave Beijing for something. If everything went well, she would be back in about 7 days. If not, the return date would be uncertain. After hearing this, Qingfuhu hurriedly asked, Sai's wife, why do you suddenly want to leave the capital? Ning thought for a while and whispered, Please forgive me, father. It is not convenient for me to tell you why I am leaving the capital at this time. When I return, I will report it to you truthfully. Well, since you are leaving the capital, you should bring more people with you. Now the snowstorm has just passed, and the refugees have not all returned home. I am afraid that the road will not be safe. Qingfuhu couldn't question his daughter-in-law in depth, so he could only nod and agree. Do Song and the others have to go with you? Qingfuhu asked reluctantly. Since returning to the capital to recuperate, the one who has accompanied him the most is not his wife Li, but his 3 grandchildren. Among them, The one who has accompanied him the longest is the third son Cheng Jinfeng, who has not yet been enlightened and is carefree all day long. When Cheng Fuhu thought about how long it would take to see his precious grandchildren, he felt very uncomfortable. Father, this time your daughter-in-law is leaving the capital to do something extremely important, and Song-er and his 3 brothers must be present. Ning answered her father-in-law in a firm tone that brooked no objection.
Well,
daughter-in-law Cize, you must bring the children home as soon as possible. Cheng Fuhu nodded heavily, and he already missed his grandson in his heart. Father, your daughter-in-law has good news to tell you. Now that the Tartars have all withdrawn, the emperor has granted Zixio permission to return to the capital to rest for a month, and your daughter-in-law will go home with him. Ning couldn't bear to see her father-in-law's lonely expression, so she smiled and spoke. Sure enough, Cheng Fuhu's brows relaxed immediately after hearing this. He laughed and said, "Well, my son, you are great. You have not disgraced the greatness of the generals of my Qing family. When you return, I will go to Woolly Pavilion to welcome you for my father." Ning said with a smile that she did not dare to trouble her father, and then said, "Father, my daughter-in-law has arranged everything in the mansion. I just went to my eldest sister's house to say goodbye. My eldest sister said that after my daughter-in-law leaves Beijing, she will bring the children back to accompany my father often." After hearing this, Cheng Fuhu's smile deepened a little. In addition to the 3 little brothers Cheng Jinsong, Cheng Fu's favorite is Cheng Wanru's pair of children. But after all, they are grandchildren. Even if Cheng Fuhu wants to get close to them, he can't always call the children to his home because of his in-laws. Now that he can often see his grandchildren, how can Cheng Fuhu not be happy? After reporting to his father-in-law, Ning hesitated again and decided not to go to Quexianju to say goodbye to Li in person. Ever since she found out that Li had swapped her own flesh and blood, Ning really didn't even want to save face. Moreover, this time when she took her daughter back, she and Li would have to completely break up. Even if they were not mortal enemies, there was no possibility of them living in harmony. After thinking about it, Ning called the maid Xuanfeng over and whispered a few words to her. Xuanfeng nodded repeatedly. This time when Ning went out of the capital, the 3 maids who stayed in the mansion to look after the house were Man Yangzi and Xuanfeng, Hui Feng, and Wan Yu. She was arranged to serve the 3rd aunt and could not come back for a while. Ning brought with her the 4 maids Ruiyun, Ruixue, Shangyun, and Xiangxue. These 8 maids and Man Yangzi were all brought with Ning as dowry, and they were her most trusted confidants. Madame Man stepped forward with a worried look on her face, saluted, and asked, "Madam, after you leave the capital, if something happens in the 2nd house, how should I deal with it?" Ning smiled faintly and said, "Just follow the rules of the mansion. If the 2nd house makes trouble, suppress it if you can. If the trouble is really outrageous, just ask He-Man to report back to the Duke. But then again, now that the exam period is approaching, the 2nd master should not have time to cause trouble." Of course, there was a reason for what Ning said. Ever since the night of New Year's Eve, when Cheng-si was criticized by his own father as a good-for-nothing who is neither good at literature nor martial arts, Li was greatly stimulated. She made up her mind to force Cheng-si to take the imperial examination. After all, there was still a quota for the student in Ningguo Mansion. This quota of students specially awarded to the children of dignitaries was called the Engian. Now, Cheng-si was the only one in the mansion who could use this Engian. But even if it was the Engian, there was still an exam, and you couldn't enter the school just by having a quota. It's just that the difficulty of the Engian exam was lower than that of the ordinary imperial college. But even if the difficulty was reduced, it was still as difficult as ascending to heaven for Cheng-si, who was unlearned. Just after the 2nd year of the new year, Cheng-si was locked up in the study room in the front yard by his stepmother Li, who forced him to study day and night for the exam. If he didn't pass the imperial college, he would not be allowed to return to Changxinyuan. Li herself was not good at writing, so of course, she couldn't teach her son Cheng-si. She took a gamble and spent a lot of money to hire a famous old scholar in the capital to teach her son. The old scholar taught his students with strictness as the main theme. If the students were a little lazy and not attentive, he would be spanked with a ruler. Once, Chung Jinfeng was reciting the doctrine of the mean while passing by the study in the front yard, and then he heard the servant in the study say that the teacher spanked the second master's hand, and the ruler broke into 2 pieces. Madame Man also heard some rumors. She smiled secretly and said softly, "The second master is not afraid of anything, but he is afraid of the second lady." Ning rolled her eyes at Madame Man and said with a smile, "If you can't even deal with the second lady, then all these years have been wasted." Madame Man laughed. "Isn't this asking Madame to show me what degree I should take? You always pretend to be confused. As long as you are right, you can do whatever you want." Mrs. Ning also laughed. "By the way, your Lingyuer is 6 years old now, right?" Mrs. Ning asked with a smile. Madame Man was delighted and immediately responded, "Madame has a good memory. Lingyuer will be exactly 6 years old after the Chinese New Year." Mrs. Ning nodded and said with a smile, "If you are willing and Lingyuer is willing, let Lingyuer go with me. It will not do for Xiao Exiner to be without a trustworthy young lady." Madame Man knelt down hurriedly and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, "I thank Madame for Lingyuer's grace on behalf of Lingyuer. I will go home and bring Lingyuer here." Madame Man understood what Madame meant. She wanted to train Lingyuer to be a first-class maidservant by the side of the young lady. The first-class maidservant by the side of the legitimate granddaughter of the Duke's mansion is more precious than the girls of ordinary small officials. For a girl born of slavery, it is a great fortune. Mrs. Ning personally helped Madame Man up and said with a smile, "Hurry up, you are not asked to perform this great ceremony. Go home quickly, Lingyuer has never left you. If you leave her so suddenly, she might feel uncomfortable. Go back and comfort her. Don't make the child feel uncomfortable. If Lingyuer is not happy, you can call her back when we come back. There is no rush anyway." Madame Man said quickly, "How can that be?" "Please wait a moment, madam. I will bring Lingyuer to kowtow to you." Being the first-class maidservant by the young master's side is a great job. The servants in the mansion fight for this position, and anyone who doesn't come is a fool. On the 19th day of the first lunar month, the weather was clear and the weather was fine, which was a good time to travel. On the morning of the 19th day, when the east was just beginning to brighten, a group of motorcades came out of the Ningwa mansion. 4 carriages for the masters came out from the east gate, and 6 carriages for servants and 4 carriages for baggage and baggage came out from the east corner gate. The motorcade was accompanied by 200 strong and healthy personal soldiers of the Ningwa mansion, who were the best in the army. When Chung Fuhu heard that his daughter-in-law was going to take his 3 little grandsons out of the capital, he immediately ordered his captain of the guards to select the 200 strongest personal soldiers to accompany and protect them, to ensure that his daughter-in-law and grandsons were safe. When the motorcade arrived at the north gate, the gate had just opened. Captain Chao Yenling of the guards rode at the front of the motorcade. He was talking to the city guard when he heard 2 clear young men shouting from behind, "Aunt, wait for us." Following the 2 voices came the sound of hurried horse hooves. Ning lifted a corner of the curtain and looked back, only to see the eldest son of her eldest brother, Ning Zizhong, and the eldest son of her second brother, Ning Zi, galloping towards them at full speed. "Zhonger and Ear, why are you here?" Ning asked with a smile. The 14-year-old Ning Zizhong and the 13-year-old Ning Zi smiled innocently and said cheerfully, "To answer your question, Aunt, because our father can't spare the time to accompany you out of the capital, we asked our grandparents, and our grandfather agreed that our brothers and I can go with you on the trip so that we can broaden our horizons." Although the Ning family is a noble and scholarly family, they never require their children to study hard. Except for a few children who are too weak, the other children all learn both literature and martial arts. In the future, they will all be all-rounders with both civil and martial arts. Especially Ning's nephews, they were all taught riding and shooting by Chung Sai's himself, and their skills are better than ordinary soldiers. In the hearts of those children, Chung Sai's, their uncle, is no different from their biological father. The cousins of the Chung family are their biological sisters and brothers. Ning went out of the capital to look for her daughter. In order to grab the chance to go out of the capital with their aunt, the children of the Ning family competed in literature and martial arts for several days. In the end, the winners were Ning Zhizhong, the eldest son of the first house, and Ning Ziyi, the eldest son of the second house. After reporting to their grandparents and parents, they chased to the North City Gate early in the morning. Ning thought of the deep affection of her parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews from her natal family, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Okay, then you can go with your aunt. It's still cold now, you two should get on the carriage first, and then ride horses when the sun is high. Ning gave careful instructions and watched the two little brothers get on the carriage of the Songju brothers behind. Then she lowered the curtains and waited for the documents to be checked before continuing the journey. On the day Ning left Beijing, Ning Yuanxiang was in Taisu Medical Clinic to persuade Dr. Sunday. Mr. Sun, you see that this road is passable, so please take me to visit the family who adopted Xiao Xiner. Dr. Sun said helplessly with a bitter face, Mr. Ning-san, haven't I already told you that I have to talk to them first and get their consent before I can take you there? Besides, the road is so muddy now, it's very difficult to walk. Can't you wait for 2 more days? At least let the sun make the road harder before you can set off. Mr. Sun, please understand me. Although the road is muddy, you don't have to walk. You can take a carriage, it will be much easier. Ning Yuanxiang said with a smile. Hey, third young master, you. Okay. Third young master, you go back to the inn and wait patiently. I will go to rent a carriage now. Ever since the Lantern Festival, the snow that had frozen into ice on the road showed signs of melting a little, and Ning Yuanxiang had been staying in Taisu Clinic every day to bother Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun was really annoyed and had to agree. How can I let you rent a carriage by yourself? I have already rented one for you, and am waiting outside the door. Ning Yuanxiang smiled and pushed Dr. Sun out. He had been going to Taisu Clinic every day recently and had become very familiar with Dr. Sunday. As soon as Ning Yuanxiang pushed Dr. Sun out of the door, he bumped into someone head-on. Dr. Sun immediately shouted in surprise, Brother Jiang, why are you here? You came at the right time. I have something important to talk to you about. Ning Yuanxiang was very smart. He was obedient. When he heard what Dr. Sun said, his eyes lit up immediately. He quickly ran forward to bow to the old hunter and said respectfully, My boy Ning Yuanxiang meets Uncle Jiang. The old hunter was startled by the young man who suddenly rushed up to him and bowed deeply. He quickly dodged, looked at Dr. Sun in confusion, frowned and asked, Brother Sun, who is this young man? Dr. Sun smiled awkwardly for the third young master Ning, quickly pulled him up and pushed him into the room. He said angrily and amusedly, The third young master Ning, please stay in the room first. Don't come out unless I invite you. At the moment when Dr. Sun pulled up the third son of Ning, the old hunter saw his appearance clearly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This young man looked so much like his little buyer. Dr. Sun pushed Ning Yuanxiang back into the house and locked the door. Let me out. Brother Sun, what's going on? The old hunter asked in confusion. Dr. Sun did not answer, but just grabbed the old hunter's wrist and pulled him into the small box of the tea house next door. Brother Jiang, this matter is really a long story. Well, let me apologize to you first. After that, Dr. Sun stood opposite the old hunter, bowed to him to the ground, and saluted deeply. Brother, just say whatever you want to say. We have been friends for decades. There is nothing we can't say. Don't be like this. Come, sit down and talk. The old hunter quickly helped Dr. Sun up and pressed him to sit on the chair opposite, frowning and saying. Dr. Sun talked like this for a long time, telling the whole story in detail. Finally, he embarrassedly apologized in a low voice. Brother Jiang, you see, I broke my promise to you. I am really sorry for you. After hearing what Dr. Sun said, the old hunter felt really bad. Although as early as the day Xianer flew to Langshan, he had foreseen that Xiao Bai's relatives would definitely come after the spring, but he never expected that now, before the end of the first month of the year, they've already come. And from what Dr. Sun said, I'm afraid Xiao Bai's family was looking for her before the new year. If it weren't for such a big snow disaster this year, I'm afraid that Xiao Bai's family would have found him before the new year. Brother Sun, this matter is not your fault. Really, it's not your fault. If Xiao Bai's family is determined to find her, they will find her anyway. It's just a matter of time. Okay, I will go and meet this third Master Ning right away. If Well, he hasn't been home for the new year, just to find Xiao Baier. How could he not care about her? The old hunter sighed, his voice full of frustration and loss. Even his spine, which had always been straight, was a little bent at this time. Dr. Sun couldn't bear it and hurriedly comforted him. Don't be sad, old brother. Whether it is Marshal Chung or his wife, they are very kind people. Even if they take the child back, they will not forbid you to see the child again. Besides, you are a rough man after all, and the child is a little girl. It will be inconvenient when the child grows up in the future. It is always better for a little girl to grow up in front of her own mother. Alas, brother Sun, I understand what you said, but alas, there are some things I can't explain to you clearly. Forget it. Let's go meet the third Master Ning first. Thinking of Xiao Bai's wolf father and wolf mother, the old hunter sighed one after another. Ever since Xianer flew away that day, the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen watched Jiang Xiao Bai very closely, and even the old hunter was not allowed to get close, for fear that the old hunter would secretly steal the cub away. The old hunter felt wronged, but where could he go to seek justice? Ning Yuanxiang was locked in the pharmacy and was very anxious. Fortunately, Dr. Sun and the old hunter did not make him wait too long. After just over a quarter of an hour, the door of the pharmacy was opened from the outside. Ning Yuanxiang was about to rush out, but was stopped by Dr. Sun and the old hunter. The old hunter stared at Ning Yuanxiang with his eagle-like eyes, which made Ning Yuanxiang feel uneasy. The old hunter's eyes were really scary, and Ning Yuanxiang couldn't stand it. Are you really the brother-in-law of Marshal Chingsai's of the Jinbei army? The younger brother of Madame Ning? The old hunter suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yes, I am Ning Yuanxiang, the third child in the family. My father is Ning Jingyan, my eldest brother is Ning Yuanda, my second brother is Ning Yuanzhao, and my eldest sister is Ning Yuanxian, who married my eldest brother-in-law, Chung Sai's of the Jinbei army. We are brothers and sisters from the same mother. My eldest sister gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. The 3 sons are named Jin Song, Jinju, and Jin Feng respectively. The little girl has also been named Jin Xin. We all call her Xioxiner. Xioxiner was switched at birth. We started looking for the child last autumn and have not found her until now. Excuse me, old man, did you save our Xioxiner? Ning Yuanxiang explained the composition of his family and his brother-in-law's family in detail, like a bamboo tube pouring beans. At the end, he asked carefully,
Well,
I did adopt a little girl, but I'm not sure she is the one that Mr. Ning San is looking for. Mr. San, is there any mark on your niece's body? The old hunter frowned, stared at Ning Yuanxiang with a questioning look, and asked coldly, This. My little niece was born as white as jade and ice, with a body as white as snow, without even a single birthmark. Ning Yuanxiang said quickly, Oh, there is no birthmark. Then, without a mark, how can you confirm that she is the one you are looking for? For Xiao Baier, the old hunter must ask clearly.
This.
Old man, look at my face. I look a lot like my elder sister. People often say that nephews look like uncles. Look, does my face look familiar? Ning Yuanxiang smiled carefully, put his face in front of the old hunter, and said humbly with a hint of flattery. The old hunter felt very upset. If Ning Yuanxiang's face had not been 5 or 6 points similar to his granddaughter, he would not have talked to him so much. But even if there is some resemblance, the old hunter was full of resistance and unwilling to admit it. It is normal for people to be similar, the old hunter said dryly. In fact, in his heart, he had already admitted that his little granddaughter was the youngest daughter of the marshal of the Jinbei army and the little granddaughter of the Imperial College. But he was unwilling to admit this to Ning Yuanxiang.
This.
When my little Exiner was lost, she was wearing a bright red boy's lotus-playing soft silk monk's robe embroidered by my sister. The swaddling clothes outside were made of green satin embroidered with lotus patterns. Here, old man, please look, these are the 2 kinds of materials. When I left the capital, I specifically asked my sister for a small piece of each. Ning Yuanxiang said as he carefully took out 2 small pieces of cloth from his purse. One was a fiery red soft silk, and the other was a dark green brocade. The old hunter had mixed feelings, but he still took the two small pieces of cloth and looked at them carefully in the sunlight outside. Sure enough, it was exactly the same material as the small clothes and the swaddling clothes. The old hunter sighed in his heart again. It looks like the same material. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, the old hunter still told the truth. Really? Then she must be my Xiao Exiner. Old man, please take me to see Xiao Exiner. Ning Yuanqiang, deadly. The old hunter shook his head when he heard this, and said helplessly, I'm afraid it's not possible now. Ning Yuanqiang immediately became anxious, grabbed the old hunter's hand and asked anxiously, Why, old man, haven't I shown you the evidence? The old hunter shook his head. Xiao Buyer. Oh, that's the Xiaoxiner you mentioned. This child is very white, and I'm a rough man, so I named her Xiao Bai. Xiao Buyer is not raised by me alone, she. Seeing that the old hunter was hesitant to speak, Dr. Sun immediately walked out quickly. The little kid had strange visions and must be extraordinary. The less he knew about it, the better. The old hunter didn't stop Dr. Sunday. After all, this matter was related to the Wolf King and his wife, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Xiao Buyer was actually saved by a female wolf first. I wonder if you have heard of the mountain god of Langshan? The old hunter asked in a low voice. Ning Yuanqiang noted. Which child in the capital area has not heard of the legend of the mountain god of Langshan? After all, that was one of the shadows of their childhood. Once a child is naughty, the adults will say, if you are naughty again, the mountain god of Langshan will eat you. The first one to save Xiao Buyer was the wolf queen of Langshan. It was because it fed Xiao Bear that Xiao Bear didn't starve to death. Now Xiao Bear hasn't been weaned yet and is still being fed by the queen. The king and queen of wolves care more about Xiao Bear than their own 5 cubs. The old hunter's tone was full of pride.
What?
You said my Xiao Shiner was raised by a female wolf? Ning Yuanqiang's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock, and he asked the old hunter for confirmation word by word. It's not a female wolf. It's the queen of wolves. The old hunter seriously corrected the words of Mr. Ning San. Oh, yes, it's the queen of wolves. Generally, wolves can't raise human children. Ning Yuanxiang's soul, which was shocked and flew away, has not yet completely recovered, and he said in a daze. Seeing Ning Yuanxiang's ignorant look, the old hunter couldn't help but secretly despise him in his heart. Then he nodded proudly, that's natural. The king and queen of wolves just can't speak human language. In other aspects, they are much better than humans. Ning Yuanxiang suddenly felt a surge of shame from the bottom of his heart, as if he was the one who was inferior to the wolf. What about Xiao Exiner now? Oh no. I mean, when can I see Xiao Exiner? Ning Yuanxiang asked carefully.
This.
I can't say for sure. It depends on the consent of the Wolf King and Queen. Now, I can't hold Xiao Buyer without their consent. The old hunter complained with resentment. What should we do? If the Wolf King and Queen don't agree, will we never see Xiao Exiner? Ning Yuanxiang's face flushed with anxiety. In this early spring when the weather is still cold, he was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead.